Chapter 1, Crossed Over. In the Martial Sage Dynasty, late August. The autumn wind howled, and the night was dark and foreboding. Atop the back mountain of the Shaoshi Manor, several attendants, brandishing torches, illuminated the grotesque faces of two women. Before them stood a towering poplar tree, to which Xiyao was bound, her body drenched in blood. Crack! Xiao, wielding a whip, lashed out with venomous intent at Xiyao. "You wretched creature, lower than the servants, how dare you rely on your despicable mother who once saved the noble consort Rome? You were betrothed to the fifth prince since childhood, but you should have died long ago." Another streak of blood marked Xiao's already sullied white attire. Xiao discarded the whip and seized a dagger from her maid, gripping Xiao's hair with one hand while brandishing the sharp blade menacingly before her face. A torrent of dread surged in Xiao's eyes as she stammered, "What do you intend to do? I have always regarded you as my sister, you cannot treat me this way." With a deranged expression, Xiao spat, "Pa. I have no sister like you. My mother bore only me. Let me tell you, the fifth prince loves me, yet your vile mother's actions to save the consort have tarnished his reputation. Only your death will free him from this engagement. Today marks your demise. Do take a moment to look in the mirror and behold your ugly, dark visage. Do you believe you deserve the fifth prince? A wretch like you is only worthy of being kicked aside by the cold-faced ninth prince, the rumored Grim Reaper. If not for necessity, killing you would only soil my hands." Upon finishing, the dagger slashed across Xiao's left cheek, blood gushing forth instantly. Before Xiao could catch her breath, Xiao raised the dagger once more and plunged it violently into her chest. "Ah!" Xiao let out a piercing scream. With a twisted grin, Xiao declared, "Wretched girl, perish. Once you are dead, I shall rightfully marry the fifth prince." Xiao, with bloodshot eyes filled with rage, uttered each word with venom, "Xiao, I will haunt you even in death." "Let's wait until you are a ghost," Xiao replied with grim satisfaction, extracting the dagger from Xiao's chest. Blood sprayed forth, splattering Xiao's face. Wiping the crimson from her visage, she commanded with a twisted expression, "Throw her corpse off the cliff. If anyone dares to utter a word about tonight's affair, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death." "Yes." Two attendants untied Xiao's bindings, one grasping her feet, the other her arms, and they hurled her body over the cliff. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, water splashing everywhere. Scalding, scorching pain enveloped her. When Xiao awoke, it felt as if she were being boiled alive, her entire body ablaze with agony. Before her lay an abyss of darkness, she could see nothing and thrashed about with her eyes closed. Suddenly her small hands encountered something icy, and in her panic, she pressed her body against the coldness. In the darkness, a pair of frosty eyes fixated on the woman crawling toward him, his brows furrowing tightly. At this moment, he longed to tear this intruding woman into shreds, yet he found himself immobilized, unable to utter a word. He, the ninth prince of the Martial Sage Dynasty, favored by both the emperor and empress, had fought on the battlefield at the tender age of 14, known for his decisive actions in battle, yet he shunned all women. Aside from the empress and the dowager empress, no woman had ever brushed against his garments, he avoided them like venomous snakes. Any woman bold enough to approach him would be swiftly dispatched with a kick, and he'd dispose of his shoes afterward. The emperor and empress had attempted to arrange marriages for him multiple times, only to be met with his relentless refusals, leading them to suspect he harbored peculiar inclinations. Now, this woman not only approached him but dared to touch him. Xiao abruptly sensed something amiss, she had touched something she should not have. Good heavens! This is a man who remains frigid even in this scalding water. What in the world is this place? Wait! Wasn't she blown to smithereens? She vividly recalled her last moments on the battlefield, rescuing the wounded when a bomb fell right before her. She had no time to take cover before it detonated. As the modern-day ghost hand divine doctor, Xiao was acutely aware that there was no way she could have survived intact from such an explosion. At that moment, a sudden pain exploded in her head, as if it might rupture, and a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into her mind. Xiyao, the legitimate second daughter of the Shaoshi Manor, aged 15 and just coming of age. Why the second daughter? Because her mother, Lin, married Yan Wenzhong, who was then a fourth-rank vice minister, and after a year without any sign of pregnancy, he took a concubine, Wang. Wang became pregnant within 3 months, giving birth to Yan Xiaodai. Half a year later, Lin also conceived, resulting in the birth of Yan Xiyao. With Lin's family backing, Yan Wenzhong ascended from the 4th rank to the 1st rank as the Shaoshi. 5 years ago, Lin's family fell victim to treachery, leading to their decline, and Yan Wenzhong began to neglect Lin, confining her to the storeroom while elevating Wang to the status of the legitimate wife, allowing Yan Xiaodai to rise as the first daughter. While Lin was pregnant with Yan Xiyao, she once saved the 5th prince's mother, consort Rong, who made a pact with Lin: if Lin bore a daughter, she would be betrothed to the 5th prince. Upon Yan Xiao's birth, consort Rong honored the agreement, establishing the engagement while Yan Xiyao was still an infant. After a high fever, Yan Xiao's once fair and lovely face inexplicably became dark and unattractive, leading the 5th prince to almost entirely cease his visits. Yan Xiyao had no idea when Yan Xiaodai began to seduce the 5th prince, but by the time she discovered it, they were already entwined together. In fear of exposure, the 5th prince ordered Yan Xiaodai to bind Yan Xiyao and take her to the back mountain of the Shaoshi Manor, where they tortured and brutally killed her, disposing of her body off the cliff. Yan Xiao's expression was one of disbelief. What on earth? As if replaying a film, she reviewed the life of the original owner of this body and was forced to accept a harsh reality. She had crossed over and into the historically non-existent Martial Sage Dynasty. The current emperor, Han Tianling, had 9 sons and 3 daughters. The crown prince was the eldest, while the 2nd and 3rd princes had perished. The 4th prince was conferred as the Qi king, with the remaining princes yet to receive titles. Unbeknownst to Yan Xiyao, the man before her was the cold-faced Grim Reaper, the 9th prince, Han Xiaoming. No wonder her body burned with pain, it was all thanks to Yan Xiaodai. Yan Xiyao reached up to touch the gory scar on her left cheek, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Yan Xiaodai, just you wait. I, Yan Xiyao, vow to ruin you and make your life a living hell. Consumed by rage, Yan Xiyao failed to notice the scalding water accelerated her blood circulation, causing her to bleed profusely. Dizziness overwhelmed her, and she lost consciousness, collapsing onto the man. Chapter 2, This Man is Problematic. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the east began to lighten. Han Xiaoming could move again. He grasped Yan Xiyao and leaped onto the shore, unceremoniously tossing her down as if she were refuse. Yan Xiyao, in pain, opened her eyes, shaking her heavy head, and beheld a man around 18 or 19, clad only in shorts, his face twisted with fury. He stood at a height of 8 feet, with ink-black hair cascading down his back, droplets of water clinging to his strands. Beneath his sword-like brows, a pair of obsidian-black eyes bore an intense depth, his chiseled features resembling a cold sculpture, with a nose like a bridge and thin lips tinged with blue. This man was undeniably handsome, yet the murderous aura radiating from him sent chills down Yan Xiao's spine. Han Xiaoming suppressed his fury, turning away to methodically don his clothing. Each movement exuded elegance and nobility. Woman, have you finished staring? Han Xiaoming's voice dripped with coldness. Why? If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you? Yan Xiyao intended to retort that she had seen enough, but the man's murderous gaze compelled her to snap back defiantly. A bloodthirsty smirk curled at the corner of Han Xiaoming's mouth as he approached Yan Xiyao, slowly crouching down, his eyes narrowing dangerously. So, you're one who isn't afraid of death. His proximity sent a shiver through Yan Xiyao, making her feel as though she had plunged into an ice pit. She squinted, scrutinizing Han Xiaoming's features. This man is problematic. Han Xiaoming's voice turned icy once more. Speak. Who are you? Yan Xiyao shivered, and with her strength waning from blood loss, she weakly replied, could you not be so cold? You see my state, I am gravely injured and on the brink of death. Could you at least save my life and procure some hemostatic medicine for me? At that moment, Han Xiaoming's anger flared even more, and he had the urge to slay this woman to vent his frustration. Last night, he had been afflicted by a cold poison and had no choice but to seek refuge in this scalding hot spring to combat it. Then, this woman had suddenly fallen from the sky, nearly causing him to go berserk. As if that weren't enough, she had dared to touch him. Now she had the audacity to request his help in saving her life. He was already being merciful by not killing her. With her head growing heavier, Xiyao thought that if she weren't on the verge of dying, she would never plead for his help. Noticing Han Xiaoming's indifference, she gritted her teeth and said, "If you save my life, I can help you with your cold poison." For now, survival was the priority. She is renowned in modern military circles as the Ghost Hand Divine Doctor, a polymath of both traditional and Western medicine. From the tender age of 2, she began learning about medicinal herbs under her grandfather's tutelage. By the age of 15, she had completed her university studies in Western medicine, and at 16, she answered the call of her country and enlisted. By 17, she had joined the nation's most secretive special forces, serving as a military doctor, and by 24, she had ascended to the rank of the highest military physician, only to meet her demise from a bomb before reaching the age of 26. Having miraculously returned to life, she vowed not to succumb to another oppressive fate. Han Xiaoming was taken aback. The chilling poison afflicting him was known only to those he trusted implicitly. How could this woman be aware of it? Just as he was about to question Xiyao, he realized she had already lost consciousness. Driven by intense curiosity, Han Xiaoming crouched down, scooped up Xiyao, and strode away from the abyss. The following day, in a secluded villa on the outskirts of the capital, Xiyao slowly opened her eyes. Her wounds had been tended to, yet she still felt exceedingly weak. Seated at a table sipping tea, Han Xiaoming did not even glance in her direction. He set down his teacup, lightly tapped the table, and a dagger lifted into the air. With a flick of his finger, the dagger flew towards Xiyao. With wide eyes, she dared not move as the dagger whizzed past, just 2 centimeters above her nose, embedding itself into the wall behind her. Han Xiaoming coldly inquired, "Awake? Tell me, how did you discern that I was afflicted by the chilling poison?" After gathering her wits, Xiyao weakly replied, "I observed it. Your cheeks and lips are tinged with blue, and your body radiates coldness. If I am not mistaken, the poison coursing through you is indeed the chilling toxin." "Is that so?" The murderous intent emanating from Han Xiaoming surged forth. "When did the second daughter of the Shaoshi Manor become adept in the healing arts? I have not heard of such a thing." Indeed, upon bringing Xiyao back, Han Xiaoming had dispatched his shadow guards to investigate her identity. The revelation that she was to become his elder brother's future consort shocked him to his core, akin to a bolt from the blue. What perplexed him most was how this woman could possibly know of his affliction. Han Xiaoming instructed the manor's physician to tend to Xiao's wounds and remained in the room, eager to understand. Xiyao was not surprised that this man knew her identity. It was a simple matter of investigation. She responded, "Even my parents are unaware of my medical skills, let alone you. I learned from a mysterious individual who began secretly instructing me in the healing arts several years ago." "Oh? And who might this mysterious figure be?" With a resigned shrug, Xiyao replied, "I'm afraid I cannot divulge his name. I swore an oath to the heavens that should I reveal his identity, I would meet a gruesome fate." Han Xiaoming narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Do you truly possess the ability to cure the chilling poison afflicting me?" Xiyao shook her head and answered honestly, "I cannot be certain. I need to examine you first to determine the composition of the poison within you." Han Xiaoming's anger flared, and he swiftly approached her, exclaiming, "You have a great deal of audacity to dare deceive me." With a demeanor that suggested she was prepared to face death, Xiyao retorted, "What have I deceived you about? I am stating facts. Without taking your pulse or examining you, I cannot know the composition of the poison, hence how could I possibly cure it?" Suppressing his fury, Han Xiaoming extended his arm and commanded, "Now, let me check your pulse." He was keen to see what trickery this woman would attempt. Xiyao wasted no time, placing her fingers on his pulse. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and stated, "I can cure it, but I require medicinal herbs." Han Xiaoming regarded her with skepticism. The chilling poison within him had stumped both the manor's physician and Dr. Yan. How could this woman so brazenly claim she could cure him? Was this not absurd? Who in the capital did not know? The second daughter of the Shaoshi Manor was devoid of talent and virtue, merely trailing behind her sister Yan Shaodai like a fool, having been sold and yet helping others count their gains. Han Xiaoming shook his head, unwilling to endure any further nonsense from her. Rising, he coldly declared, "Considering you are to be my future sister-in-law, I shall not hold this against you. Return to your Shaoshi Manor." What nonsense! Future sister-in-law? What is this man's identity? Yan Xiyao racked her brain, trying to recall any memory of this man, but found only emptiness. This man referred to himself as this palace, and the only individuals in the royal family permitted to do so, aside from the empress and the crown prince, were the most favored princes. Could it be that this man was the 9th Prince Han Xiaoming, the full-blooded younger brother of the current crown prince? In the capital, many knew of the current crown prince's full-blooded younger brother and sister, the 9th Prince Han Xiaoming and the 10th Princess Han Xiaoyun, yet few had ever seen the true visage of Han Xiaoming. No wonder there were no recollections of his appearance in the original owner's memories. As Han Xiaoming approached the door, preparing to instruct his servants to escort Yan Xiyao back to the Shaoshi Manor, she called out to stop him. "Wait, I truly can cure the chilling poison afflicting you, Your Highness, the 9th Prince. I wish to propose a deal." Han Xiaoming furrowed his brow and turned to face Yan Xiyao, genuinely intrigued by the transaction she spoke of. "On what basis should I trust that you can antidote the poison?" Yan Xiyao replied, "You may summon the physician from your manor. I will provide the prescription and see if your physician concurs." Her suggestion piqued Han Xiaoming's interest, was eager to ascertain whether she genuinely possessed medical knowledge. A test with the physician would reveal all. "Wu Chen. At your service." The shadow guard Wu Chen appeared in response. Han Xiaoming commanded, "Fetch Dr. Chen and Dr. Yan." "Understood." Wu Chen complied and vanished in an instant.
Chapter 3, The Cold Jade Blood Pattern Bracelet. A quarter of an hour later, the physician Chen and the military Dr. Yan bowed respectfully before Han Xiaoming. "We greet our master," they said. Han Xiaoming responded, "No need for excessive formalities. This Miss Yan claims she can remedy the cold poison afflicting me. I have summoned you to hear her prescription." Both Yan and Chen looked towards Yan Xiyao. Astonished as if struck by a thunderbolt, Han Xiaoming also turned to her, saying, "Miss Yan, please proceed." Yan Xiyao understood that if she wished to negotiate with this 9th prince, she must demonstrate her true capabilities. She wasted no time and began to list the necessary herbs to counteract the cold poison: patchouli, golden thread grass, wishful grass, and millennium fire Ganoderma. She enumerated the required ingredients in one breath. Leaving both physician Chen and military Dr. Yan wide-eyed with astonishment, the intricacy of this prescription was truly remarkable, and they found themselves at a loss. Furrowing his brow, military Dr. Yan remarked, "Miss Yan, while this prescription is indeed exquisite, it seems insufficient to fully alleviate the cold poison affecting His Highness." Yan Xiyao replied, "Indeed, it must be complemented with acupuncture, massage, and medicinal baths to expel the toxins." After a prolonged deliberation, both doctors' eyes sparkled with realization. Physician Chen exclaimed excitedly, "There is hope, Your Highness. We may indeed have a chance to dispel the poison. I believe Miss Yan possesses the ability to cleanse you of this affliction." Military Dr. Yan cautioned, "Let us not rejoice too soon. We lack the necessary herbs. The millennium fire Ganoderma is unavailable in the entire capital." Han Xiaoming was taken aback, observing the expressions of physician Chen and military Dr. Yan. This Miss Yan truly possessed medical knowledge surpassing even the skills of the court physician and military doctor. Was this a dream, or was she hallucinating? Han Xiaoming pinched her own arm sharply. Ouch, it hurt. "This was no dream. Military Dr. Yan, you may leave," Han Xiaoming commanded. "Yes, we take our leave," the two doctors replied as they exited. Han Xiaoming then pulled a chair close to the bed, raised an eyebrow, and inquired, "Miss Yan, what transaction do you wish to propose with me?" Yan Xiyao stated, "I will assist you in dispelling the poison, but you must procure the herbs yourself. Additionally, I require your assistance in annulling my engagement with the 5th prince. Moreover, I cannot return to the Shaoshi mansion, so I would need a loan of silver to rent a place." Han Xiaoming asked, "Why do you wish to sever your engagement with my 5th brother? It is said that you are utterly devoted to him." Yan Xiyao replied, "That was the folly of my youth. I was merely 15 then. I cannot squander my prime years on a scoundrel." Han Xiaoming did not comprehend the term scoundrel, but understood it was not a compliment. In any case, he was not particularly fond of the 5th prince, so this transaction appeared feasible. "Very well, I accept your terms. I shall assist you in dissolving your engagement with my brother. You need not borrow silver. This courtyard is my private residence. You may stay here temporarily, and I will assign 2 maidservants to attend to you. Simply inform them of your needs." Yan Xiyao responded, "Thank you, Your Highness. Please send someone to find the millennium fire Ganoderma swiftly. The cold poison within you can only be suppressed for a year at most." Han Xiaoming nodded and exited the room. Yan Xiyao sighed in relief, dismounting the bed and approaching the vanity to unwrap the bandages on her face. It was a startling sight. Her complexion was as dark as that of a judge from ancient times. It looked as though she had never washed her face since birth. The saying goes, a fair complexion can hide 3 flaws, but with her face so dark and marred by a jagged scar, how could she possibly be presentable? Sighing, she resolved to first heal her facial wounds before figuring out how to lighten her complexion. otherwise how could she face others? Memories of a scar-removing ointment she had once successfully concocted flooded her mind. She had utilized numerous rare herbs in its creation, and its effects were remarkably effective. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her left wrist and looked down to see a bracelet emanating a red glow. The cold jade blood pattern bracelet. She had unearthed this bracelet from an antique street and had even sought verification from an expert, who could not determine its origin. The bracelet felt icy to the touch. Adorned with blood-red patterns, leading her to name it the cold jade blood pattern bracelet. Due to military regulations against wearing jewelry, she had stored it in the drawer of her office at the clinic. Occasionally taking it out to admire and study how had it suddenly reappeared. Was this indeed the cold jade blood pattern bracelet she had procured? As she reached out to touch it, her eyes inadvertently fell upon something unexpected: the military clinic. This was astonishing. The clinic, funded by the military, spanned 4 stories. The first floor housed the pharmacy, with traditional medicine on the left and Western medicine on the right, alongside some specialty drugs. The second floor contained examination rooms, an operating room, and a laboratory equipped with medical instruments. The third floor was an infusion observation area, akin to a ward. The fourth floor featured a 2-bedroom suite for her residence, along with a weapons storage room, a research office, and a study filled with medical texts. Xiyao was quite adept at managing her life, and her suite was well stocked with necessities, including various snacks beloved by young women. She initially thought her excessive blood loss had caused a hallucination. Upon releasing her grip, the clinic vanished, but when she placed her hand back on the bracelet while envisioning the clinic, it reappeared. After several attempts, she confirmed it was not a mere illusion, imagining the scar-removing ointment. She attempted to summon it, and in an instant it materialized in her right hand. She tried to retrieve other items and even attempted to enter the clinic, and astonishingly, she succeeded each time. More remarkably, whatever she took could be replenished automatically, offering an endless supply. Xiyao nearly burst into laughter. This surprise was truly monumental. With this clinic at her disposal, she would wield great power in the Martial Sage Dynasty. Once her health was restored and she annulled the engagement with that despicable fifth prince, she would seek vengeance for the original owner's plight. The original owner had met a tragic and unjust fate, and since she had taken possession of the original body, she felt compelled to avenge every hardship the original had endured. Chapter 4. The human skin mask. Xiyao meticulously examined herself again. Had that knife wound been a fraction off, it could have pierced her heart, and she would likely not have had the chance to borrow a body. After retrieving the necessary herbs from the clinic to treat and bandage her wounds, she realized that with the scar-removing ointment, she could eliminate every scar on her body. Just as she finished bandaging, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Come in." The door creaked open to reveal 2 maidservants entering with trays of food. They bowed, greeting her. "We, your humble servants, greet the second Mississippi." Xiyao nodded slightly, saying, "No need for excessive courtesy." One of the maidservants spoke. "Second Miss, we are here at the behest of the 9th Prince to attend to you. I am Chunlan, and she is Xiaozhu. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us." Xiyao smiled. "Thank you, Chunlan Xiaozhu. Are there perhaps 2 others named Xiujuan and Dongmei?" Chunlan looked shocked, asking, "How do you know?" "Second Miss, do you know them?" Xiyao shook her head, replying, "I do not know them, but deduced it from your names: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. It was quite easy to guess. In truth, these maidservants were far from ordinary. They were 2 of the 4 shadow agents secretly trained by Han Xiaoming, temporarily assigned to act as maidservants while surveilling Xiyao. The other 2 were Qiujuan and Dongmei. Not only were they skilled in martial arts, but they also possess striking appearances, excelling in tracking, gathering intelligence, infiltrating, and assassination." Chunlan smiled. "Second Miss, it is time for your meal." Xiyao politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Chunlan and Xiaozhu exchanged glances, puzzled by Xiao's unexpected politeness, as it was rumored that she was not known for such manners. Xiao surveyed the food on the tray: fish, meat, vegetables, 4 dishes, and a soup, a delightful balance of flavors. She recalled that the original owner had not eaten meat in quite some time. Since Yin Xiaoshi had neglected Lin Shi, the original owner had mostly dined on vegetarian fare alongside her. Seating herself, she began to eat while Chunlan and Xiaozhu tidied the room. After finishing her meal, Xiyao continued her recovery. 2 days later, she noticed something amiss. While her wounds were healing, the injury on her face showed no signs of improvement. How peculiar! Surely it wasn't due to thick skin. Gazing intently into the mirror, she scrutinized her reflection twice before finally identifying the issue. "What in the world? Who the hell put a pitch-black human skin mask on me?" Xiyao seated quietly. Chunlan and Xiaozhu, attending nearby, were startled by Xiao's outburst. "What is this about a spicy chicken human skin mask? Why does the second Miss speak so oddly?" Chunlan inquired, perplexed. Xiao forced a sheepish smile. Nothing. I simply have a craving for spicy chicken." Chunlan was even more bewildered. "What is spicy chicken?" Xiyao clarified. "It's chicken stir-fried with chili." Chunlan frowned and advised, "Second Miss, you have injuries. You shouldn't consume spicy food. Wait until you are healed." Xiao nodded. "I understand, just feeling a bit tempted. No matter, I'll wait a few days. You 2 may leave now. There is no need to attend to me." "Yes." Chunlan and Xiaozhu bowed and exited the room. Once the two maidservants had left, Xiyao began to tear at the human skin mask on her face. The moment she pulled, a sharp pain shot through her, and it would not budge. Could it be that there existed an all-purpose adhesive in this ancient time? Xiyao refused to be disheartened and continued to study her reflection in the mirror. What an array of substances! Alcohol, white vinegar, camphor oil, and floral water she brought forth to sample one by one, truly allowing her to peel away the gossamer-like mask of human skin that adorned her face, gazing into the mirror. And disregarding the ghastly scar marring her left cheek, the original owner possessed an exquisite countenance. Her skin was fair and delicate, adorned with gently arched brows, large eyes framed by long thick lashes, a petite and straight nose, and a finely tapered chin complemented by a cherry-red mouth. She was, without a doubt, a paragon of stunning beauty. It must surely be the handiwork of the Wang mother and daughter. This visage far surpassed that of Yin Xiaodai. Inciting jealousy in others, Wang family, prepare yourselves, for you shall feel the torment of a fate worse than death. It was not yet the time to restore her appearance. Xiyao applied scar cream to her face and donned once more the unappealing mask of human skin. This scene, however, was fortuitously witnessed by Chunlan through a crack in the door. Shocked, she clamped her mouth shut and stealthily made her way to Han Xiaoming's study. Master, there's a situation. Chunlan knelt before Han Xiaoming to report. Han Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, not lifting his head, and inquired, what is the situation? Today, Miss Yen has torn off a mask of human skin from her face. Her visage is neither dark nor ugly. Han Xiaoming was taken aback, raising his head. There was a mask of human skin on her face. Chunlan nodded affirmatively. Han Xiaoming stroked his chin, intrigued. This is quite interesting. I wish to see what trick she intends to play. Chunlan continued, Master, it seems that Miss Yen is unaware of the mask on her face. Han Xiaoming's eyebrows arched. Oh, what transpired? Chunlan recounted Yin Xiao's exclamation. I'll stir up your grandfather's spicy chicken. Who the hell placed this ghastly mask upon me? While Chunlan was not oblivious at the time, she feigned ignorance deliberately, though she genuinely did not comprehend the phrase about the spicy chicken. Han Xiaoming remarked, she doesn't even know herself. This makes it all the more intriguing. Continue to monitor her and ensure she remains oblivious to our awareness. Additionally, prepare 2 sets of clean clothing for her. Yes, I take my leave. Yin Xiao continued her daily routine of applying fresh dressings. The subsequent 3 days passed peacefully without incident. With her health restored, Yin Xiao could no longer remain idle. Early one morning, just as dawn broke, she rose to exercise. During her time in the military, she had exercised daily, and after lying in bed for so many days, she felt as if her joints were rusting. After running several laps in the courtyard, Yin Xiao was breathless, inwardly lamenting, this original body is truly feeble. The courtyard was small, yet she persevered, completing 15 laps before pausing to rest. Exercise is not achieved overnight. Although her wounds had healed, she could not engage in vigorous movements just yet. She resolved to start with running, gradually building her strength. Chunlan and Xiaozhu attended to her bathing and changing, assisting her into a long red silk gown. While Chunlan took special care to style her hair and makeup anew, Yin Xiao questioned, what are you doing? Given her dark complexion, it seemed unnecessary to go through such efforts. Chunlan replied, Miss, you must be made presentable today. After breakfast, His Highness the 9th Prince will escort you to the capital. Yin Xiao frowned, surely there is no need to dress up for a trip to the capital. Stop it, with this face of mine. What difference does it make whether I am adorned or not? Chunlan and Xiaozhu exchanged glances, perplexed. This Miss Yen was unlike the rumors suggested. It was said that she had previously been meticulous about her appearance. Regardless of her complexion, applying thick layers of powder and lipstick as if she had drunk blood, Chunlan insisted, Miss, it is imperative that you prepare yourself. His Highness the 9th Prince requires your presence at a funeral. Yin Xiao asked, what, a funeral? Whose funeral? Chunlan replied, Miss, I beg your pardon, the servant does not know. Yin Xiao's eyes widened, you want me to wear red to a funeral? That seems inappropriate. Chunlan explained the request for red attire comes directly from His Highness. Yin Xiao, incredulous, thought it absurd to wear red for a funeral. It felt like a provocation. Tentatively she asked, could I not choose another color? Chunlan, resigned, responded, Miss, it cannot be changed. His Highness has ordered that you wear red. Yin Xiao pondered this for a moment. The 9th princess' life depended on her salvation, and there was no reason for him to wish her harm. Very well, if death must come, then so be it. Chunlan, find me a veil to cover my scars. No makeup is necessary, just a simple hairstyle will suffice. Chunlan agreed. Understood. Chapter 5. Attending one's own funeral. After breakfast, Chunlan found a red veil for Yin Xiao to wear and led her to the entrance of the side courtyard. At the entrance, the steward had prepared a carriage. Chunlan, Xiaozhu, and Yin Xiao waited nearby. After approximately 15 minutes, Han Xiaoming arrived, clad in white, making a delayed entrance. Upon boarding the carriage, Yin Xiao eagerly inquired, Your Highness, whose funeral are we attending? Han Xiaoming glanced at Yin Xiao without responding, merely gesturing toward her. Yin Xiao widened her eyes, incredulously pointing to herself. Me, attending my own funeral? Han Xiaoming answered coolly, Indeed, you are attending your own funeral. Yin Xiao turned. Wait, I need to change back into the outfit I wore when I fell from the cliff. Han Xiaoming questioned, why must you change back into that outfit? Yin Xiao replied, I want to frighten someone. Someone, could it be that this Miss Yan's injury and fall from the cliff were linked to someone? Was this someone a family member? What had this woman experienced? There is no need to change. You could frighten someone just as effectively in this attire. Very well, I shall not change. Yan Xiyao finally understood why Han Xiaoming insisted she wear red to the funeral. She genuinely wanted to know how Yan Xiaodai had fabricated the tale of her death. Returning alive, she was curious about what reaction would ensue. Han Xiaoming sipped a cup of fragrant tea and leaned against the carriage wall, feigning sleep, while Yan Xiyao rested her chin on her hands. Contemplating her next steps, after about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they arrived at the gates of the Shaoshi residence. Wu Chen halted the carriage and lifted the curtain. Master, we have arrived. Han Xiaoming opened his eyes and disembarked, with Yan Xiyao hurrying to follow. The entrance of the Shaoshi residence was draped in white cloth, where Yan Wenzhong and Wang stood to greet the mourners. Wang pretended to wipe non-existent tears from her eyes, her shoulders trembling. One might almost believe Yan Xiaodai had died. Wu Chen presented a token, and the steward at the entrance raised his voice to announce, His Highness has arrived. Yan Shushi and Wang bowed in welcome, their expressions twitching upon seeing the woman in red veils beside Han Xiaoming, yet they dared not speak further. Your Highness, please enter. Han Xiaoming shot a cold glance at Wang. Madam, please accept my condolences. Alas, it is truly a pity that Miss Yan, so young, has met with such misfortune. Wang hurriedly clarified, Your Highness, there is a misunderstanding. It is not the eldest miss who has perished, but rather the second miss. Han Xiaoming, with a teasing smile, replied, Oh, is that so? Then why is it not Lin who has come forth to greet the guests? It seems Lin is the biological mother of the second miss. Is she not? Yan Shushi interjected. Your Highness may not be aware, but Lin has been overcome with grief, fainting several times. It was I who instructed Wang to attend to the guests. Han Xiaoming pressed. Might I inquire how this second miss met her demise? Yan Shushi responded, To your Highness, my daughter fell off a cliff and tragically perished. Beneath the veil, a smirk curled at the corners of Yan Xiao's mouth. Han Xiaoming, expressionless, remarked, If Madam is so heartbroken, one could only assume it was the eldest miss who has died. Should not the second miss's death bring her joy? Wang thought to herself, Of course, I would be overjoyed. I wish for her to die sooner, yet her face remained sorrowful, and she spoke, Your Highness, how could you say such a thing? The second miss is the late master's biological daughter. How could I not grieve? Han Xiaoming leaned closer to Wang, whispering, I speak only the truth. Yan Xiyao stifled a laugh. She had not expected this ninth prince to possess such a cunning nature. After delivering his words, Han Xiaoming disregarded Wang's disgruntled expression and strode towards the residence. With Yan Xiyao in tow, the sight of Yan Xiyao in her red attire at the Shaoshi residence drew murmurs from the onlookers. An official exclaimed, Heavens, they are in mourning, and she arrives in red. Does she not fear being expelled by the family? A sixth-rank official friendly with Yan Shushi retorted, Expelled? She has already entered. One wonders what animosity she shares with the second miss to arrive in red for the mourning. A seventh-rank official added, Indeed, does she not fear the second miss seeking her out at night? Wearing red to a funeral is a grave disrespect to the deceased. Hush, do you wish to court death? Do you not see that the person beside her is His Highness? An official who had previously encountered Han Xiaoming warned. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Yan Xiyao whispered to Han Xiaoming, Your Highness, I wish to see my mother. Han Xiaoming nodded. Go ahead. If I am not mistaken, your mother should be in the mourning hall burning paper for you. But I am not dead. Yan Xiao's lips twitched, and she strode towards the mourning hall. Han Xiaoming's guess was correct. Lin indeed occupied the mourning hall, burning paper, her eyes vacant as if she were a marionette, mechanically placing the joss paper into a basin. The mourning hall was devoid of others. Everyone else was socializing in the courtyard, for such occasions among officials were prime opportunities for forging connections. Observing Lin's dazed demeanor, Yan Xiyao felt a pang of sorrow. Crouching beside her and softly saying, Mother, there is no need to grieve, your daughter is alive, I have returned. Lin heard her daughter's voice so distinctly that she thought she was hallucinating. With wide eyes, she turned her head and saw a woman in red, her face veiled in sheer fabric. Yan Xiyao pulled Lin to her feet, guiding her behind a curtain as she slowly removed the veil from her face. Overcome with shock, Lin collapsed onto the ground, trembling as she asked, You really are Yao? Then, who lies in the coffin? Yan Xiyao replied, Mother, I am Yao. The person in the coffin must be a corpse that Yan Xiaodai procured and disguised. You know your daughter's voice well, can you not recognize it? Your voice bears a striking resemblance to Yao's. May I see your lower back? Lin recalled vividly that her daughter, Yan Xiyao, had a plum blossom-shaped birthmark on her lower back. Of course, no problem, Yan Xiyao said, lifting her garment to reveal the birthmark. Upon seeing it, Lin's previously dried tears flowed freely once more. This birthmark cannot be mistaken. You are Yao, you truly are alive, but your face. Mother, please do not be agitated. My face is fine, rest assured. I have returned, and from now on, I will protect you. However, we must put on a performance. I will make those who have harmed me pay dearly. Yao, mother, listen to me. You must pretend to know nothing. Do not worry. I will handle everything. Lin gazed into her daughter's resolute eyes and almost instinctively nodded in agreement. Yan Xiyao whispered, Mother, pretend to quarrel with me over my red attire and push me outside. I want the Wang family to see that I am not dead. Lin's expression turned anxious. Yao, you cannot confront them, you should quietly leave the Shushi residence. I will find an opportunity to come for you. Mother, please trust me, I will be safe, the ninth prince will protect me. To reassure Lin. Yan Xiyao mentioned Han Xiaoming. Chapter 6. How could Yan Xiyao still be alive having been under house arrest by Yan Wenzhong for several years? Lin had naturally not heard of the ninth prince's fearsome reputation as the cold-faced demon, only knowing him to be the most favored son of the emperor and empress. Hearing Yan Xiyao mention that the ninth prince would protect her brought Lin a sense of relief. Lin looked at Yan Xiyao earnestly and asked, Yao, it was the Wang family who harmed you, wasn't it? Yes, Yan Xiyao confirmed with a nod. Mother, I was blind to their malice before, but this time, I will make them wish they were never born. And as for the fifth prince, I intend to formally annul our engagement, but what will happen after you break off the engagement with the fifth prince? Once a woman is jilted, who would dare to marry her again? Mother, even if I were to marry a commoner, I would refuse to wed a scoundrel. I am still young, and how could I marry someone who has plotted to take my life? Lin observed her daughter's steadfastness and felt that this new version of Yao was vastly different from the one she had known. Perhaps it was the brush with death that had transformed her. Lin nodded. Very well, mother supports you. What do you wish to do? Yan Xiyao inquired. Who brought the corpse in the coffin? Lin replied. It was Yin Shaodai who led the effort to retrieve it. A wicked smile curved Yan Xiao's lips. Good, use my red attire as an excuse to push me outside, then tear off my veil, allowing those outside to come in and open the coffin for identification. Thus exposing Yan Shaodai. Very well, this time, mother will fight with all her strength to protect you. Yan Xiyao felt deeply moved. Perhaps this was the essence of a mother's fierce love. Rest assured, mother, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Lin's eyes brimmed with emotion and pride. Her daughter had finally matured. She could now see through the predatory demons lurking around them. As long as her daughter grew strong and truly understood the world, she could finally cease her own sufferings, for she had endured far too long for her daughter's sake. Yan Xiyao donned her veil and nodded at Lin. In an instant, Lin's countenance shifted to one of fury as she shouted. Who are you? Who let you in? Wearing red to someone else's funeral? What are your intentions? Get out. The Shushi residence does not welcome you. As she spoke, Lin pushed Yan Xiyao toward the exit. Yan Xiyao smiled, feigning sadness as she was nudged outside. Lin's outcry immediately captured the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Han Xiaoming observed the scene with a subtle smirk. This girl had been inside for quite some time, and it seemed the mother and daughter were in cahoots to stage a play. It appeared she was not as foolish as he had presumed. To annul the engagement, one must first be alive. Meanwhile, Yan Shaodai, who had been flirting with the fifth prince, hastily emerged upon seeing Yan Xiyao and read, her lips curling into a cold smile. This was her moment to shine. To others, Yan Shaodai appeared to be a caring sister. Gentle and kind, how could she miss this opportunity to perform? With a sharp pinch to her thigh that brought tears to her eyes, she exclaimed, Who are you? Today is my sister's funeral. How can you wear red to a funeral? Yan Xiyao regarded Yan Shaodai's feigned delicateness with disgust, nearly retching. Before Yan Xiyao could respond, Yan Shaodai stepped forward and violently tore off her veil. Ah, a ghost! Upon recognizing Yan Xiao's face, Yan Shaodai stumbled back in terror, collapsing onto the ground, trembling violently. The onlookers scrutinized Yan Xiao's face, finding it identical to that of the second miss of the Shushi residence. Save for a grotesque scar on her left cheek, the fifth prince, Han Xiaoqi, also froze in shock at the sight of Yan Xiyao, his back chilling with fear. Yan Xiyao slowly approached Yan Shaodai, who recoiled in fright. What are you afraid of, a sister? You are my dear sister. Did you know? I felt so lonely over there. I had to come bring you to join me. Please, don't come any closer. Father, help! Fifth prince, save me! Hearing Yan Xiaodai's cries, Yan Shaoxi and Wang hurried into the courtyard, protective instincts kicking in as they shielded Yan Shaodai behind them. However, upon seeing Yan Xiao's face, Wang collapsed in horror. Crashing onto Yan Shaodai, Yan Wenzhong's face turned pale as he gazed at Yan Xiao in terror. Why you are really Yao? Yan Xiao coldly replied. Who else would you think it is? No, you are not Yao. Though Yao's face may be darkened, she bears no scars. Who are you really? Yan Xiao sneered. How could I have a scar? You should ask your precious eldest daughter, Yan Shaodai. It was she who inflicted it. Not only on my face but also on my chest and all over. Yan Wenzhong glanced at Yan Shaodai, who feigned innocence. Father, I didn't do anything. How could I harm anyone? The fifth prince stepped forward to assist Yan Shaodai. His eyes filled with malice as he declared, I do not care who you are. Shaodai is so kind she wouldn't harm even an ant. If you wish to slander her, have you asked me first? Lin approached Yan Xiao and stated, Fifth Prince, Yao is your fiancé. Is it truly appropriate for you to shield Yan Shaodai in front of so many witnesses? The fifth prince shamelessly responded. Precisely because Yao is my fiancée, and she is dead, I must protect her sister. Upon hearing this, Yan Shaodai felt reassured. There was no way Yan Xiyao could have survived having suffered a stab wound from her and being thrown off a cliff. She should have perished. Although she had not searched for the body at the cliff's base, she had been the one to kill Yan Xiyao before disposing of her body. How could she possibly still be alive? The corpse in the coffin was undoubtedly the fifth prince's doing. He had found a peasant woman of similar stature, beaten her to a pulp, and cruelly murdered her, disguising her as Xiyao. Is that so? The fifth prince is indeed quite devoted, but I wonder if the corpse in the coffin truly belongs to the second miss of Yen. After Xiyao spoke, Han Xiaoming stepped forward and said, I too find this puzzling. I rescued the second miss of Yen from the cliff behind the Shushi residence. Is it possible that another second miss of Yen lies in that coffin? Yen Xiaodai and the fifth prince instantly turned pale with shock. This shouldn't be happening. How could Yen Xiao still be alive? Chapter 7. Opening the coffin for identification, the fifth prince turned and shot a fierce glare at Yen Xiaodai. The meaning unmistakable. Yen Xiaodai hurriedly shook her head, her expression one of innocence. Han Xiaoming spoke, with so many witnesses present today, Yen Shaoshi, are you not going to open the coffin for identification and uncover the truth? Or do you wish to send someone else off to their grave? Lin interjected, my dear, I can recognize Yao'er's voice. She is indeed Yao'er. I want to see who lies in that coffin. Wang quickly pretended to be sorrowful, saying, though Yao'er is not my biological child, she is still the second miss of the Yin family, a young lady yet to be wed. How can we allow her to suffer indignities in death? Lin fixed a piercing gaze on Wang and coldly asked, Wang, what are you afraid of? Yao'er is my daughter. I consent to opening the coffin for identification, yet you oppose it. Do you know that the corpse inside belongs to someone else? Yan Wenzhong gazed at the sudden assertiveness of the Lin family, momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this truly the same delicate Lin? Observing Wang's flustered expression, he couldn't shake the thought that the woman in red before him might indeed be the genuine Yao'er. Although he held no affection for Yen Xiao, she remained his daughter. The thought of sending her to her grave for another was something he could not fathom. However, if faced with a choice between protecting Yen Xiao and Yen Xiaodai, he would unhesitatingly choose to safeguard Yen Xiaodai. Han Xiaoming, noticing Yan Wenzhong's evident distress, approached Yen Xiao and coldly remarked, let us open the coffin and examine the body. I am eager to discover who lies within and who it is that I have rescued. Yen Xiaodai, in a state of panic, had never encountered the ninth prince. Seeing Han Xiaoming standing by Yen Xiao's side, she could scarcely believe that this handsome man was the feared cold-faced demon she had once heard mentioned. All eyes were on Han Xiaoming, oblivious to Yen Xiaodai as she subtly inched closer, attempting to employ her charms to dissuade him from the examination. Han Xiaoming's brow furrowed at her exaggerated demeanor, nearly provoking his disdain. When Han Xiaoqi finally regained her composure and sought to intervene, it was already too late. Just as Yen Xiaodai stood less than 3 feet away from Han Xiaoming, he lifted his foot and forcefully kicked her away, suppressing a laugh. Yen Xiao thought to herself, indeed, the cold-faced demon ninth prince executed that splendidly. Yen Xiaodai flew backward, colliding with the wall, blood spilling from her mouth as she fainted. Han Xiaoqi, Wang, and Yan Wenzhong rushed over to assess her condition. As Wang prepared to cast blame upon Han Xiaoming, Han Xiaoqi, with a furious expression, exclaimed, ninth brother, you have gone too far. Upon hearing Han Xiaoqi address Han Xiaoming as ninth brother, Wang was instantly deflated, reduced to wailing over Yen Xiaodai. Han Xiaoming retorted, have I gone too far? Does fifth brother not know that I permit no woman to approach me? Why blame me for your inability to protect your own woman? What logic is this? Han Xiaoqi stammered. Han Xiaoming dismissed him with indifference and addressed the assembled crowd. Is there anyone willing to accompany me to open the coffin and examine the body? An official stepped forward, proclaiming, I shall accompany His Highness into the examination. Another official joined him, and soon nearly everyone had volunteered. Han Xiaoming turned and strode purposefully toward the mourning hall. As the coffin lid was lifted, Yen Xiao stepped forward and began to explore the features of the corpse. Before anyone could express astonishment at her boldness, she tore away a human skin mask from the face of the corpse, revealing a strange and scarred visage. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. This. A third-rank official declared, this is indeed not Miss Yen Er. Yen Xiao continued her examination, determining that the deceased had been dead for 4 days, having been brutally beaten to death rather than dying from a fall. Judging by the calluses on her hands, she surmised that the girl had engaged in arduous manual labor. Alas, this young woman, whose stature resembles mine, has met such a tragic end. The assailant truly possessed a heart of stone. Yan Wenzhong, standing at the entrance of the mourning hall, was frozen in disbelief. The corpse indeed was not his daughter. The body had been brought back by Yen Xiaodai, so why would his eldest daughter seek to substitute another's body in her stead? Could it be that Yao'er had truly been wronged by her? A daughter who was utterly worthless, stark, and unattractive, her demise was inconsequential, yet it was unacceptable to send another to the grave, and now, being exposed by the ninth prince before so many, he felt his honor as a revered scholar dwindle away. Yan Wenzhong shot a furious glare at Wang, exclaiming, is this the good daughter you have raised? Go to your room and reflect on your actions. I shall deal with you tomorrow. Wang protested, my lord, I don't leave, he thundered. Wang had no choice but to be supported by her maid as she took Yen Xiaodai back indoors. Yen Xiao coldly interjected, father, your eldest daughter sought to take my life. Do you not intend to provide my mother with an explanation? Yan Wenzhong retorted, what explanation do you expect from me? What evidence do you possess to prove that your sister is the one who harmed you? Blame only your own incompetence and folly. Yan Xiao laughed, the sound laden with desolation, feeling a profound sorrow for the original owner of this body, afflicted by such a wretched father. You truly are a paragon of fatherhood, she scoffed. Lin closed her eyes briefly, then opened them with a cold gaze, declaring, Yan Xiaosher, Yaoer is also your daughter. I did not expect you to be so biased. Since you are so heartless, I shall seek a divorce. Lin turned and knelt before Han Xiaoming. Beseeching, Ninth Prince, may I implore you to take me to the palace? I wish to petition the Emperor for permission to divorce Yan Wenzhong. Han Xiaoming nodded. Very well, madam, please rise and accompany me to the palace. Thank you, Ninth Prince. Yan Wenzhong attempted to intervene but dared not, watching helplessly as Lin and Yan Xiao followed Han Xiaoming away, unable to utter a word. The attendees of the funeral, mostly his colleagues, cast disdainful glances at him, shaking their heads as they departed the Yan residence. Overwhelmed, Yan Wenzhong sank down onto the ground, uncertain whether his protection of Yan Xiaodai was right or wrong. However, with 5th Prince Han Xiaoqi's interest in Yan Xiaodai, he felt compelled to ensure her safety. After all, with Yan Xiao's unattractive visage, how could she ever hope to marry into royalty? The other concubines' children were still young and would only be considered as secondary wives if they entered the royal family. Thus, he must prioritize Yan Xiaodai. Resolving his thoughts, Yan Wenzhong rose from the ground, instructing his servants to handle the body, before changing into court attire and hastening to the palace alongside the 5th prince. Chapter 8, Annulment of Engagement. Han Xiaoming led Yan Xiao and Lin through the palace gates without hindrance, while Yan Wenzhong, less fortunate, found himself barred from entry. The guards dared not obstruct the 5th prince but would not allow Yan Wenzhong inside without prior notification. As it was not the time for court, without further ado, Han Xiaoming escorted Lin and Yan Xiao into the emperor's study. Upon entering, he boldly declared, I pay my respects to you, father, I have come to see you. The emperor replied grumpily, you rascal, have you forgotten that I am your father? How long has it been since you last visited? Han Xiaoming appeared unfazed. Father, I am here now. Are you not aware of how busy I am? Do not give me that nonsense, speak plainly, what brings you here? Oh, when did you learn to tell fortunes? Father, you can predict when I come to find you. The emperor chuckled warmly, I am your father. After raising you for so many years, how could I not know your character? Han Xiaoming rarely smiled, calling out to the doorway, Madam, Miss Yan, please enter. Yan Xiao and Lin entered the emperor's study. Kneeling before him as they greeted, your servant, your daughter, pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Dismiss your formalities, rise, what brings you both to see me, and you, why do you conceal your face? The emperor pointed at Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao replied, Your majesty, I was disfigured a few days ago and now bear a frightful appearance. I fear it may frighten your majesty. The emperor frowned, you were disfigured? If I recall correctly, you are the fiancé of the 5th prince. How did this come to pass? Yan Xiao responded, I was harmed by my sister Yan Xiaodai, receiving a wound to my chest and being viciously whipped, leaving me bloodied. Were it not for the 9th prince's timely rescue, I might have met a tragic fate. Oh, she is your sister. Why would she do such a thing? Yan Xiao explained, she harbors feelings for the 5th prince and desires to be with him unreservedly. By killing me, the engagement would fall to her. The emperor nodded, remove your veil so that I may see your face. Your servant obeys. Yan Xiao raised her hand and slowly removed the veil. The emperor gazed at the grievous scars marring Yan Xiao's face, narrowing his eyes. The assailant was indeed ruthless. Have you come to seek justice from me? Yan Xiao shook her head, I dare not. I do not seek vengeance. I wish to petition your majesty for permission to annul my engagement with the 5th prince, as I am now disfigured and unworthy of him. Her words astonished the emperor. Rather than seeking justice for her grievances, she sought to relinquish her engagement with the 5th prince. Truly, which noble lady in the capital would not wish to marry into royalty? Yet this young girl dared to propose an annulment. Such a woman was indeed rare. The emperor, gazing at Yan Xiao, sighed internally, lamenting that she had been disfigured. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to lose such a promising potential daughter-in-law. A disfigured woman marrying into royalty would be a source of shame, inviting ridicule from all. Of the emperor nodded and replied, your petition is granted. I consent to the annulment of your engagement with the 5th prince. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. The emperor then turned to Lin, who had shed her previous softness, her gaze resolute as she declared, Your Majesty, I petition you to allow me to divorce Yan Wenzhong. The emperor frowned. Regarding Lin, why do you seek a divorce? Lin recounted. Your Majesty, are you aware that Yan Wenzhong elevated Wang to the status of primary wife and confined me to a storeroom in the back courtyard for 5 years? Now, my daughter has been so grievously harmed by Wang's daughter. Yet he only cares for her well-being, disregarding my daughter's plight. He has failed in his duties as a father and a husband. Lin laid bare the grievances she had endured over the years. The emperor's expression darkened as he turned to Han Xiaoming, asking, Xiaoming, is what she says true? Han Xiaoming replied, Indeed, I am present here today, and I find myself doubting whether Miss Yan is truly the daughter of her father. What sort of father treats his own daughter in such a manner? At that moment, a guard announced at the entrance, Your Majesty, Master Yan is requesting entry at the palace gates of the emperor, with a commanding presence. Responded, I was just about to seek him out. Let him in. Yes, your majesty. After waiting for approximately the duration of a tea ceremony, the 5th prince accompanied the stumbling Master Yan into the emperor's study. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Yan Wenzhong knelt in reverence to. I pay my respects to father. Han Shaoqi followed suit, bowing deeply. The emperor declared, Fifth, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I have consented to the dissolution of the engagement between Miss Yan Er and you. On a future date, I shall arrange a new marriage for you. You may leave for now. Father. Han Shaoqi wished to protest further, but the emperor's authoritative voice interrupted him. Leave, yes, your son obeys. Han Shaoqi acquiesced and exited. The emperor, his face etched with anger, inquired, Master Yan, are you aware of your transgressions? Yan Wenzhong was taken aback, exclaiming, Your Majesty, what wrong have I committed? The emperor, irate, retorted, What wrong? I ask you, who is your legitimate wife, the Lin family or the Wang family? Yan Wenzhong, trembling, replied, Naturally, it is the Lin family. The emperor's fury intensified. Is that so? Then why has Lin been confined in the back courtyard storage room for 5 years? While Wang has been elevated to the status of a primary wife, who granted you the audacity to favor a concubine over your lawful wife? Yan Wenzhong acknowledged, I am guilty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, the emperor thundered, forgive you? How could the Martial Sage Dynasty produce such a disgrace, especially from one of your esteemed rank? Lin, I approve of your separation. Lin knelt, expressing her gratitude, thank you for your grace. Your Majesty, Yan Wenzhong, having favored a concubine and shielded a murderer, I shall reduce your official rank by 3 levels, considering your relative restraint these past years. Yan Wenzhong implored, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you to retract your command and grant me another opportunity for redemption. He bowed deeply, begging for mercy. The emperor replied, Very well, ask Lin if she is willing to give you a chance. Yan Wenzhong turned to Lin, who knelt and stated, Your Majesty, my heart has already perished. I only wish for a divorce. I implore your Majesty to grant my wish. Do you hear that? It is not that I refuse you an opportunity, but rather that your wife does not wish to grant you one. Ming'er, I am weary. Prepare the divorce decree and the annulment of the engagement. Half of Master Yan's estate shall be allocated to Lin. Han Xiaoming replied, Yes, your son obeys. Yan Wenzhong's expression turned ashen, his heart filled with hatred towards both Lin and Yan Xiyao, and even towards Han Xiaoming. If not for Han Xiaoming bringing them into the palace, how could he have ended up in this predicament? How could he have lost 3 ranks? Indeed, were it not for Han Xiaoming, the emperor would hardly concern himself with a minister's domestic affairs amidst the multitude of matters at hand. The emperor glanced at Yan Xiyao, who met his gaze without a trace of fear, garnering a measure of admiration from him. Little girl, I shall summon an imperial physician to see if he can remedy the scar on your face. Yan Xiyao politely responded, Thank you for your kind offer, Your Majesty, but it is unnecessary. The 9th prince's physician has already examined me. The emperor nodded, and Han Xiaoming prepared the divorce decree and the annulment order for the emperor's review. The emperor affixed his seal and handed the divorce decree to Lin, who received it with profound gratitude, instantly feeling a significant weight lift from her shoulders. Chapter 9, The most venomous heart of a woman. The emperor commanded, Ming'er, you shall oversee Yan Wenzhong, ensuring he surrenders half of his estate to Lin. Han Xiaoming acquiesced, Yes, your son obeys. Yan Xiyao and Lin knelt before the emperor, expressing, Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Arise, the emperor bid. And both Yan Xiyao and Lin simultaneously replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Yan Xiyao felt a surge of joy. This emperor is indeed commendable, having thought to allocate half of the estate to her mother. With this portion, they could purchase a residence of their own, free from the scrutiny of others. Once the 9th prince's cold poison was cured, they would leave the capital and roam freely upon exiting the palace. Han Xiaoming accompanied them back to the residence of the Master Yan, where they assessed Yan Wenzhong's assets. With Han Xiaoming present, Yan Wenzhong dared not voice any dissent, dutifully accounting for all his possessions and dividing half for Lin. Upon learning of this news, Wang and Yan Xiaodai were nearly driven to the brink of fury. Aghast at the loss of half the estate, Wang and Yan Xiaodai were filled with venomous resentment and vowed to eliminate Lin and Yan Xiyao to reclaim that portion of the estate. In the palace, the emperor's unease grew. Could this truly be his youngest son, who had always shunned the company of women? Had he not vowed to keep women at bay, yet now he had brought 2 into the palace? This behavior was utterly uncharacteristic. Could it be that his son had an issue with his sight? How could he allow an unattractive woman to approach him? This cannot be. His son must have a flawed sense of aesthetics. The emperor could no longer focus on the memorials and hastily made his way to the empress's quarters, needing to discuss this matter. The reason his youngest son enjoyed the favor of both the emperor and empress was that among his siblings, Han Xiaoming bore the closest resemblance to the emperor, save for his aversion to women. His Majesty has arrived. With the announcement from eunuch Wu, the empress hurried to welcome him. Your servant humbly greets Your Majesty. Dispense with the formalities. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. What brings you here today? The empress inquired. Supporting the emperor replied, I have come to discuss matters regarding Ming'er. The empress was momentarily taken aback. What about Ming'er? The emperor recounted how Han Xiaoming had brought Lin and her daughter into the palace, questioning, Do you think Ming'er has an issue with his eyesight? Why would he allow a disfigured woman to approach him? However, the Empress's concern was not for the disfigured woman but rather the dissolution of the engagement between Yin Xiyao and the fifth prince. She sought clarification. You mean the second daughter of the Yin family is no longer engaged to the fifth prince? Yes, I have already granted my approval. The Yin family's second daughter is disfigured, making her unsuitable for marriage into the royal family, and now that the engagement is dissolved, if Ming'er has feelings for her, let them become betrothed, the Empress said, her words strikingly candid. The Emperor was taken aback, fearing he had misheard. Could the Empress have lost her mind? He widened his eyes and exclaimed, Empress, do you realize what you are saying? The Yin family's second daughter is disfigured, the Empress sighed, and what of it? With so many physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau, can they not remedy a scar, as long as Ming'er is fond of her? Any woman will suffice. I have no further demands. It is a rare opportunity for a woman to approach Ming'er. As long as she is not a man, her beauty or lack thereof is inconsequential. This is unacceptable, the Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. Your Majesty, do you wish for Ming'er to be a recluse? I certainly do not wish that, but the second daughter of the Yin family is truly too unattractive. The Empress pressed, how unattractive? The Emperor replied, extremely unattractive. I shall visit Ming'er's villa tomorrow and inquire with the estate physician whether that girl's scar can be treated. The Emperor nodded, yes, you shall see for yourself. Han Xiaoming had waited until the distribution of the Master Yan's assets was complete, which was now past midnight. He then escorted Lin and her daughter to a carriage, returning to the villa on the outskirts of the capital. Han Xiaoming spoke, Madam Lin, you and Miss Yan shall reside here for the time being. My fifth royal brother and that woman will not let this matter rest easily, but they dare not come here to harm you. Yin Xiyao responded, thank you, Your Highness. I rather hope they do come so I may repay my grievances in kind. Han Xiaoming raised an eyebrow dismissively, saying, you, with no martial skills whatsoever, do you intend to command the guards of my estate to assist you in seeking vengeance? Yin Xiyao shrugged, you underestimate me too much. I have studied a bit of poison. Could I not incapacitate them all, or set traps to ensure they have no means of escape? Han Xiaoming could only stare. Realizing the truth of the adage, the most venomous heart belongs to a woman, Lin politely expressed, thank you, Your Highness, for your hospitality. Tomorrow we shall search for a house, and once we find one, we shall move out. Han Xiaoming replied, Madam Lin, there is no need to rush. I have already said, it is not safe for you to leave now. Remain here at the villa for the time being. It would be quite the folly to let Yin Xiyao and her mother depart, who would then assist him in dispelling the cold poison. He would not allow them to leave him high and dry. Han Xiaoming had his own intentions for keeping Lin and her daughter close. He commanded, bring Madam Lin to her quarters for rest and see to her needs. Chunlan stepped forward, bowing in acknowledgement. Yes, Madam Lin, this way please. As Chunlan led Lin away, Han Xiaoming, with a hint of a smile, stated, Miss Yan, in 3 days, you shall accompany me on an outing. Where to? Yin Xiyao inquired. To seek the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom. Yin Xiyao shook her head, I shall not go. I told you, you are responsible for finding the medicinal herbs. I must find a way to earn a living, now that my mother and I have moved out of the Master Yan's residence. We cannot live off nothing, Han Xiaoming countered. If you accompany me to find the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom and cure the cold poison afflicting me, I shall reward you with 100,000 taels of silver. 1,100,000 taels. Yin Xiao's eyes sparkled, revealing her inner avarice. Indeed, I shall also grant you a residence. Yin Xiyao asked, is that true? Han Xiaoming replied nonchalantly, not a word of it is false. Hearing this, Yin Xiyao believed that the esteemed ninth prince would not deceive her, and thus she readily agreed. Very well, I accept, but it must be in writing. Should you change your mind later, I would be left with nothing. Not a problem, I promise you. After Han Xiaoming finished speaking, he silently thought to himself, by bringing you close to me, I do not believe that you will not reveal any flaws. I shall see if you can truly cure the cold poison afflicting me. Yin Xiyao felt elated. Wow, this is a windfall. There is potential here. She reached into her sleeve and retrieved a dark brown pill, presenting it to Han Xiaoming with the words, Ninth Prince. Seeing your sincerity, I shall bestow upon you a small gift. Of this pill, once consumed, will suppress your cold poison for a month. I shall provide you with another after that. Han Xiaoming accepted the pill but did not consume it. Turning away to leave, Yin Xiyao merely smiled and returned to her room. She was fully aware that Han Xiaoming did not trust her and would likely take the pill to the physician for verification. Alas, the wealthier and more powerful one is, the more they fear death. They dread being poisoned by others, yet they fail to consider that their benefactor is still within their residence. Doesn't she wish to live as well? Chapter 10, Do not gaze at impropriety in the dead of night. Within Han Xiaoming's study, both the estate physician and Yan Junyi were present. Yan Junyi held the dark brown pill in his hand, meticulously scraping off some powder with a small knife for examination, even tasting a tiny bit. After a moment, both physicians widened their eyes in shock, unable to utter a word. Han Xiaoming, thinking they had been poisoned, turned in anger to confront Yin Xiyao. Yan Junyi, regaining his composure, inquired, Ninth Prince, where did you acquire this pill? Han Xiaoming replied, where else could it have come from? It was given to me by the second miss of the Yin family. The estate physician exclaimed in admiration, "Incredible, this individual possesses remarkable medical skills. Ninth Prince, you must consume this pill. It can suppress the cold poison within you." Han Xiaoming furrowed his brow, astonished as he asked, "Is this truly the case?" Both physicians nodded vigorously, with Yin Junyi stating, "The medical skills of the second miss of the Yin family are truly commendable. The formulation and compatibility of this prescription are exceedingly clever and daring." Skeptical yet intrigued, Han Xiaoming placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. The two physicians watched him intently, awaiting the effects of the medicine. A quarter of an hour later, Han Xiaoming's formerly icy body began to gradually warm. He had nearly forgotten what warmth felt like. Han Xiaoming was utterly astonished. Could the second miss of the Yin family truly be the woman who was said to be utterly useless? Such absurdity! Clearly the rumors were unfounded. Yin Xiyao had concealed her true self remarkably well. Han Xiaoming recalled their first encounter. This woman did not seem to approach him with ulterior motives, for no one knew he was at the hot spring at the base of the cliff, not even Wu Chen. Thus, there was only one possibility: she had indeed been harmed and cast down the cliff, leading to their fateful meeting. Yet, he could not afford to be careless. After all, many sought to draw near him, each with their own agendas. However, Yin Xiyao appeared unthreatening, a woman without martial prowess. What kind of waves could she stir? A wicked smile crept upon Han Xiaoming's lips. Such a person, not kept close and utilized, would be a waste. Han Xiaoming commanded, "You may leave now. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, accompany me to seek the Millennium Fire Spirit Herb." "Yes, we take our leave." The estate physician and Yin Junyi exited, leaving Han Xiaoming puzzled. From where did Yin Xiyao procure the materials to concoct this pill? When he first met her, she had not even possessed the herbs to stop bleeding. How could she have crafted a pill in just a few days without venturing outside? Was it possible she had prepared it beforehand at the master's residence and only retrieved it now? Yet, that did not make sense either. How could she have known he was afflicted with cold poison to prepare a remedy in advance? Did she perhaps possess some hidden identity? Having never left the capital since childhood, could it be related to the mysterious person who taught her medicine? It is possible that this mysterious individual is an enemy spy. With close surveillance, I shall see if this mysterious figure reveals themselves. With this thought, Han Xiaoming rose, leaving the study to fly to the roof of Yin Xiao's quarters. Upon landing, he gently lifted a tile to peer inside. What he saw nearly caused him to tumble off the roof. Yin Xiao was luxuriating in a bath, completely unclothed, her head tilted back, eyes closed in bliss, revealing her true visage, while the dark, unsightly human skin mask lay aside. Han Xiaoming's countenance flushed crimson. He silently admonished himself, "Do not gaze at impropriety," yet his eyes betrayed him. Fixating on Yin Xiao's fair, delicate face, the scars on her face had faded considerably, leaving only a faint flesh-tone mark. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, Yin Xiao abruptly opened her eyes. Just as Han Xiaoming hastily replaced the tile, she quickly donned her clothes and, with the human skin mask in hand, rushed to the courtyard to look up, yet saw nothing. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaoshu twitched her lips. Truly her master was something else, sneaking a peek at a maiden bathing and nearly getting caught. Had she not been swift, the second miss of the Yin family would have surely apprehended him. Wait a moment, her master was not one to favor women. How could he have spied on Yin Xiao bathing? Had he perhaps undergone a change of heart? Upon returning to her room, Yin Xiao closed the door, glanced around, and shut her eyes to carefully perceive her surroundings. Xiaozhu, observing Yin Xiao's actions, quickly held her breath to avoid detection. Although Yin Xiao was a special forces veteran, lacking inner strength, relying solely on her senses, she remained oblivious to Xiaozhu's covert observation. Yin Xiao slipped off her shoes and collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoming returned to his own chamber, his mind awash with Yin Xiao's fair, delicate face, perplexed as to why she had previously been unaware of the human skin mask on her face. She certainly did not appear to be a foolish person. Unable to fathom it further, Han Xiaoming removed his garments and lay down, soon succumbing to a deep sleep, for without the chill, slumber came easily. The following morning, Yin Xiao rose as usual to exercise. After running until she was drenched in sweat, she paused to practice a set of military boxing. Chunlan and Xiaozhu watched in astonishment. Yin Xiao, lacking inner strength, could execute the moves with remarkable precision. Chunlan feigned surprise and asked, "Second miss, do you know martial arts?" Yin Xiao replied, "I possess a rudimentary skill, enough to fend off a ruffian. But faced with a martial arts master, I would be finished in an instant." Chunlan was taken aback. The second miss spoke the truth, without embellishment, which felt refreshingly sincere. Xiaozhu brought fresh water for Yin Xiao, who, after washing up, began her morning meal. Meanwhile, Wu Chen paced anxiously outside Han Xiaoming's door. His master typically arose before dawn, yet today, at this hour, there was still no sign of Han Xiaoming. This was highly unusual. Could his master be ill? No, he must quickly summon the estate physician for an examination. With that thought, Wu Chen hurried off to find the physician. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Chen returned with the estate physician to Han Xiaoming's bedroom door, only to find that Han Xiaoming still had not risen. Gathering his courage, Wu Chen knocked on the door. "Master, are you awake?" Silence ensued. After several more knocks, Han Xiaoming's irate voice finally called out, "Who is it?" Wu Chen answered, Master, it is I, your subordinate. Are you unwell? Han Xiaoming replied, I am quite well. What brings you to me, Master? It is already the hour of the dragon. I was concerned as you had not yet arisen. Before Wu Chen could finish, Han Xiaoming interrupted, I am perfectly fine, withdraw at once. Yes, Wu Chen quickly retreated. Chapter 11. The arrival of the Empress. Awakened by the commotion, Han Xiaoming found it impossible to return to slumber. Ever since being afflicted with cold poison, sleep had become elusive, his body perpetually frigid. Just as he had finally managed to enjoy a restful sleep, he was rudely awakened by his subordinates. Reluctantly, Han Xiaoming climbed out of bed. Dressed at a leisurely pace, and opened the door. Wu Chen hurried off to fetch water, bringing it to Han Xiaoming's chamber. After washing up and preparing to enjoy breakfast, a loud voice announcing the arrival of the Empress echoed from outside. The Empress has arrived. Han Xiaoming hastily set down his chopsticks and went out to greet her. As Lin Shi and Yen Xiyao also stepped forward in welcome, the Empress entered the courtyard accompanied by a troop of imperial guards. Her attire a striking red, exuding an air of nobility. In her 40s, she appeared scarcely past 30. Son, I have come to see you. Han Xiaoming bowed respectfully. The Empress feigned annoyance, chiding, Am I not allowed to come and see you? You finally enter the palace, yet you do not come to visit me before leaving. How unfilial. Mother, I had matters to attend to, he replied. If you have matters, then it is up to me to come and see you. She continued, her gaze shifting to Lin Shi and Yen Xiyao approaching. Both Lin Shi and Yen Xiyao knelt before the Empress, greeting her, Your humble servant, daughter, pays respects to the Empress. May the Empress live for thousands of years, no need for formalities, rise. They both responded in unison, Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress scrutinized Yen Xiyao closely, noting her decent figure, though a red veil obscured her face. The exposed skin appeared to be a deep radiant hue. Smiling, she said, Remove the veil. I wish to see your face. Yen Xiyao hesitated, replying, Your Majesty, my face is disfigured, and I fear it may frighten you. I am aware, I simply wish to see how disfigured you were, the Empress insisted. With grace, Yen Xiyao slowly unveiled her face, causing the Empress to gasp in shock. This is exceedingly ugly. She examined Yen Xiyao with keen eyes. Observing that while her face was dark, her neck and hands were fair and delicate, if treated, she would likely not remain unattractive. Turning to Han Xiaoming, the Empress instructed, Ming'er, summon the estate physician, I have matters to discuss with him. Han Xiaoming inquired, Mother, what would you like to ask? Simply summon him, she replied. Very well. Han Xiaoming assented, then called out, Wu Chen, fetch the estate physician immediately. Dustless appeared and responded, Yes, your humble servant obeys. Han Xiaoming extended his hand to support the Empress, saying, Mother, please take a seat indoors. Have you had your breakfast? The Empress nodded. I came here as soon as I rose. I have yet to partake in my morning meal. Han Xiaoming replied, I had just picked up my chopsticks when you arrived. It is indeed perfect timing for us to dine together, the Empress commanded. You all may leave. Yes, the commoner, your servant, takes her leave. The Empress followed Han Xiaoming to the main hall to have breakfast. Soon, Dustless arrived before the Empress with the court physician. Your humble servant pays respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. May you live 1,000 years. Dr. Chen knelt in greeting. No need for formalities, rise and speak. The Empress said, Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress inquired, Was it you who treated the injury on the face of the second Miss Yan? I ask you, can her wound be healed without leaving a scar? The physician responded, replying to Your Majesty, I find myself lacking in skill. However, the second Miss Yan's medical expertise surpasses that of myself and Dr. Yan. I believe she can certainly heal herself. What? The Empress gasped, her eyes wide with incredulity. What had she just heard? The second Miss Yan's medical skills surpassing those of the court physician and Dr. Yan. This was utterly absurd. Is this truly the case? The physician affirmed, I assure Your Majesty, there is not a word of falsehood. The Empress gazed at Han Xiaoming in astonishment. Ming'er, can this second Miss Yan truly practice medicine? Han Xiaoming nodded helplessly. He too found it hard to believe. Yet the efficacy of the pill from last night had indeed been remarkable. This girl was truly a hidden gem. Ming'er, call her here to take my pulse. I am curious to see the extent of her medical prowess. Considering that his mother often suffered from headaches, Han Xiaoming saw this as an opportunity to test Yen Xiao's abilities, and thus instructed Dustless to bring her forth. He was eager to discern whether Yen Xiao possessed genuine medical skills or merely the ability to alleviate his cold poison. If she could only dispel his cold poison, then she or the mysterious figure she spoke of could undoubtedly be spies. Dustless brought Yen Xiao before the Empress, who, upon intending to salute, was interrupted by the Empress saying, There is no need for formalities. I have heard from Dr. Chen that you possess medical skills. Come, take my pulse and see if there is anything amiss with my health. Yes, your humble servant obeys. Yen Xiao affirmed, stepping forward to place her fingers on the Empress's pulse. After a moment, she spoke, Your Majesty, you suffer from occasional migraines, and additionally your menstruation has been irregular over the past 6 months. A bit of regulation should suffice. The Empress was taken aback, internally astonished that the girl had spoken the truth. With a piercing gaze, she scrutinized Yen Xiao and asked, Child, tell me honestly, can the scar on your face truly be treated? Yan Xiyao thought to herself, since she would eventually restore her appearance, it would be best to admit openly that she could heal it. Indeed, your humble servant can treat it. The Empress felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as it could be healed, the blemish was inconsequential. Alas, what a pity that her son constantly kept women at bay. What would happen if he remained a bachelor? The Empress said, Child, then you shall treat me. Yes, your humble servant obeys, your majesty. Please follow me to the chamber. Yan Xiyao turned to the physician and requested, Esteemed doctor, may I borrow a set of silver needles? Of course, I will fetch them right away. The physician replied respectfully, Thank you, there is no need for such courtesy. Mississippi Han Xiaoming stood and said, Mother, let us proceed to my chamber. Very well, let us go. Upon entering Han Xiaoming's room, Yan Xiyao instructed the Empress to lie on the bed with her head facing outward. She extended her small hands and began to massage the Empress's head. Yan Xiyao deftly controlled the pressure, neither too light nor too heavy, bringing immense comfort to the Empress, who almost moaned with pleasure. Just as the Empress was drifting into slumber, the physician arrived with the silver needles in hand. Yan Xiyao instructed the Empress to sit up and began to insert the needles, targeting points such as Higu, Like, Taichung, Fengqi, and Sijukan, leaving them in for a quarter of an hour. After removing the needles, Yan Xiyao continued with acupuncture on Qihai, Sanyinjiao, Shuai, and Guizhi, promoting blood circulation. Following her professional procedure, Han Xiaoming was thoroughly convinced of Yan Xiao's medical abilities. Once the acupuncture was complete, the Empress felt significantly lighter, yet Yan Xiao's massage techniques were even more soothing, prompting her to lie back down on the bed, head facing outward, inviting Yan Xiao to continue. Without hesitation, Yan Xiyao pulled up a chair at the foot of the bed and resumed her massage. Han Xiaoming and Dr. Chen quietly withdrew. It was not until the Empress's breathing became steady and rhythmic that Yan Xiyao finally rose, covered the Empress with a blanket, and stealthily exited Han Xiaoming's room. Chapter 12. You actually know martial arts? How is mother doing? Yan Xiyao had not expected Han Xiaoming to be waiting by the door, causing her to jump in surprise when he spoke. The Empress is asleep. I am going to fetch some medicine for her to help restore her health. Han Xiaoming nodded. Very well, do as you wish. Returning to her room, Yan Xiyao surveyed her surroundings. Over the past few days, she had sensed that someone was watching her. Although she could not see anyone, it was prudent to be cautious. She needed to acquire a medicine chest. In the future, she could use it as a cover when obtaining medicine. With this thought in mind, Yan Xiyao turned and headed to the main hall to find Han Xiaoming, since they were on the outskirts of the capital. She would need to borrow a carriage from him to go into the city to purchase a medicine chest. Upon reaching the main hall, Han Xiaoming, noticing her empty hands, inquired, Did you not go to fetch the medicine? Where is it? I did not acquire it. I need to go into the city to buy it, along with a medicine chest. Ninth Prince, may I borrow a carriage from you? Han Xiaoming replied, What medicinal ingredients do you require? I can have the physician procure them for you. There is no need for you to venture out. With no other choice, Yan Xiyao listed a multitude of medicinal ingredients, mentioning her need for a medicine chest as well. Han Xiaoming complied, noting down the required ingredients and instructing Dustless to have the physician prepare them. After exiting the main hall, Yan Xiyao made her way to the latrine. She truly did not believe anyone would be monitoring her there. Once inside, she entered the space of the infirmary, locating some black-bone chicken and white phoenix pills. She removed the outer packaging, wrapping the pills in a piece of white paper, and took some Zheng Tian pills for headache relief. Also removing their packaging and stuffing them into her sleeve, Yan Xiyao wished to ascend the stairs to take a look but found herself unable to do so, as it felt as though a transparent wall obstructed her path. What was going on? This was rather frustrating. With no other option, she exited the space. After leaving the latrine, Yan Xiyao returned to her room, awaiting the physician's arrival with the medicinal ingredients and medicine chest. Half an hour later, the physician delivered the items she needed. The medicine chest was spacious enough, and the physician had thoughtfully included a set of silver needles and some empty porcelain bottles, which pleased Yan Xiyao immensely, as the bottles would be perfect for storing the pills. After dismissing the physician, Yan Xiyao began to organize the medicine chest, placing the black-bone chicken and white phoenix pills into the porcelain bottles. Retrieving the necessary medicinal ingredients without needing to measure, her small hands grasping them with remarkable precision. This was a skill she had honed in her previous life. With the ingredients gathered, she made her way to the kitchen. It was not appropriate to give the Empress the pills today. She would first brew some medicine for her to drink and save the pills for another day, otherwise it would not make sense. Upon entering the kitchen, she needed to start a fire to brew the medicine. In her past life, she had lit fires in the wild, but at that time, she had a lighter. Now she had nothing. How was she to start a fire? Chunlan, Yan Xiyao called out loudly. Chunlan, who was tidying up the courtyard, hurried over and asked, Miss, what do you need? Yan Xiyao said, Please help me start a fire. I need to brew medicine for the Empress. Miss, you need only instruct me to brew the medicine. You should rest. Yan Xiyao nodded. Please boil 3 bowls down to 1. Understood. Do not worry. Yan Xiyao did not leave but stood at the door, watching Chunlan start the fire. She needed to learn. In the future, she and her mother would need to live independently, and some tasks would require her own effort. Chunlan produced a fire starter, igniting some dry grass. Then added kindling, skillfully beginning the brewing process. Xiyao watched intently as Chunlan handled the fire starter. Chunlan, could I have one of those fire starters, miss? What do you need it for? Chunlan asked. I in the future. You will be responsible for starting the fire. You may simply instruct me if you need anything. Xiyao pouted, thinking to herself, as if I would accidentally burn down your master's villa, turning to return to her room. She stumbled over the threshold, losing her balance and nearly falling forward. Miss, be careful. Chunlan appeared like a specter, instantly at Xiao's side to catch her. Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Wow, you actually know martial arts? How impressive. Chunlan, can you teach me? Chunlan lowered her head, feeling secretly distressed. What was she to do? In her moment of panic, she had revealed too much. Miss, seeing Chunlan's troubled expression, Xiao understood that she could not possibly teach her. Never mind, I won't press you, please continue with your task. Xiao walked back into the room, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Even a maid possessed martial skills. She too desired to learn martial arts and agility. It seemed she would need to find a master for herself in the future to learn some self-defense techniques. In the face of formidable martial artists in this ancient world, her rudimentary fighting skills were utterly inadequate. But where could she find a master? Most practitioners began training from a young age, and here she was at 15. Would anyone still be willing to take her as a disciple, sitting on the edge of her bed? Resting her chin in her hands, she fantasized about how magnificent it would be to have the ability to leap and scale walls. Chunlan, glancing discreetly at Xiao, felt that although they had only known each other for a few days, she found Xiao to be quite easy to get along with. However, she truly lacked the courage to teach her martial arts. The queen had slumbered for over an hour, awakening to a sense of rejuvenation and vitality. She then proceeded to the study of Han Xiaoming, who rose to greet her. Mother, why did you not rest a while longer? He inquired. I have had sufficient rest. You must admit, that young lady from the Yin family provides a remarkably soothing massage. The queen continued. Ming'er, you should invite that girl to stay in your villa for a bit longer. I shall visit her when I have the time to have her massage my head. Han Xiaoming's brow furrowed instantly, fully aware of his mother's intentions. Mother, could you refrain from entertaining such notions? Moreover, I must embark on a journey the day after tomorrow. Your visit will yield no opportunity to find the Yen girl. The queen frowned. Where do you intend to go? Why must you venture out again? I have important matters to attend to, he replied. After a moment's contemplation, the queen declared, then I shall bring the Yen girl into the palace. It would be fortuitous for her to assist in restoring my health. She shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, the queen's face brightened with delight. It would be splendid if affection were to blossom over time. Very well, since she is to join you, you must take good care of her. I am counting on her to help restore my health upon her return. Han Xiaoming was rendered speechless. At that moment, Chunlan entered with the prepared medicine, accompanied by Xiao. Wuchan reports, my lord, Miss Yen and Chunlan seek an audience. Let them in. Han Xiaoming instructed. After the formalities, Xiao presented a bowl of medicine to the queen, saying, Your Majesty, please drink this. It is for regulating your monthly cycle. The queen regarded the dark concoction with a frown. Xiao smiled and reassured her, Your Majesty, if you consume this today, I shall prepare it in pill form tomorrow, which will be far easier to ingest. Very well, I shall expect those pills from you tomorrow, for I cannot bear to drink this murky brew. Indeed, I shall deliver them to you in the palace. Xiao affirmed. Chapter 13, Teach her a bit of the basics. The queen turned to Han Xiaoming, saying, You shall personally escort Miss Yen into the palace tomorrow to deliver the medicine. Ensure her safety. Understood, Han Xiaoming replied. Mother, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. The queen shot him a disapproving glance and instructed Xiao. Miss Yen, you must begin preparing the pills now, once ready. Have my mother bring them back to the palace. Yes, I shall commence immediately, Your Majesty. I take my leave. The queen nodded, and Xiao exited Han Xiaoming's study. Chunlan hesitated, but Han Xiaoming called her back. Chunlan, wait a moment. Chunlan turned. What is your command, my lord? After watching Xiao walk away, he inquired, What were you about to say? Chunlan, trembling, replied, My lord, I have inadvertently revealed my martial skills, and Miss Yen has requested that I teach her. Han Xiaoming frowned, displeasure etched upon his face, yet he reconsidered. It seemed reasonable to offer Xiao a taste of sweetness if he intended to recruit her. He finally spoke, Teach her some basic techniques. Chunlan was taken aback, her eyes wide in disbelief. The queen smiled and added, You may go now. Remember to instruct her diligently. Yes, I take my leave. On her way back, Chunlan could not suppress her imagination, wondering if her lord had developed feelings for Miss Yen, as his treatment of her was undeniably special. Furthermore, the queen's gaze towards Xiao resembled that of a mother-in-law regarding a daughter-in-law. It appeared she would need to pay more attention to this Miss Yen. Unbeknownst to Chunlan, Han Xiaoming's fate resided in Xiao's hands. He was simply captivated by her remarkable medical skills and sought to recruit her for his purposes. Upon returning to Xiao's quarters, Chunlan noticed her beginning to prepare the herbs and stepped forward, saying, Miss Yen, may I assist you in kindling the fire? Not just yet. First, please grind all these herbs into powder, and then we shall start the fire to brew the medicine. Understood. Chunlan washed her hands in the courtyard, then took the herbs in her palms, channeling her inner energy to crush them into powder. Yan Xiyao watched in awe, filled with admiration and envy. Chunlan grinned mysteriously and said, Miss Air, this evening I shall teach you the basics. What did you say? Yan Xiyao thought she must have misheard. Chunlan repeated with a smile, this evening I shall teach you the basics. Overjoyed, Yan Xiyao tossed aside the herbs and embraced Chunlan, exclaiming, Chunlan, you are too kind, thank you. Now it was Chunlan's turn to be speechless. Such excitement over merely learning the basics. In a good mood, everything became easier and more enjoyable. After their midday meal, Chunlan continued grinding the herbs into powder before lighting the fire to brew the medicine. Once the concoction reached a viscous consistency, she extinguished the flame and allowed it to cool before rolling it into small pills. Her actions were merely a ruse, as the pills would never be presented to the queen. Although it seemed wasteful to discard the herbs, she had no other choice. Once the pills were formed, Yan Xiyao placed them into a porcelain bottle, but while Chunlan was distracted, she discreetly took 2 additional bottles to present to the queen. Kneeling before the queen, she said, Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. May you live long and prosper. Be ye at ease. Rise. The queen replied, From now on, you may forego kneeling when you see me. Thank you, your majesty. Yan Xiyao felt a surge of joy. She despised the archaic custom of kneeling, which not only caused her discomfort but also made her feel perpetually inferior. Your majesty, I bring you medicine. This is for headaches. Take about 100 pills when experiencing pain, but do not take it daily. This is for regulating your monthly cycle. Take it 3 times a day, approximately 30 pills each time. In truth, both the Zheng Tian pills and the Wuji Bai Feng pills were intended for a dosage of 6 grams each time. Fearing the queen might misunderstand, Yan Xiyao had counted how many pills approximately filled each packet. The queen, observing the diminutive size of the pills, surmised that Yan Xiyao had made them small out of concern that she might struggle to swallow larger ones. Which deeply touched her. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Xiyao had gained yet more favor in the queen's eyes. The queen gazed at Yan Xiyao with increasing satisfaction, hoping fervently for her swift restoration of beauty. Suddenly, Han Xiaoming spoke up, Mother, if you find yourself bored, you might invite Lady Lin for a chat, or perhaps send someone to bring her into the palace. The queen inquired, How long will you be away on this journey? Han Xiaoming responded, It is uncertain. It could be a few months or even a year and a half. Such a lengthy absence. Then I shall have Lady Lin accompany me into the palace. If she wishes to return, I shall send someone to escort her back. Han Xiaoming nodded, That sounds excellent. I am concerned that Yan Wenzhong may trouble her, and with you nearby, Miss Yan Air will be at ease. The queen looked at Yan Xiyao and reassured her, Worry not, child, I shall ensure nothing befalls your mother. Thank you, your majesty. Yan Xiyao thought it a good arrangement, as she was to accompany Han Xiaoming in search of the Millennium Fire Ganoderma. She would likely be away for an extended period. Her greatest concern was her mother's safety, and with the queen's protection, no one would dare harm her mother. The queen said, There is no need for gratitude. Go fetch your mother. I should be returning to the palace soon, and I will bring her along. Yes, I shall do so. Yan Xiyao hurried to find her mother upon informing Lin Shi of the queen's invitation to the palace. Lin Shi adamantly refused, declaring it inappropriate for her to go. Mother, please accompany the queen into the palace for a few days. Should you wish to return, simply request the queen to send you back. Being with the queen will ease my mind. I must accompany the 9th prince on a journey the day after tomorrow. Please do not make me worry. You are accompanying the 9th prince on a journey? Where are you going? Is it proper for you two to travel alone together? Lin Shi asked in shock. Yan Xiyao replied, We are seeking a medicinal herb that can restore my face, and the palace physician will accompany us. So you need not worry. Lin Shi sighed in relief. She naturally wished for her daughter to regain her beauty and thus did not protest further. She gathered 2 sets of clothing and followed Yan Xiyao to the queen. As Lin Shi prepared to kneel, the queen stopped her, saying, No need for kneeling. Let us dispense with such formalities. Lin Shi, you shall accompany me into the palace for a time, and if you wish to return, I shall send someone to escort you back. Yes, I shall obey. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. The queen reiterated her instructions. Minger, I shall return to the palace now. You must take good care of Miss Yan Air. Mother, you need not worry. Han Xiaoming thought to himself, I am counting on her to preserve my life. How could I not care for her? The queen departed the villa with Lin Shi, escorted by the imperial guard as they made their way back to the palace, while Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao saw them off at the entrance. Chapter 14, I am reluctant after dinner. And following a brief respite, Chunlan began to instruct Yan Xiyao in the basics of martial arts. Chunlan directed Yan Xiyao to sit cross-legged on the bed while she positioned herself behind her. Placing her hands on Yan Xiao's back, Chunlan reminded her, Miss Air, relax completely. I will guide my inner energy through your meridians, then leave a trace of it within you. You will follow this pathway for your future practice. Thank you. Chunlan commenced the flow of her inner energy into Yan Xiao's body, traversing her meridians twice before leaving a trace of energy within her. Then, she imparted a simple set of foundational techniques for her to learn. Although Han Xiaoming had instructed her to teach Yan Xiyao some basic skills, Chunlan believed that this was the quickest shortcut. Within a few days, Yan Xiyao would be able to cultivate her inner strength independently. Yan Xiao approached her studies with utmost seriousness, embedding the foundational internal martial arts principles deeply in her mind, and continued to sit cross-legged on the bed to practice. Chunlan quietly withdrew, gently closing the door behind her. Yan Xiao practiced diligently throughout the night, and by dawn, she could distinctly sense a trace of inner energy within her. As morning broke, Yan Xiao continued to strengthen her body. After breakfast, she resumed her meditation. Unwilling to waste even a moment, aside from mealtime, during every available moment, Yan Xiao dedicated herself to her practice. The following day, early in the morning, Chunlan and Xiaozhu attended to Yan Xiao's washing and breakfast needs, helping her into a set of red attire that made her look both spirited and somewhat reminiscent of a heroine. After breakfast, Chunlan and Xiaozhu each packed a bundle, one of which contained Yan Xiao's change of clothes. Once the bundles were ready, Chunlan and Xiaozhu each grasped a long sword and accompanied Yan Xiao to the entrance of the courtyard. At the entrance, the steward had prepared several fine steeds, and Han Xiaoming was already waiting there, flanked by two strikingly beautiful women, the physician Chen and military Dr. Yan. The attire of these two women mirrored that of Chunlan and Xiaozhu, leading Yan Xiao to speculate that they must be Qiujuan and Dongmei. Upon seeing Yan Xiao, Han Xiaoming momentarily froze. After just a day apart, she already exuded a fate aura of inner strength. Quite unexpectedly, Han Xiaoming commanded, "You four are responsible for protecting Miss Yan." The four responded in unison, "Yes, we shall obey." Yan Xiao frowned at the imposing steeds. Heaven knows, she could not ride, with an embarrassed expression. She ventured, "Your Highness, may I ride in a carriage? I cannot ride a horse." Han Xiaoming rubbed his forehead, taken aback by this oversight. "Steward, prepare a carriage." "Yes," the steward replied, hastening to make the arrangements. Soon Han Xiaoming's dedicated carriage was ready. The steward provided a footstool for Yan Xiao to board, while the others mounted their horses. Wu Chen drove the carriage as they journeyed southwest. The carriage seat was exceedingly soft, and as Yan Xiao sat alone, boredom began to take hold of her. After an hour, leading her to feel drowsy. Suddenly, Wu Chen's voice rang out, "Whoa!" The carriage came to an abrupt halt, and an unsuspecting Yan Xiao nearly tumbled out. Lifting the curtain, she beheld an elderly man with a white beard and hair, his face rosy, the most striking features being his bulbous nose and small eyes. The old man grinned widely, saying, "Little rascal. Off to play and didn't invite me, such a lack of filial piety." Han Xiaoming retorted, "Master, why are you everywhere? I'm not playing. I'm on an errand, you should return home." Yan Xiao stared at the old man in astonishment. Could this elder truly be Han Xiaoming's master? "I want to go along on your errand. None of your other disciples invite me to play, and I'm getting moldy waiting. If you don't take me, I won't leave." The old man plopped down on the ground in front of the carriage, refusing to budge. Han Xiaoming wore a look of exasperation. It seemed he could not rid himself of this old coot. Yan Xiao stifled a laugh, finding the elder's serious demeanor amusing. Realizing he was quite the mischievous spirit, her laughter caught the old man's attention, and upon glancing at the red-clad Yan Xiao, his eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, has the sun risen in the west? My little apprentice brings a woman along. How rare, how very rare." With that, the old man sprang into the air and lightly landed in the carriage. A mischievous grin plastered across his face. "Little girl, what is your name, and what is your relationship with my precious little disciple?" Han Xiaoming tossed the reins to Chunlan and leapt onto the carriage, saying, "Let us talk inside the carriage. We mustn't waste time." Once inside, Yan Xiao smiled and introduced herself. "Senior, my name is Yan Xiao, and I am in a debtor relationship with His Highness. I owe him my life." The old man looked bewildered. "What does that mean?" Han Xiaoming clarified. "It simply means her life was saved by my disciple." Yan Xiao nodded with a smile, and the old man squinted, surveying her. "Why are you still covering your face?" Yan Xiao replied, "I was disfigured and feared frightening others, so I must cover my face." The elder glanced at Han Xiaoming, then turned back to Yan Xiao. "You, young lady, possess extraordinary martial talent, yet your inner strength seems but a mere whisper." Yan Xiao smiled, explaining, "Senior, I have only practiced martial arts for a single day." The old man's astonishment was palpable. Within just one day, she had developed even a faint trace of inner strength. What a prodigy! "Do you have a master?" he asked earnestly. Yan Xiao shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "Would you be willing to become my closed-door disciple?" Both Yan Xiao and Han Xiaoming were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief at the elder's abrupt decision. "You won't even test her?" Han Xiaoming questioned. The old man shot him a fierce glare. "Have you forgotten that I can read fortunes? Whoever I choose is sure to succeed. This girl will achieve great things." "Speak up, girl. Do you wish to be my disciple?" Yan Xiao replied. "I do." Han Xiaoming interjected. "I do not wish for that." The old man shot Han Xiaoming a withering look. "I did not ask you." Silence. "From now on, she is your little sister. You must protect her well, that if she suffers even the slightest injury, I will hold you responsible." Han Xiaoming sighed in resignation. The elder continued, "Child, let me tell you, including this scoundrel, you will have 4 senior brothers. When you formally pay your respects, I will introduce you one by one." Yan Xiao expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior." The elder frowned. "Don't call me senior. Even without the formal ceremony, I will teach you martial arts tonight." "Thank you, master." Yan Xiao quickly corrected herself, and now that's more like it. Chapter 15. The arrival of a little sister. Han Xiaoming scowled. Master, I do not consent to her being your disciple. The old man glared, his neck stiff with indignation. This is my decision to take her as a disciple, not yours. What does it matter to you? I won't acknowledge her as my junior. The elder raised an eyebrow mischievously. If not a brother, then what? A husband? Han Xiaoming blurted. That is even less likely. I will take her as my closed-door disciple. And you can choose whether to be a brother or not, the elder huffed, turning to Yin Xiyao. Child, from now on, do not call him brother. Just call him scoundrel. Han Xiaoming trembled with anger but felt powerless against his master. He opted instead to leap onto his horse, throwing the old man a disdainful look. The old man made a face and leaned closer to Yin Xiyao, whispering, Child, ignore him. He always wears a sour face. As if the whole world owes him something. Come, let me teach you a set of internal martial arts principles to practice tonight. Yin Xiyao asked curiously, Master, why do you wish to take me as your disciple on our first meeting? The elder replied, I have already mentioned it. I can read fortunes, your potential is immense, so of course, I am willing to take you as my disciple. Yin Xiao's face lit up with joy. Is that true? You are not exaggerating, are you? I am only 15, who knows what the future holds? The elder responded, regardless of your future, you are undoubtedly a true martial arts prodigy, just focus on your training. Very well. Master, do you have a grand title? No grand title. Those who know me call me the old Inu. With that, the old Inu began to impart the internal martial arts principles to Yin Xiyao. She absorbed the teachings with great diligence, committing every word to memory, and whenever she encountered difficulties, she would inquire further. The old man was increasingly pleased with her attitude, convinced that he had not erred in his judgment. This girl would surely make an extraordinary mark in the world of martial arts. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoming, riding on horseback, seethed with frustration at the unexpected addition of a little sister to his ranks. Wouldn't a little brother have sufficed? Why must it be a girl? Complicating matters of how to interact with her, he had intended to use her to his advantage, but now she was his little sister. How to navigate this situation? Lost in his thoughts, Han Xiaoming was interrupted when the olding leaned out of the carriage and asked, Stinky boy, where are we headed? To Huoling Mountain. Han Xiaoming replied. The olding exclaimed, Then we shall rest in Fuxi town for the night. I intend to hold a grand ceremony for you to pay your respects there. Suit yourself, Han Xiaoming replied, knowing that refusing would be futile against the stubborn old man. The olding pulled out a dark feathered mina and said, Go find my disciples and tell them they must arrive in Fuxi town tonight. Understood, the mina replied. The olding released it through the carriage window, and it soared away at great speed. Yin Xiyao inquired, Master, is it really necessary to rush the ceremony? The olding glared at her. It is absolutely necessary. You have no idea how much I desire a female disciple each time I find one. That scoundrel over there interferes. If we complete the ceremony tonight, he won't be able to meddle anymore. Yin Xiyao was bewildered. Why is that? What other reason could there be? He is a man of dubious inclinations. Avoiding all female company, hence he prevents me from accepting female disciples. The olding replied, visibly agitated. Is that so? The old man grumbled. He simply refuses to allow any woman near him, save for his family. Only those 4 women from outside may come within 3 feet of him, and even that is merely 3 feet. Any closer is out of the question. Old man, you talk too much. If you keep babbling, don't expect to have your initiation ceremony tonight. Han Xiaoming coldly threatened. The old man, enraged, puffed out his cheeks and exclaimed, You little brat, in the past, while I was away, you scared off the female disciples I had my eye on. Today, I won't grant you that opportunity. Dio, give it a try. Han Xiaoming's voice turned even colder. The old man shrank his neck and muttered under his breath, relying on his imperial father, thinking he can threaten me. Yin Xiyao quietly inquired, Master, are you truly so afraid of the 9th prince? The old man replied in a hushed tone, Indeed, that little brat speaks and acts with conviction. His imperial father dotes on him. Any matter he handles is resolved as easily as child's play. In time, he will become your 4th senior brother. Should any issues arise, seeking his assistance will surely yield effortless resolutions. His imperial father may disregard others, but he will certainly honor this young rascal. At that moment, Yin Xiyao understood. It was indeed his influence that allowed her to effortlessly dissolve her engagement with the 5th prince and enabled her mother to separate from that unscrupulous father. Throughout their journey, the old man was genuinely apprehensive about Han Xiaoming causing trouble, keeping Yin Xiyao firmly in his line of sight. By evening, they arrived at Fuxi town. Fuxi town was a quaint little place, not heavily populated, and it housed but a single inn, the Fuxi Inn, to which they promptly headed. The innkeeper, noticing their approach, hurriedly greeted them, Esteemed guests, I regret to inform you that our humble establishment has been fully booked today. Han Xiaoming frowned, ready to turn away, when a teasing voice interjected, Junior brother, within 100 miles, this is the only inn. Are you truly going to leave? The old man retorted, You cheeky lad, I didn't expect you to arrive first. Have the other 2 rascals made it yet? They're here, and are currently arranging the meals, came the reply. The old man introduced, Child, this is your senior brother, Ouyang Xian. Yin Xiyao looked up to see a handsome man clad in white, exuding energy, standing at the entrance. She politely greeted. Greetings, senior brother. Ouyang Xian, taken aback, stared at Yin Xiyao with disbelief and asked, Master, are you certain you wish to take her as your disciple? Will junior brother agree? Han Xiaoming interjected, of course I do not agree, but this stubborn old man insists, and I am powerless to stop it. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xian beamed with delight. It seemed he would soon have a little junior sister. Little junior sisters, greetings, everyone, please come in. I've reserved the entire inn. As they entered, the innkeeper busied himself with the horses and carriages. Stepping inside, Ouyang Xian eagerly called out, junior brothers, come out quickly, we have a little junior sister now. No sooner had he spoken than two equally striking young men rushed forth like a gust of wind. They surveyed Yin Xiyao adorned in red, her face veiled in gauze, and smiled warmly. The old man pointed to the two men and introduced. Child, this is your second senior brother Zhu Shuang, and this is your third senior brother, Tang Xiaolong. Yin Xiyao greeted them politely. Greetings, senior brothers, I am Yin Xiyao. It is a pleasure to meet you all. A senior brother Ouyang Xian replied with a smile. We are equally delighted to meet you. It turns out Master brought us here to accept you as his disciple and hold the initiation ceremony. How wonderful! Finally, we have a little junior sister. Indeed, the second senior brother chimed in. Let us hasten to prepare the incense altar so our little junior sister may quickly pay her respects. Chapter 16. The comfort of having a master and senior brothers to protect me, the old man excitedly urged. Quickly, go prepare. First, we pay respects, then we eat. Yes, the three senior brothers eagerly agreed. Turning to ascend the stairs, Han Xiaoming, with a dark expression, remarked, Master, won't you reconsider? The old man resolutely shook his head. No time for reconsideration. We must proceed with the initiation ceremony immediately, or you may very well disrupt it. Han Xiaoming turned to Yin Xiyao and asked, Miss Yin, are you certain you wish to take this old pervert as your master? Have you thought it over? Yin Xiyao replied with determination. No second thoughts, I simply wish to learn the arts, to protect my mother and myself from harm. Upon hearing her words, Han Xiaoming paused, reflecting. Indeed, if she had the ability to protect herself, she would not have been subjected to her sister's persecution and cast off the cliff previously, and now that she and her mother had left the Shaoshi mansion, she not only needed to safeguard herself but also her mother. While she may not desire a little junior sister, it seemed imperative for her to learn some martial skills for self-defense. He valued her remarkable medical skills, and wouldn't it be even better if she could also protect herself? With this thought, Han Xiaoming silently followed the three senior brothers upstairs. The old man looked at Yin Xiyao, his expression earnest as he cautioned, Child, you must remain steadfast in your conviction. No matter what that little brat says. Do not waver, Yin Xiyao replied resolutely. Master, rest assured, once I decide, no one can change my mind. Very well, Master believes in you. Inside the room, the three senior brothers prepared the incense altar. Upon seeing Han Xiaoming enter, they instinctively shielded the altar behind them, fearing this junior brother would cause mischief again. With a scowl, Han Xiaoming said impatiently, Enough, hurry up with the preparations, I am quite hungry. I shall take on the task of brewing tea. The three senior brothers exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if the sun had risen from the west today. Ignoring their stares, Han Xiaoming picked up the teapot and brewed the tea himself. Once the tea was ready, he personally penned the initiation notice. The old man led Yin Xiyao into the room, pulling out a scroll from his robe and hanging it above the incense altar. Han Xiaoming approached Yin Xiyao, producing a gold ingot wrapped in red paper, which he handed to her along with the initiation notice. At the same time, he instructed, when you kneel to pay your respects, present the notice first. Then give this to Master. Yin Xiyao smiled brightly, accepting the notice and the red packet, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Fourth senior brother Han Xiaoming, with a stoic expression, added, You cannot wear a veil during the initiation. It would be best if you even remove that human skin mask from your face. Yin Xiyao gasped in shock, realizing he truly had someone watching her, even aware of her wearing a human skin mask. Her previous instincts had not been mistaken. Han Xiaoming regarded her and said, Did you not claim that you were unaware of who wore the human skin mask on your face? Yin Xiyao feigned innocence. I really didn't know. What is so strange about that? A few years ago, I had a high fever, and when I woke, my face had inexplicably turned dark and unsightly. Han Xiaoming retorted, Now you know who was responsible. Don't you? Yin Xiyao answered, Who else could it be but the Wang family? Han Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her insight. To perform the initiation, you must reveal your true appearance. Master and the senior brothers will keep your secret safe. You may wear it again once the ceremony concludes. Alright, thank you. Fourth senior brother Yin Xiyao responded, lifting her hand to remove her veil and slowly peeling off the human skin mask. The scars on her face had faded somewhat, and Han Xiaoming was once again astonished. What miraculous medicine had this girl used? The results were undeniably remarkable, though he had glimpsed Yin Xiao's true appearance before. Seeing her up close made his heart race a little, and he felt a twinge of guilt for having spied on her. The old man observed the scars on Yin Xiao's face with a pained expression. Child, who marred your face? Tell me, and I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. Yin Xiao replied, Master, there is no rush for revenge. I will ensure that those who harmed me live a life worse than death. Let her frolic for a few more days. The old man nodded. Child, remember this, from now on, you have me and your 4 senior brothers to protect you. Do not allow yourself to suffer any grievances. All 3 senior brothers nodded in unison, their gaze fixed on the striking scar marring Yin Xiao's beautiful face. wishing they could immediately avenge their little junior sister. How could such a lovely girl bear such a hideous scar? It was utterly intolerable. Yin Xiao felt deeply touched. It was truly heartwarming to have a master and senior brothers to safeguard her. Han Xiaoming declared, "All right, let us proceed with the initiation ceremony first. We can chat while dining afterward." The old man nodded, adjusting his robes as he approached the incense altar, lighting 3 sticks of incense. He then took his seat beside the altar, awaiting Yin Xiao's bowing ceremony. Yin Xiao, holding the initiation notice, knelt before the old man, lifting the notice high above her head. The old man accepted the notice. And as Yin Xiao presented the red packet prepared by Han Xiaoming, she offered it with both hands. The old man smiled as he received the packet, and Yin Xiao performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Disciple pays respects to master. The old man nodded repeatedly, visibly satisfied. Han Xiaoming handed her a cup of tea, and Yin Xiao presented it above her head, saying, "Master, please enjoy this tea." The old man accepted the tea and took a sip before beginning to impart some rules of the sect, which Yin Xiao committed to memory. Arising, the old man personally helped Yin Xiao to her feet, unfastening a whip from his waist and handing it to her. "Child, this is the Hongling Longjin whip. I pass it on to you. Take good care of it, as it will become your weapon of choice." Yin Xiao received the whip, which weighed about 5 pounds, its vibrant red hue strikingly beautiful. "Thank you, master." The old man, his face alight with excitement, proclaimed, "You 4 rascals, remember this, the girl is my sole apprentice, the only female disciple. You must assist and protect her diligently." Ouyang Xian chuckled, "Rest assured, master, even without your urging, we would safeguard such a precious little sister." After saying this, Ouyang Xian produced a finely crafted dagger from his bosom and presented it to Yin Xiao. "Little sister, this is the Nirvana dagger. A gift from your elder brother to commemorate our meeting." "Thank you, elder brother," Yin Xiao expressed as she accepted the dagger. The others gazed at Ouyang Xian in astonishment. The Nirvana dagger was his treasured possession, one he never parted with, yet here he was, willingly bestowing it upon his little sister. The second brother, Zhu Shuang, gifted Yin Xiao a tome of formation techniques. "Little sister, this is a manual on formations. Should you have any queries, feel free to seek my guidance." "Thank you, second brother." The third brother, Tang Xiaolong, presented Yin Xiao with the latest secret weapon of the Tang clan, the pear blossom flying needles, and personally helped her fasten it around her right wrist. "Little sister, these are the pear blossom flying needles to eye in the face of danger. Press this button to release venomous needles. There are 108 needles inside, capable of being fired 6 times, with 18 needles each time." "Thank you, the third brother." The treasures bestowed upon Yin Xiao were indeed exceptional, and everyone eagerly anticipated what Han Xiaoming would offer. When the gaze turned to Han Xiaoming, he remarked, "I have prepared nothing. I shall provide for you upon our return to the capital." Chapter 17. The dishes poisoned. The crowd scoffed, who did not know that this junior brother was generous with men but miserly towards women. Han Xiaoming remained unfazed, turning to descend the stairs. Ouyang Xian reassured Yin Xiao, "Do not take offense. That is simply his nature." Yin Xiao smiled sweetly, unconcerned. "I do not mind. He has already gifted me a gold ingot to present to master." The old man's eyes gleamed with mischief. "A gold ingot? This lad has some conscience, but to think he could placate my precious disciple with just that, no way. When we return to the capital, make sure to demand a proper gift from him." Yin Xiao replied with a smile, "Master, gifts are not of utmost importance. What truly matters is that I have you as my master and my brothers. That is more than enough. That simply will not do. It is only right for brothers to present gifts to their little sister upon our return. I shall personally demand one for you. Now let us go and eat." The 4 men encircled Yin Xiao as they made their way downstairs, where Han Xiaoming had already taken a seat at the dining table. At another table sat the 4 shadowy figures, Wu Qing and the physician Yin Jun. At the dining table, Yin Xiao introduced herself and donned her dark and unsightly human skin mask. Ouyang Xian inquired, "Puzzled little sister, why wear such an unattractive mask?" Yin Xiao responded, "This was placed upon me by my enemies years ago. It is not yet time to remove it." Zhu Shuang remarked, "I see, worry not. The 4 of us shall keep your secret." The old man interjected, "Well, who would have guessed that my little disciple is actually the second miss of the Yin family? What a pity that your father is unworthy of being a parent. His departure is a blessing. From now on, your master and brothers shall be your family, and no one shall dare to bully you." Yin Xiao nodded, touched, her heart brimming with sweetness. In her previous life, she had been an only child, her parents both soldiers with little time for her. Now, having just arrived in this world, she was fortunate enough to encounter her master and brothers. Ouyang Xian raised his goblet, declaring, "Let us celebrate master taking on a disciple. We have gained a little sister. Cheers, cheers," they echoed, lifting their cups in unison. After the meal, the eldest, second, and third brothers departed urgently from Fuxi town due to pressing matters. While Han Xiaoming and the others remained at the inn, the old man brought Yin Xiao to the rooftop to practice her meditation, quietly keeping her company. As dawn broke, the old man began instructing Yin Xiao in whip techniques in the inn's backyard. After demonstrating the technique, Yin Xiao, brimming with confidence, swung the long whip with vigor, only for it to ensnare her neck upon retrieval, nearly choking her. The old man jumped in distress, unwilling to scold her. Han Xiaoming, unable to stand idly by, approached her sternly, snatching the whip and demonstrating the proper techniques, explaining the nuances of its use. After the demonstration, he tossed the whip back to Yin Xiyao, practice for the duration of an incense stick. We must be on our way, Yin Xiyao nodded. All right. Observing Han Xiaoming's departing figure, she pursed her lips and focused intently on mastering the whip technique. With Han Xiaoming's guidance, she quickly grasped the usage of the whip. Producing sharp cracks as she wielded it. As the incense stick burned down, she retracted the whip, intending to head for breakfast, only to find Han Xiaoming and the others already finished and waiting at the door. The old man exploded in fury. You little rascals, I have yet to eat breakfast. Could you not wait for this old man to have a bite? Chulan, holding 2 paper bags, replied, Senior, the master has already prepared takeout for you and the second miss. You may eat in the carriage, now that it's more like it. Yin Xiyao and the old man boarded the carriage, opening the bags to reveal 2 portions of meat buns. The old man pulled out a gourd of wine and began to drink alongside the buns. Yin Xiyao, with genuine concern, remarked, Master, drinking in the early morning is not good for your health. You may indulge a bit before bedtime, but refrain from drinking during the day. The old man paused, having never received such a considerate remark. No one had ever expressed concern for his health, not even the male disciples who merely advised him to drink less. Ah, how wonderful it is to have a female disciple who cares for her master. The old man tucked away the gourd, conceding, Very well, I shall abstain from drinking. I'll save it for the evening. If Yin Xiao's brothers were to hear this, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. Who would dare to prevent the old man from drinking? Such an act would surely result in a scathing reprimand or worse. After finishing breakfast, the old man began to instruct Yin Xiao on the mental cultivation techniques. By noon, they arrived at a small town, where the group strolled about in search of a restaurant. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman approached, accompanied by 2 maidservants and several attendants. This woman was the daughter of the wealthiest man in town. Possessing an ordinary appearance yet adorned with all manner of gold and silver jewelry, due to her father's wealth, many suitors sought her hand, albeit only for her family's riches, for those who genuinely regarded her were few and far between. She was willful and brash, disregarding men who were not handsome enough for her tastes or those who were merely attracted to her family's fortune. Each day, she would strut through the streets in search of a husband who was both handsome and affluent. Upon spotting Han Xiaoming atop his horse, she was immediately captivated by his ethereal beauty. However, rather than approaching directly, she stepped aside and trailed them from a distance, her eyes filled with longing. Such a man is worthy of my attention, she murmured. Today, I shall claim him as my husband. As Han Xiaoming's group entered a restaurant, the woman's laughter filled the air, for it was indeed her family's establishment. A cunning plan formed in her mind. She slipped into the back courtyard and into the kitchen. Learning of the dishes ordered by Han Xiaoming's party, she instructed her maid to whisper to the innkeeper, who then provided her with a packet of poison. The woman added the poison to the dishes ordered by Han Xiaoming's group and concealed herself, watching intently. As the food was served, Yin Xiyao wrinkled her nose, picking up her chopsticks to smell a morsel before placing it back onto the plate. Unbeknownst to her, her actions were hidden from the woman. With a cold smile, Yin Xiyao whispered, The food is poisoned, it contains a sleeping drug. The old man looked at her in shock. Child, do you possess knowledge of medicine? Yin Xiyao nodded, and the old man muttered, Damn it, let us lure the culprit out. I must see who dares to poison my food. Chapter 18. I didn't kick him in the crotch. Yin Jun, the physician, and Shen, the family doctor, also detected the poison in the food. Yin Jun subtly approached Han Xiaoming and whispered, Master, the food is poisoned. I am aware. Is there an antidote? Yin Jun replied, I do not possess one. Han Xiaoming turned to Yin Xiyao. Little sister, can you counteract this poison? Yin Xiyao nodded, rummaging through her sleeve. Fortunately, in her previous life, she had researched various poisons and had prepared some antidote pills, which she now retrieved from her spatial pouch. Tossing 2 pills into the teapot, she discreetly handed the remaining 2 to the old man, who then passed them to Han Xiaoming. Han Xiaoming offered the antidote pills to Yin Jun, who, imitating Yin Xiyao, added them to the teapot. The group took a sip of tea and casually picked up their chopsticks to begin eating. The woman, hidden in the shadows, watched as they commenced their meal, a sense of glee swelling within her. As they neared the end of their meal, the group feigned faintness, collapsing onto the table. The woman, flanked by her maidservants and attendants, emerged with a greedy smile. Take them all to me. Tonight, I shall wed him. Yes, miss. The onlookers dining nearby wore expressions of morbid curiosity as they observed the unfolding drama. Some contemplated intervening, yet the presence of the woman's attendants quelled their courage. As the attendants and maidens stepped forward, poised to take action, Julan, Shaojuichujuan, Dongmei, and Wuchen sprang into action, drawing their long swords and swiftly positioning them against the throats of the few who dared to advance, their movements as swift as shadows. The spectators, startled, scattered in all directions. A few timid souls fled the establishment without settling their bills. The woman stood in shock. Hadn't these individuals been rendered incapacitated by the drug? The sinister old man regarded her with a malevolent smile, rising to strip the gold and silver jewels from her person, stuffing them into his own garments. You fool, this woman came for you. Do as you see fit. Han Xiaoming, his expression cold, stepped forward, closing the distance to the woman with measured strides. then kicked her forcefully, sending her flying. The woman soared backward, crashing against the counter with a resounding thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Miss, the innkeeper's face turned pale as he rushed to her side. Aiding her, you have the audacity to harm my mistress. Before he could finish, Han Xiaoming interrupted icily, little junior sister, leave these individuals for you to practice on. Someone, fetch me a new pair of shoes. With that, he returned to his seat. Wu Chen hurried to the carriage to retrieve shoes for him. Yan Xiyao slowly rose, twisting her neck and clenching her fists as she charged towards the attendants. Chunlan and the others sheathed their swords, standing by to protect Yan Xiyao. Their duty was to shield her, and they would act at the first sign of danger. The attendants possessed only rudimentary skills. Yet Yan Xiyao dismissed them entirely, her agile form weaving through them, delivering kicks and blows with unrestrained delight. Although her master had yet to teach her martial arts, her training as a special forces operative provided ample ability to subdue the attendants. Han Xiaoming observed Yan Xiao's unorthodox fighting style. Each move was suffused with a commanding presence, her fierceness rivaling that of any man. The attendants, having been thoroughly bested, were left reeling, yet Yan Xiao's appetite for confrontation remained insatiable as she turned her attention to the innkeeper, who stood dumbfounded. The innkeeper trembled, shrinking back in fear as Yan Xiao approached, his face drained of color. As she drew closer, he lost control of his bladder, a foul stench permeating the air. Disgusted, Yan Xiao pinched her nose and delivered a forceful kick to the innkeeper's chest. The blow sent him hurtling backward. While he did not bleed, he too lost consciousness. Chunlan, fetch a new pair of shoes for the second miss. Xiaozhu, take her to wash her hands, Han Xiaoming commanded. Yes, Chunlan responded, rushing to find shoes for Yan Xiao, while Xiaozhu led her to the washroom. I don't need new shoes, Yan Xiao protested. Han Xiaoming scoffed, you have frightened him into soiling himself, you should at least change your shoes. Do you not find that unsanitary? Yan Xiao retorted. I didn't kick him in the groin. Han Xiaoming's lips twitched as he replied coldly, you must change your shoes. If not, do not step foot in my carriage. Yan Xiao was taken aback. How absurd, you have a serious case of cleanliness obsession. Stepping on the ground isn't dirty, but kicking someone is, she pouted, following Xiaozhu to wash her hands. Afterward, Chunlan assisted her in changing shoes. Once dressed, Han Xiaoming stood and strode out, discarding the shoes without a second thought. Yan Xiao watched the nearly new shoes being tossed aside, feeling a pang of regret, yet she consoled herself. After all, her expenses were covered, and there was no need to save for someone else. Turning to Chunlan, she asked, does your master change shoes every time he kicks someone? Chunlan smiled and affirmed, yes, second miss, he changes shoes every time. Yan Xiao inquired, but when he kicked Yan Xiaodai, why didn't he change shoes? He did it before you and your mother boarded the carriage, Chunlan explained. Really? I didn't notice. Wu Chen merely smirked, refraining from further comment. Wary of Han Xiaoming's potential wrath, the sinister old man remarked, child, your senior brother is peculiar. He is fine with kicking men, but must change shoes after kicking a woman. He always carries several pairs with him, lest he run short. Yan Xiao scoffed, what if a woman merely touched his hand? Would he chop off his own hand? The old man replied, no, but he would certainly sever someone else's. A chill ran down Yan Xiao's spine as she glanced at her own hands. Relieved that she had merely touched him and not faced any dire consequences, she recalled fainting against him, grateful he hadn't dismembered her but instead had saved her. The thought alone sent shivers through her. Child, what are you pondering? The old man asked. Oh, nothing much, master. Has my senior brother ever severed a woman's hand? Indeed, he has. Yan Xiao's hair stood on end, and she resolved that until she could best Han Xiaoming, she must keep her distance. Once aboard the carriage, the group resumed their journey while Yan Xiao engaged in hushed gossip with the old man, the subject naturally being Han Xiaoming. Chapter 19, Unexpectedly. The unwanted mother and daughter are both talented women. The master and apprentice gossiped for quite some time, during which the old man produced jewelry he had pilfered from the woman, offering it to Yan Xiao. Child, all of this is for you. Yan Xiao declined. Master, please keep it for yourself. I have no interest in such trinkets. The old man insisted. Take it, if you do not wish to wear it. Sell it and buy something you do like. Master, you should keep it, she argued. You could sell it for good wine. The old man, with a kind demeanor, replied, do I need to sell these trinkets to afford a drink? Do not refuse. Rest a while. You must practice tonight. Very well, thank you, master. Yan Xiao accepted the jewelry, leaning against the carriage wall to seize the opportunity for a brief respite. In the palace, the empress invited Lady Lin to accompany her on a stroll through the imperial garden. Lady Lin walked cautiously behind the empress, attempting to maintain a respectful distance. The empress, slightly irritated, pulled Lady Lin closer, exclaiming, Madam Lin, I am not a beast. Accompanying me should not make you feel so uncomfortable. Walk beside me. Of course, your majesty. The empress interjected. I summoned you to the palace for companionship, not to treat you like a servant. You need not appear so apprehensive. Yes, I understand. Lady Lin smiled genuinely, linking arms with the empress as they chatted like sisters. Suddenly, whoosh, the empress's gown snagged on a branch in the garden. Oh no, this is my favorite dress. How unfortunate, the empress lamented, her face a picture of regret. Lady Lin knelt and examined the damage. Chuckling, Your Majesty, if you trust me, I could mend it for you, but it won't look good once mended. It's merely a dress. I can discard it, the Empress replied. Lady Lin urged, let us try mending it first. If it looks unsatisfactory, we can always discard it later. Such fine fabric, especially one of your favorites, it would be a shame to throw it away. Fine, I shall heed your advice and give mending a try. Upon returning to the Empress's chambers, the Empress removed the dress and handed it to Lady Lin, instructing a maid to fetch silk thread from the embroidery workshop. Lady Lin quickly selected the necessary thread and began mending the gown with remarkable speed. While the Empress watched in silence, after more than 2 hours, the Empress was astonished, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Lady Lin had embroidered a lifelike phoenix onto the torn hem, enhancing the gown's beauty. Madam Lin, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable skills. Your embroidery is truly lifelike. Lady Lin blushed, handing the dress back to the Empress. The Empress cradled the gown lovingly, exclaiming, it's exquisite. Madam Lin, I have a proposal. Let us partner to open an embroidery shop. I will provide the funds, and you will supply the embroidery. We can split the profits, with me receiving 30% and you 70%. Lady Lin stared at the Empress in shock, momentarily speechless. Had she misheard? The Empress wanted to partner with her. Seeing Lady Lin's silence, the Empress assumed she was dissatisfied with the offer and quickly amended. 28% is acceptable. I will take 20, and you can have 80. Lady Lin pinched her arm, feeling pain. This was no hallucination, Your Majesty, this is too much. Alright, I will take 10%. Just give me a straightforward answer. Will we proceed? Lady Lin sighed, Your Majesty, please allow me to finish speaking. I have no issue with opening the shop, but it must be a 50-50 split, the Empress replied. Let us settle for 40-60. I will take 40. And you will take 60. Lady Lin insisted, 50-50, or nothing. If you insist on 40-60, then I will take 40, and you can have 60. 50-50 it is. You rest for now, I shall step out for a moment. Lin nodded with a smile, and the Empress swiftly picked up her gown, summoning her personal maid before hurrying out towards the Emperor's study. Inside the study, the Emperor was engrossed in reviewing memorials when a voice at the door announced, Your Majesty, the Empress requests an audience. Without lifting his head, the Emperor replied, let her in. The Empress rushed into the study, holding the gown before the Emperor, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please take a look. The Emperor set aside the memorials, raising his gaze to behold the phoenix embroidered on the gown, his eyes widening in astonishment. Whose handiwork is this? He inquired. The Empress proudly responded, it was Lin who assisted me in mending it. Her embroidery skills would make even the finest seamstresses in the palace envious. Indeed, I did not expect Lin to possess such talent, the Emperor remarked. Empress, I have a request, she stated. The Emperor asked, do you wish to keep Lin at the embroidery workshop? The Empress shook her head, saying, no, I wish to partner with Lin to open an embroidery shop, and we shall split the profits equally. The Emperor pondered for a moment and smiled, this plan is feasible. I shall send someone to find a shop tomorrow. By the way, did you not go to Ming's villa to visit Lin's daughter? Why did you not share any news upon your return? The Empress chuckled, Your Majesty, we have struck gold with Ming. The second daughter of the Yin family is a skilled physician, surpassing both Yin Junyi and our court physician. She assured me that her treatment could restore my face, and I have been taking the pills she prepared for me these past 2 days. Observing the Empress's improved complexion, the Emperor was taken aback. When did that girl acquire medical skills? Why have I never heard of this before? It matters not when she learned. What is important is that Ming has indeed found a treasure. I implore you, do not make things difficult for her, the Empress urged. Make things difficult? I had no idea that both the mother and daughter from the Yin family were such talents. You and Lin should collaborate in business, and we shall do our utmost to bring Ming and that girl together. Lin will become our in-law, and both of these talented women will be part of our family. How could I possibly hinder them? The Empress expressed her relief, saying, thank goodness fifth brother and the second daughter of the Yin family have broken off their engagement, or we would not have this fortune. Your Majesty, when Ming returns, let that girl treat you as well. Perhaps by then, her face will be healed. Indeed, it would be wonderful if she could be cured, even if not, as long as Ming is fond of her. I shall not stand in their way. I fear more that Ming's affections may lie with a man. Isn't that the truth? I am deeply worried, the Empress confessed. It would be strange not to be concerned about a son who keeps women at bay. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Come, let us go meet Lin and discuss the specifics of opening the embroidery shop. Thank you, Your Majesty, the Emperor replied. We are old partners now. No need for such formalities. Let us go. The Empress supported the Emperor as they made their way to her chamber. Upon arriving at the Empress's chamber, the Emperor instructed the servants not to announce their presence and entered the room hand in hand with the Empress. Lin was engrossed in embroidering a floral pattern and did not notice them approaching until they stood right before her. Startled, Lin rose to kneel in greeting, but the Emperor interjected, no need for such formalities. Lin, I wish to ask you, does Yin Wenzhong know of your embroidery skills? Lin shook her head, he truly does not. He seldom enters the quarters of common women. The Emperor chuckled, that is even better. Let him regret it. Lin, I support your partnership with the Empress in opening a shop. Do well in your endeavors. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin exclaimed, her face alight with surprise and confidence. The Emperor continued, no need for such formality. Let us sit down and discuss the details of opening the shop. Lin, overwhelmed by the honor of sitting with the emperor and empress to discuss business, had never dared to dream of such a moment. The empress urged Lin to take a seat, and the three began to deliberate on the specifics of their shop. Meanwhile, Xiyao had taken a delightful nap in the carriage and awoke as they neared dinner time. They were still on the official road, with over 100 miles to the next town. As dusk settled, Han Xiaoming instructed Wuchen, "Find a place to rest." "Yes, my lord." Wuchen drove the carriage a short distance off the official road and found a clearing to stop. Upon disembarking, Xiyao stretched her limbs, and Lao Tu smiled. "Child, come, I shall take you hunting." "All right," Xiyao replied. The master and disciple ventured into the woods. Han Xiaoming dismounted and leisurely followed behind Xiyao and Lao Tu. After a day of riding, his backside was numb, and he too desired to stretch. Wuchen hurried to keep pace. Chulan, Xiaozhu, Qiugu and Dongmei, the four shadows, were tasked with gathering firewood. They would certainly need plenty for their outdoor camping that night. After following for a while, Han Xiaoming veered off in another direction. Xiyao and Lao Tu pressed on. Soon spotting a frightened little deer fleeing, Lao Tu picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it as a projectile. Striking the deer on the head and stunning it, Xiyao excitedly ran over to retrieve the deer, but a dangerous aura engulfed her. Looking up, she saw a pack of wolves charging toward her. Causing her scalp to prickle, Lao Tu swiftly appeared at her side, taking the deer from her hands. "Child, let this pack of wolves serve as practice for your whip technique. Fear not, I am here. These beasts shall not harm you." Xiyao nodded and unsheathed the whip from her waist, preparing for an attack. The wolves closed in, and Lao Tu collected some stones from the ground, leaping up into a nearby tree. With a crack, Xiyao swung her whip, striking the nearest wolf. The injured wolf howled in pain, inciting the others to become even more ferocious. With a flurry of cracks, Xiyao swung the whip repeatedly at the pack. Any wolves attempting to sneak up would be warded off by Lao Tu's stones. As Xiao's confidence grew, she recalled the whip techniques Lao Tu had taught her, soon mastering a basic set of moves. The only thing lacking was her internal strength. Hearing the howls of the wolves, Han Xiaoming paused momentarily before continuing forward. Wuchen observed this and cautiously remarked, "My lord, it seems Lao Tu and the others have encountered a pack of wolves." Han Xiaoming replied coldly, "With Lao Tu present, those wolves are perfect for that girl to hone her skills. There is nothing to worry about." "But my lord," Wuchen insisted, "with the wolves howling, there will be no chance of catching any prey nearby. It would be better to hunt a wolf for dinner." Han Xiaoming furrowed his brow, realizing Wuchen had a point. Hunting near a pack of wolves would be futile. The master and servant turned back, utilizing their lightness skills to glide toward the source of the howls. Sure enough, they found Lao Tu leisurely perched in a tree, while Xiyao was fervently swinging her whip, practicing against the pack. Han Xiaoming leaped up into the tree beside Lao Tu. "Look at that girl. Her talent is remarkable. She has nearly mastered the whip technique, though her internal strength is still lacking. Her potential is no less than yours." Lao Tu remarked proudly. Han Xiaoming scoffed dismissively, "What does it matter if she has talent? She started late, and her internal strength is only beginner level. By the time she achieves success, it will be ages from now." Lao Tu raised an eyebrow. "You underestimate her. With me as her mentor, she will undoubtedly become a martial arts master within 3 years." In truth, Han Xiaoming could see Xiao's innate talent. She was indeed a promising candidate for martial arts training. Yet, he stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. After all, he was more interested in her medical skills, intending to recruit her for his own purposes. Once she became capable, would he still be able to control her? Well, it was fine. She was his little disciple, and when the time came for her assistance, she would likely not refuse. Moreover, with Lao Tu and the 3 senior brothers doting on her, they would do anything to provide her with the best. And given her dedication to her studies, it would be hard for her not to succeed. Suddenly, a larger wolf attempted to ambush Xiyao from behind, while Lao Tu, caught up in his pride, failed to notice the impending danger. As the threat loomed closer, Wuchen drew his sword, ready to intervene. However, someone was quicker. Han Xiaoming unsheathed a dagger from his waist, unhesitatingly throwing it as a projectile. The wolf that sought to ambush Xiyao howled in pain as it collapsed to the ground. By the time Lao Tu realized what had happened, Han Xiaoming's dagger was already embedded in the wolf's neck. Fuming, Lao Tu scolded, "You rascal, do not speak to me. It's fortunate you acted, otherwise, that girl would have been injured." Han Xiaoming rolled his eyes, retorting, "You were the one boasting about your disciple. I did not initiate conversation." Lao Tu protested, "Is that so? I recall you were the one who spoke first. If you had not spoken, how would you be standing beside me?" Han Xiaoming was left speechless. This old man had a knack for finding excuses. Meanwhile, Xiyao was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Her body was simply too weak. After only a short practice, she was on the verge of exhaustion. She would need to strengthen her training going forward. Seeing Xiyao nearly at her limit, Lao Tu instructed Han Xiaoming, "Your junior sister is running out of stamina. You should help her and drive the wolf pack away." Han Xiaoming remained indifferent, pretending not to hear. Lao Tu glared at him, preparing to take action himself. "She aspires to become a martial arts master within 3 years. Thus she must transcend her limits, let her practice a while longer, do not rescue her unless she collapses. The old man pondered for a moment and agreed with Han Xiaoming's assertion, consequently he restrained himself from aiding Xiyao. His eyes filled with tension as he watched her, fearful of the danger she might face. Chapter 21, Han Xiaoming's gift. Xiao's stamina dwindled, her strikes with the long whip losing their potency. Yet she persevered. The old man had exhausted the stones in his hand, and it appeared that Xiyao was about to fall prey to the wolves. In unison, the old man and Han Xiaoming sprang into action. With Wuchen following closely behind, the three men formed a protective circle around Xiyao, drawing their weapons simultaneously. With swift, decisive movements, they dispatched three wolves, causing the remaining pack to flee in disarray, with the peril averted. Xiyao, disregarding her image, plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. The old man, his face etched with concern, inquired, "My dear girl, are you all right?" Xiyao, her voice weak, replied, "I'm fine, merely exhausted to the point of collapse." The old man suggested, "Rest for a moment, and then we shall return." Han Xiaoming, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, remarked, "It's nearly dark. After such a brief practice with the whip, you're already this fatigued. In my view, you might as well abandon your martial training." Initially drained of all energy, Xiyao felt a surge of defiance at Han Xiaoming's mocking words. She shot him a glare, rose from the ground, brushed off her behind, and began her way back, while the old man hurriedly followed, leading the young deer. Han Xiaoming allowed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile to grace his lips as he leisurely trailed behind them. "Wuchen," Han Xiaoming commanded, "retrieve the wolf pelts and fangs." "Yes, I shall obey." Wuchen responded. Drawing his dagger, he skillfully skinned the wolf and extracted its fangs before hastily returning, utilizing his light-footedness. Upon returning to the clearing, Xiyao felt too fatigued even to move a finger. Her internal energy had been utterly depleted. Just as she was about to climb onto the cart for a rest, Han Xiaoming's teasing voice echoed once more, "Are you hoping to sleep? Shouldn't you focus on your training instead? Do you truly wish to give up? You're so dirty. Don't soil my cart." "Oh, not again," she thought. However, considering this demon's severe cleanliness obsession, she realized that if she were to rest on the cart, he might very well dismantle it. For the sake of a substantial sum of silver and a residence, she decided to endure for now. Xiyao lowered her head and moved to sit cross-legged beneath a nearby tree to practice. The old man settled beside her, standing guard, while Han Xiaoming leapt up into the tree, reclining on a branch with his eyes closed, resting. Xunlan and the others began to prepare the game, readying to roast the young deer and wolf meat for dinner. Not long after, Xiyao entered a state of complete absorption in her practice. Within half an hour, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, making the old man salivate, yet Xiyao remained still, undistracted. Once the meat was ready, she still did not move. Xunlan set aside a deer leg for her, while the others feasted heartily. After their meal, Han Xiaoming returned to his perch in the tree, dozing off, while Wuchen took the night watch. The old man and the four shadows sat cross-legged beside Xiyao, meditating and practicing Dai. In the latter half of the night, Xunlan replaced Wuchen for a rest, and as the hour drew near, she placed the deer leg over the fire to roast for Xiao's awakening. As dawn approached, Xiao opened her eyes, delighting in the noticeable growth of her internal energy. She realized that practicing when her energy was nearly depleted was beneficial, which explained Han Xiaoming's insistence on her not resting and his teasing prods to keep her training. That arrogant boy! If he had merely stated his intentions directly, it would have been far simpler. Why must he always be so sardonic and irritating? Standing up, she stretched her limbs, her stomach growling with hunger. Xunlan smiled and said, "Second miss, come wash your face and eat something. You must be famished." Xiao grinned as she approached Xunlan, who brought warm water for her to wash her face. After washing, Xiao seized the roasted deer leg and devoured it without concern for decorum, her hunger overwhelming her. "Second miss, please eat slowly. If you're still hungry, there's wolf meat later," Xunlan cautioned her, worried she might choke. Han Xiaoming descended from the tree, observing Xiao's voracious appetite with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this truly a woman? Everyone soon awakened, consuming roasted wolf meat for breakfast and taking additional portions for the journey ahead. After a brief rest, they prepared to depart, just as Xiao was about to board the cart. Han Xiaoming's mocking voice rang out again, "You're so filthy. Do you really think you can get onto the cart? Run 20 miles first, then change your clothes before boarding." Xiao turned to Han Xiaoming, grinning like a mischievous fox. "Fourth senior brother, you're truly insufferable. If you wish for your beloved, charming little junior sister to enhance her physical prowess, you could simply state it plainly. Why resort to such sarcasm?" Han Xiaoming, slightly embarrassed by Xiao's perceptiveness, retorted, "Stop being so vain. Will you run or not? If not, then go change your clothes. Of course I will run. Fourth senior brother only has my best interests at heart. How could I possibly disappoint him?" "Wouldn't you agree?" Xiao declared before turning and setting off at a moderate pace. Han Xiaoming's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. This little junior sister was indeed unique. Entirely unlike the shallow women of the capital, possessing considerable intellect and the ability to discern his thoughts, it seemed that they could coexist amicably from now on. Xunlan remarked, "Master, I will accompany the second miss in her run. I too need to train. Han Xiaoming nodded. Go ahead. Xunlan secured the reins to Han Xiaoming's saddle and hastily pursued Yin Xiao, Xiazhu Chogu, and Dong Mei likewise fastened the reins in order to join their master, exclaiming, we should train as well. We will run alongside the second Mississippi. After speaking, the three of them quickly caught up to Yin Xiao, accompanying her in her run. The old man mounted a horse, boasting, you see, boy, your little junior sister possesses considerable charm. Aren't you still owing her a gift? These four young ladies make the perfect present, you should present them to her, Han Xiaoming generously replied. Originally, I intended to wait until we returned to the capital to take her to the storeroom so she could choose her own gift. Since these four shadows have no objection to her, then so be it, I shall bestow these four shadows upon her. The old man joyfully shouted, girl, wait a moment, your fourth senior brother wishes to present you with a gift. Yin Xiao halted, turning with a perplexed expression toward Han Xiaoming. Han Xiaoming stated, since you have become my little junior sister, and all three of your senior brothers have gifted you, I shall present you with the four shadows, Xunlan, Xiazhu Chogu, and Dong Mei. Yin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, as did those of the four shadows. The investment in training these four shadows had not been insignificant. Han Xiaoming looked at the four shadows and asked, are you all willing to follow my little junior sister? Xunlan was the first to kneel, saying, I am willing to follow the second Mississippi. The other three exchanged glances and followed suit. We are willing to follow the second Mississippi. Han Xiaoming affirmed, excellent, from this moment forth, my little junior sister will be your master, and you must protect her well. Yes, they replied in unison, turning to kneel before Yin Xiao with utmost respect. We pay our respects to our master. Chapter 22. A spring breeze unleashed. Yin Xiao stood in disbelief. She knew that Xunlan and the others were exceptional, as ordinary maidservants lack such martial prowess, yet she had not anticipated that they would be the four shadows. Now, Han Xiaoming had generously gifted them to her. Am I dreaming? Yin Xiao asked. Xunlan, am I dreaming? Xunlan replied, miss, you are not dreaming, you are now our master. Yin Xiao remained skeptical, pinching her own cheek. Oucha, that hurts, this is not a dream. Had Han Xiaoming lost his mind, this gift was delightful, and she must ensure he did not regret it. Yin Xiao quickly bent down to assist the four shadows, urging, get up, from now on you shall follow me. I will never allow you to suffer. Thank you, master. The four responded in unison. Yin Xiao turned to Han Xiaoming, saying, fourth senior brother, you must not regret this, from now on they are my people. Han Xiaoming replied, somewhat begrudgingly, I am not so petty. Once a gift is given, it cannot be taken back. Yin Xiao leaped in excitement, exclaiming, yea, thank you, fourth senior brother, you are the best. Observing her joy, Han Xiaoming felt an inexplicable twinge of emotion. Though he could not discern whether it was pain or happiness, perhaps there was a hint of regret, considering the considerable resources expended in their training, yet, deep down, he did not feel overly mournful. After all, he had resolved to utilize Yin Xiao, and the four shadows would still heed his commands. Yin Xiao and the four shadows joyously dashed forward. The old man muttered softly, you see, boy, the girl is quite a fine young lady. You must cherish her. Han Xiaoming retorted, cherish what? Had you not suggested it, I would have never parted with the four shadows. The old man stuck out his tongue, thinking, stubborn boy, I shall see how you react when someone else takes an interest in the girl. Will you remain indifferent? You ought to treat her better and refrain from your usual sarcasm. Han Xiaoming rolled his eyes. This is how I am. You know I dislike women, yet you insist on me taking a female disciple. Whether you like it or not, she is your little junior sister, and you must treat her well. The old man insisted. Am I not treating her well enough already? I have given her the four shadows. The elderly Esteemed, lost in thought, inquired, you mischievous lad, tell me the truth, do you harbor a fondness for men? Han Xiaoming retorted angrily, which of your eyes has seen me favoring men? Yin pointed at his own eyes and replied, both of them have witnessed it. Han Xiaoming, rendered speechless, declared, I have no affection for men nor for women, they are simply too troublesome. Just consider my father's harem, those women would do anything to ascend the ranks. Yin countered, can those women compare to your little junior sister? If she were truly enamored with power, would she have severed her engagement with your fifth royal brother? Han Xiaoming was compelled to concede that Yin spoke the truth. Yet he pondered, perhaps she favored another prince, or the crown prince. After all, he knew little of her. Han Xiaoming gazed at Yin Xiao's silhouette, hoping she was not the type of woman who would resort to any means for power. As found in his father's harem, growing up in the palace, he bore witness to the tragic demise of his third royal brother at the hands of consort Rome, a sight that had terrified him as a child. Rendering him mute about it. As he matured, he learned that his third royal brother's mother was far from virtuous, leading him to remain silent. Born into royalty, perhaps it was an unavoidable fate, everyone aspired to ascend. Ever wary of the women in the emperor's harem, this was the root of Han Xiaoming's disdain for women, and since then, apart from the empress, the dowager empress, and the 10th princess, he allowed no woman to approach within 3 feet of him. Han Xiaoming bestowed the 4 great shadows upon Yin Xiao, who was overjoyed and ran ahead, laughing exuberantly. Perhaps buoyed by her good spirits, she insisted on running nearly 30 miles before stopping, breathless and drenched in sweat. Chulan handed her a handkerchief to wipe her brow, and after resting for a while, she climbed into the carriage to change into a fresh outfit. By noon, they reached a small town, where they had lunch before continuing their journey without lingering. Once back in the carriage, Xiyao seized the opportunity to rest, for she still had to practice in the evening. Day after day passed, and before long 10 days had flown by throughout this time. Han Xiaoming continued to provoke Xiyao, resulting in a considerable enhancement of her internal strength and physical prowess, while the scars on her face had faded to near invisibility. One evening, while camping outdoors. After finishing dinner, the elderly Yin began to instruct Xiyao in the art of lightness skill. Focus your energy in your dantian, channel your internal strength to your feet, and master your balance. Following his guidance, Xiyao directed her internal energy to her feet and leapt upward. With a whoosh, she soared into the air. However, during her first attempt at this skill, she lost her balance and plummeted headfirst. Ah, help, she cried in panic as the 4 great shadows rushed to her aid. Yet, Han Xiaoming was quicker, darting to her side and securely grasping her waist, just as Xiyao rejoiced at her salvation. Fate seemed to conspire against her. Her belt came undone. This was disastrous, and Han Xiaoming's expression shifted alarmingly as he swiftly embraced her waist and carried her away from prying eyes. He set her down a safe distance away. Unable to meet her gaze, and turned slightly, presenting his back to her. Quickly adjust your clothing. Xiyao looked down to find her outer garment askew, revealing a crimson undergarment. She hurriedly pulled her attire back into place, only to realize that her belt remained in Han Xiaoming's grasp. Fourth brother, shouldn't you return my belt? She inquired. Han Xiaoming glanced at the belt in his hand, his handsome face flushing crimson, and he hastily offered it back. The distance between them was such that Xiyao had to step forward to retrieve it, but as she reached for the belt, her foot caught in the underbrush, sending her tumbling forward. Her nose colliding with Han Xiaoming's back. Ouch! Stars danced before her eyes as warmth trickled from her nostrils. Goodness, fourth brother, do you have a steel plate on your back? In truth, it was not that Han Xiaoming's back was particularly hard, but rather that he had instinctively tensed every muscle upon sensing Xiao's fall. Ignoring her nose, she snatched the belt from him and quickly secured it around her waist. As the 23rd chapter unfolds. Xiao fastened her belt, and Han Xiaoming turned to see her nose bleeding, prompting him to rush forward with a handkerchief. Hurry, wipe your nose, you're bleeding. Xiao accepted the handkerchief, pressing it to her nose. Fourth brother, do you truly have a steel plate on your back? How could it be so hard? I do not, he replied. Let's head back. With that, he turned to leave. Xiao, however, grasped him and reached behind him. Having completely forgotten her earlier resolve to keep her distance from Han Xiaoming, he froze momentarily, his body tensing instinctively as he fought the urge to step away, reminding himself, she is my junior sister. I cannot kick her, I must not kick her, there is no steel plate. Fourth brother, why are you so tense? Relax, no wonder my nose bled from the collision. Upon realizing the implication of her words, she quickly withdrew her hand, casting a fearful glance at it before lowering her head and retreating, entirely disregarding Han Xiaoming behind her. Goodness, that was a close call. Just moments ago, Han Xiaoming's muscles had tensed in a protective instinct. Had she continued, he might have inadvertently kicked her. Xiao mentally berated herself. You forgetful fool, did you not vow to keep your distance until you can defeat him? Thankfully, she had not been kicked today. Had he lost control, the outcome would have been dire. Han Xiaoming exhaled a sigh of relief, gradually relaxing his body as he trailed behind Xiao. I'm glad I held back, that kick didn't happen. Watching Xiao's retreating figure, he could not help but ask, Junior sister, is your nose alright? Xiao turned back, glaring fiercely at him. Fourth brother, if you ever wish to refrain from saving me, just let me be. Chulan and the others would have come to my aid. Look at me now, my nose is bleeding. Do you think I am fine? Thankfully my nasal bone is intact, otherwise if my nose were flattened, you would be responsible. Han Xiaoming replied, you were the one who collided with me. If you hadn't grabbed my belt, would it have come undone? Would I have crashed into you? Apologies, I did not intend for that to happen. He said, offering his contrition. Considering your apology, I shall forgive you. Xiao turned away, clutching her nose as she resumed her path. Han Xiaoming addressed her back, saying, you have yet to master the control of your internal energy. At the outset of practicing lightness skill, it is not necessary to channel all your energy to your feet. Instead, once airborne, you must swiftly distribute it throughout your body to maintain balance. Xiao listened intently to his explanation. Unable to resist channeling her energy to her feet once more, with a whoosh she soared into the air again, quickly distributing her internal energy throughout her body. However, she still lost control and began to descend. Though this time not headfirst, Han Xiaoming called out, relax your body, use your momentum to turn. Xiao loosened her muscles, directing her energy to her feet, and with a powerful push from the ground, she ascended once more. This back and forth continued until she found her rhythm, attempting to move forward, successfully discovering the technique for flight but struggling with turns. As she neared a tree, panic seized her, causing her to forget to retract her energy. Ah, I'm going to crash into the tree, help! In a flash, Han Xiaoming used the tips of his toes to spring forward, catching up to Xiao, seizing her small hand, and leveraging himself against a branch to evade the tree. gently bringing them both to the ground. Fool, can you not use momentum to turn? Try again. Xiyao blinked and grinned, eagerly continuing her training in lightness skill. To prevent her from colliding with trees again. Han Xiaoming shadowed her, offering guidance on her next moves. Upon returning to the campsite, Xiao's internal energy was entirely depleted, fatigue enveloping her. Without needing Han Xiaoming's prodding, she found a spot to sit and began her practice. Tonight, I will keep watch. You all should rest if you can, or practice if you must. With that, Han Xiaoming leapt onto a large tree behind Xiyao, his gaze sharp and watchful, akin to an owl surveying its surroundings. The next day, as dawn broke, all had awakened from their training except for Xiyao. Junlan and the others prepared breakfast while Yin and Han Xiaoming washed up, with Wuchen remaining vigilant over Xiyao. When breakfast was ready, Xiyao still showed no signs of waking, prompting the others to eat without her. After their meal, when she remained unresponsive, Han Xiaoming, with no other choice, continued to wait, taking turns to protect her. In the capital, the Empress and Lin had officially opened their embroidery shop that day. The shop, named Rui Embroidery, was christened by the Empress herself. Early in the morning, Lin and the Empress busied themselves with preparations alongside their servants. Upon hearing of Lin's new venture, Yan Wenzhong, after court, took Wang and her daughter, along with the steward and several attendants, to seek trouble. The Emperor had instructed the Empress to ensure that he and the Crown Prince Han Xiaolei arrived at the shop for the grand opening after court. The Empress understood the Emperor's concerns about Yan Wenzhong stirring trouble and readily agreed. However, with the Empress present, even if Yan Wenzhong had tenfold courage, he would not dare to act rashly. As Yan Wenzhong, accompanied by Wang and her daughter, approached the embroidery shop, he immediately spotted Lin laughing and conversing with the Empress, halting his advance, too apprehensive to proceed further. Wang muttered softly, "This shameless wretch dares to open an embroidery shop in the capital. My lord, when her shop opens later, let us go and create a disturbance, and see how she manages," Yan Wenzhong admonished angrily. "If you wish to court death, do so on your own, do not involve me. Did you not see the Empress beside her? What? The woman next to her is actually the Empress. What is she?" That the opening of a mere embroidery shop could draw the attention of Her Majesty, Yan Xiaodai remarked, "Indeed, that wretched woman is accompanied by the Empress. We must not act recklessly today, after the shop opens. We will devise a plan to ensure that she cannot continue." As soon as Yan Xiaodia's words fell, the Emperor and the Crown Prince, surrounded by the Imperial Guards, approached slowly, leaving Yan Wenzhong utterly astounded. Why would a mere embroidery shop operated by someone he had confined to the backyard not only provoke the Empress but also draw the Emperor and the Crown Prince? What underhanded schemes had this woman employed? Upon their arrival, the Empress and Lin greeted them with smiles. "This humble servant greets your Majesty. No need for formalities. Is everything ready?" the Emperor inquired, replying to Your Majesty, "Everything is prepared. We await your unveiling of the plaque to commence the opening." The Empress answered. The Emperor nodded and turned to the gathered crowd, spotting Yan Wenzhong among them. Not daring to meet the Emperor's gaze, Yan Wenzhong forced himself forward, trembling as he knelt. "This humble official pays his respects to Your Majesty." "Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress, long live the Crown Prince." Hearing this, the surrounding citizens quickly followed suit, kneeling to pay their respects. "Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress, long live the Crown Prince." The Emperor chuckled heartily, waving his hand. "No need for formalities, everyone rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the Emperor continued. "This embroidery shop is the enterprise of my youngest son, the 9th Prince, who has appointed Lady Lin as the embroideress. Today, the 9th Prince is away, thus I and the Crown Prince shall oversee the opening, and I ask the good people to support us in the future." Seeing the Emperor so amiable and approachable, the citizens' fondness for him grew exponentially, and they all cheerfully agreed. Only Yan Wenzhong's family hung their heads in despair. The shop belonged to the cold-faced 9th Prince, even with 3 heads and 6 arms. Yan Wenzhong dared not provoke Lin. To do so would be to challenge the cold-faced prince, a risk he was not willing to take. He had no desire to court death, with the Emperor, Empress, and Crown Prince present. Even attempting to slip away was out of the question, so he had no choice but to feign interest in the embroidery shop. The Emperor cast a scornful glance at Yan Wenzhong. Filled with disdain, "Yan Wenzhong, when you behold Lady Lin's creations, I shall see if you will feel regret you guard a precious gem yet neglected, while mistaking a worthless stone for treasure," the Emperor proclaimed loudly. "Good people, all the samples in the shop are personally embroidered by Lady Lin. Should you find anything to your liking, you may place orders today. I now declare the Rui embroidery shop officially opened." The townsfolk erupted in cheers, clapping their hands fervently. The sound of firecrackers resounded, deafening in its volume. The Emperor and Empress pulled at the red ribbons concealing the plaque, which revealed the bold, gilded characters "Rui Embroidery Shop" before the crowd. The majority of those present were women, though a few men accompanied their wives and children. The citizens marveled at the lifelike samples, voices of admiration filling the air. Heavens, the craftsmanship is exquisite. As if alive, indeed. This is my first time witnessing such splendid embroidery patterns. I must order a few designs for my daughter's wedding attire. I too wish to place an order. They are simply breathtaking. Almost lifelike, Yan Wenzhong, upon seeing the samples, was left speechless. After more than a decade of marriage with Lin, he had been completely unaware of her extraordinary talent. Had he known earlier, this embroidery shop could have been the property of the Yan family. In that moment, a flicker of regret crossed Yan Wenzhong's mind, yet upon seeing Yan Xiaojie's beautiful face, that regret was quickly suppressed. What good was skill when their daughter was so dark and unattractive? It was unlikely she would marry into the royal family, let alone be sought after by the sons of high-ranking officials. How could she aid him in advancing his career? Divorcing Lin would only cost him an embroidery shop. But failing to protect Yan Xiaodai could jeopardize his position as a lesser teacher. Though he had been demoted by 3 ranks, once Yan Xiaodai married the 5th prince, he could very well regain his former status. And ascending from a first-grade position to a rightful one did not seem insurmountable, yet Yan Wenzhong had miscalculated. Yan Xiyao had broken off her engagement with the 5th prince, and the emperor had already dispatched someone to investigate Yan Xiaojie's character. Not only would the emperor disallow her marriage to the 5th prince, he would not permit her to become a concubine either. However, the emperor favored the 9th prince, and Yan Xiyao was the only woman close to him. The vendetta of Yan Xiyao would be left for her to resolve herself. The emperor could see through her eyes that the girl would not easily forgive those who harmed her. Casting a glance at Yan Wenzhong, the emperor could not suppress a cold smile. The samples from Lin were too exceptional, causing the embroidery shop's business to flourish, with orders pouring in right from the start. The empress was beaming with pride, busy collecting payments. Meanwhile, Yan Xiyao remained in a deep slumber until noon, absorbed in her training. It wasn't until evening that the old man noticed something unusual about her. The surrounding energy was continuously flowing into Yan Xiao's body. Quick, protect the girl, she is about to break through. The others, who were enjoying roasted meat, turned their attention to Yan Xiao and noticed the energy swirling around her. This energy stemmed from the essence exuded by plants and trees. Martial artists absorbed this intangible energy to convert it into internal strength, thereby enhancing their abilities. They set aside their food, encircling Yan Xiao to prevent any external factors from disrupting her breakthrough. Yan Xiao furrowed her brow. The process of breaking through one's internal strength was excruciating, requiring her to forcefully collide her internal power against the bottleneck, expanding her meridians. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed her internal power again and again against the barrier. Internally screaming, "Break for me!" With a sudden soft pop, she finally shattered the bottleneck, surging forward, directly advancing from the human level to the mortal level. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. It had only been a few days, and she had already broken through to the mortal level. Truly a prodigy. Yan Xiao did not open her eyes but continued to absorb energy, solidifying her newfound strength. Half an hour later, she finally opened her eyes, only to be met with a foul stench that nearly overwhelmed her. What is that horrid smell? Yan Xiao wrinkled her nose in confusion. Chunlan quickly climbed into the carriage to fetch her some clothes. "My lady, you must bathe immediately. There is a small stream nearby you just broke through, and your body expelled a great deal of impurities. It's the stench from your own body." Hearing this, Yan Xiao raised her sleeve and noticed a layer of black grime on her skin, emanating a foul odor. Han Xiaoming pinched his nose in disgust. "Hurry and wash. It's unbearable. Goodness, it truly reeks." Yan Xiao scrambled to her feet and dashed toward the stream. Chunlan held her close, while the 4 shadow guards followed closely behind. Upon reaching the stream, Yan Xiao did not bother to remove her clothes but leaped directly into the water. The next second, "Oh no, this water is freezing." Chunlan chuckled. "My lady, it is now deep autumn. Of course, the mountain stream is cold. Please bear with it and take off your clothes. I will clean them for you." Shivering, Yan Xiao hurriedly removed her clothes and tossed them to Chunlan, quickly washing away the grime. She failed to notice that all the scars on her body had completely vanished, her skin now delicate and smooth. When she emerged from the water, she was already frozen, her body covered in goosebumps, teeth chattering and limbs stiff. "Quick, help me put on my clothes. I'm freezing." Summer Bamboo, Autumn Chrysanthemum, and Winter Plum quickly dressed her, while Summer Bamboo lifted her long hair and used internal power to dry it. Autumn Chrysanthemum and Winter Plum each took one of her hands, palms facing, channeling internal power into her to expel the cold from her body. Finally, "I've warmed up. I was nearly frozen solid." Yan Xiao exhaled deeply. Summer Bamboo chimed in. "My lady, your face still needs washing." Blinking, Yan Xiao suddenly remembered that she had a human skin mask on. Her face beneath it had yet to be washed. Yan Xiao returned to the stream, crouched down, and peeled off the human skin mask, cleansing her face thoroughly. Having cleaned the mask as well, Yan Xiao stood up, shaking off the water from it. Summer Bamboo stared at her in astonishment. "My lady, your face is completely restored. There is not a trace of the previous scars, and your skin is even more radiant, as smooth as a freshly shelled egg. My lady, you are truly exquisite." Yan Xiao reached up to touch her face, finding it indeed soft and tender. Chunlan, Autumn Chrysanthemum, and Winter Plum also praised. "My lady is truly beautiful, surpassing any woman in the capital." Just as Yan Xiao was about to don the human skin mask again, Chunlan interjected. "My lady, this mask is dark and unsightly. You needn't wear it." "How splendid you look now," Yan Xiao replied, "but I still do not wish to reveal my true appearance." Summer Bamboo smiled. My lady, you have already broken off your engagement with the fifth prince. In my humble opinion, there is no need for you to hide anymore. You look wonderful like this, rest assured the four of us can protect you well. Is that so? Is it truly unnecessary to wear this dark, unattractive mask? Chunlan remarked. Of course, there is no need to wear it, even if he is the fifth prince, my four sisters could easily beat him to the ground. She had a point. I have already severed the engagement, so it seems unnecessary to wear this thing. Nonetheless, I shall keep it for now, in case it proves useful in the future. After speaking, Xiyao tucked the human skin mask into her sleeve and stowed it away in her spatial storage. Turning to head back, unbeknownst to her, her bracelet had unlocked the second floor of her spatial realm, and if she were to enter, she could ascend to that level. The four shadow guards followed her with excitement. And Xiaju whispered, Mistress, you look truly beautiful, restored to your former appearance. It would be wonderful if you could become the ninth prince's consort. Chunlan smiled enigmatically and replied, it is quite possible. The Empress has a special affection for our mistress, and only she can approach the ninth prince. With such beauty, only the ninth prince is worthy of her, Dongmei added with a smile, upon returning to the campsite. The elderly Yin Han Xiaoming and Wuchan were left astounded, their eyes wide as they gazed at Yen Xiyao without blinking. Particularly, the two unassuming physicians, Yen Junyi and the house doctor, were nearly shocked to the ground. They had all witnessed the injuries on Yen Xiao's face, yet never imagined that within less than a month, she would have healed so remarkably. Their admiration for her medical prowess was undeniable. It seemed that they must cultivate a closer relationship with the second Miss Yen. Even learning a sliver of her skills would significantly elevate their own medical practices. The elderly Yin came to his senses and exclaimed with excitement. Girl, your face has recovered, you are stunning. I never expected my little disciple to be so beautiful. Han Xiaoming surveyed Yen Xiao's unadorned face, her large, clear eyes akin to dark grapes, exuding a refreshing and pure aura. Having grown accustomed to the heavily made-up women of the palace, he found her natural beauty to be truly remarkable. The elderly Yin, observing the astonished expressions of the others, teased, you lot look as if your eyes are about to pop out. The four of them awkwardly redirected their gazes, to which Han Xiaoming coolly stated, hurry and eat something. Continue your training. You've been at it day and night, neglecting your meals. Yen Xiyao, unabashedly playful, replied, thank you for your concern. Fourth senior brother. I shall strive to improve. With that, she mischievously winked at Han Xiaoming, her demeanor both adorable and impish. He shot her a glare but couldn't help the smile creeping onto his lips. Having a little sister like her didn't seem so intolerable after all. Wuchan thought to himself, this second Miss Yen is truly exquisite, and as the mistress's little disciple, if she could become the mistress's consort. How delighted the emperor and empress would be. Ever since I followed the mistress, she has shown disdain for women, yet this second Miss Yen is the only one who has approached her without being cast aside. There might be hope. Yen Xiyao approached the campfire and began to devour the roasted meat. After finishing, she resumed her training the following day. Before dawn, Yen Xiyao opened her eyes. Dongmei was by the fire adding firewood. And upon noticing Yen Xiyao awake, she smiled and softly greeted, Mistress, you are awake. It's chilly in the morning. Come and warm yourself by the fire. Yen Xiyao rose from the ground and sat beside Dongmei, who handed her a cup of hot water before beginning to prepare breakfast. After taking a few sips, Yen Xiyao stood to assist Dongmei. Dongmei remarked, Mistress, let me handle these small tasks, you should rest. Yen Xiyao responded, it's alright, let us do it together. Are we still having roasted meat? Dongmei confirmed, yes, we will have roasted meat. We didn't bring much with us, and without pots and pans, we can't cook anything else. That is fine, as long as we're not hungry, it's sufficient, Yen Xiyao said, proceeding to help prepare breakfast alongside Dongmei. Dongmei gazed at Yen Xiyao, feeling deeply touched. She had never encountered a mistress who would assist her subordinates. And Yen Xiyao was the first. Moreover, she could clearly sense that Yen Xiyao regarded the four shadow guards not as mere subordinates but more like friends or family. What fortune it was to follow such a mistress. Han Xiaoming, having opened his eyes at some point, remained silent, quietly observing Yen Xiyao. The others gradually awakened and joined in roasting meat. After breakfast, they resumed their journey. As usual, Yen Xiyao prepared to run, but Han Xiaoming halted her, saying, today, let us learn to ride instead. Yen Xiyao beamed and replied, alright. Chunlan offered her horse to Yen Xiyao, helping her mount, and walked closely beside her, protective as if fearing she might fall. As Yen Xiyao settled onto the horse, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Han Xiaoming's voice rang out, grip the reins with both hands, press your feet firmly into the stirrups, relax your body, and sway with the horse's rhythm to maintain your balance. Following his guidance, Yen Xiyao did as instructed. As the horse began to move, her tension dissipated, and after a short distance, she started to pick up speed, prompting the horse to trot. As she grew more comfortable, Chunlan leaped onto Xiaju's horse, sharing a mount with her. Han Xiaoming rode ahead, calling back to Yen Xiyao, hold on tight. With that, he flicked his whip against Yen Xiao's horse, causing it to bolt forward. Yen Xiyao nearly fell off in shock, exclaiming in anger, fourth senior brother, you rascal, you're going to lose friends this way, could you not at least give me a heads up? Han Xiaoming feigned innocence. saying, I already warned you, Yan Xiyao retorted. What kind of warning was that? You didn't even wait for me to prepare before hitting my horse, almost causing me to fall. You must always be ready for unexpected situations. If something arises, will anyone remind you? Yan Xiyao fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Han Xiaoming's words. In chapter 26, can you be serious? Yan Xiyao displayed exceptional adaptability. It wasn't long before she acclimated to the horse's gallop. They stopped for lunch in a small town, where Wuchan left the carriage at the inn and purchased 2 additional horses. After their meal, the group mounted their horses and continued on. Upon leaving the town, they traversed forest trails where the carriage could not pass. The rugged mountain paths proved challenging. As a novice rider, Yan Xiyao soon felt soreness throughout her body, particularly in her backside and inner thighs. Noticing Yan Xiao's peculiar posture, Han Xiaoming felt a pang of sympathy. Just as he was about to suggest a rest, his brow furrowed in sudden seriousness, and his handsome face darkened. The others, including Yan Xiao, sensed the impending danger. Whoa! Yan Xiao tightened the reins, bringing her horse to a halt, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Han Xiaoming's horse trailed closely behind her, and he appeared unfazed, thinking, just a few ruffians. This will be a good opportunity for my little sister to stretch her legs. The 4 shadow guards in Wuchan had their right hands resting on their sword hilts, prepared to spring into action. The elderly Yin shared Han Xiaoming's sentiments, thinking, someone has come to offer my precious disciple some practice. How delightful! Yan Xiyao drew the red silk dragon whip from her waist, ready for action. As a group of masked bandits emerged from the sides of the path, the leader, upon spotting Yan Xiyao, was immediately captivated by her beauty. Well, what a delightful surprise to encounter such a stunning beauty today. And those 4 behind her aren't too shabby either. Brothers, let us get to work, kill the men and take the women back to the lair. Tonight, I shall take a bride. The band of masked men, eyes gleaming with greed, charged toward Yan Xiyao and her companions. Han Xiaoming coldly smirked. Little sister, just a few small fry, go and practice. Alright, Yan Xiyao replied sweetly, instantly leaping into action against the bandits. The leader, entranced by her captivating smile, lost all sense of direction as he stared at her. Yan Xiyao cracked her whip, delivering a sharp blow that brought the daydreaming bandit back to reality. How dare you strike me, vile woman! The leader bellowed. I am your elder. How dare you presume to call yourself anything before me? You seek death. With that, she lashed out again. The leader dodged, while the other bandits lunged at Yan Xiyao. With a deft flick of her whip, Yan Xiyao sent 2 bandits flying. She swung the whip again, ensnaring one bandit and hurling him into another, causing the latter to cower on the ground in fear. The leader leaped into the air, swinging his large blade toward Yan Xiao's face. Although her martial skills were still developing, her experience as a special forces medic armed her with combat knowledge. She swiftly sidestepped while her whip lashed toward the leader's neck. In midair, the leader realized it was too late to evade, so he swung his blade to cut at Yan Xiao's whip. The impact sent shockwaves through Yan Xiao's hands, nearly causing her to drop the weapon. However, rather than severing the whip, the leader's blade shattered, leaving a significant dent. Yan Xiao stared in shock at her whip, while the elderly Yin laughed heartily. Girl, do not underestimate the whip I bestowed upon you. No ordinary weapon can harm it in the slightest. Wow, what a treasure! Yan Xiao exclaimed, her face aglow with delight. Be careful, a junior sister, Han Xiaoming called out, soaring into action to deliver a kick to a bandit attempting to ambush Yan Xiao. Do you even know what you're doing? Can you be serious? He shouted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Regaining her focus, Yan Xiao continued to wield her whip in combat against the bandits. Whenever she encountered danger, Han Xiaoming would be quick to intervene, shielding her from harm. Of the 4 shadow guards, initially tense with worry, soon found themselves secretly pleased, realizing that the 9th prince was increasingly concerned for their mistress. In the depths of his heart, Wu Chen silently resolved, upon returning to the capital, he must discreetly inform Her Majesty the Empress about this matter, so that his lordship and the charming Miss Yan may be betrothed as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a great pity for such a beautiful lady to be spirited away by another. Both the military physician Yan and the household doctor nodded in agreement. At last, a woman had managed to approach his lordship, and they ought to create more opportunities for the two to interact in the future. Although Yan Xiao's martial prowess was lacking, the bandits would find little to gain, for Han Xiaoming was ever ready to protect her. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, Yan Xiao's meager inner strength was once again exhausted. Leaving her breathless and drenched in sweat. Wu Chen, take action to deal with them, commanded Han Xiaoming. Upon finishing his words, he leapt into the air, swiftly arriving beside Yan Xiao, seizing her and hoisting her back onto the horse. Wu Chen and the 4 shadows drew their long swords, simultaneously launching themselves toward the bandits, dispatching one with each stroke, ruthless and decisive. It was at this moment that the remaining bandits truly felt fear. They had provoked individuals far beyond their reckoning, and as they sought to flee, the 5 did not grant them the slightest opportunity. Within mere moments, the 5 had efficiently eliminated the bandits and mounted their horses. Continuing their journey, exhausted, Yan Xiao lacked the energy even to sit upright on the horse, her little head drooping as she fought against sleep. Han Xiaoming instructed Chunlan to ride alongside Yan Xiao. Ensuring her safety and preventing her from falling. As dusk fell, the group arrived at a remote little mountain village. Knowing they would soon need to venture further into the mountains, they decided to seek lodging for the night in this secluded abode, which seemed cut off from the world and quite backward. With no more than 50 households in the entire village, Junlan approached a seemingly decent family to inquire, "Good aunt, we are passing through and have missed our opportunity for food and lodging. May we stay at your home for the night? Rest assured, we are not ill-intentioned." The middle-aged woman regarded Junlan and the group with a troubled expression, saying, "My dear, our home is too small to accommodate so many." Junlan replied with a smile, "Dear aunt, do not worry. We only need to borrow your stove to prepare a simple meal and will rest here for the night. I assure you, we shall compensate you with silver." The middle-aged man shook his head with a sigh. "You may enter. In our village, even if we had silver, there is nowhere to spend it. We survive by hunting, and purchasing goods is done through bartering with animal skins. Borrowing the stove is no issue, but we have no surplus grain." Junlan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. We can hunt for ourselves," the middle-aged woman said. "As long as you are not particular, come in, tie your horses in the yard." Upon entering the courtyard and securing the horses, Han Xiaoming instructed Junlan to stay behind and protect Yan Xiyao, while the others ventured into the mountains to hunt. Noticing Yan Xiyao's exhaustion, the middle-aged woman prepared a bed for her to rest. As Yan Xiyao entered the room and beheld the patched yet clean bedding, a wave of sadness washed over her. This village was so impoverished that even a decent set of bedding was lacking. Chapter 27. What? You do not trust your little junior sister? Yan Xiyao was utterly fatigued, feeling the overwhelming weakness from her depleted inner strength. Without further thought, she swiftly removed her shoes, climbed into bed, and sat cross-legged to begin her cultivation. During cultivation, interruptions are strictly forbidden. Even the slightest disturbance could lead to deviation in one's practice. Junlan, not daring to be negligent, stood guard at the door to protect her. Meanwhile, the middle-aged couple took their children and a basket to the vegetable garden to gather food. After more than half an hour, Han Xiaoming and the others returned to the village laden with an abundance of game. The middle-aged couple stared in astonishment. The best hunter in their village would be fortunate to return with such a bounty after a full day in the mountains, yet these individuals had gathered so much in less than an hour. Oldine chuckled. "Brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly start a fire to cook. Whatever is left over, you may keep. I shall do just that. My dear wife, hurry, and light the fire. I will tend to the game." The middle-aged woman, recovering from her shock, hurried to prepare the fire. When dinner was ready, Yan Xiyao opened her eyes. At the table, the middle-aged couple dared not lift their chopsticks, prompting Yan Xiyao to continuously serve them dishes of meat and vegetables. The couple's child kept his head down, devouring the food as if he had not tasted a full meal in years. After finishing dinner, Yan Xiyao was about to find a suitable place to practice when the couple's child suddenly clutched his stomach. Groaning, "Mother, my stomach hurts terribly," the middle-aged couple panicked, with the husband exclaiming, "I will go find old Wang." Wu Chen interjected, "Uncle, you need not go. There are 3 doctors right here." Seeing the situation, Yan quickly approached to examine the child's pulse. After a moment, her brow furrowed. How could the child's stomach be so weak? He had consumed too much meat tonight, far beyond his digestive capacity. Observing the child's evident distress, Yan Xiyao stepped forward to conduct her own examination. Confirming the military physician's assessment, the child's digestive system was indeed too weak, leading to acute gastroenteritis from overeating. She located the Zusanli acupoint on the child's leg and applied pressure for a moment, gradually alleviating the abdominal pain until the child could no longer feel discomfort. While pressing the Zusanli acupoint can provide temporary relief for acute gastroenteritis, it is only a short-term solution, without further treatment. The condition could relapse or lead to diarrhea. Unfortunately, traditional Chinese medicine is often slow in effect. While the most effective remedy, Huanglian Su tablets, was in her medicine chest, however, retrieving it posed a challenge. Unlike ordinary pills, Huanglian Su tablets come packaged, necessitating a clever approach. Both the military physician and the household doctor looked at Yan Xiyao, recognizing this as a valuable learning opportunity, while they could also provide treatment. Their effectiveness would pale in comparison to hers. Noticing everyone's gaze upon her, Yan Xiyao rubbed her nose, saying, "Dr. Yan, please perform moxibustion on this child's Liangqiu and Tianshu acupoints while I step out for a moment." Dr. Yan nodded in agreement. Junlan stood up, saying, "My lady, I shall accompany you." Yan Xiyao shook her head. "No need, I can go alone. There is no danger in visiting the restroom. Surely you do not fear I might fall in?" "Very well, take care." Yan Xiyao nodded, rising to walk toward the outhouse. As she walked, her mind raced with thoughts. It seemed prudent to prepare small porcelain vials in the future, to store frequently used packaged medicines within a medicine kit. Otherwise, each time she needed medicine, she would have to run to the outhouse, and if she were to accidentally slip and fall in, she would be left with a lasting embarrassment. This time, she had not brought her medicine kit or any small vials, so she had to retrieve the Huanglian Su tablets and some digestive tablets from the outhouse, remove their packaging, and conceal them within her sleeves. The sleeves of this era were designed to be long and flowing. allowing one to carry small items easily, thus enabling Xiyao to tuck the medicine away until she could later hand it to the middle-aged woman for safekeeping, having secured the medicine. She took a moment to relieve herself before returning to the courtyard to wash her hands and then re-enter the house. Dr. Yan was already performing moxibustion on the boy, and Xiyao took out the medicine. First offering a few digestive tablets to the boy, instructing him to chew and swallow them, before handing the remainder to the middle-aged woman along with directions for usage and dosage, ensuring she would keep it safe. The onlookers regarded the tablets with puzzled expressions. Could medicine truly be made in such a form? How was this accomplished? Dr. Chen, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Miss Yan, what sort of medicine is this? How was it made? Xiyao replied, this is a remedy for gastroenteritis, left to me by a mysterious figure who taught me medicine. I am unsure of the process, as he did not disclose it to me. In truth, Xiyao was aware, but she could not divulge this knowledge. Without the proper pharmaceutical equipment, it could not be replicated. If she were to reveal the truth, the two doctors would undoubtedly pester her for instructions. Han Xiaoming questioned, what is the efficacy of this medicine? Has anyone tried it? Xiyao replied earnestly, its effects are excellent. I have personally tested it. Han Xiaoming inquired further, what does this mysterious figure look like? I cannot say, I apologize, she replied. Han Xiaoming was about to ask more when Oldine glared at him, stating, your little junior sister has said she cannot speak of it. You should not pester her with incessant questions. What, do you not trust your little junior sister? Han Xiaoming replied, no, I am merely curious why such an adept healer has never been mentioned before. Oldine retorted, if you had heard of them, they would no longer be mysterious, would they? I do not know how to deal with you. I am simply curious. I shall refrain from asking further. Oldine concluded, that is more like it. I have but this one female disciple. And you must protect her. Xiyao felt a surge of joy within. She had not anticipated her master would show such unyielding affection and protection for her. Han Xiaoming shot Xiyao a glare, coldly stating, why are you not practicing? Do not make everyone wait for you again tomorrow. Xiyao pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Could you not speak more kindly? How annoying. With that she rose and found a corner to sit cross-legged and commence her practice. While Chunlan stood guard nearby, after half an hour, Dr. Yan completed the moxibustion for the boy. Following a dose of medicine given by the middle-aged woman, the couple expressed their gratitude and took the child to rest. The others resumed their own practices or continued to stand guard. At dawn the next morning, Han Xiaoming produced some silver coins and extended them to the middle-aged man, saying, Uncle, please accept this silver. Before he could finish, the middle-aged man refused. No, I cannot accept your money. In our village, there is nowhere to spend it. Han Xiaoming insisted, Uncle, take the silver. We will need your help in caring for our horses for a while. Use this silver to ride to the town and purchase some fine grains for the child to help him regain his strength. Chapter 28. Do you take me for a spider? The middle-aged man stubbornly refused to accept any payment, insisting that it was his duty to help care for the horses while they treated his child. Xiyao urged, Uncle, please accept it. Your child's digestive system is weak. He must consume easily digestible grains, or his condition will only worsen. Do not refuse. Just tend to our horses. Reluctantly, the middle-aged man accepted the payment for the sake of his child's health, assuring them he would take good care of the horses. After finishing their breakfast, Han Xiaoming and the others set off lightly, embarking on their journey on foot. Xiyao silently rejoiced in her daily physical training over the past weeks. Otherwise, given her original physique, she would have struggled to cover even 10 miles. And now, however, her physical strength had significantly improved, and she could walk all day without undue fatigue. In the crisp autumn air, the mornings were particularly chilly, making it ideal for exercise. Yet, having only trained for a mere half-month, she knew it was still insufficient. Thus, she led her 4 shadows in a light jog. Wu Qing glanced at Han Xiaoming and, seeing no change in his expression, joined in the jog. The old man Eames chuckled, you slowpoke, take your time. I'm off to help my little disciple with her training. Dr. Yan and the court physician, Dr. Chen, exchanged glances. Dr. Yan remarked, my lord, we old fellows should exercise more. You proceed at your pace, and we shall join in the running. Without waiting for Han Xiaoming's response, the 2 old men began jogging alongside them. Han Xiaoming twitched his lips in annoyance. Were they really leaving him behind? Was his good looks so captivating? Resigned, he knew he could not lag behind and thus joined in the jog in a moment of whimsy. Xiyao cheerfully shouted a military chant, 1-2-1, 1-2-1, bleed and sweat but shed no tears, lose skin and flesh but never fall behind. 1-2-1. Chunlan, puzzled, asked, my lord, what does your 1-2 signify? And Xiyao replied, it's a rhythm. Step with the left foot for 1, step with the right for 2, and run to the beat. I understand now. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Xiyao continued to chant the rhythm, and soon the group of women fell into step. Even Dr. Yan and the others followed suit. In a fit of inspiration, Xiyao began to sing the military song Green Flowers in the Army. The chilly wind rustled the falling leaves. The army is a green flower. Dear comrades, do not long for home, do not think of your mothers. As she sang, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It had been nearly a month since she arrived in the Martial Sage Dynasty. And she wondered how her parents were doing in the modern world. If they knew she had died, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken, yet she could not return to inform them she was still alive. Han Xiaoming sensed her deep yearning through her song but was left to wonder who she missed. Did she long for home? Sigh, women are indeed women, they begin to miss home within a month of departure. Lost in her longing for her modern parents, Xiyao failed to pay attention to her footing and stumbled upon a stone, twisting her ankle. She cried out in pain, and just as she was about to fall, Chunlan and Xiaozhu rushed to support her. Chunlan asked anxiously, "My lord, are you all right?" With a pitiful tone, Xiyao replied, "I twisted my ankle." Dr. Yen hurried over to examine her. Fortunately, there were no fractures, just a mild ligament strain. But recovery would take about half a month. Dr. Yen applied a homemade ointment for sprains and bruises, offering a simple treatment. My lord, the second miss cannot walk for now. We must take turns carrying her. Her ankle will require about half a month to heal, he stated. Han Xiaoming furrowed his brows. The path ahead was treacherous, impassable even for horses, and now she was injured. Was this not adding to the chaos? Chunlan glanced at Han Xiaoming, wishing he would step up and carry Xiyao, but he remained indifferent, crouching before Xiyao. Chunlan offered, "My lord, allow me to carry you." Xiyao replied, "No need, just make me a crutch. I can walk on my own." Han Xiaoming coldly interjected, "Stop being stubborn, you won't be able to walk any further. If we weren't in this desolate wilderness, I would suggest you stay behind." Fuming, Xiyao retorted, "Do you think I want this? If you have the ability, leave me here. I don't want to go. You are simply unreasonable. Can't you walk properly without wailing like a banshee? You brought this upon yourself." Han Xiaoming shot back. Xiyao huffed, "Fine, I want to go. You can go alone. What has 10,000 taels of silver to me? I don't want it anymore." Not wanting 10,000 taels means you don't want the house either? Han Xiaoming commanded. "Chunlan, carry her. We must hasten." Xiyao declared defiantly, "I don't want anything. I refuse to go. What can you do about it?" This time, the old man Yin did not defend Xiyao but said earnestly, "Enough of the quarrel, you siblings. Let Chunlan carry her." With a dark expression, Han Xiaoming approached Xiyao, effortlessly lifting her and placing her on Chunlan's back, instructing her to carry her onward. As Han Xiaoming had predicted, the path ahead grew increasingly difficult. After a short while, Chunlan switched to Xiaozhu, and after all four shadows had taken turns, Chunlan offered to carry her again when Han Xiaoming interjected, "Let me carry her. At this rate, you may not be able to proceed." Chunlan nodded, pleased to realize that the ninth prince was not averse to carrying his lord but rather wished to do so on the most challenging segments of the journey. Han Xiaoming crouched before Xiyao, waiting for her to climb onto his back. Xiyao observed the tension in Han Xiaoming's muscles and hesitated for a moment before obediently positioning herself on his back. Once she was settled, Han Xiaoming grew even more tense, mentally admonishing himself, "I must not let her fall." He refrained from wrapping his arms around her as he stood and began to walk forward, causing Xiyao to clutch his neck in fear, making it difficult for Han Xiaoming to breathe. "Can't you hold onto my shoulders instead? Do you intend to strangle me?" "Fine." Xiyao wrapped her legs tightly around his waist and grasped his shoulders with all her might. Han Xiaoming was speechless. She clung to him like an octopus, either choking his neck or clutching his waist. He was on the verge of throwing her off. "Little junior sister, can you release my waist?" Furious, Xiyao shot back, "If you don't want to carry me, then put me down." Han Xiaoming retorted angrily, "What do you want now? I want to ask you, you want to let me hold your neck? And you want to let me wrap my legs around your waist? If you don't hold me, how can I stay on your back? Do you take me for a spider?" Han Xiaoming was taken aback. Her logic seemed quite reasonable. Having never carried anyone before, he was utterly unaware that one must embrace the person being carried. Chapter 29, with the senior brother and master, you shall not perish. Han Xiaoming awkwardly wrapped his arms around Xiao's legs and strode forward. Xiao clung to his back, too afraid to move. She could feel his tension. His arm muscles were incredibly stiff, and she feared that any sudden movement might trigger a reflex that would send her tumbling. After about a quarter of an hour, they reached a precipice, where Han Xiaoming halted and gently set Xiao down. The next task was to scale the cliff, and he could not possibly hold her legs while doing so. He needed to adjust his position. Han Xiaoming's gaze fell upon the long whip at Xiao's waist, and an idea struck him. "Let us unfasten the whip." "What do you need the whip for?" Xiao asked, perplexed. "To tie you to my back. Otherwise, we won't make it up this cliff." Xiao quickly unfastened the whip and handed it to Han Xiaoming. Having the whip for security eased her mind. She wouldn't have to worry about him tossing her aside. Han Xiaoming took the whip, positioned Xiao on his back, and secured them together with the whip, preparing for the climb. As she looked up, Xiao couldn't help but gasp in shock. The cliff was so steep that even without injury, she would struggle to ascend. "Fourth senior brother, is there no other route we can take? Must we climb this?" "Yes, there is a detour 300 miles long, but it's not much better than this path. Please hold on tight. I do not wish to meet my end alongside you." Xiao thought to herself, "I am still young with a bright future ahead. I must cherish my life." Han Xiaoming reassured her, "Do not worry. If death comes, it shall be yours first. I will not perish." I won't grant you the opportunity to die alongside me. I regret this decision. I do not want your 10,000 taels, nor do I want a house. Please put me down. I shall not go. A barely noticeable smirk appeared on Han Xiaoming's lips. It was too late for regrets now, Xiyao exclaimed. I curse you, if you dare allow me to perish, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to haunt you daily. Old man Yin chuckled. Child, do not fear, I shall protect you. Do not be too anxious. Trust your fourth senior brother. This cliff is nothing to him. Upon hearing this, Xiyao sighed in relief, though her worries lingered. The cliff was indeed daunting. Han Xiaoming, spotting a protrusion on the cliff, utilized his lightness skill to leap, firmly grasping the stone for leverage, and propelled himself upward. Old man Yin followed closely after Han Xiaoming had ascended about halfway. Keeping a watchful eye on the pair, while the others remained below, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice. As Han Xiaoming carried Xiyao towards the precipice's summit, the group began to feel a semblance of relief. However, at that very moment an unforeseen mishap transpired. As Han Xiaoming propelled himself upward once more, seizing a protruding rock with both hands, the stone, already fissured, could not bear the weight of the two and broke apart, causing them to plummet along with it. Xiyao exclaimed in panic, her hands instinctively clinging tightly to Han Xiaoming's neck. With no time for trepidation, Han Xiaoming focused intently on the cliff face. Searching for a point of leverage, the old man Yin, utilizing his own strength, soared upward. As he neared Han Xiaoming, he channeled a portion of his internal energy into his right hand, which he raised above his head to support Han Xiaoming's feet. His internal force surged, propelling both of them skyward. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiaoming leveraged the old man's hand, maximizing his lightness skill to ascend towards the cliff's summit. As the old man Yin began to descend, just before reaching the ground, he concentrated his immense internal energy into his feet, landing gracefully. Han Xiaoming borrowed strength once more, successfully flying to the top of the cliff while carrying Xiyao. Trembling from fright, Xiao's legs felt weak, her arms still wrapped tightly around Han Xiaoming's neck. Oh my, I nearly met my demise. Had we fallen, I would have surely been crushed into a pulp. What an unsightly end that would have been. Han Xiaoming loosened the whip, intending to set Xiyao down for a brief respite, yet she clung to him even tighter, resembling a koala, her body slightly shaking. Han Xiaoming paused, distinctly sensing her fright, and instinctively wrapped his arms around her, attempting to soften his voice in reassurance. Little junior sister, it's all right now. We've made it, with your senior brother and master here. You need not fear for your life. Xiyao, feeling a mix of grievance and a hint of petulance, replied, who scared me in the first place? My legs are still weak. I don't care. I need a moment to recover. All right, take your time, he acquiesced. Xiyao nestled her small face against his broad back, closing her eyes. Meanwhile, at the cliff's base, the old man Yin protected Dr. Yen, while Wu Chen safeguarded Dr. Chen. They began their ascent with all their might, the four shadowy figures remaining poised to spring into action should the need arise. Although Doctors Yen and Chen had some martial skills, they were not significantly stronger than Xiyao. Both being deeply engrossed in the study of medicine and only at the nascent stages of martial mastery. However, with the protection of the old man Yin and Wu Chen, reaching the summit would not prove overly arduous. The four successfully ascended, and only then did the four shadow figures proceed. By the time everyone reached the top, Xiyao had already dozed off on Han Xiaoming's back. The others exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with mirth. Look at that, he is still carrying her even after all this. Han Xiaoming appeared to be less tense, his body significantly more relaxed. The four shadow figures stepped forward, and Chunlan whispered, Your Highness, allow me to carry the young mistress for now. You should take a moment to recover your internal energy. Han Xiaoming replied, No need, she was quite frightened earlier, let her rest for a while. We can continue our journey and find a suitable place to rest later. Chunlan responded affirmatively, and the group resumed their trek, Han Xiaoming bending slightly to ensure Xiyao could slumber more comfortably. The others observed with warmth in their hearts, realizing that the ninth prince had finally begun to understand the importance of caring for his junior sister, after carrying Xiyao for nearly half an hour. Han Xiaoming sensed an unusual warmth radiating from her, prompting him to seek out a nearby cave. With Chunlan and Xiaozhu assisting, he carefully set her down. Xiao's face flushed a deep red, and Han Xiaoming reached out to touch her forehead. How did you end up with a fever? He queried. Dr. Yen, you two come here and check on her. Dr. Yen took Xiao's pulse and, after a moment, declared, Miss Yen is inherently frail. The combination of her injury and fright has led to this fever. Chunlan, fetch a damp cloth for her. Dr. Yen extracted silver needles and began to administer acupuncture at key points, including Dazui, Tsuchi, Higu, and Shirjing, among others, while also incorporating additional points such as Iji, Waiguan, Chai's, and kneading. Once the treatment was complete, Han Xiaoming removed his outer garment and draped it over her. After a brief period, Xiao's fever began to subside, and she slowly awakened. Chapter 30, Let her perish at the hands of an assassin. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao felt utterly drained. As a physician, she was acutely aware of her fever. Chunlan, I would like some water, she requested. Of course, my mistress, I shall fetch it for you, Chunlan replied, helping Xiao lean against the cave's stone wall before rising to retrieve the water jug. Xiao discreetly reached into her clothing Extracting anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications from her spatial storage, removing their outer packaging and sliding them into her sleeves before disposing of the packaging back into the storage. Chulan returned with the water jug, and Yan Xiyao pretended to retrieve the medicine from her sleeve, swallowing the pills with a sip of water. Han Xiaoming observed her ingesting the peculiar-looking medication, his curiosity only deepening. How was this medicine made? What ingredients did it contain? Though he pondered these questions, he refrained from asking. After consuming a little sustenance, Yan Xiyao regained some strength, but she was still unable to walk. During their journey, Chulan and the others took turns carrying her, with Han Xiaoming bearing the brunt of the most arduous paths. He seemed to grow accustomed to the burden. As long as Yan Xiyao rested on his back, his arms instinctively wrapped around her legs, his body no longer rigid. In the capital, within the imperial palace, the fifth prince Han Shochi knelt before the emperor, beseeching him for a marriage decree. Father, I have taken a liking to the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Yan Xiaodai. I implore you to bestow your blessing upon our union. The emperor, his countenance stern, retorted, You impertinent fool, it has barely been a few days since you annulled your engagement with the second daughter of the Yin family. Do you have the gall to ask me for another marriage? Do you wish to become a laughingstock? Father, I never had any affection for the second daughter. My heart belongs to Yan Xiaodai. Please grant me your blessing. Han Xiaoqi insisted. I shall not agree. I have personally dispatched individuals to investigate that Yan Xiaodai is lacking in virtue. She is unworthy of becoming a royal daughter-in-law, Han Xiaoqi countered. Father, Xiaodai is kind-hearted. She wouldn't even harm an ant. How could she possibly lack virtue? The emperor retorted, Do you think I am unaware? The reason the second daughter of the Yin family was disfigured and fell from the cliff was due to the actions of none other than Yan Xiaodai herself. A woman capable of such cruelty, one who would harm her own sister, is not fit to enter the royal family. Han Xiaoqi's heart sank. He realized that Yan Xiyao must have informed the emperor, and this woman must be silenced. Had she not survived by a stroke of luck, the emperor might have acquiesced to the marriage of the emperor. Incensed, declared, Such a merciless woman shall not only be denied the position of your main consort but even as a concubine. I shall not consent. Moreover, you, who idly waste your days, will be stripped of your titles and sent away to live outside the palace once your ninth brother returns. Father, Han Xiaoqi began, but the emperor interrupted. Begone, your presence vexes me. I take my leave, your majesty, Han Xiaoqi replied, retreating in resignation. Exiting the imperial study, he made his way towards the palace gates, determined to seek out Yan Xiaodai and discuss plans to eliminate Yan Xiyao. At Yan's estate, Han Xiaoqi invited Yan Xiaodai to a tea house. Once inside a private room, he ordered a pot of tea, closed the door, and eagerly embraced her. Yan Xiaodai wrapped her arms around his neck, eagerly offering her lips. Han Xiaoqi grinned lecherously. You little temptress, are you trying to get me killed? After indulging in their affections for some time, they settled beside each other. Han Xiaoqi spoke, Xiaodai, we must devise a plan to eliminate that wretched Yan Xiyao. Today, I approached father for a marriage decree, but he has learned that you were responsible for her plight and refuses to grant us the union. It is all because of her, Yan Xiaodai gasped in horror. What? The emperor knows. Indeed, it must have been Yan Xiyao who revealed it. We must find a way to get rid of her. Yan Xiaodai pondered for a moment before suggesting, I have an idea. What is it? A glint of malice flickered in her eyes. We could hire an assassin. I have heard of a notorious assassin organization called Blood Shadow Pavilion, which operates solely for money. They will kill without revealing the identity of their employer, allowing her to perish at the hands of an assassin, and no one would suspect us. That is a splendid idea. However, I wonder how much they would charge for a contract. I have no connections with such organizations. But regardless of the cost, I want Yan Xiyao dead. Yan Xiaodai added, once that wretched Yan Xiyao is gone, we can spread rumors claiming she was reckless and consorted with a wild man outside, and in an attempt to silence me, she accidentally fell from the cliff. Excellent plan. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to inquire about the Blood Shadow Pavilion. After finalizing their scheme, they indulged in another bout of intimacy before departing the tea house. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure atop the tea house roof smirked coldly before vanishing. This shadow was one of Han Xiaoming's men, since the decision to escort Yan Xiyao in search of the Millennium Fire Spirit. Han Xiaoming had dispatched individuals to secretly monitor Yan Xiaodai and the fifth prince Han Xiaoqi. He had also sent two other shadowy figures to protect Lin, ensuring that until his own poison was resolved, he would not allow harm to befall Yan Xiyao or her mother. Meanwhile, Yan Xiyao remained nestled on Han Xiaoming's back. As the group continued their journey, upon reaching evening, they sought a cave for rest. The cave was modest, and they could only light a fire at the entrance. Wary of smoke bothering Yan Xiyao, Chulan and the others prepared to start a fire a short distance away. The men went hunting while the four shadow figures stayed behind to assist Chulan in caring for Yan Xiyao. Chulan gathered dry grass at the cave entrance, busy preparing for the fire. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Xiyao took out Yunnan Baiyao spray from her spatial storage and applied it to her injured ankle, followed by a self-massage. Afterward, she retrieved a specially formulated ointment for treatment. This exceptional ointment had been developed with military funding and would restore her ankle within 3 to 5 days. Chulan gathered some dry branches at the cave entrance to ignite a fire. While Shangju and the others returned with additional firewood, once the flames burned brightly without producing smoke, Junlan carefully selected some glowing embers and brought them into the cave to warm Yen Xiyao. Noticing the scent of medicine, Junlan observed the ointment applied to Yen Xiao's ankle and curiously inquired, "My lady, where did you acquire this medicine?" Yen Xiao replied with a smile, "I brought a bit with me. I was so flustered after arguing with the ninth prince that I forgot about it. This medicine is more effective. I remembered it just now and applied it to IC. Does your ankle still hurt?" Yen Xiao gently shifted her foot and admitted, "There is still a bit of pain, but it will heal in a few days, at most 4 or 5 days, and I'll be able to walk again." Junlan looked incredulous. "Didn't Dr. Yen say it would take half a month to recover?" "Not at all. With this medicine I'll be better in 4 or 5 days, Junlan responded. "That is wonderful. My lady, you should rest while I prepare some food. Go ahead." After eating, Yen Xiao began to meditate and practice her skills. Han Xiaoming bent slightly as he entered the cave, glancing at Yen Xiao's foot and noticing the ointment. He then settled down a short distance away to recover his inner strength. Observing that Han Xiaoming had taken the initiative to enter the cave, everyone else discreetly stepped back, keeping watch outside. 3 days later, the group arrived at the foot of Fire Spirit Mountain, named for its frequent volcanic eruptions and year-round scorching heat, where not a single blade of grass could be found. Today Yen Xiao was lively and able to walk. She felt a bit embarrassed, as the 4 shadow guards and Han Xiaoming had taken turns carrying her these past few days. Wuchen had wanted to carry Yen Xiao several times. But recalling that she might one day become his masteress royal consort, he swallowed his words. Meanwhile, the old man deliberately refrained from carrying her, for besides Yen Xiao, Han Xiaoming was his most cherished and favored disciple. This disciple had always despised women, keeping them at bay, and would kick them away if they got too close. Yet, apart from these 2 idiosyncrasies, he had no other flaws. Now that his most treasured student could approach him, Yin was eager to facilitate their connection. He certainly did not want Han Xiaoming to remain single for life. Both were his beloved disciples, and he was delighted to see them together. If there was the slightest opportunity, he would certainly find a way to bring them closer. With Yen Xiao's ankle healing, her spirits lifted as she cheerfully walked ahead, infecting the 4 shadow guards with her joy as they laughed and talked. While the higher altitudes in other regions grew cooler, Fire Spirit Mountain was different. The further they ascended, the hotter it became. The group had prepared ample water and food and began their ascent up the barren mountain. Before reaching halfway, they were already drenched in sweat except for Han Xiaoming and Yen Xiao, who appeared unfazed. Others wondered why Han Xiaoming, afflicted by cold poison, was impervious to the heat, while Yen Xiao seemed unaffected. In truth, Yen Xiao felt no heat due to the cold jade bracelet on her wrist. Unbeknownst to her, the bracelet emitted a cooling aura in high temperatures and absorbed coldness in chill, allowing her to remain comfortable even in the sweltering heat. However, if submerged in hot water, the bracelet would not provide much relief. It merely prevented the area around her wrist from becoming too warm. The old man, perplexed, asked, "Girl, aren't you hot? Why haven't you broken a sweat?" Yen Xiao replied, "Not at all. I find the temperature quite pleasant." Dr. Yen interjected, "Miss Yen, may I take your pulse?" "No need. I am not ill." Han Xiaoming, still concerned, remarked, "As they say, a doctor should not treat themselves. If everyone else is sweating profusely, yet you find the temperature just right, could it be that you are unwell or perhaps affected by cold poison? You should let Dr. Yen check your pulse, just to be safe." Yen Xiao extended her hand towards Dr. Yen, saying, "I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. Go ahead and check." As Dr. Yen placed his fingers on her pulse, a wave of coolness washed over him, invigorating his spirit. "What an odd sensation." After a moment, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Miss Yen, your health appears sound, but I find it strange. My hand feels refreshing when resting on your pulse, yet I feel nothing when I withdraw my hand." Dr. Chen, hearing this, rushed forward and said, "Let me try it." Curious, Yen Xiao willingly extended her hand again. Dr. Chen placed his fingers on her pulse and experienced the same refreshing sensation. Exclaiming, "Indeed, what could this mean?" The old man approached as well and, upon touching her pulse, felt similarly astonished. Pondering the mystery at hand, Yen Xiao, equally baffled, took Chunlan's hand and asked, "Chunlan, how do you feel? Is it cool?" Chunlan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "My lady, it's so refreshing. How can this be?" Yen Xiao replied, "I'm not sure. It truly is peculiar." After tilting her head in thought, Yen Xiao proposed, "I have an idea. Let us all hold hands and see if the effect persists." Upon hearing this, everyone, except for Han Xiaoming, joined hands in a circle, immediately feeling a wave of coolness. "How does it feel? Refreshing, isn't it?" Yen Xiao asked. The group nodded enthusiastically. Yen Xiao's eyes widened in shock. "This is simply astonishing. Could it be that I was an air conditioner in my past life?" Chunlan inquired, "My lady, what is an air conditioner?" All eyes turned to Yen Xiao, including Han Xiaoming, eager to learn. Almost biting her tongue, Yen Xiao realized she had let slip a term from another world. "Oh, an air conditioner is a device that cools the air. I once dreamed about it," she stammered, forcing herself to respond. Han Xiaoming pressed, "What does an air conditioner look like?" Yen Xiao blinked and awkwardly admitted, I forgot. The others were left speechless. Han Xiaoming rolled his eyes, suddenly noticing that the bracelet on Yan Xiao's wrist was emitting a faint red glow. Little junior sister, why does your bracelet glow? Yan Xiao was startled and looked down to see the bracelet indeed glowing, albeit faintly. What in the world is happening? Han Xiaoming approached and touched the bracelet. A rush of cold energy surged out, which the bracelet absorbed, causing him to stagger back in shock and spit out a mouthful of dark blood. Everyone gasped, and both Dr. Yen and Dr. Chen hurried over to examine him. Han Xiaoming waved them off, stating, I'm fine. After expelling that blood, I feel much better. After examining his pulse for some time, both doctors stared in shock. What is this? Dr. Yen stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Yan Xiao, feeling anxious, rushed forward to check Han Xiaoming's pulse herself. The results left her astounded. Fourth senior brother, your cold poison has been suppressed. I haven't given you any medicine. What have you consumed? Han Xiaoming replied, I haven't eaten anything. I merely touched your bracelet and felt as though it absorbed much of the cold energy within me. Yan Xiao pondered, and after a moment, her eyes widened in realization. Ah, I understand. It's my bracelet. It's made of cold jade, which is why when you hold my hand it feels cool, and your cold poison is being absorbed by the bracelet. Shall I try again? Han Xiaoming asked, raising his hand to touch Yan Xiao's bracelet once more. Yes, go ahead. She nodded. As he touched the bracelet again, the reaction was not as strong as before, while he still felt the bracelet absorbing some of his cold energy. It was minimal. Yan Xiao asked, how does it feel? What do you sense? Han Xiaoming replied, your bracelet can absorb cold energy, but it merely suppresses the cold poison within me. It does not detoxify it. Yan Xiao reassured him, no worries, we must find the 1,000-year-old fire spirit mushroom. Rest assured, as long as we locate the herbs, I will surely help you detoxify. Han Xiaoming nodded. Let us go. Then we must seek the fire spirit mushroom. As the group dispersed slightly and continued their ascent, the temperature rose even higher. Yan Xiao, however, was preoccupied with examining the ground meticulously. The old man, puzzled, inquired, girl, what are you looking for? Did something fall? Yan Xiao replied, nothing has fallen. I'm treasure hunting. What kind of treasure? She lifted her gaze to the old man and explained, at the volcano's mouth there are red or blue translucent stones called ruby, which are treasures, along with obsidian. Since we're here, it would be wonderful to collect some. I asked this it, Han Xiaoming asked, holding out a red translucent stone. Yan Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. How could he be so lucky? She exclaimed, yes, that's the one. Where did you find it? Han Xiaoming pointed casually. Over there. Yan Xiao said enviously, you're quite fortunate. Keep it for yourself. If you like it, you may keep it. I have no need for such things. He replied. Yan Xiao beamed with joy, exclaiming, thank you, fourth senior brother, I need it, and the more, the better. Unbeknownst to her, her words sparked interest in the others as they began to search the ground for the stones Yan Xiao cherished. Especially in the presence of Wu Chen, the esteemed physician Yan, and the court Dr. Chen, the quest for the fire spirit mushroom must not overlook the precious gems, as this presents an excellent opportunity to win over Yan Xiao, who can guarantee a lifetime free from illness while consuming mere grains. Establishing a good rapport with a divine healer is akin to acquiring an additional talisman for one's life. Furthermore, this divine healer may potentially become the royal consort of the ninth prince, thus becoming one's future sovereign. Flattering her can only yield benefits, never detriments. Han Xiaoming, observing the excited demeanor of Yan Xiao, felt an inexplicable joy swell within him, prompting him to lower his head and commence the search for gems. The old man was the first to discover a piece of obsidian. Presenting it to Yan Xiao with a flourish, child, take a look at this. Yan Xiao exclaimed in delight, wow, this is indeed obsidian. Allow me to hold it for you. I shall return it once we descend the mountain. Thank you, master, but you should keep it for yourself. I have no need for such trinkets. I shall give it all to you. Holding on to it now would only be a burden. I will bestow everything upon you once we are off this mountain. Yan Xiao, touched, ceased her protests, resolving to honor her master in the future. Her gems would be as much her masteress as her own, whether kept by her or not. The others, too, would present their findings to Yan Xiao before stowing them away, intending to gift them to her upon their descent. The fire spirit mountain, sweltering throughout the year, posed a challenge for those with lesser martial prowess. Whether they could reach this point was uncertain. Thus, this remote mountain concealed an abundance of gems. When the heat became unbearable, the group joined hands, with Yan Xiao nestled in the center, ascending while searching for gems, leaving only Han Xiaoming to traverse alone. Despite their numerous discoveries, the elusive fire spirit mushroom remained unfound. At that moment, Yan Xiao suddenly spotted a hint of green beneath a large rock, and releasing the hands of Chunlan and Xiaozhu, she dashed forward. The others hurried to follow, and upon seeing that flash of green, both Physician Yan and Dr. Chen were utterly astonished. Is that dendrobium growing here? What a treasure! This is the miraculous herb known as the volcanic dendrobium, exclaimed Physician Yan joyfully. Yan Xiao beamed. Indeed, it is volcanic dendrobium, exceedingly precious. This journey has proven worthwhile. Han Xiaoming, feigning opposition, remarked, who was it that claimed just days ago they would forego 100,000 taels of silver and a residence? Declaring they would not come, Yan Xiao, unfazed, responded playfully, you must know why I came. It was indeed your provocations that compelled me, the old man chimed in. Precisely, was it not your fault, you impudent boy? You should be more accommodating to your younger sister, you show no semblance of a responsible elder brother. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Han Xiaoming, their expressions one of collective expectation. Han Xiaoming was left speechless. Pondering what misstep he had made, what charm did this girl possess that even his subordinate sided with her, regarding him with such looks. Xiyao, grinning with delight, crouched down to meticulously harvest the dendrobium. With Physician Yan and Dr. Chen assisting her, while the others resumed their search for gems in the fire spirit mushroom. As they continued gathering dendrobium, Han Xiaoming's voice suddenly called out from nearby. Little sister, come here quickly, there's more dendrobium over here. Coming, Xiyao responded, instructing Physician Yan and Dr. Chen, please continue harvesting here, I shall see what lies beyond. Understood, second miss, they replied in unison. Xiyao sprang to her feet and dashed towards Han Xiaoming. Wow, so many, we're going to strike it rich, ha ha ha, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing the vast expanse of volcanic dendrobium before Han Xiaoming. She rushed to him, leaping into his embrace like a koala. Han Xiaoming stiffened instinctively, nearly tossing Xiyao away, but he managed to restrain himself. Observing Xiao's joy akin to that of a child receiving candy, he gradually relaxed, almost unconsciously wrapping his arms around her. Thud, witnessing this scene, Wu Chen collapsed in disbelief. His master had spontaneously embraced Miss Yan. This was utterly shocking. The transition was astonishingly swift, considering they had only known each other for about a month. The old man and the four shadows stifled their laughter. Noting the growing closeness between the two. After the thrill subsided, Xiyao glanced at Han Xiaoming's handsome face, abruptly releasing him and retreating 3 steps. Fourth brother, I sincerely apologize for my exuberance. Please do not take offense. I shall be more mindful in the future, she said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Han Xiaoming experienced a fleeting sense of disappointment but dismissed it, responding casually, let us continue harvesting. Time is of the essence, Xiyao nodded, kneeling once more to gather the dendrobium. Han Xiaoming smirked slightly, also squatting down to assist. As Physician Yan and Dr. Chen finished their section of dendrobium and prepared to help. The old man shot them a sharp glare, and they quickly understood the unspoken message. Let us search elsewhere for more, Dr. Chen suggested, leading Physician Yan away. The old man stroked his beard. Winking, now this is more like it, my two little disciples are enhancing their bond. How could such moments be disturbed? The four shadows and Wu Chen also strategically distanced themselves from Xiyao and Han Xiaoming, wishing to avoid any disruptions to their burgeoning rapport. Meanwhile, Xiyao and Han Xiaoming remained silent, engrossed in their task of harvesting dendrobium. Chapter 33, The Eccentric Genius. Once Han Xiaoming and Xiyao completed their gathering of dendrobium, the group, feeling both hot and famished, hurried to Xiyao for water and food, with Chunlan and Xiaozhu each holding one of her hands. Others clutched them too, alleviating the discomfort brought on by the sweltering heat. Xiyao sighed, you're each holding onto one of my hands, how am I to eat? I'm hungry too. The old man glanced at Han Xiaoming, saying, you impudent boy, are you not feeling the heat? Hurry over and feed your little sister, we're on the verge of heat exhaustion, and she must cool us down. Han Xiaoming observed the weary faces of his most trusted companions and felt a pang of compassion. Therefore, he retrieved a piece of roasted meat and personally fed it to Xiyao. The others either gazed up at the sky or looked around, but none would relinquish their hold on her. Only in this way would Han Xiaoming willingly serve her. Once Xiyao was satisfied, the group resumed their meticulous search. As evening approached, the elusive fire spirit mushroom remained unfound. After a light meal, Han Xiaoming had Xiyao practice her lightness skills, exhausting her internal energy. A watch was set with Wu Chen remaining behind, while the others formed a circle to practice their skills. As night fell, the oppressive heat of Fire Spirit Mountain showed no signs of abating. It remained stifling. The group began meditative practices, gradually entering a state of oblivion, thus becoming oblivious to the heat. Wu Chen, however, felt as if he might evaporate, fervently wishing for a heavy snowfall, though the heavens offered no sympathy. At dawn, as the eastern sky lightened, everyone except Xiyao awoke. After a hasty meal, she still remained asleep. Han Xiaoming instructed, Chunlan, you stay with her. The rest of us will set out to search. Inform me promptly should any issues arise. Understood. The old man leaned closer to Chunlan, winking at her, and whispered, remember to inform the ninth prince. Chunlan replied with a smile, I shall remember, senior. Please rest assured. Just as Han Xiaoming and the others intended to leave, Chunlan noticed something unusual about Xiyao and gasped softly, Your Highness, it seems our mistress is about to break through. Han Xiaoming turned to look, his expression akin to witnessing a marvel, and the others mirrored his astonishment. The old man exclaimed, what kind of prodigy have I taken under my wing? It's only been a few days, and she is on the verge of another breakthrough. Wu Chen's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief, muttering, eccentric genius. Han Xiaoming affirmed, indeed, she is a genius. Let us refrain from searching for gems and fire spirit mushrooms for now. Everyone, step back and protect our little sister while ensuring not even a bug slips through. Understood, the group replied in unison. Xiyao absorbed the energy from the air, converting it into internal power. Relentlessly striving against her bottleneck, she surged from the first to the second, third, fourth, right up to the ninth level, showing no signs of stopping. After more than half an hour, Xiyao successfully broke through. Astonishingly leaping from the first level of the mortal realm to the initial stage of the martial arts masteress yellow grade, the onlookers were left agape, utterly stunned by her prowess. Even Han Xiaoming, who was highly talented, had never experienced such a remarkable leap. At most, he had managed 5 levels in succession from the first level of the mortal realm. The old man danced with excitement, declaring that this closed-door disciple would undoubtedly become his greatest pride. When Xiyao opened her eyes, she was immediately overwhelmed by the foul odor emanating from herself, prompting her to exclaim, "Oh my! It reeks, Chunlan, I need a bath, I'm going to faint from my own stench." With a cheerful demeanor, Chunlan replied, "Mistress, I'll fetch you some clothes, this breakthrough has expelled many impurities from your body. You shall no longer fall ill easily. Yes, quickly, take me to bathe, it's unbearable." Chunlan rummaged through her pack and produced a clean set of clothing, presenting it to Xiyao. "However, mistress, I do not know where the nearest water source is." Han Xiaoming interjected, "I know, take the clothes, I will lead you there." Xiyao wore a disgruntled expression, but Chunlan pressed the clothes into her hands, grinning, "Mistress, you must hurry to bathe, later on, I shall attend to your laundry." "My lord," Xiyao insisted, "accompany me now, and while you're at it, wash my clothes." "However, I am truly unaware of where the water source is." Chunlan sincerely wished to avoid interrupting the intimate moment shared between the two. Xiyao turned to Han Xiaoming and inquired, "Fourth senior brother, where is the water source?" Han Xiaoming replied, "To the north, 20 miles from here." "What? That's quite far." Han Xiaoming questioned, "Do you wish to go or not? You are currently a martial arts master at the early Huang level, is 20 miles too far?" Xiyao responded, "Not too far." "Chunlan, you must accompany me as well, you need to scrub my back." Chunlan looked troubled, but Han Xiaoming urged, "Chunlan, you should go too." Thus, Chunlan gathered a set of clean clothes, and the three of them soared northward using their lightness skills. Xiyao had just recently broken through to the martial arts master Huang level and had advanced several ranks, so her state was not yet stable. Han Xiaoming, concerned for her safety, deliberately slowed his pace, protecting her side. Only after locating the northern water source did Han Xiaoming quietly turn to leave, unable to withstand the odor emanating from her body. Xiyao discarded her shoes and leapt into the water. "Wow, this is frigid water, it's bone-chilling." Xiyao shrieked. "My lord, it is morning, of course, the stream is cool, you can utilize your internal energy to resist the cold. Quickly remove your clothes, and I shall wash them for you." "Chunlan, you should join me as well, it's quite hot on Fire Spirit Mountain, and I can hardly believe you don't want to bathe." "My lord, once you are done, I will wash." "Enough chatter, hurry down and wash with me, I am about to freeze solid," Xiyao exclaimed as she began to undress. Reluctantly, Chunlan followed suit and entered the water, moving beside Xiyao to assist her in disrobing. Noticing Xiyao shivering with goosebumps and chattering teeth, Chunlan inquired, "My lord, can't your bracelet absorb the cold from the water?" Xiyao replied, "It should. But since the water is flowing, the bracelet's effect is minimal. I will wash first. Once I'm done, you should ascend to channel your energy and dispel the cold. Aren't you cold? Enough with the chatter. Let us wash quickly, I might turn into an ice cube." "Very well." The two of them hastily completed their bathing, hurriedly dressing on the ground, both trembling from the cold. Once dressed, they channeled their energy to fend off the chill, simultaneously using their internal power to dry their hair. Before Chunlan began to wash the clothes, just as the clothes were finished, Han Xiaoming's voice echoed from a distance, "Little junior sister, are you done? Can we head back?" "We're ready, you coming right away?" Xiyao shouted back. The two approached Han Xiaoming, and Xiyao asked, "Fourth senior brother, have you bathed? Would you like to wash as well? We shall wait for you here." Han Xiaoming responded, "I have already bathed, let us return." "All right." The three of them took to the skies, returning to Fire Spirit Mountain. Chapter 34, Finding the Fire Spirit Herb. Upon returning to Fire Spirit Mountain, the trio reunited with the others to continue their search for gems in the Fire Spirit Herb. Unbeknownst to Xiyao, her spatial clinic had also unlocked the third floor. After 3 continuous days of searching, they still had not found any trace of the Fire Spirit Herb, although they had discovered a considerable number of gems. Xiyao persisted in her quest during the day for the herb, practicing her skills by night. Today marked the 4th day since they ascended the mountain. By noon, they had reached the volcano's crater, where the temperature was even higher. If they could not locate it today, they would have to consider alternative methods or search other locations. The Fire Spirit Herb was exceedingly rare, and not every volcanic site would yield it. Within the Martial Sage Dynasty, Fire Spirit Mountain was the only location known for volcanic eruptions. Han Xiaoming felt a tinge of disappointment. After nearly a month of travel to reach Fire Spirit Mountain, they had spent 3.5 days without success. The group, weary and hungry, found a spot to rest, pulling out their meager supplies of water and food to nibble on. Han Xiaoming, however, had no appetite and sat silently, pondering where the next volcanic site might be. As the others ate their jerky, their spirits were low, and they showed little inclination to help Xiyao cool down. Xiyao, munching on a piece of jerky, rose and made her way to the volcano's edge, having lived for over 20 years in her previous life without ever witnessing a volcano. She approached the crater and peered into the magma pit. The scorching heat washed over her, even making her feel warm despite donning the cold jade bracelet. Xiyao began to circle the magma vent. Taking in her surroundings, suddenly fire, the fire spirit herb. Her eyes gleamed as she spotted a vibrant red fire spirit herb beneath a heavy stone, which shielded it like a protective house, judging by its age. This herb appeared to be around 1200 years old. Han Xiaoming, who had been feeling glum, immediately perked up at Xiao's exclamation and swiftly appeared at her side. Where is the fire spirit herb? Over there, Xiao pointed excitedly at the herb, and in her exhilaration, she leapt into Han Xiaoming's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Fourth senior brother, I found the fire spirit herb. Your poison can be cured now. I found it. This is wonderful. We finally found it. Han Xiaoming shared her excitement, embracing her and saying, we really found it. This is splendid. As the two gradually realized they had grown overly exuberant, their eyes met. And they instinctively released each other, stepping back and turning to face the others. The group stared at them, wide-eyed, with expressions of disbelief. Soon after, they erupted in cheers. We found it. We finally found it. The heat of the day faded from their minds as they celebrated, jumping and shouting in exhilaration. After the commotion, the old man feigned a stern demeanor and remarked, you rascal, have you grown accustomed to embracing her? Yenner is my only female disciple. Now that you have embraced her, you must take responsibility. Once we return to the capital, I shall have your imperial father arrange a marriage, at the very least. An engagement. Xiao rolled her eyes and retorted, Master, I am still young, please do not meddle in my affairs. He is my fourth senior brother. I was merely overly excited and embraced him. Not if I were to hug the elder brothers. Would you demand they take responsibility as well? Han Xiaoming, looking innocent, interjected, Master, it was little junior sister who embraced me first. Xiao froze, feeling vexed as she turned away to pluck the fire spirit herb. Mentally chastising herself, Xiao, what were you so excited about? It's not as if you found money. Should you be thrown out, how would you face others again? It seems I must change this impulsive habit. In her past life, after successfully completing a mission, her comrades would celebrate with excitement, but now, in ancient times, she could not act as she pleased. Han Xiaoming observed Xiao's retreating figure, and a fleeting glimmer of regret crossed his eyes. The old man sighed inwardly, I thought you had finally come to your senses, but it seems you remain a stubborn blockhead, one worthy of refinement. Xiao plucked the fire spirit herb and tossed it to Han Xiaoming. Striding down the mountain, the old man and the four shadows hurried to catch up. The old man consoled, Child, do not be angry. That rascal has always behaved this way. One day, I shall help you teach him a lesson. Xiao replied, I am not angry. He spoke the truth. Then why are you walking so fast? I am hungry and wish to descend the mountain to find something to eat, after nibbling on jerky for days. My mouth is nearly blistered. Xiao quickened her pace, finally resorting to using her lightness skills to fly down the mountain. Han Xiaoming regarded the fire spirit herb in his hands, torn over whether or not to apologize to Xiao. The old man pulled on Xiao's arm, saying, Child, slow down. Do not be upset. I shall go teach him a lesson right away. Xiao, halted by the old man's grip, replied helplessly, Master, I am truly not angry. Let us hurry. The fire spirit herb has been uprooted. I fear the volcano may erupt. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Your senior brother has not yet descended, the old man exclaimed in alarm. Xiao paused, turning to look back, and indeed Han Xiaoming, Wuchen, Dr. Yan, and Dr. Chen had yet to follow. Oh no, I was careless, I forgot to warn them. Fourth senior brother, run, Xiao called, channeling her internal energy, yet Han Xiaoming and the others could not hear her clearly. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoming, lost in thought, failed to notice the rising temperature behind him. Dr. Yan remarked, something is amiss. Why is the temperature increasing? Wuchen turned to see the magma at the volcano's mouth bubbling dangerously close to overflowing and shouted, Run, it's about to erupt. Han Xiaoming turned to see the situation and paled, exclaiming, Let us go. He seized Dr. Yan and soared down the mountain at breakneck speed. Wuchen was not far behind. Grabbing Dr. Chen and exerting all his strength to keep up with Han Xiaoming, just as Xiao prepared to shout for Han Xiaoming once more, she noticed the four of them speedily approaching. Han Xiaoming called out, Run, the volcano is erupting. Oh my, it's really erupting. Run, Xiao exclaimed, spinning on her heels to flee. Han Xiaoming hurled Dr. Yan towards the old man while racing towards Xiao. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning, what is this miraculous maneuver? Without time to ponder, he grasped Dr. Yan and swiftly fled. Han Xiaoming reached Xiao's side, encircling her waist with his arm as they sped away. While the others hurried to follow, Dr. Yan felt exasperated, finding himself unceremoniously discarded by his master, yet he felt no sorrow, rather a hint of satisfaction filled him. This was how it should be. Yan heir should be well protected. Xiao, bewildered, blinked and turned to Han Xiaoming, saying, This time, you embraced me first. Besides, I can use lightness skills myself. You are too slow. Very well, now is the time to flee. We shall discuss matters once we are safe. Chapter 35, Stone Pot Stewed Meat. Behind us, the molten lava surged forth, and everyone exerted their utmost in lightness of foot, including Xiao, who was being held by someone, as well as Dr. Yan and Dr. Chen. who also employed their skills to alleviate the pressure on one another. Hastily escaping from Fire Spirit Mountain, upon leaving the perilous terrain, the group found themselves in a safe location, their faces pale and breathless. Their internal energy nearly depleted. Yin Xiao plopped down onto the ground, gasping, "I swear, I nearly died of fright." Oldine, puzzled, inquired, "Girl, how did you know that digging up the fire spirit herb would trigger a volcanic eruption?" Yin Xiao replied, "I had no idea. I merely suspected that a volcano might erupt, but I never anticipated it would actually happen." Han Xiaoming asked, "What led you to such a suspicion?" Yin Xiao shrugged. "I don't know. Perhaps it was my sixth sense. Women's intuition can sometimes be remarkably accurate." "What is this sixth sense?" Han Xiaoming pressed further. "It's a premonition," she explained. Han Xiaoming glanced at the four dark shadows, genuinely curious whether these four women possessed such foresight. "Do you share this premonition?" All four shook their heads in unison. Woldine smugly remarked, "You little brat, do you think everyone is as clever as your junior sister? If that were the case, wouldn't the whole world be filled with geniuses? What are you thinking?" Han Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yin Xiao was an extraordinary talent, unmatched by any woman he had encountered thus far. Everyone focused on regulating their breath to replenish their waning internal energy, as they would soon need to prepare a meal. After Han Xiaoming finished speaking, he found a spot to sit and began to meditate. Shulan said, "You all go ahead and meditate. I will keep watch." Dr. Chin interjected, "Let me take the watch instead. Your energy expenditure is greater than mine." Shulan was about to argue further, but Dr. Chin insisted. "Shulan, no more debate. Quickly meditate." "Fine," she acquiesced. With Dr. Chen on guard, the others settled into a cross-legged position, commencing their meditation. An hour later, Han Xiaoming opened his eyes and urged Dr. Chen to sit down and meditate. As he stood to keep watch, half an hour later, Dr. Yen and the four dark shadows gradually awoke, and the five quietly rose to prepare food. Not long after they departed, Yin Xiao also opened her eyes. Han Xiaoming said, "Junior sister, take over the watch. I shall meditate a little longer." Yin Xiao nodded, and Han Xiaoming sat back down, resuming his meditation, having expended considerable energy while flying down from Fire Spirit Mountain with Yin Xiao in his arms. He had managed to recover only about 30% of his internal energy after an hour of meditation. In truth, Dr. Yen and the four dark shadows had also only managed to recover about 30 to 40%. But time was of the essence. They needed to prepare dinner, as activities would become inconvenient once darkness fell. Yin Xiao surveyed her surroundings and noticed a piece of bluestone not far off. Her eyes sparkled. That stone could be fashioned into a stone pot. After days of camping and consuming roasted meat, they were growing weary of it. Tonight, a stone pot stew would be a delightful change. However, she could not start making noise and disturb the three who were meditating. A quarter of an hour later, Zhoujuan returned, cradling firewood. Yin Xiao waved her over, and she set down the firewood to approach Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao pointed to the bluestone and whispered, "Please take that stone and carve it into a stone pot. Tonight, we shall have stone pot stew." "A master, can that stone really be fashioned into a pot for stew?" Zhoujuan asked. Yin Xiao affirmed, "Absolutely, trust me, go quickly." Zhoujuan nodded and carried the bluestone to a distance. As Dongmei returned with water and saw Zhoujuan carrying a large stone, she curiously asked Zhoujuan, "What are you doing with that stone?" Zhoujuan replied, "Come help me. The master instructed me to carve this bluestone into a pot for stew tonight." "Alright." The two of them moved to a slightly distant spot and began to carve the stone with a dagger. Before they could finish the pot, Dr. Yen, Chunlan, and Xiaozhu returned from hunting. Upon understanding Zhoujuan and Dongmei's intention, Dr. Yen went to process the game, while the four dark shadows surrounded the stone pot, vigorously carving away. After some time, Wuchen and Oldine opened their eyes. Yin Xiao smiled and said, "Master, please keep an eye on fourth senior brother. I will check on the progress of the stone pot." Oldine, slightly puzzled, asked, "Child, what pot are you carving?" Yin Xiao replied, "I'm carving a stone pot for stew. We've been eating roasted meat for a while, so tonight we'll change it up." "That's a splendid idea. Go ahead," Oldine encouraged. "Tonight, I shall savor the flavors of your stone pot stew." "Of course, I'll get to work." Yin Xiao eagerly dashed over to the four dark shadows. With Wuchen curiously trailing behind, the stone pot was taking shape, though it was still a bit thick. The four dark shadows continued their careful work, growing increasingly cautious as they feared piercing a hole in the pot. Once completed, Yin Xiao personally cleaned the pot while Wuchen arranged stones into a makeshift stove, boiling water in the pot, adding salt, and repeatedly rinsing it, with plenty of meat and a sufficiently large stone pot. Once it was clean, Yin Xiao began to stew the meat. She added water to the pot, chopped the cleaned wild chicken and rabbit into small pieces, and placed them inside. Lacking seasonings, she borrowed a bit of wine from Oldine's gourd to eliminate the gamey scent. As the water in the pot came to a boil, lacking a ladle, she had to find a larger, non-toxic leaf to skim off the foam before adding salt and letting it simmer on low heat. After a while, a rich aroma of meat began to waft through the air. Oldine, catching the scent, could not help but swallow hard. Having eaten plenty of meat from an iron pot, he had never encountered a dish as enticing as this stone pot stew. Wuchen, drawn by the alluring fragrance, glanced at the meat simmering in the pot and said, "Second miss, I should go hunt more game. I fear this will not be enough." Yin Xiao nodded. "That's fine. Go ahead, Wuchen, Dr. Yen, Zhujuan, and Dongmei set out once more to hunt, leaving Chunlan and Xiaozhu to gather firewood and tend the flames. Han Xiaoming opened his eyes, immediately captivated by the fragrance. What is that delightful aroma? Oldine, beaming with pride, exclaimed, Your junior sister's stone pot stew, isn't it fragrant? Tonight, I shall indulge without restraint. Yen Xiyao replied cheerfully, Master, please help yourself, there is plenty in the pot, if it's not enough, I can always cook more, as Wuchen and the others have gone hunting. What a considerate child, I knew I had not misjudged you, Oldine said with satisfaction. Han Xiaoming approached the stone pot, eyeing it curiously. Junior sister, how did you come up with the idea to use a stone pot for stewing meat? Yen Xiyao explained, having grown tired of roasted meat, I wanted a change. Bluestone is quite hard and heat resistant. So when I saw this piece, I thought I would give it a try, and lo and behold, it worked. Han Xiaoming inquired, I see, but how did you know that bluestone is hard, heat resistant, and quick to heat? Yen Xiyao was momentarily stumped. How was she to respond? Chapter 36, The Scapegoat. Yen Xiyao found herself somewhat impressed by Han Xiaoming's curious nature, as he posed so many questions. In modern times, bluestone pots were the most commonly used variety, known for their robust quality and affordability, but she could not reveal this to him. After pondering, she replied, A mysterious individual who taught me medicine shared this knowledge. Han Xiaoming mused inwardly, how clever this girl is, to think of using stone to create a pot for stewing meat. She is rather bright, yet how could her sister have nearly caused her demise? But then he considered, she had been defenseless and physically weak in the past, so being harmed was quite normal. In the future, with her master and 3 senior brothers protecting her, she would never again be bullied by anyone. The meat in the stone pot was nearly ready, and Yen Xiyao glanced around, spotting a wild bamboo grove in the distance. She took Chunlan by the hand and headed towards the grove. Chunlan asked, Master, where are we going? Yen Xiyao replied with a smile, to cut bamboo and make chopsticks, otherwise how will we eat the meat without using our hands? Oh, I see, let us go chop bamboo. The master and servant quickly returned with a bamboo stalk, and Chunlan and Xiaozhu began to carve chopsticks with their daggers. Yen Xiyao, lacking a dagger, was about to ask Han Xiaoming if he had one when he produced a dagger and began to carve a section of bamboo. At that moment, Wuchen and the others returned, carrying the freshly processed game, and Dr. Chen also opened his eyes. They placed the prepared game aside and joined in carving chopsticks. Once the chopsticks were ready, everyone gathered around the stone pot to eat. Woldine took out his wine gourd, first grabbing a piece of meat to taste. The flavor of the stewed meat filled his mouth, and his taste buds experienced an unprecedented satisfaction. Oldine praised, Delicious, this is truly exquisite. I have never tasted such fragrant game before. Yen Xiyao bit into a piece, her eyes instantly narrowing in delight. Wow, this is fantastic. Han Xiaoming tried a bite as well. Equally astonished, after weeks of roasted meat, he was thoroughly tired of it. Though lacking any seasonings aside from a bit of salt and wine, it was incredibly fragrant, primarily due to the stone pot and firewood. The food cooked in a bluestone pot was not only delectable but also rich in beneficial trace elements for the body. Everyone sang praises as they feasted, and as Wuchen had predicted, they indeed ran out of food, necessitating another pot to be stewed, which they continued to enjoy until midnight. Oldine, patting his round belly, set down his chopsticks, saying, I can't eat another bite, my belly feels as though it might burst. I must loosen my belt, Yen Xiyao remarked, I too am quite full. Chunlan, shall we all take a walk to digest? Han Xiaoming stood up and said, I shall accompany you. Yen Xiyao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement as the two began to stroll through the woods. However, the atmosphere felt peculiar. Yen Xiyao walked ahead while Han Xiaoming trailed silently behind her, neither uttering a word. Han Xiaoming was still preoccupied with thoughts of his earlier apology. Yet despite his deliberation, the words remained unspoken. It was only on their return journey that Han Xiaoming finally broke the silence. Little junior sister, I apologize, I should not have spoken to you in that manner today. Yen Xiyao responded nonchalantly, It's quite alright, I am not a petty person, I am not angry, especially since what you said was indeed true. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming's anxious heart gradually eased, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Little junior sister, the stone pot stew is truly delicious. How about when we return to the capital, I help you find a shop to start your own business? Han Xiaoming was merely attempting to initiate conversation, but he genuinely harbored this thought. After all, she was his little junior sister. Assisting her in establishing a livelihood would ensure she did not have to endure hardship in the future. Yen Xiyao and her mother had left the master's residence, and although she had received half of the family fortune, he still hoped for her to live more comfortably. Yen Xiao's eyes lit up at the suggestion. A stone pot stew business in this ancient era would undoubtedly be a rarity. Likely to thrive, that sounds splendid. Do you mean to partner with me? How shall we invest and divide the profits? She was resolute in not allowing herself to be taken advantage of, as even among close siblings, clear accounts were necessary. A subtle smile graced Han Xiaoming's lips as he replied cheerfully, I will find the shop, provide the funds, and the profits will belong to you, but I must be able to enjoy the dish whenever I desire. Ah, fourth senior brother, are you jesting? Do I appear to be joking? Yen Xiyao blinked, glancing at Han Xiaoming, whose expression was indeed serious. Then may I propose a request? Han Xiaoming inquired. please do share. If we are to open a shop, let it serve stone pot medicinal herb chicken. You shall be the owner, ensuring no one dares to cause trouble, but I insist on a 50-50 profit split. I do not wish to take advantage of you. There is no need for profit sharing. I do not lack silver. Once the shop opens, I shall publicly acknowledge it as my property. Are you certain you do not wish to share the profits? Yan Xiyao pressed once more. Absolutely certain, Han Xiaoming affirmed with unwavering conviction. Fourth senior brother, I truly do not want to take advantage of you. Opening a shop requires a considerable amount of silver. Does it not? Establishing a shop does not require much silver. Consider it my apology to you. That cannot be. You have already apologized. That if you do not want to share the profits, then you can assist me in finding a shop. And I will provide the funds to open it myself. I will not take a share of the profits, but I must be able to dine there at any time. It is settled then. No further objections. Well. Very well. Yan Xiyao shook her head and continued, my goodness, having money makes one willful. Thank you, fourth senior brother, but you cannot go back on your promise of 100,000 taels and the residence. Han Xiaoming was taken aback. Do you think I am the kind of person who goes back on my word? Did you not request a written guarantee from me? Indeed, I possess proof. Should you renege? I shall appeal to the emperor. Han Xiaoming found this amusing, intending to tease Yan Xiyao. Are you certain that appealing to the emperor will be effective? That is my father. Yan Xiyao, however, remained unfazed. Regardless, you must honor your promise. Upon our return to the capital, you shall give me the silver in the residence, and I will then assist you in detoxifying. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Han Xiaoming's eyes. This girl was quite astute. She dared to use detoxification as leverage against him. Rest assured, not a single tael of silver will be shortchanged. Yan Xiyao beamed, her eyes narrowing into slits, revealing her true nature as a money lover. Observing her adorable, money-hungry demeanor, Han Xiaoming felt his spirits lift. This little junior sister was indeed entertaining. After completing their walk, they returned to their original spot, where the old man Ian was keeping watch while the others had already entered their training routine. The two found a place to sit cross-legged and seized the moment to practice. The following morning, they awoke, had a quick meal, and prepared for their journey. Han Xiaoming glanced at the stone pot and instructed, Wuchan, bring the stone pot along. Yes. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes sparkled. With the stone pot in tow, they would not have to rely solely on roasted meat for sustenance on their return journey. As they could enjoy delicious stone pot stew at any time, Wuchan gathered some vines to bind the pot and carried it on his back, earning the title of back pot hero. Laughter erupted among the group as they set off on their journey. Chapter 37. Spilled water cannot be recollected in the capital. The Rui embroidery workshop continued to flourish. Yan Wenzhong dared not act impulsively. Yet Wang Shi and Yan Xiaodai could hardly contain their jealousy as they observed the booming business. However, the emperor and the crown prince had declared when the workshop opened that it belonged to Han Xiaoming. Leaving the mother and daughter duo to ponder how to deal with Lin Shi, they observed for several days and noted that after closing, someone would come to escort Lin Shi directly into the palace, no less. Wang Shi and her daughter could not fathom how Lin Shi managed to enter the palace daily. Whom did she know that granted her such privilege? It was common knowledge that even high-ranking officials could not enter the palace without a summons after court adjourned. What authority did Lin Shi possess? With Lin Shi being escorted every day, they could find no opportunity to strike. The two returned home in dismay. Wang Shi asked, daughter, why do you think that wretched Lin has someone escorting her in and out of the palace every day? Could it be concubine Rong? After all, Lin once saved her life. Yan Xiaodai replied, Mother, I am uncertain, but it likely is not concubine Rong. She does not hold Yan Xiyao in high regard. On the day of the workshop's opening, both the emperor and empress attended. Could it be the empress? Wang Shi was taken aback. What connection does that wretched Lin have with the empress? Why would the empress be present at the workshop? Yan Xiaodai reasoned, did not the emperor say on the day of the opening that the workshop belonged to the ninth prince? Might it have been arranged by him? That is indeed a possibility. I never imagined that Lin and her daughter would climb so high after leaving the masteress residence, aligning themselves with the ninth prince. Just then, Yan Wenzhong returned from court and overheard their conversation. His eyes widening in shock, Lin and her daughter had latched onto the ninth prince. Compared to the fifth prince, Han Xiaoqi, the ninth prince, Han Xiaoming, wielded far greater influence and was favored by both the emperor and empress. If he wished to restore his official position or rise to the rank of a first-class official, Han Xiaoming could fulfill the dream with a mere word. In contrast, Han Xiaoqi was idle and unremarkable. And the emperor did not favor him. Regret flooded Yan Wenzhong's mind. He had made the wrong choice in protecting Yan Xiaodai. He stumbled back to his study, slamming the door shut. Memories of Lin Shi's life with him replayed in his mind. After Lin Shi's family fell into decline, and Yan Xiyao became unattractive, he had confined Lin Shi to the courtyard. How had she managed to establish a connection with the empress? Was it due to Yaoer? Yan Wenzhong muttered to himself. The ninth prince said he saved Yaoer from the cliff behind the masteress residence. He does not allow any woman to approach him, yet Yaoer could stand by his side. Now that Yaoer has broken off her engagement with the fifth prince, could her feelings for the fifth prince have been influenced by the ninth prince? It must be so. He had truly made the wrong choice. Sitting at his desk, Yan Wenzhong cradled his head in despair for Yan Shaodai's sake. He had forsaken Lin Shi and her daughter along with half of his fortune, now he regretted it. Thoroughly and completely, suddenly Yan Wenzhong leaped from his chair, filled with determination that he could not accept this. He had to seek out Lin Shi. Exiting his study, he changed his clothes and hurried towards the door. Hearing the commotion, Wang Shi and her daughter emerged. Wang Shi inquired, "My lord, where are you headed?" Yan Wenzhong shot her an irritated glance and coldly retorted, "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" "My lord, what troubles you?" Yan Wenzhong dismissed her, growing increasingly annoyed at the sight of Wang Shi and her daughter. He waved his sleeve and strode towards the front door. Wang Shi and her daughter hurriedly followed. And Yan Wenzhong halted, glaring fiercely at them. "Go back. Do not follow me." Yan Shaodai feigned an innocent expression and pleaded, "Father, have I done something wrong? Please tell me, and I will surely amend it. I beg you not to be angry or scold mother." Previously, Yan Wenzhong would have been pained to see Yan Shaodai in such a state, but now he felt a sudden aversion to her feigned innocence. It was utterly nauseating. Yan Wenzhong replied frostily, "You are not at fault. I am." At that moment, Yan Wenzhong came to a profound realization. It was he who had indulged Yan Shaodai, transforming her into a heartless woman, the very perpetrator who had harmed Yan Xiyao. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed, making his way to the Rue embroidery workshop. Wang Shi and her daughter exchanged glances, trailing behind him at a distance. The workshop was bustling with activity. And Yan Wenzhong lingered at the entrance for a considerable time before finally stepping inside. Upon seeing him, Lin Shi's smile vanished instantly, hidden in the shadows. The guards watched Yan Wenzhong closely. Should he dare to threaten Lin Shi, they would intervene without hesitation. Yan Wenzhong approached Lin Shi and spoke softly. "Lin Shi, I wish to talk." Lin Shi coldly replied, "There is nothing to discuss. Let us not forget that we are divorced." "We are but strangers now," Yan Wenzhong implored. "We were married for over a decade. Does that not count for something? I simply wish to have a calm conversation. Do we not share even a modicum of affection?" "Affection? You confined me for 5 years. Did you think of our bond then? Yao, disfigured and harmed, have you ever considered that she is your daughter? You dare speak of gratitude to me? Do you think you are worthy?" "Lin, I acknowledge my mistakes. I regret my actions. Will you forgive me just this once? I promise to make amends for you and Yao in the future." Lin let out a cold laugh and replied, "Yan, your regret is your own affair. Do not disturb me again. I have never regretted our separation." Yan Wenzhong's face instantly turned pale, retreating 2 steps as if on the verge of collapsing. "Lin, what must I do for you to forgive me?" he asked, unwilling to give up. Lin raised her head, closed her eyes, and after a moment instructed a shop assistant to bring her a basin of water. She carried the water to the entrance and splashed it out. Lin said, "Yan, if you can retrieve every drop of water you just spilled, I will forgive you, but if not, please leave and do not appear before me again." Yan Wenzhong stared blankly at the water stains on the ground. Lin had changed, no longer the gentle and weak figure of the past, but had become resolute and fierce. He wished to say more, but Lin handed him the basin, saying, "Can you bring it back? If not, please leave and cease to disturb me." Lin thrust the basin into Yan Wenzhong's hands and turned to attend to other customers. Yan Wenzhong placed the basin on the ground, his expression filled with despair as he exited the embroidery shop. Everyone understands the principle of spilled water being impossible to retrieve. He cannot reclaim what has been thrown away, yet he cannot concede. How could he abandon the wealth and honor within reach? Yao is his daughter, and he could still seek her forgiveness. Chapter 38. Goodness, are wild boars truly this large? Watching Yan Wenzhong's retreating figure, Lin wore an impassive expression, after being married for over a decade. How could she not know the true thoughts harbored in Yan Wenzhong's heart? He must have seen the daily comings and goings of those escorting him to the palace, not wishing to miss the opportunity for promotion and wealth. Did he truly regret it? Unlikely. He was merely unwilling to accept his fate. In the distance, Wang and her daughter stared at the embroidery shop with shock and malice, and upon seeing Yan Wenzhong leave dejectedly, Wang let out a slight sigh of relief, directing all blame and resentment toward Lin. Yan Wenzhong, unaware of Yao's current whereabouts, returned home to send someone out to inquire. Wang and her daughter hastened their pace to return home before Yan Wenzhong. Pretending to know nothing, Yan Shaodai sneered inwardly, for Han Xiaoqi had already gone to seek an assassin, and soon Yao would become a lifeless body. Once Yao is dead, will that accursed ninth prince still protect Lin? Yan Shaodai thought maliciously, the master's residence can only serve as my support. Lin and her daughter, you shall find no way back. Achoo. As Yao hurried back, she unexpectedly sneezed twice in quick succession. Rubbing her nose, the old man asked anxiously, "Child, have you caught a chill? You must wear more clothing now." "I haven't caught a chill. 1 sneeze means someone is thinking of me. 2 sneezes means someone is cursing me. It seems someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. Once I return to the capital, I shall seek revenge." Old man inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" Yao shook her head, "No need. I will avenge my own grievances. Those few foolish clowns are beneath my notice." Han Xiaoming interjected, "Master, do not worry. There is still your disciple as the little junior sister's support." Old man replied, "That is splendid, child. Remember, no matter when, do not forget that you have your master and 4 senior brothers as your steadfast support. If anyone dares to bully you, inform me immediately." Yao beamed with happiness. Filled with determination as she replied, "Understood," the group continued their journey, chatting and laughing, stopping to cook when hungry, practicing their skills at night, and keeping watch as needed. 2 days later, they arrived at the home of a middle-aged uncle where their horses were kept. Immediately spotting the well-fed steed grazing contentedly, in the mornings, the middle-aged uncle would take his children to walk the horse around the mountains, tying it up in the yard during the day to feed it grass. And even purchasing high-quality feed with the silver given by Han Xiaoming, caring for the horse very well. Yao joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle, Auntie, we are back." The middle-aged couple hurried out to welcome them, their faces adorned with sincere and hearty smiles. The middle-aged aunt cheerfully said, "Come inside quickly, I will pick some vegetables from the garden to cook for you." Yao was delighted because she could finally eat fresh vegetables. Han Xiaoming and the others, aware of the middle-aged uncle's family's hardships, set down their burdens and ventured into the mountains to hunt. Naturally, Yao followed along. The nearby mountains had been largely hunted out by the village's hunters, so the group was fortunate to utilize their lightness of foot to soar into the deeper mountains. In the dense forest, prey was relatively abundant, but so were the dangers. Village hunters generally dared not venture into the deeper woods. Preferring to hunt on the outskirts, the group discreetly distanced themselves from Yao and Han Xiaoming, allowing the two some time alone. However, the two, busy searching for prey, did not notice this. After walking for about 15 minutes without encountering any small animals, Yao puzzled. How strange, why are there no small creatures at all? Conversely, Han Xiaoming wore a grave expression. "Junior sister, slow down, I sense something is amiss." Yao furrowed her brow, closing her eyes to carefully sense her surroundings. Not far ahead, the air was thick with unusual energy fluctuations, more potent than in other areas. Just as she was pondering the cause, a wave of dangerous aura rushed toward them. Han Xiaoming stepped forward, shielding Yao behind him, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, assuming a defensive stance while vigilantly watching ahead. Suddenly, a massive wild boar's head slowly emerged from the underbrush, its long and thick tusks glinting, with a fist-sized bump on its forehead, followed by a body larger than an adult buffalo. "Goodness, are wild boars truly this large?" Yao gasped in astonishment. The gravity on Han Xiaoming's face intensified, despite his extensive experience. He had never seen a wild boar of such size. Be cautious, junior sister, this wild boar is likely possessed. "Possessed? Fourth brother, please do not scare me. Why would I frighten you? Just be careful and prepare to strike." At his words, Yao too grew serious, drawing the red silk dragon tendon whip from her waist, her internal energy surging wildly. "Roar!" The wild boar charged towards them at lightning speed. "Goodness, how can such a massive wild boar move so swiftly? This defies logic," Yao exclaimed, her form soaring as she advanced toward the wild boar, simultaneously cracking her whip. With a swift motion, Han Xiaoming unsheathed his sword, moving like a ghost to close in on the wild boar before Yao. Aiming for its eyes, the wild boar, despite its size, demonstrated surprising agility, leaping to the side to evade their attack, swinging its rear to redirect its assault toward Han Xiaoming, with both of their initial strikes missing. They pivoted midair to continue their attack on the wild boar. However, the creature, utilizing its dexterous physique and quick reflexes, easily dodged their efforts. Yao exclaimed in shock, "Is it really possessed? How could it evade our attacks so effortlessly?" "Junior sister, you strike from the front, and I will circle around for a surprise attack." Han Xiaoming nodded, advising, "All right, be careful." However, the enormous wild boar seemed to sense Yao's weaker power, disregarding Han Xiaoming and pursuing Yao at incredible speed, leaving her no chance to catch her breath. "What in the world? Why do you keep chasing me, you wretched beast? Am I simply easier to bully?" Unable to circle behind the wild boar, Yao decided to stand her ground. Cracking her whip with a resounding snap, of the wild boar leaped to the side once more, narrowly avoiding the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiaoming charged forward, slashing at the wild boar's back. As his sword came down, Han Xiaoming's hands trembled from the impact, while the wild boar merely sported a small scratch on its back. Both were left dumbfounded. What breed of wild boar was this? It was impervious to their attacks. Han Xiaoming was even more astonished. His sword was a prized weapon capable of cutting through iron, yet it had merely left a mark on this beast. Truly absurd. Roar! The wild boar, aggrieved, let out a howl and charged at Han Xiaoming. He raised his sword to meet the oncoming attack, while Yao seized the opportunity to circle behind the wild boar, cracking her whip against its rear. The wild boar, with its thick skin and Yao's insufficient internal power, barely felt the impact of the whip, regarding it merely as a tickle. Ignoring Yao completely, it continued its assault on Han Xiaoming. Chapter 39 The Legendary Treasures of Heaven and Earth. Han Xiaoming struggled to fend off the wild boar, unwilling to retreat for fear that the creature would turn and attack Yao, although his internal power surpassed hers considerably, being still young and only at the mid-level of the Xian realm. He found it challenging to contend with this massive wild boar. Most crucially, the wild boar's hide was extraordinarily thick and hard, akin to wearing armor. Yao relentlessly lashed her whip against the wild boar, but it neither cried out nor seemed to feel any pain, as if her strikes were merely scratching an itch. The whip posed no threat to it, and it continued to focus solely on attacking Han Xiaoming. Completely ignoring Yaoer, infuriated, Yaoer exerted all her strength to strike, exhausted yet frustrated. While the beast seemed to revel in the sensation of her whip, she recalled that there was a weapons cache in her spatial realm. Reaching into her sleeve to see if she could retrieve a firearm, only to be disappointed when she could not. Her space had only been unlocked to the 3rd floor, with the 4th floor yet to be accessed. A fact she was unaware of. Yaoer inwardly cursed, what a troublesome contraption, the weapons are utterly ineffective. As Han Xiaoming struggles increasingly against the formidable wild boar, Xiyao is filled with anxiety, pacing frantically. Where has her master gone? Why does he not appear in this critical moment to save them? Placing her hands around her mouth in a trumpet shape, she gathers her inner strength and cries out, "Master, save me!" She shifts her position and calls again, "Master, save me!" After repeating this 4 times, her voice reverberates far and wide, nearly shattering her throat. All who are nearby hear Xiyao's desperate pleas for help and rush over with all their might. Before long, the old man arrives first, astonished by the sheer size of the wild boar. "Good heavens, how can such a massive creature exist?" he exclaims. Xiao shouts, "Master, please help! 4th senior brother is on the verge of collapse." "Child, hand me the whip," the old man commands. Xiao throws the whip to him, exclaiming, "Master, this beast has tough skin. The whip cannot harm it. Do not worry, that is merely due to your insufficient strength. Watch how I deal with it," the old man retorts. Upon finishing his words, he channels his immense inner power into the whip, causing it to become taut like a bamboo pole. With a crack, the whip strikes the wild boar. Roar! The wild boar bellows in pain, turning to attack the old man, granting Han Xiaoming a moment to breathe. A crack, each lash of the whip strikes the boar, which cries out in agony, its pain driving it into a more frenzied assault on the old man. The old man, being the master of the two, handles it with ease, but alas, the whip inflicts minimal damage, although the boar feels pain. It suffers no substantial injury. "You little rascal, hand me the sword. I shall take the whip," the old man instructs, tossing the whip towards Han Xiaoming, who reciprocates by throwing his sword to the old man. The two exchange weapons, with Han Xiaoming tasked with distracting the boar while the old man aims to strike its vital points. Without a weapon, Xiyao feels helpless. Glancing around, she approaches a large stone. Summoning all her strength, she lifts the stone, waiting for Han Xiaoming to divert the boar's attention before she channels her inner power and hurls the stone at the creature's lower back. Han Xiaoming, astonished, steps back 2 paces, realizing the girl possesses considerable strength to lift such a hefty stone. With a resounding thud, the stone connects with the boar's back. Roar! The boar lets out a pitiful cry. Staggering under the impact, both Han Xiaoming and the old man's eyes brighten simultaneously, recognizing that the stone inflicts more damage than the whip. Han Xiaoming wraps the whip around his waist and begins searching for another stone while the old man continues his assault with the sword to keep the boar occupied. At that moment, the 4 shadows, Wu Chen, Yan Juni, and Dr. Chen arrive one after another, equally astonished by the massive wild boar. Quickly setting aside their previous quarry to assist, quickly find a large stone, the bigger the better. "This beast has tough skin, even my sword cannot pierce it," Han Xiaoming urges. Hearing this, the 4 hasten to search for stones. However, in these deep mountains, stones are scarce. Fortunately, Han Xiaoming discovers a large stone partially buried in the earth. It is too heavy for a single person to lift. Ultimately, they work together to excavate the enormous stone, hoisting it towards the wild boar. The old man intensifies his efforts to distract the creature. Xiyao declares, "On the count of 3, let us throw together. Ready, 1, 2, 3, throw." With a thunderous crash, the massive stone lands squarely on the boar. Roar! The boar emits a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth. Struggling in vain to rise, channeling his inner strength, the old man thrusts his sword towards the boar's neck. Roar! The boar emits a final, piercing howl before it succumbs, its life extinguished. Exhausted, the old man and Han Xiaoming collapse onto the ground. "Goodness, I've aged a decade from this exertion. However, this place is rich in energy. You guardians, we 3 must meditate to replenish our spent strength," the old man instructs. After he speaks, he and Han Xiaoming sit cross-legged to recover their energy. Meanwhile, Xiyao remains standing, recalling a book she once read. It spoke of the presence of rare treasures wherever guardian beasts appear, coveted artifacts in the martial world that not only enhance one's power but also promote longevity and vitality. Inspired, Xiyao begins to sense the energy around her in search of such treasures. Upon reaching the spot where she first glimpsed the boar, she is astonished to discover a small tree with emerald leaves amidst the underbrush. Bearing 3 blood-red fruits the size of kumquats, this small tree is absorbing the energy of the deep forest while simultaneously gathering it. Xiyao's eyes widen in shock, fixated on the 3 fruits, which visibly change color before her eyes, shifting from bright red to a dark crimson. The rate at which the fruits absorb energy accelerates, their hues transitioning from dark red to a vibrant orange. Initially, the 4 shadows in Wuchen assume Xiyao has merely stepped away for a moment, but as time passes without her return, Chunlan grows concerned for her safety and gathers Shangzhu, Jujuan, and Dongmei to search for her. They soon find Xiyao squatting silently on the ground, and approach her cautiously. Upon seeing the unfamiliar small tree before her, they exchange puzzled glances. Chunlan whispers, "Master, what is this?" Startled, Xiyao gestures for silence. Murmuring in a hushed tone, "Shoo, do not make a sound, this should be the legendary treasure of heaven and earth. I am waiting for it to ripen." The four shadows are utterly astonished, while they have heard tales of such treasures. They have never encountered one. Chapter 40, Is this girl foolish? The five of them gaze intently at the fruits on the small tree, scarcely daring to blink after more than half an hour. The fruits grow increasingly vibrant, their energy absorption rate multiplying, ultimately transforming into a brilliant golden hue. No longer absorbing energy, the fruits become crystalline and translucent, appearing incredibly enticing. At last, they have ripened. Xiyao, filled with joy, reaches out to pluck the three fruits. They feel icy to the touch, and she can distinctly sense the purity and abundance of their energy. Truly a remarkable find. Master, what are these fruits called? Xulon inquires in confusion. I do not know either, but they seem like something valuable. For now, let us call them energy fruits. I will take them back for further study. Xulon, please find me a small box to store them in. Xulon rummages through her pack, retrieving a square brocade box, and removes the jewelry inside to allow Xiyao to place the three fruits within. After carefully storing the fruits, Xiyao tucks the box into her sleeve and into her spatial pouch. She stands to meditate and recuperate but notices the small tree's verdant leaves turning yellow at a visible rate. The four shadows also observe the tree's distress, and Dongmei points, saying, "Master, look, the tree's leaves are wilting." Xiyao nods, uncertain how often this tree bears fruit, surmising that once the fruits are harvested, the leaves must wither until it can sprout anew. A sudden thought strikes her. Given the distance from the capital and the uncertainty of returning here, perhaps it would be best to transplant the small tree and see if it can survive. Thus, Xiyao instructs Xulon. "Xulon, I wish to transplant this small tree. Help me dig it up, taking the surrounding soil with it, so as not to harm the roots." "Yes, master," the four respond softly. Xulon adds, "Master, you should meditate while we handle this." Xiyao nods and turns to Wuchen, saying, "Wuchen, please descend the mountain and have uncle summon people to carry the wild boar back. It would feed an entire village." "Understood. Second Mississippi, I shall go at once." Wuchen replies before swiftly making his way down the mountain. Finally, Xiyao sits cross-legged to meditate. The four shadows carefully extract the small tree and place it beside her, standing guard. After about an hour, the old man Yin and Han Xiaoming open their eyes. The old man, wielding Han Xiaoming's treasured sword, prepares to cleave the protrusion on the boar's head. Han Xiaoming asks, "Master, what is this bump?" The old man replies, "I am not entirely certain, but it appears peculiar, so I thought to cut it open and investigate. Perhaps it is best if I handle this. Your method may shatter it." Han Xiaoming offers, "Very well. You do it. Let's see what this thing is," the old man says, handing the sword back to Han Xiaoming. Han Xiaoming sheathes the sword and retrieves a dagger, carefully cutting into the bump on the boar's head. After considerable effort, he finally slices it open, revealing a bloodied pearl that rolls out, slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball. The old man picks it up, wipes away the blood, and exclaims with delight, "It's an energy pearl. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. It contains an abundance of pure energy." Han Xiaoming comments, "It must be valuable. You should keep it." The old man hands the pearl to Han Xiaoming, smiling as he says, "I do not need it. You should keep it and give it to your little junior sister. She needs it most." Han Xiaoming, unwilling, retorts, "Isn't it the same if you give it to her? Can it be the same? You are such a blockhead. Enough talk, just take it and present it to her," the old man insists. "Fine." Han Xiaoming accepts the pearl and tucks it into his embrace, his gaze shifting to the boar's tusks, and a new idea forms. "Master, please assist me in extracting these two tusks. I intend to fashion them into two daggers, one of which I shall present to my junior sister." Upon hearing this, the old man Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Hee, what a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support you." Together, Han Xiaoming and the old man Yin embarked on the arduous task of unearthing the wild boar's tusks. After considerable effort and the passage of time, the master and disciple finally succeeded in extracting the tusks. Once they had cleaned the blood off, the old man Yin handed the two tusks to Han Xiaoming. Just as he stowed them away, Xiyao awoke. Han Xiaoming presented her with a pearl, stating, "Junior sister, this pearl was extracted from the wild boar's head. It contains a wealth of energy that will surely be of use to you, so keep it safe." Xiyao examined the pearl closely, her face lighting up with delight as she remarked, "Thank you, fourth brother. The energy within this pearl is remarkably pure. It is indeed a treasure." The wild boar must have consumed celestial fruits to gain wisdom, which explains this energy pearl. Both the old man Yin and Han Xiaoming stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Was it merely an illusion? The old man Yin inquired, "Child, what celestial fruit?" Xiyao reached into her sleeve and produced a jewelry box containing the fruit, opening it for the old man Yin to see. "I discovered this just now. This wild boar must have been the guardian of this fruit, having become so formidable after consuming it." The old man Yin and Han Xiaoming were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable as they felt the energy emanating from the fruit. After a moment of shock, Han Xiaoming spoke earnestly, "Junior sister, this secret must remain between us. Do not divulge it to anyone." The old man Yin added gravely, "Your brother speaks truth. It is imperative that this remains a secret. In all my years, I have never encountered celestial fruits. I have only heard tales of them. Such treasures are coveted by martial artists. Should word get out, you would be pursued relentlessly, Xiyao replied. Master, I understand you are my mentor, and I would never conceal anything from you. Upon our return to the capital, we will each take one. The old man beamed with pride, thinking that this disciple was truly a worthy one. Han Xiaoming was taken aback. Was this truly a celestial fruit? How could junior sister so casually claim one for herself? Was she foolish? Regardless of her perceived foolishness, Han Xiaoming felt a mix of astonishment and affection. The old man said kindly, child, you should keep it for yourself. Consume it when you next break through. As of now, your martial prowess is the weakest. Utilize it to enhance your abilities, Han Xiaoming gently replied. I too do not require it. You should keep it. Focus on improving your strength so that next time we encounter such a formidable wild boar, you need not call for help, Xiyao asked. You truly do not want it. This is a treasure that can enhance your skills. Both Han Xiaoming and the old man nodded in unison, with the old man asserting, we truly do not want it. Your improvement is of utmost importance, as you are currently the weakest, Han Xiaoming urged. Please stow it away swiftly. By the way, where is Wuchen? Xiyao replied. I sent him down the mountain to find the uncle and gather the villagers to carry the wild boar. This beast could feed the entire village. Han Xiaoming nodded and turned to the others, seriously instructing, anyone who dares to disclose the secret of my junior sister will face my wrath without mercy. Understood. Chapter 41. I also desire vegetables. Han Xiaoming instructed Dr. Yan and Dr. Chen to remain until Wu Chen's return, while the others continued hunting. Xiyao said, please keep an eye on this sapling. Do not let anyone touch it, Dr. Yan replied. Of course. Second Mississippi. Han Xiaoming asked, junior sister, is this sapling from the tree that bears those 3 fruits? Xiyao confirmed, indeed, I considered that this place is so far from the capital. And we may not return, so I thought to transplant it and see if it can survive. The old man remarked, that is a sound idea. It is quite likely we shall not return. Xiyao smiled and said, fourth brother, would you be willing to plant this sapling? Han Xiaoming replied, certainly, I will take care of it for you. Whenever you wish to retrieve it, feel free. Thank you, fourth brother. The group wandered through the dense forest for nearly half an hour, reaping a bountiful harvest. Believing Wu Chen should be returning soon, they made their way back to reunite with Dr. Yan and the others. As expected, Wu Chen arrived with a middle-aged uncle and dozens of villagers, who had already begun tying up the wild boar's carcass in preparation for transport. The villagers wore expressions of exhilaration, having never encountered such a colossal wild boar. Wu Chen had already informed them that some of the boar would be reserved for the middle-aged uncle, while the rest would be distributed among them. Even without the promise of sharing, the honest villagers would assist one another. As their village consisted of only a few dozen households, and every family had its own affairs to attend to, Xiyao cheerfully remarked, fourth brother, we have indeed struck gold today. How about we celebrate with the villagers tonight? Han Xiaoming, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, as you wish. Though his face betrayed little emotion, he felt inexplicably delighted, a sentiment that surprised even him. Once the villagers secured the wild boar, they fashioned a makeshift harness using wood and rope. With 20 strong men lifting the boar down the mountain, Wu Chen led the way, clearing obstacles with his sword. The group returned with excitement, pausing to rest when fatigued, swapping out for others when they could bear no more. And even Han Xiaoming and the others lent a hand. The villagers, lacking martial skills and relying solely on brute strength, did not move swiftly. After approximately an hour, they finally descended the mountain with the wild boar. For the villagers, receiving such a substantial boar was a tremendous windfall. They would never have been able to hunt one themselves, and the encounter could have cost them their lives. Han Xiaoming addressed the villagers. Everyone, please take a moment to rest. Once you have recovered, let us process this wild boar together. Call everyone in the village to join us for a hearty feast of meat and drink. And let us celebrate together. The middle-aged uncle, with a hearty smile, suggested, there is an open space to the east of our village. Why not take the wild boar there and cook it up? Han Xiaoming replied, that sounds perfect. Upon hearing this, the villagers eagerly resumed their efforts, hoisting the wild boar toward the open space. After setting the boar down, they all dashed home to gather their families. Heading en masse to the clearing, Han Xiaoming generously left the smaller game for the middle-aged uncle's family, while Xiyao tugged at the arm of the middle-aged aunt, saying, Auntie, please prepare a pot of vegetables for me. I've had my fill of meat lately and am quite weary of it. The middle-aged aunt chuckled and replied, very well, we have plenty of vegetables. Han Xiaoming queried, did you not wish for everyone in the village to celebrate? Why then do you only desire vegetables? Xiyao answered, that is not contradictory. I shall eat vegetables while you enjoy the meat. After all, I have no appetite for that. As the middle-aged aunt stepped out to prepare the vegetables, the old man leaned closer to Xiyao and inquired, child, why do you refuse to eat the wild boar meat? Xiyao smiled and replied, master, that meat has become sentient. I shan't partake in it. The mere thought of it is nauseating, and besides, wild boar is not particularly palatable. The old man paused, then declared, in that case, I shall abstain as well. Han Xiaoming added, I too desire vegetables. I am tired of meat. The group exchanged glances, taken aback. After Han Xiaoming spoke, he instructed Wu Chen to inform the middle-aged ant to prepare more vegetables. The middle-aged ant soon returned with a large pot of vegetables, and Yin Xiao and the others began to eat heartily. At that moment, no one was thinking about consuming wild boar meat. After finishing a delicious pot of vegetables, they took the opportunity to circulate their energy and recover their expended inner strength. It was not until nightfall that they finally ceased their practice and made their way to the clearing. In the clearing, the villagers were busy tending to the fire, roasting and stewing, filled with merriment. The aroma of grilled and simmering meat wafted through the air, enticing all who passed. Upon spotting Han Xiaoming and the others, the villagers warmly welcomed them. The heroes have arrived, the ones who took down the wild boar. Please take a seat, the meat will be ready soon. Han Xiaoming looked at Yin Xiao, who smiled and said, we have already eaten, we merely came to join in the festivities. You all enjoy yourselves, we have been feasting on meat daily and are quite weary of it. A villager protested, that cannot be, you hunted the wild boar and promised to share it, we cannot thank you enough for your generosity, you must eat some. Yin Xiao replied, I am unable to eat anymore. If you wish to express your gratitude, simply enjoy your meal, that will suffice. The old man chimed in, indeed, everyone should indulge, and later, accompany this old man for a drink. Another villager suggested, drinking is no problem. We can even play drinking games. Haha, very well, it is settled. Later, accompany this old man for drinks and games. Shall we begin now? The old man challenged, come on, who dares to compete? Brothers in arms. The old man and the villagers engaged in playful banter as they found a spot to sit and enjoy themselves. Once the meat was ready, the villagers filled bowls with wine and brought them to Han Xiaoming and the others. An elder villager raised his bowl and declared, fellow villagers, raise your cups, let us toast to our heroes and express our gratitude for the grand wild boar they have provided us. To the heroes, cheers! The villagers raised their bowls and drank heartily. Han Xiaoming and the others followed suit, drinking with equal fervor. Yin Xiao furrowed her brow as she gazed at the wine bowl in her hands. Caught in a dilemma between drinking and abstaining, Han Xiaoming inquired, you do not drink? Yin Xiao replied, I am still young, merely 15 years old. Consuming alcohol could impede my physical development. Here, let me drink it for you. Han Xiaoming extended his hand. Yin Xiao placed the wine bowl into his palm, gratefully exclaiming, thank you, fourth brother. Han Xiaoming nodded slightly and downed the wine in one gulp. Chapter 42, Tempting Your Palate. You deserve it. After toasting, the villagers served Han Xiaoming and his companions some meat, gathering around the bonfire to feast heartily, while the men drank deeply. The kind-hearted and simple women, accompanied by their children, danced joyously to celebrate the harvest, hand in hand, encircling the fire with smiles of pure happiness. A few blossoming young maidens whispered among themselves, that young hero is truly handsome, shall we invite him to dance with us? Indeed he is handsome, but who knows if he would agree, how blissful it would be to dance with him. Why not give it a try? If he refuses, we shan't press him, after all he is the valiant hero who slew the wild boar. Xiaoya, you go, invite both him and that female hero beside him, she is truly beautiful. Yes, let us invite both the hero and the heroine. The girl named Xiaoya blushed and said, alright, I shall go and invite them. The young girl, releasing the hands of the other maidens, approached Han Xiaoming with a shy smile. Han Xiaoming, noticing the girl advancing towards him, furrowed his brow instantaneously, emanating a chill, his right foot twitching with agitation. Junior sister, do not let her come near me, chase her away, Han Xiaoming murmured. Yin Xiao was taken aback. Having been watching the dance, she turned to see the girl drawing closer, her hair standing on end in fright. Fourth brother, do not act impulsively, I shall handle it, you must endure. As the girl approached, Yin Xiao quickly interjected, rushing forth to place herself 3 feet away from Han Xiaoming. With a smile, Yin Xiao declared, little fairy, you cannot approach any closer. If you do, I cannot guarantee your safety. The girl named Xiaoya paused, her sweet smile brightening as she asked, heroine, what did you call me? Yin Xiao responded, little fairy, it means little beauty. Is there a problem? No problem, heroine, I came to invite you to dance with that heroic brother. Yin Xiao replied, oh, he does not dance, I shall dance with you instead, but you must not approach him. He is a dangerous individual, and if you draw too near, he might kick you away. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiaoya's eyes as she asked in confusion, why not? Yin Xiao whispered, he suffers from a condition known as female phobia syndrome, and has had it since childhood. Any woman who approaches him, aside from his family, either meets a tragic fate or is left severely injured. Xiaoya stole a glance at Han Xiaoming, shivering at the icy glare in his eyes. Ah, then I shall not invite him, you come dance with us instead. No problem, let us go. Yin Xiao thought to herself, it is said that beautiful women have thorns, what about handsome men, do they carry blades? Han Xiaoming, though strikingly handsome, wields a poisoned blade. Xiaoya grasped Yin Xiao's hand and led her towards the bonfire. Han Xiaoming let out a silent sigh of relief, though his brow remained furrowed, his eyes fixated on the intertwined hands of Yin Xiao and Xiaoya. A disquieting sensation stirring within him. Why are they holding hands? Is it permissible for women to hold hands so freely? If men do so, it is deemed as a sign of affection. What does it signify when women do the same? Han Xiaoming turned and sat on the chair prepared for them by the villagers, absently tearing into a piece of wild boar meat. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, not because the wild boar meat was particularly delectable, but because he distinctly sensed an energy embedded within it. Han Xiaoming approached the old man, extending a piece of wild boar meat towards him. "Master, do take a bite." The old man glanced at the meat with disdain and replied, "I shall not eat. If you wish to eat, then do so yourself. Just have a taste. You will be pleasantly surprised." "What surprise? You will find out once you try it." Han Xiaoming forcibly placed the wild boar meat into the old man's hand and returned to his seat. The old man, feeling perplexed, took a small bite and chewed a few times. "By my grandmother's beard, so that is it." The old man took several more hearty bites, leaping up in excitement. No longer concerned with toasting, he rushed to Han Xiaoming's side, whispering, "This wild boar meat contains energy. You must instruct them to consume more, as it can enhance their abilities. Even ordinary folk who eat it will benefit their health." Han Xiaoming nodded in agreement, urging Wuchen and the others to eat more wild boar meat. The old man then said, "I shall go call your junior sister, she should also have some." Upon hearing that the wild boar meat contained energy that could bolster their powers, Wuchen and the others eagerly began to devour it. The old man approached Xiyao, saying, "Child, stop dancing and come here. I have something to discuss with you." Xiyao released the girl's hands and asked, "Master, what is it?" The old man pulled Xiyao to the table and pointed at the wild boar meat, saying, "Child, this meat contains energy. You should eat more to enhance your abilities, and it is beneficial for your health too." Xiyao resolutely shook her head. "I shall not eat. If you wish to eat, then do so yourselves." The old man queried, puzzled, "Child, why would you not consume such a marvelous thing? It can strengthen your body and enhance your abilities." Xiyao replied nonchalantly, "I am aware, this wild boar must have ingested fruits, hence the energy within it, but have you ever seen a wild boar of such size? I for one dare not eat it. I fear it may have previously consumed human flesh." The crowd fell silent for several seconds. Ugh! Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, promptly spitting out the wild boar meat he had in his mouth, his throat feeling unbearably itchy. The old man too felt a wave of nausea from Xiao's words, attempting to dig his fingers into his mouth in a bid to expel the swallowed meat. The four shadowy figures and Wuchen followed suit. Discreetly turning away from the villagers, the old man, with a pained expression, said, "Child, you are being unkind. Why did you not mention this earlier? I had already warned you. What more do you want me to say? You were the ones who insisted on eating." The old man glared at Han Xiaoming, reproaching, "You rascal, this is all your fault. You insisted that I try it. How was I to know?" The old man shot a fierce glare at Han Xiaoming and declared, "Let us leave. This merriment is no longer enjoyable. It is making this old man miserable." "Ugh," Xiyao innocently remarked, "you need not react so dramatically. I was merely expressing my doubts. Perhaps it has not consumed human flesh." The old man grumbled, "Child, I suspect you did this on purpose. I was only expressing my suspicions. Perhaps you did not intend to do so." The crowd nodded vigorously in agreement. Xiyao was taken aback. What did it mean to suspect her intentions? "Auntie cooked so many vegetables, yet you all finished them and then came here to eat meat. Is it my fault?" After speaking, Xiyao turned and stifled a laugh. Striding back, letting you whet your appetite, you brought this upon yourselves. Chapter 43. When have I ever kicked you? Upon returning to the middle-aged man's home, Han Xiaoming and the old man wore expressions of utter despair. The old man lamented, "Child, please help me expel the wild boar meat I consumed. I cannot manage to vomit it out very well. I shall assist you in inducing vomiting," Xiyao said, requesting a silver needle from the physician. She instructed the old man to lift his clothing, exposing his abdomen, and pressed her left middle finger firmly against the Zhongwan acupoint, spreading her other fingers on either side with her right hand. She pierced upward with the needle while simultaneously applying pressure with her left hand, rhythmically pushing towards the face in conjunction with the old man's breathing, stimulating internal organ reflexes to induce vomiting. Before swiftly withdrawing the needle, the old man heaved a few dry retches but was still unable to expel the meat. Xiyao then pressed her left index and middle fingers against the left and right pylorus acupoints, again applying pressure in sync with the old man's breathing. As the old man felt the urge to vomit, she pricked the pylorus acupoint. Ugh! The old man successfully expelled the wild boar meat he had ingested. Han Xiaoming hesitated, contemplating whether to ask Xiyao for assistance in inducing vomiting, but the four shadowy figures hastily requested her help first. Xiyao used the same method to assist them. While Physician Yan and Dr. Chen observed and learned from her technique, helping one another, Wuchen was about to request Xiao's assistance when Han Xiaoming shot him a fierce glare, causing Wuchen to shrink back in fear and turn to ask Physician Yan for help instead. Han Xiaoming gritted his teeth, summoning his courage to say, "Junior sister, please help me induce vomiting as well." Xiao nodded, and Han Xiaoming willingly lifted his clothing, closing his eyes with a demeanor akin to one headed to the gallows. The moment Xiao's hand touched his skin, Han Xiaoming tensed up, his muscles rigid. Despite Xiao's efforts, she could not apply pressure to his acupoints, nor could she insert the silver needle, revealing just how tense he was. Fourth brother, could you please relax? I cannot apply pressure, and I cannot even insert the needle. How am I to help you? Breathe deeply and relax your body. Han Xiaoming took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Repeating the process several times until he finally managed to relax. However, the moment Yan Xiao's hand made contact with his skin once more, his muscles tensed uncontrollably again, and his right foot began to twitch restlessly. Yan Xiao glanced at Han Xiaoming's right leg and swiftly leaped back with lightning speed, distancing herself from him by 3 feet. Fourth brother, perhaps you should let Dr. Yan and the others assist you. I fear you might kick me into a half-disabled state. The old man glared fiercely at Han Xiaoming and said menacingly, you ungrateful brat, should you dare to kick my little apprentice, I shall not hesitate to fight you. Han Xiaoming felt a deep sense of grievance. He had been trying his utmost to endure. He had merely shifted his right leg due to nervousness. I would never kick my little junior sister, Yan Xiao said with a look of fear. Let Dr. Yan come and help you induce vomiting. I refuse to do it. You're calm when I check your pulse, yet tense when I merely touch your abdomen. I certainly do not wish to risk my life assisting you with inducing vomiting. Dr. Yan's face turned pale, shaking his head vigorously. Second miss. You should assist the master with inducing vomiting instead. When the master is awake, I would not dare to touch his abdomen. What do you mean by that? Dr. Chen interjected. Both I and Dr. Yan have been kicked before. But you, master, have never kicked us while conscious. Each time we treat you, you must be rendered unconscious. Yan Xiao was taken aback. Not even the men can touch you. He should not be called the cold-faced killer, but rather a cactus. Whoever touches him gets pricked. Yan Xiao turned to the kitchen and fetched a pair of chopsticks, handing them to old Manning, saying, Master, you can use these chopsticks to stimulate fourth brother's throat and the root of his tongue. It can also induce vomiting. The old Manning feigned ignorance. I cannot do that. You should do it, he added. I will hold his legs down to ensure you won't get kicked. Yan Xiao turned to look at Dr. Yan and Dr. Chen, both of whom shook their heads in unison, deliberately displaying expressions of terror. Han Xiaoming's face darkened, his gaze sharp as he coldly glanced at Dr. Yan and Dr. Chen. When have I ever kicked you? Dr. Chen replied, on the third day I followed you. When you injured your leg, I was kicked while treating it. Han Xiaoming. That Han Xiaoming silently cried out in his heart. How many years ago was that? And now you're bringing up old grievances. Besides, you touched my thigh. Dr. Yan added, when I treated your abdominal pain for the first time, you kicked me as well. Han Xiaoming. That was when we were not familiar with each other. Using chopsticks to press against the root of the tongue, am I supposed to eat people? Han Xiaoming silently grumbled, unable to retort verbally, as he indeed had kicked them. Helpless, Yan Xiao had no choice but to assert. Fourth brother, if you dare to kick me, I will refuse to help you with the poison. Han Xiaoming nodded seriously. Rest assured, little junior sister, I guarantee I will not kick you. Very well, then open your mouth. Han Xiaoming complied, and Yan Xiao used the chopsticks to stimulate his throat and the root of his tongue. After a considerable struggle, he finally expelled the wild boar meat he had consumed. Dong Mei hurriedly cleaned up the mess. After a while, the 4 dark shadows rose to boil water, preparing to wash up. Just then, the middle-aged man returned with his family. The middle-aged man smiled amiably. You heroes have indeed returned. Everyone has been searching for you. Yan Xiao smiled and said, Uncle, just tell everyone that we are too exhausted from hunting the wild boar today and wish to rest well. We shall not join the festivities, but we hope everyone enjoys themselves. This is how I will explain it to everyone. You've all had a tiring day and deserve a good rest. We will prepare water for you to wash up and relax. Yan Xiao added, thank you, uncle. You all go enjoy yourselves. We can manage on our own. How can that be? You are guests and heroes. How can we let you do the work? We are truly grateful to you. Our neighbors have even left us a large piece of wild boar meat. No need for formality. We are staying at your home, and you have helped us care for our horses. It is we who should be thanking you. The middle-aged man's son ran to Yan Xiao's side and asked, Sister, are you leaving tomorrow? Can you stay at my house a few more days? Yan Xiao patted the boy's head and replied, Little brother, we must leave tomorrow as we have many matters awaiting us. Perhaps in the future we will visit your home again, or when you grow up, you can come to the capital to find us. Alright, sister, when I grow up, can I really go to the capital to find you? Of course. The boy suddenly lowered his head, looking dejected. But I heard my father say that this place is very far from the capital. I do not know how long it will take to reach there. Chapter 44. Why is your hair so understanding? The old man inquired. Little one, why do you wish to go to the capital to find us? The boy replied, You are all good people, helping me with my illness, and you are great heroes. When I grow up, I too wish to be a hero. My mother said, You are great benefactors to our family, and even a small favor should be repaid with great gratitude. When I grow up, I want to repay you. Yan Xiao was momentarily stunned. This family, though living in hardship, clearly had good upbringing. Little brother, you need not repay us. We are merely staying at your home and helping you with your illness. It was a small effort on our part. When you grow up, it is enough to repay your parents well, for they have raised you with great difficulty. Yes, I will honor my parents well. A sister, can you teach me medicine? I wish to learn how to heal, so that when villagers fall ill or get injured while hunting in the mountains, They will not perish, Dr. Yen interjected. Little one, what is your name? Can you read? The boy shyly replied, my name is Xiao. I do not know many characters, but I have learned some from Uncle Wang in the village. Dr. Yen took out a medical book from his pocket and handed it to the boy, saying, little one, I gift you this medical book. If you come across characters you do not recognize, ask Uncle Wang. 3 years from now, if you can read this book and understand its contents, come to the capital to find me, and I shall take you as my disciple and personally teach you medicine. The boy was overjoyed. Thank you, heroic uncle. I will definitely come to the capital to find you in 3 years. Good. I will await your arrival. In 3 years, go to the Xinglin Baichao Hall in the capital and inquire for Dr. Chen Mingshun. You will find me there. Niu Xiaohu excitedly thanked him. Thank you, heroic uncle. Dr. Chen nodded with a smile. The Xinglin Baichao Hall in the capital was indeed Han Xiaoming's establishment, and Dr. Chen would occasionally help manage the pharmacy. Dr. Yen, nearing 50, recognized Niu Xiaohu as a child of good character and thus left him a medical book, leaving his future success to depend on his own diligence. Yen Xiao asked, Dr. Chen, is the Xinglin Baichao Hall your establishment? Dr. Chen replied, no, it belongs to the master. I assist with management when I have time. Old man Yin chuckled. A girl, your fourth brother not only owns a pharmacy but also other enterprises. And he even possesses a significant influence in the martial world. The Yuming Palace is also under his control. Yen Xiao asked, Master, what organization is the Yuming Palace? The Yuming Palace is a righteous force in the martial world. An organization secretly cultivated by your fourth brother. He is the master of the Yuming Palace. Yen Xiao teased, fourth brother, so you are so wealthy and powerful. No wonder you are so generous. Han Xiaoming remained non-committal, glancing at Yen Xiao and asking, do you like money that much? Of course, I am not a saint. I am a commoner and cannot regard wealth as mere dirt. Then when your shop opens, manage it well, and you will have much wealth. Yen Xiao confidently replied, that is a certainty. I shall strive to become a wealthy person. Han Xiaoming said, commoner, hurry and wash up, then practice your skills. Improving your strength is of utmost importance at present. You speak wisely. I shall heed your advice. Yen Xiao, filled with envy, silently vowed, one day, I shall become a person of wealth and power. Chunlan brought water for her to wash up, and after completing her ablutions, she quietly sat cross-legged in a corner to practice her skills. After the others washed up, one person remained to keep watch while the others entered their practice states. The next morning, everyone tidied up briefly, and Han Xiaoming thoughtfully left some silver coins for the middle-aged man as family, secretly placing them under their pillows, and also left them a fine horse before bidding farewell and setting off for the capital. With one less horse, Yen Xiao wished to ride with Chunlan, but was directly lifted onto Han Xiaoming's horse instead. Yen Xiao stiffened, afraid to move, lest Han Xiaoming toss her off. After their departure, the middle-aged woman tidied the house and discovered the silver coins Han Xiaoming had left under the pillow. The family rushed to the road and knelt down to bow in gratitude towards the direction in which Han Xiaoming and the others had left. Little did they know, a small act of kindness would, years later, completely alter Niu Xiaohu's destiny, leading him to become a renowned physician. Han Xiaoming and Yen Xiao rode together for a distance, but Yen Xiao could no longer endure it. Her back ached, and her legs cramped. Both of them were tense, and comfort was a distant notion. Yen Xiao said, fourth brother, I think I should ride with Chunlan instead. My back feels like it's breaking. Yet Han Xiaoming was unwilling. Even he could not understand why he felt so resistant to letting his junior sister ride with another. Just hold on a little longer. We will be able to take a carriage when we reach the town. Relax your body. Yen Xiao felt like crying without tears. How could she relax when he was so tense? Am I tense? If you are not tense, then why are your muscles so stiff? I am not tense. Han Xiaoming lied with his eyes wide open. Yen Xiao smiled mischievously, inwardly thinking, let us see if you will dare to throw me off. She deliberately leaned back, resting against Han Xiaoming's embrace. This feels much more comfortable. Han Xiaoming was taken aback, his body tensing up in an instant, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. The crowd behind him widened their eyes, their hearts racing to their throats simultaneously. Miss Yen Er truly had an audacious spirit. Yen Xiao felt a pang of fear as well and quickly raised her voice in warning. Fourth senior brother, I warn you, if you dare to throw me down, prepare to die from the cold poison. Don't worry, it won't happen, Han Xiaoming replied, forcing himself to sound reassuring. Yen Xiao closed her eyes, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Since you won't let me ride alongside Chunlan, I'll make sure you experience the aches and pains of a long ride. Although Han Xiaoming's muscles were taut, he was still reluctant to let Yen Xiao ride with Chunlan, gently squeezing his legs against the horse's belly to encourage a slow trot. Yen Xiao nestled her small head against Han Xiaoming's chin, a few strands of hair playfully tickling his nose. Achoo! Han Xiaoming couldn't suppress a sneeze, his chin colliding heavily with Yen Xiao's head. Ouch! Yen Xiao winced in pain, covering her head with her hand, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. Fourth senior brother, can't you sneeze in a different direction? That hurt. I apologize, it was unintentional. Your hair keeps tickling my nose, Han Xiaoming said, rubbing his nose and smoothing down the strands that had been teasing him, gently massaging the spot on Yen Xiao's head that he had bumped. The old man in the shadows chuckled to himself. Little girl, How considerate your hair is, a few more bumps like that, and it will be just right. Gradually, Han Xiaoming became accustomed to Yin Xiyao leaning against him, his body relaxing. The crowd behind them let out a collective sigh of relief. And the old man's eyes sparkled with mirth. And now, this feels appropriate. By evening, they finally arrived at the small town where they would store their horse-drawn carriage. The group dined at an inn before finding lodgings for the night. Despite staying at the inn, Yin Xiyao insisted on practicing her skills. She hadn't slept soundly in days. However, she knew that starting tomorrow, they would be traveling back by carriage, allowing her to catch up on sleep during the day. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Wuchen prepared the carriage, finally able to load the stone pot and the small sapling wrapped in straw onto the vehicle. As Yin Xiyao climbed aboard, the old man did not follow her as usual. Instead, he leapt onto Han Xiaoming's steed, clearly intending to create an opportunity for the two to be alone. He would not let any chance slip by, no matter how slight. Seeing the old man mount his horse, Han Xiaoming had no choice but to board the carriage. Upon lifting the curtain and entering, Yin Xiyao was taken aback. What is he doing in the carriage? This is dangerous. With him here, can I truly sleep without worry? Han Xiaoming nonchalantly settled into the carriage, lifting the curtain to command. Wuchen, remember to buy a flower pot later and plant the sapling before we leave. Understood. Wuchen guided the carriage, searching for a place to purchase a flower pot. After acquiring it and planting the sapling, the group continued their journey. Inside the carriage, Yin Xiyao felt drowsy. Han Xiaoming observed her head bobbing, wrestling with himself for a long while before shifting closer and allowing her head to rest on his shoulder. 7 days later, having made no delays along the way, they finally arrived at Liangdong City, which was relatively close to the capital. Liangdong was prosperous and bustling, second only to the capital in the entire Wuxing dynasty. As the group entered the city, a notice on the street caught the attention of many, blocking their path. The old man dismounted and squeezed through the crowd to read, murmuring to himself, "The young master of Liangdong. Master Shui has suddenly fallen ill and is seeking a physician. I in urgent need. He offers a reward of 100,000 taels to anyone who can cure him. The notice is posted today by Master Liangdong." Upon finishing, the old man leaped as if his tail had been stepped on. This is a stroke of luck. I must quickly inform my precious little disciple that if she can heal him, she might gain the favor of Master Shui. And I shall benefit from it as well. Ha ha ha. Who in the martial world did not know of the formidable Liangdong four young masters? One of them, Chu Haotian, was the leader of the Blood Shadow organization, controlling numerous gambling houses. Peijianbei, known as the young master of the world's largest beggar gang, had followers spread across the land. Chui Zhenghua was a shrewd businessman, the wealthiest man in the Wuxing dynasty, rivaling entire nations. Duan Lingfeng, a thief from a renowned family, was a chivalrous figure known for robbing the rich to aid the poor, wielding considerable influence in the martial world. The old man emerged from the crowd and approached the carriage, excitement evident as he lifted the curtain. Little girl, a splendid opportunity has arisen. Yin Xiyao and Han Xiaoming exchanged bewildered glances, both asking in unison, "Master, what opportunity?" "The young Master Shui of Liangdong is ill and is seeking a physician. If you can cure him, you will be rewarded with silver or his service. You possess the ability to dispel the cold poison from your fourth senior brother. Treating Master Shui should be a piece of cake. You might even win him over to your side." Yin Xiyao inquired, "Is the young master of Liangdong truly that formidable?" Han Xiaoming replied, "Very much so. What if you can win him over? Your influence will rival even that of the royal court." Yin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. How powerful must he be to rival Han Xiaoming's influence? It was well known that Han Xiaoming's power stemmed from the royal family, the military, and the ghostly palace. With eagerness, Yin Xiyao declared, "Since the young master of Liangdong is so powerful, I must give it a try." Han Xiaoming's eyes glimmered with admiration as he said, "It is indeed worth a shot." "Wuchen, go and take down the notice," Han Xiaoming commanded. "Yes, Master." Wuchen leaped with agility, tearing down the notice before soaring back to the carriage, presenting it to Han Xiaoming. The onlookers, seeing the notice being taken down, cast glances at Wuchen before gradually dispersing. A man resembling a steward waited for the crowd to thin out before leading a horse to the carriage and respectfully stating, "Since the young master has taken down the notice, please follow me to the Shui family pear garden." Wuchen nodded. "Lead the way." The steward wasted no time, mounting his horse and guiding the group towards the Shui family pear garden, located on a hillside outside Liangdong City. The entire garden was quite grand, larger than Han Xiaoming's villa. The pear garden bustled with visitors, mainly physicians responding to the notice, along with self-proclaimed experts from the martial world. The steward announced, "Who among you is a doctor? Please line up here for consultation. The rest can follow me to the side hall for tea while you wait." Yin Xiyao, Dr. Chen, and Physician Yin remained to queue, while Han Xiaoming and the others followed the steward to the side hall. Observing the doctors in line, as well as those exiting with disappointed expressions, Dr. Chen and Physician Yin felt uneasy. The sheer number of unsuccessful attempts indicated that Master Shui's condition was dire. In contrast, Yin Xiyao appeared unconcerned, thinking that since she was there, she might as well give it a try. If she succeeded, it would be a stroke of luck. If she failed, it was no loss to her. After waiting for about half an hour, it was finally Dr. Chen's turn. Just as he was about to enter, Xiyao suggested, "Let us all go in together." Dr. Chen and Physician Yan nodded, and the three entered the main hall together. Inside, a soft couch was placed, where Shui Zhenghua lay weakly, flanked by the other three young masters, all wearing anxious expressions. Xiyao spoke, "Dr. Chen, please check him first." "Yes, Mississippi." Dr. Chen stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Dr. Chen Mingshun from the capital." Shui Zhenghua weakly nodded and extended his arm. Dr. Chen took his pulse, his brow furrowing tighter by the moment. After a considerable time, he stood up, saying, "Master Shui's ailment lies within the liver. It appears to be a liver nodule. Regrettably, I am unable to assist." The young masters displayed disappointment on their faces, and Xiyao urged, "Physician Yan, try your hand." "Yes." Mississippi. Physician Yan stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Yan Shangda." Also from the capital. Shui Zhenghua nodded, and Physician Yan began to take his pulse. After a while, he retracted his hand, stating, "My diagnosis aligns with Dr. Chen's, but I too am powerless to help." Xiyao inhaled deeply, stepping forward. "Allow me to take a look. My name is Xiyao, and I hail from the capital." As soon as Xiyao spoke, Chu Haotian was taken aback. Xiyao? Surely he hadn't misheard. 3 days prior, a subordinate had reported that someone had placed a bounty on Xiao's life, offering 5,000 taels. However, according to the description, the target was a 15-year-old girl. Ugly and dark, with a scar on her left cheek, also named Xiao, but the Xiao before him was breathtakingly beautiful. Aside from their similar ages, they bore no resemblance. It must be a coincidence of names. Due to his friend Shui Zhenghua's illness, the Blood Shadow Organization had accepted the payment but refrained from acting. Rumors in the martial world suggested that the Blood Shadow Organization only recognized money and would kill for a price. However, in reality, even though they were an assassin organization, they adhered to principles and would not indiscriminately take lives. Before carrying out a contract, they would investigate the target's identity. If the individual was not a great villain but rather a good person, they would not go through with the assassination, instead finding a wrongdoer to deceive the employer. Xiao's delicate fingers touched Shui Zhenghua's pulse, her eyes closing as she meticulously sensed its rhythm. Her brow gradually knitting tighter, the young master felt little hope. A mere girl of 15 or 16 would be fortunate to take a pulse, let alone heal him. Was it not absurd to claim she could cure him? Though she harbored such thoughts, she refrained from voicing them, merely opting to give it a try, considering it an opportunity for the young lady to hone her skills. Xiao opened her eyes and, upon observing Shui Zhenghua's complexion, noted the presence of jaundice on his skin. With his neck and arms displaying a sallow hue, Xiao inquired, "Do you experience dryness in your mouth, a bitter taste? Or pain in your right side?" Shui Zhenghua nodded, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Xiao withdrew her hand and stated, "Your ailment indeed resides in the liver. I initially suspected to be mid-stage liver cancer of the dampy toxic accumulation type, which manifests as liver nodules." She rose and instructed Shui Zhenghua to lift his garment for a more thorough examination. It was confirmed. He indeed had liver nodules. Treatment was possible, albeit somewhat troublesome and requiring time. Xiao's words struck the fourth young master of Liang like a thunderclap. Over the past few days, Shui Zhenghua had consulted numerous doctors, all declaring his condition terminal and untreatable, yet this mere girl of 15 or 16 had the audacity to claim she could cure him. Was this plausible? In contrast, Yan Junyi and Dr. Chen wore expressions of excitement. If Miss Yan asserted she could heal him, then it must be so. The fourth young master suddenly stood up, casting a skeptical glance at Xiao. Chu Haotian narrowed his eyes dangerously and earnestly remarked, "Miss, jesting with Liang Dong's fourth young master is no trifling matter. Are you certain you can treat him?" Xiao replied resolutely, "I am confident in my ability to heal him. But for treatment to commence, young master Shui must accompany me to the capital." As I mentioned, his condition cannot be remedied in just a few days. She silently added, "A surgical procedure to excise the tumor, followed by a period of recuperation, will suffice." Dr. Yin asserted, "If our second miss claims she can heal him, then she undoubtedly can. I would stake my life on it." Dr. Chen concurred, "I too would wager my life. The medical skills of our second miss are beyond the reach of both myself and Dr. Yen." The fourth young master exhaled in relief, and Chu Haotian turned to Xiao, saying, "State your conditions. Do you desire gold or something else?" Xiao raised an eyebrow and responded, "If I do not succeed in my treatment, I shall take not a single coin. But if I succeed, I require you." "Fourth young master, to serve as my right-hand ally in conquering the world?" Shui Zhenghua asked. "Not as servants," Xiao answered firmly. "Certainly not. They shall be my arms and, even more so, my brothers." Xiao understood that given the fourth young master's pride, relegating them to the status of servants would only demean them. To earn their willing allegiance, she must afford them the utmost respect. The fourth young master and his brothers exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They could see the sincerity and respect in Xiao's eyes, hence, they chose to trust her, hoping she could indeed cure Shui Zhenghua's ailment. After all, in the time they had sought medical assistance, not one of the countless doctors had given them hope, only Xiao had declared it treatable. If she could heal Shui Zhenghua, they would not hesitate to serve her. Even as servants of the four brothers shared a bond akin to blood. Having sworn brotherhood with one another, Chu Haotian pondered for a moment before speaking. Miss, I have a matter to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Xiyao smiled and replied, please speak freely. Any concerns can be aired without hesitation, Chu Haotian continued. I am Chu Haotian, the master of Blood Shadow Tower. 3 days ago, someone offered 5,000 taels of silver for the life of a girl named Xiyao. However, based on the description provided, the target is said to be dark and ugly, with a scar on her left cheek, rumored to be the second miss of the masteress' residence in the capital. Have you heard of this person? Both Dr. Yen and Dr. Chen were struck with alarm, yet Xiyao merely laughed, a devilish grin spreading across her face, and countered, if I were to say I know this person and am aware of her whereabouts? Would you then pursue her? Chu Haotian answered earnestly, I would not. Though Blood Shadow Tower is an organization of assassins, we do not take the lives of just anyone, we target corrupt officials and those of great malevolence. Xiyao nodded, reaching into her sleeve to retrieve a pitch-black human skin mask, which she donned, declaring, I am the very Xiyao you speak of, dark and ugly. Chu Haotian was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha, how refreshing. I never expected Miss Yen to be so bold and straightforward. As long as you can heal Brother Shui, the four of us are willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. Chu Haotian proclaimed grandly. Xiyao flashed a charming smile, replying, a gentleman's word is his bond. The four young masters echoed, a promise made is a promise kept. Duan Lingfeng jested, plus 9 tripods. Xiyao looked bewildered. While Peijianbei chuckled and explained, it means the same as a promise of utmost gravity. Miss Yen need not concern herself with him, this fellow would rather steal than study, barely recognizes a few characters. And speaks in a jumbled manner. Xiyao laughed, so that is the case. Duan Lingfeng with a roguish air retorted, am I wrong? 9 tripods are just 9 incense burners. The meaning is the same. Hilarity ensued among the group. Xiyao announced, my master and senior brother are still in the side hall waiting. Young Master Shui, gather your belongings, and we shall set forth for the capital together. Once we arrive, I will commence your treatment. Shui Zhenghua replied, there is no rush, let us rest at the Pear Garden tonight. My brothers and I need to arrange a few trivial matters. We shall depart early tomorrow. He then instructed the steward. Go to the side hall and invite Miss Yan's master and senior brother to the main hall. Inform the kitchen to prepare a feast. Understood, the steward responded and departed. Miss Yan, please take a seat. Xiyao remarked, young Master Shui, where is your restroom? I need to relieve myself. Shui Zhenghua promptly sent a maid to escort Xiyao to the restroom. Of course, Xiao's intention was to procure liver protective medicine for Shui Zhenghua. As the medications had external packaging that could not be openly retrieved. Chapter 47, When will you detoxify me? Upon reaching the restroom, Xiyao extracted the liver protective and jaundice eliminating medicines, removed their packaging, stuffed the medications into her sleeve, and returned from the restroom. In the main hall, the elderly Yin and the 4 young masters were engaged in lively conversation. The 4th young master of Liang, already deeply enamored with Elder Yin, was further impressed upon learning that Xiyao was Elder Yin's most cherished disciple. The 4 young masters, noticing Han Xiaoming's extraordinary demeanor and noble air, could not help but ask, may I inquire your name, brother? Han Xiaoming replied coolly, Han Xiaoming. The faces of the 4th young master of Liang shifted dramatically. Although they had never seen Han Xiaoming, his name was well known. They all stood, adjusting their garments, and respectfully knelt to pay their respects. We humbly greet the 9th prince, Han Xiaoming said. No need for formalities. Rise. Do not reveal my true identity in front of outsiders. Yes, we shall obey. When Xiyao returned to the main hall, the others were chatting as if nothing were amiss. Seeing her, Chu Haotian cheerfully inquired, Miss Yen, do you not wish to ask who was attempting to hire an assassin to kill you? Xiyao responded, I do not need to ask. I already know who it is. Chu Haotian said, if Miss Yen is willing, Blood Shadow Tower can send someone to assist you in resolving this trouble. No need, I do not wish for them to die. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Chu Haotian replied, very well, I respect your decision. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Xiyao nodded, retrieving the medicine prepared for Shui Zhenghua from her sleeve and offering it to him. The 4th young master of Liang gazed at the peculiar medicine in Xiao's hand. Momentarily stunned, Shui Zhenghua, puzzled, asked, Miss Yen, is this truly medicine? Why does it appear so unusual? Xiao explained, this is liver protective medicine. Do you not find it convenient to take? No more bitter, dark concoctions to drink, Shui Zhenghua replied. Miss Yen, you make a valid point. I trust in your medical expertise. I simply have never encountered such an unusual medicine before and am a bit bewildered. The appearance of the medicine is of little consequence. What truly matters is its efficacy. You can simply swallow this with water, and it is easy to carry. Shui Zhenghua took the medicine, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it with a sip of water. Feeling no discomfort after a while, the banquet was lavishly prepared, with wine being plentiful. When Shui Zhenghua attempted to pour himself a drink to toast Eldarine, Xiyao interjected, young Master Shui, you must not drink. Alcohol will exacerbate your condition. From now on, your diet must be light. Avoid spicy, greasy foods and alcohol. Shui Zhenghua set down the wine jug and smiled, no problem. You are the doctor, and I shall abide by your advice. After dinner, Shui Zhenghua felt considerably lighter, likely a result of the medicine taking effect. That he was overjoyed, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Perhaps his illness could indeed be cured. He shared his newfound sense of relief with his 3 companions, who were equally thrilled. The 4th young master of Liang swiftly arranged his affairs, preparing to set out the following morning, after breakfast at the Pear Garden. The 4th young master of Liang accompanied Han Xiaoming and the others on their journey to the capital. Their departure was conspicuous, and no one dared to cause trouble along the way. 3 days later, they successfully arrived at Han Xiaoming's villa on the outskirts of the capital. Upon seeing Yin Xiyao, the servants in the villa were all astonished. Where did our master find such a stunning beauty? Has our master lost his aversion to women? Yet this figure is remarkably similar to the second Miss Yan. Han Xiaoming, perceiving the confusion among the servants, spoke up. She is indeed the second Miss Yan. She has merely restored her appearance. She also bears another identity as my junior sister. Henceforth, you must fulfill any of her requests to the best of your abilities. Yes, steward, prepare rooms for the guests. The 4th young master of Liang shall be residing in the villa. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Yin Xiyao eagerly inquired. Wait a moment, steward. May I ask if my mother is present? The steward replied. Miss, your mother is not in the manor. Ever since Her Majesty the Empress brought her into the palace, she has not returned. However, your mother and the Empress have opened a prosperous embroidery workshop in the capital. At this hour, she is likely at the workshop. Very well, I understand, thank you. Han Xiaoming was taken aback, astonished that his mother had partnered with Lin to establish an embroidery workshop. Not only was Han Xiaoming shocked, but Yin Xiyao was equally astonished, earnestly searching the memories of her original self. In her recollections, her mother's embroidery skills were exceptional, yet she had not anticipated that her mother would collaborate with the Empress in such a venture. Yin Xiyao turned to Han Xiaoming and said, "A 4th senior brother, I wish to visit my mother. By the way, did you not promise to provide me with a residence? Could you arrange for one in the capital? It would be more convenient for my mother when she returns." Han Xiaoming nodded, saying, "No problem, I shall arrange a residence for you in the capital. However, this manor is relatively tranquil. Let young Master Shui recuperate here." He did not wish for Liang Dong to occupy the residence he had gifted to his junior sister. Yin Xiyao responded, "I was thinking the same. Additionally, could you prepare a room for me that is dry and well ventilated? To serve as a treatment room, certainly. If you require anything else, just instruct the steward to prepare it." "Thank you, 4th senior brother. May I borrow your carriage? I wish to visit the embroidery workshop to see my mother." Han Xiaoming said, "There is no need to rush. First change your attire. I shall accompany you." Oldin hurriedly interjected, "I wish to go as well. I must meet this girl's mother." Han Xiaoming replied, "Master, it would be best if you stayed here and kept young Master Liang Dong company. I will bring Lin back later." Oldin chuckled. "Very well, you may proceed. I shall converse with the 4 young masters." After changing their clothes, Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiyao boarded the carriage, driven by Wuchen. As they made their way to the capital, in the carriage, Yin Xiyao quietly asked, "4th senior brother, when will you provide me with the 100,000 taels of silver and the residence?" Han Xiaoming raised an eyebrow. "What, are you worried that your senior brother might default on his promise?" "Fear not, as I have stated, I shall deliver. Today, we will first assess the location of the embroidery workshop, then decide which residence to give you. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to clean it, allowing you to move in whenever you wish." Yin Xiyao beamed. "Thank you, 4th senior brother. Now that the medicinal materials are prepared, when will you administer the antidote?" Yin Xiyao hesitated. "Tomorrow would be fine, but I fear you may not cooperate and might kick me. Administering the antidote requires acupuncture and massage, which entails touching your entire skin. Are you certain you can cooperate?" Han Xiaoming, touching your entire skin. He truly feared he might lose control and harm his junior sister. "What shall we do now?" he asked weakly. "Of course, we shall train you daily until I am confident I can touch your entire body before I dare administer the antidote." Han Xiaoming's face darkened, contemplating the notion of lying there like a fish awaiting slaughter. Chapter 48. No one shall bully this mother anymore. The carriage halted before the entrance of the prosperous embroidery workshop, and Wuchen dismounted, lifting the curtain to announce, "My lord, we have arrived." Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiyao alighted from the carriage and entered the workshop. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Wang and her daughter, who had come to seek an opportunity to confront Lin. Yin Xiao I queried, "Is that not the 9th prince? Who is the woman by his side? Does he not forbade women from approaching him?" Wang remarked, "This woman's figure bears a striking resemblance to that little wretch Yin Xiyao. I wonder if it is indeed her. Let us observe further." "Mother, now that you mention it, I too find the resemblance uncanny. But that face is not Yin Xiao's. Her visage is dark and unattractive, especially considering the deep scar I inflicted upon her. It is impossible for her to heal." A glint of malice flashed across Wang's face, for she suspected the woman beside the 9th prince was indeed Yin Xiyao. Years prior, upon realizing Yin Xiao's growing beauty and fearing she might outshine Yin Xiaodai and monopolize Yan Wenzhong's favor, she had taken advantage of Yin Xiao's feverish state to affix a grotesque mask upon her. However, Wang could not fathom how Yin Xiyao had discovered the mask on her face. Had it been due to the scar? Was she not disfigured? Why then did she not bear any scar? Perhaps she had donned a new mask? It must be so. As Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao entered the workshop, Lin hurried over to greet them. Upon seeing Han Xiaoming accompanied by a stunning woman, Lin was momentarily stunned. Yan Xiyao sweetly called out, "Mother, I have returned. My face has healed, and I have regained my beauty," hearing the familiar voice of her daughter. Lin's eyes widened in shock, and after a moment, she was overcome with emotion, tears brimming. "Yaoer, it is truly you, your face has indeed healed. My daughter is so beautiful, come let mother take a good look at you." Observing Lin's tear-filled eyes, which reflected both joy and concern, Yan Xiyao felt deeply moved and could not help but shed tears of her own, silently vowing, "From now on, no one shall bully this mother of mine." Lin cupped Yan Xiao's face, unable to take her eyes off her, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Wonderful, my daughter has finally regained her beauty." Yan Xiyao embraced Lin, her voice thick with emotion. "Mother, from now on, no one shall dare to bully us. Very well, this time I shall protect you with all my might, ensuring that no one harms you," Yan Xiyao declared. "Mother, from now on, I shall protect you. I have learned martial arts from my master, and I am now capable of safeguarding you. My daughter has finally grown up." Lin released Yan Xiyao and turned to Han Xiaoming, suddenly kneeling before him. Han Xiaoming was startled, reaching out to assist Lin. Yet fearing he might inadvertently harm her, he stepped aside. "Madam Lin, what is the meaning of this? Your Highness, I have no means to repay your great kindness. Please allow this humble woman to pay her respects." Han Xiaoming, with a serious expression, urged. "Madam Lin, please rise quickly. I cannot accept such reverence. Your daughter's recovery is thanks to her own efforts, unrelated to me." Lin was astounded, her eyes widening as she turned to Yan Xiyao. Yan Xiyao helped Lin to her feet, speaking calmly. "Mother, I healed myself. I possess medical knowledge. Since I was 5, a mysterious person has come each night to teach me. I feared you would worry and was afraid of being discovered by Wang and Yan Wenzhong, so I kept it from you." In her heart, Yan Xiyao repeatedly apologized to Lin. "Mother, I am sorry, I did not wish to deceive you, but I had no choice. If you were to learn that your daughter had perished, you would not bear it, thus I had to lie." Moreover, Han Xiaoming is still present. Lin gently reassured her. "Silly child, would I ever betray you? However, your concerns are not unfounded, it is wise to keep it hidden." Han Xiaoming suggested. "Madam Lin, let us return early today. My master is waiting at the estate to meet you." Lin was momentarily bewildered. "The master wishes to see me." Yan Xiyao smiled and explained. "Mother, the 9th prince is now my 4th senior brother. We share the same master, and I am fortunate to be his direct disciple." Lin exclaimed with delight. "Wonderful, this is splendid news. I shall accompany you back at once." Lin turned to instruct the workshop staff before following Han Xiaoming into the carriage. Wang and her daughter watched in disbelief as Lin boarded Han Xiaoming's carriage, consumed by jealousy yet powerless to ally in the noble families of the capital, who would not wish to ally with the 9th prince. However, they lacked the fortune, as he had made it clear that no woman was permitted near him, nor would he accept bribes, leaving no opportunity for exploitation, were it not for their prior encounter at the young master's estate. Wang and her daughter would not have recognized the 9th prince at all. Their first meeting had resulted in Yan Xiaodai being injured by him, spending days in recovery. The mere fact that Lin could board Han Xiaoming's carriage sent Wang and her daughter into a frenzy of jealousy. Yan Xiaodai's eyes glinted with malice as she turned to leave, determined to seek out the 5th prince, urging him to send assassins to eliminate Lin and her daughter swiftly. In the carriage, the mother and daughter sat together, gazing at Yan Xiao's breathtaking beauty, Lin's joy lingering long after. Lin grasped Yan Xiao's hand and said, "Yaoer, now that your beauty has been restored, let us take some time to visit your maternal grandparents. Over the years, I have failed to protect you, and having been confined, I have not been able to see them." Yan Xiao nodded in agreement. "Very well, once I finish my current matters, I will go to see them." "Yaoer, do you have any other pressing matters?" Lin inquired. "Mother, I have a patient that requires treatment, but it is nothing serious. Once I stabilize his condition, I will accompany you to visit your parents." Lin's face reflected concern. "Yaoer, even if you have been learning medicine since you were 5, your skills may not be sufficient. Are you confident? We cannot afford to delay his treatment. Do not worry, mother, I will not undertake anything I cannot manage." Han Xiaoming reassured her. "Madam Lin, you can rest easy, my junior sister's medical skills are exceptional, even the imperial physicians cannot compare to her. Furthermore, the individual she is to treat possesses considerable ability. During my absence, he will ensure her safety." Han Xiaoming's words once again left Lin astounded, unable to fathom that her daughter had achieved such success. Lin was both delighted and distressed. She was acutely aware of her daughter's former self, and it was undoubtedly Yan Xiaodai who had provoked her. However, this may indeed be for the best, as it would deter others from bullying her in the future. "No rush," she said, "focus on your medical duties. You can visit your maternal grandfather's home whenever you wish." Han Xiaoming suggested. "Since the hour is still early, why not go now and return to the courtyard before dinner?" Yan Xiyao smiled gratefully. "Thank you, 4th senior brother." "Mother, let us go now, and when we have the time, we shall spend more moments with grandfather and grandmother." Lin replied affirmatively. "Very well." Chapter 49, Responsibility. There must be accountability, Han Xiaoming instructed. Wuchen, proceed to the Lin residence. Yes, Wuchen replied, driving the carriage towards the Lin estate. The guards responsible for escorting Lin to and from the palace, upon witnessing her being taken away by the ninth prince, had no choice but to return to the palace to report to the empress. Upon seeing the guard without Lin, the empress, filled with anxiety, inquired, "Why have you returned? Where is Lady Lin?" The guard replied, "Your Majesty, Lady Lin has been taken back by the ninth prince and Miss Yen." The empress exclaimed, "My son has returned. Very well, I understand. You may leave." The guard added, "Your Majesty, I have one more matter to report. Miss Yen has regained her beauty, looking as radiant as a celestial being, far surpassing the eldest Miss Yen in beauty." "What? She has recovered, and she looks like a celestial being?" The empress was overjoyed. "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes." The empress commanded, "You may go." "Yes, I take my leave." The guard exited. The empress, elated, hurriedly made her way to the emperor's study. Upon reaching the door, she rushed in without waiting for the eunuch to announce her. The emperor, engrossed in reviewing memorials, was startled by her sudden entrance and, setting aside his documents, reproached her. "Empress, how can you be so reckless at your age? You were never like this before. Why have you been so careless lately? Where is your usual grace and poise?" The empress, ignoring his admonition in her excitement, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, my son has returned, and the second daughter of the Yin family has regained her beauty." The guard said she looked stunning. The emperor feigned a stern expression. "Is that so? That rascal, returning without even visiting me first, truly lacks decorum." The empress urged, "Your Majesty, since the second daughter of the Yin family has recovered, I believe you should arrange a marriage between my son and her, so they can establish their engagement. This matter can wait. We should first inquire about my son's thoughts. What if he becomes furious? I cannot rein him in, but I fear someone else may seize the opportunity." "Can you bear the thought of your son remaining single forever?" The emperor huffed. "As his father, how could I not worry? Come, let us go to his courtyard now and see what he thinks, while also checking on how the girl has fared." "I share your sentiments." The empress concurred. The emperor loudly commanded, "Eunuch Wu, prepare the palanquin. I shall leave the palace." "Yes, I will comply." Eunuch Wu bowed and hurried to prepare the palanquin. The emperor and empress's departure was a significant event, prompting Eunuch Wu to meticulously prepare the palanquin and arrange 2 squads of imperial guards for their escort. The emperor and empress hastily arrived at Han Xiaoming's courtyard, where Eunuch Wu announced with a loud voice, "The emperor has arrived." "The empress has arrived." Startled Old Yin, who was chatting with the 4 young masters, jumped up, exclaiming, "Quickly, go greet the emperor and empress." After instructing them, he led Liang Dong and the 4 young masters to the courtyard entrance. The servants and Liang Dong's companions knelt in reverence, while Old Yin merely bowed, noticing that Han Xiaoming and Lin's mother-daughter duo were conspicuously absent. The emperor inquired, "Where are my son and Lady Lin? Have they not returned?" The steward, trembling, responded, "Your Majesty, the prince and Miss Yen have gone to the embroidery workshop, stating they needed to bring Lady Lin back. They must have been delayed by some matter. Everyone rise, serve me tea. I shall wait here," the emperor commanded, preparing to enter the house, when he suddenly noticed Old Yin and 4 unfamiliar faces. Curiously, he asked Old Yin, "You've come as well. Who are these 4? Old Yin cheerfully replied, "Your Majesty, these 4 are the young masters from Liangdong, here to seek treatment for Miss Xiyao." "Young masters from Liangdong? I have heard of them. How remarkable that they are so youthful. Come, let us all go inside for tea." "Yes, we comply," they answered in unison. As they entered, Old Yin walked beside the emperor, playfully saying, "Your Majesty, I was just about to discuss my grandson with you." "Oh, what is it?" Old Yin continued, "Your Majesty, you cannot fathom how much my grandson has changed. That girl, Yao, can approach him freely, and he has even carried her." The emperor's eyes widened in shock. "Carried her?" Old Yin nodded with a grin. "Indeed, not only carried her but embraced her as well." Boom, like thunder striking from a clear sky. Old Yin's words astonished both the emperor and empress. That Miss Yen being able to approach Han Xiaoming was already unexpected, but to think he had carried and embraced her. "What is happening to my son?" Accountability. There must be accountability. The first thought that crossed the emperor and empress's minds was that Han Xiaoming must take responsibility for Yin Xiyao, which conveniently allows them to acquire a daughter-in-law. The seeds of gossip began to sprout wildly in their minds, with the emperor rubbing his hands in curiosity. "Old Yin, quickly tell me the details. How did he carry her? How did he embrace her?" The empress, equally expectant, thought, "This is juicy gossip about my son. All right then, let us go inside, and I shall recount it in detail." Meanwhile, Han Xiaoming, Yin Xiyao, and Lin had already arrived at the Lin residence. Since the Lin family had fallen into obscurity, few visited them, and they rarely ventured out. Han Xiaoming's unexpected visit with Lin and Yin Xiyao left the Lin family bewildered, causing them to kneel before him in reverence. "Rise," he said, "I am merely accompanying Lady Lin and my junior sister. There is no need for such formality." Lin and Yin Xiyao hurriedly helped the elder Lin couple to their feet. Lin's matriarch then noticed Yin Xiao's stunning beauty, asking, "Are you Yao?" Yin Xiyao replied with a smile, "Grandmother, I am Yao. How have you been lately?" "Well, grandmother has been well, but what has happened to your face?" The Lin family stared in astonishment at Yin Xiyao. Awaiting her explanation to grandmother, my face has always been like this. It was merely concealed by an ugly black mask that someone forced upon me 5 years at Xiyao. It was only when Yan Xiaodai scarred my face that I discovered it. Lin's matriarch exclaimed, so that is how it is. Is the injury severe? Let me see. Yan Xiao reassured, it is all healed now, not a single scar remains. Good, good. Your father neglected you both because of your appearance. But he should treat you well from now on. Lin sighed softly. Father, mother, let us discuss this in the house. The Lin family respectfully welcomed Han Xiaoming into their home. Lin then stated, Father, mother, I have divorced Yan Wenzhong. The matriarch gasped, what, Furong, you truly divorced Yan Wenzhong? How could you be so foolish? How will you live now? The elder Lin, bowing his head for a while, finally asked, Furong, did you make this decision after careful consideration? Lin nodded, affirming, Father, I made this choice after much thought. Chapter 50, a prospective daughter-in-law secured. Subsequently, Lin recounted all her experiences over the past 5 years to the elder Lin. He angrily responded, very well. A divorce is indeed for the best. The Lin family cannot afford to associate with Yan Wenzhong. Han Xiaoming interjected nonchalantly, Elder Lin, you are mistaken. It is Yan Wenzhong who cannot afford to associate with my junior sister. The elder Lin was taken aback, finally realizing Yan Xiao was the 9th prince's junior sister. Han Xiaoming continued, my junior sister possesses talent, ability, and influence. How could a mere Yan Wenzhong ever aspire to her? Even your Lin family cannot compare. With my junior sister's presence, your family's resurgence is imminent. Han Xiaoming had heard of the Lin family's plight due to treachery in the past, only to have his investigations halted by military campaigns. Now that his junior sister was the Lin family's granddaughter, he felt the urgency to investigate and restore justice for them. Given old Yin's affection for his junior sister, Han Xiaoming believed he would be compelled to act. So it was better to take the initiative and resolve the matter swiftly, allowing his junior sister to focus on aiding him with his antidote. After all, he must cherish his only junior sister. The Lin family, upon hearing Han Xiaoming's words, felt both comforted and astonished. In less than 2 months, Yan Xiao had amassed her own influence. The elder Lin's eyes misted with tears. Good, well done, Yao has finally succeeded. Even if I were to die now, I would die with no regrets. Quickly, wife, prepare dinner. Han Xiaoming remarked. Elder Lin, there is no need to trouble yourself. We must be on our way soon, as there are esteemed guests awaiting us at home. We shall visit again another day. Lin's matriarch insisted. How can it be so? You cannot leave without having even a bite to eat. Yan Xiao said, Grandmother, there is indeed something important today. I shall come again another day to spend more time with you and grandfather. Yan Xiao's uncle Lin Changsheng inquired, Furong, where are you and Yao residing now? Do you have a place to stay? If not, you should return home. Yan Xiao replied, Uncle, do not worry, my mother and I have a place to stay. Once my niece moves into the new residence, we shall invite you both over for a visit. Old Master Lin responded, that's good to hear. Since you have matters to attend to, do return home early and do not delay your important tasks. Very well, I shall visit you again another day, Lin Shi said, grasping the hand of old Madam Lin. Old Madam Lin, her eyes reddened, said, go back, just come to visit often in the future. After bidding farewell to the Lin family, the group hurried towards Han Xiaoming's villa. At that moment in the villa, the old man Yin was animatedly recounting the thrilling tale of Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiao's journey to Huoling Mountain. Embellishing it with dramatic flair, the emperor and empress, captivated by the story, became increasingly engrossed and delighted. It was astonishing. Never had they allowed any woman to approach their youngest son, yet he was seen embracing and holding Yan's second daughter. What tremendous news! A daughter-in-law was in sight. The empress exclaimed with excitement, Your Majesty, we must act swiftly to finalize the marriage between the two children. Should Yan's daughter be swept away by someone else, Ming'er shall remain a bachelor for life. The emperor nodded in agreement, stating, this matter requires urgency. Once Madame Lin returns, you shall speak with her to arrange the marriage. Yes, I shall obey, the empress replied. Suddenly, the emperor began rummaging through his belongings, prompting the empress to ask, Your Majesty, what are you searching for? My imperial seal, he exclaimed. I cannot believe I forgot it. I wish to draft the marriage edict immediately. The crowd was taken aback. Shui Zhenghua interjected, Your Majesty, there is no need to rush. You may issue the decree tomorrow. After all, Miss Yan is not going anywhere. The emperor rubbed his hands together, excitedly replying, Indeed, that makes sense. I shall draft the edict tonight. One must act swiftly. Yin and the fourth son of the Liang family silently mused. Is this truly a statement from a dignified emperor? Who would dare compete with the royal family for a daughter-in-law? Swift action indeed. Why not simply seize her and keep her in the palace? Just then, Han Xiaoming and the others returned, hearing the commotion. The emperor and empress eagerly rushed out to catch a glimpse of Yan Xiao's beauty. As Yan Xiao and Lin Shi prepared to kneel in greeting, the emperor halted them, saying, No need for such formalities. We are not in the palace, you may be at ease here. Thank you, Your Majesty, they replied to the emperor, then said, Yan girl, lift your head so I may see you. Slowly, Yan Xiao raised her head, and both the emperor and empress gasped in astonishment. Yan's second daughter was extraordinarily beautiful. The empress let out a long sigh of relief, having initially feared that her recovery from illness might have left her appearance marred. To her surprise, not only was she not disfigured, But she was also as radiant as a celestial being. How fortunate am I! The annulment of her engagement with the fifth prince was indeed a blessing. The empress smiled and said, Yen girl, please take the emperor's pulse for peace of mind. Your medical skills have been personally attested to by me. The emperor whispered, what pulse should I take? The empress shot him a stern look, whispering, did you not instruct me to speak with Madame Lin? Oh right, Yen girl, come and take my pulse. Yes, I shall obey, Yen Xiyao responded. Following the emperor into the room, the empress led Lin Shi to another chamber. The emperor sat in a chair, extending his left hand before Yen Xiyao. As her fingers touched his pulse, her varied expressions sent a jolt of anxiety through the emperor. He asked, Yen girl, is there anything wrong with my health? With a chuckle, Yen Xiyao responded, Your Majesty, why are you so agitated? Shouldn't it be I who is nervous? The emperor feigned a serious demeanor, saying, What, am I not a person of flesh and blood? Am I not allowed to be excited or nervous? Yen Xiyao replied, Of course not. You may be excited, but when your pulse races too quickly for me to discern anything, you should calm down and let me check again. The emperor nodded, secretly reflecting, my Ming'er is not a man of disinterest. How could I not be excited to see you close? Meanwhile, the empress was engaged in a discussion with Lin Shi regarding the marriage between Han Xiaoming and Yen Xia. The empress stated, Madame Lin, I am quite pleased with Yen girl, the two children seem to get along well. Shall we not finalize their marriage? Lin Shi was taken aback, her eyes wide with shock. Unable to find her voice for a while, the empress, her gaze filled with urgency, awaited Lin Shi's response. After a long moment of internal struggle, Lin Shi hesitated, pondering whether to agree, having experienced the depths of the palace's intrigues. Especially after the annulment with the fifth prince, she merely wished for her daughter to live a humble and happy life. Marrying into the royal family seemed anything but simple, with happiness appearing even less attainable amidst constant scheming. Chapter 51, The Scheme for Marriage. Lin Shi pondered deeply, unsure of what kind of life her daughter truly desired. However, as a mother, she naturally wished for her daughter to thrive. Your Majesty, forgive me, but I cannot agree. I wish to consult Yao and allow her to choose her own future. The empress urged, Madame Lin, traditionally marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers. You should acquiesce. I will treat Yen girl as if she were my own daughter. Moreover, if Yen girl becomes engaged to Ming'er, who would dare bully the two of you, even the fifth prince would have to think twice before troubling her. The empress's last statement swayed Lin Shi somewhat. A peaceful life requires freedom from bullying. Given the troubles posed by the Wang family, along with the fifth prince, her concerns were valid. Observing Lin Shi's wavering, the empress pressed further, Madame Lin, given Ming'er's temperament, he will not allow any woman to approach him. You need not worry about him taking a concubine and causing Yen girl distress. With the emperor and me backing her, Ming'er would not dare let Yen girl suffer. It was absurd. With that known aversion of Han Xiaoming to women, it would be a blessing to have just one wife. The thought of a concubine was unfathomable. Upon hearing that there would be no concern about Han Xiaoming taking a concubine, coupled with the empress's assurance, Lin Shi was fully persuaded. If it were for her daughter's benefit, she could agree to anything. Standing, Lin Shi knelt before the empress with utmost seriousness, saying, Your Majesty, as long as Yao is not wronged and she consents, I shall agree to this marriage. The empress helped Lin Shi to her feet, assuring her, Rest assured, Madame Lin, I will not allow Yen girl to suffer any grievances. Lin Shi replied, I trust you, Your Majesty, but I worry that Yao might not agree. The empress's eyes widened as she spoke forcefully. Let the emperor issue the decree. Would she dare defy it? I shall recognize her as my daughter-in-law regardless. Lin Shi meekly conceded, Very well then, that is the spirit. You need not fret about social standing. Tomorrow, I shall have the emperor bestow upon you a title of first-rank noble consort, thus aligning your status. Thank you, Your Majesty, I am unworthy of such an honor. The empress gently patted Lin Shi's hand, declaring, If I say you can, then you can. You have raised such a remarkable daughter to be my daughter-in-law. That is no small feat. Your Majesty is too kind. All right, let us go. We shall have dinner now. Tomorrow, I will send someone to escort you into the palace so we may discuss matters further. Yes. The empress and Lin Shi exited the room. Yen Xia was busy taking the pulse of the now calmed emperor. She remarked, Your Majesty, you have no major health concerns, though your sleep could improve. You must pay attention to your rest. Tomorrow I shall prepare some calming herbal medicine for you. The emperor nodded, Very well, but I prefer not to drink the dark concoction. Make it into pills, like those the empress takes. Your Majesty, the medicine may not be made into pills, but I assure you it will not be unpleasant. Agreed. As long as it is not bitter and dark, you may prepare it however you wish. The old man, seeing the empress and Lin Shi emerge, sought to divert Yen Xiao's attention. My dear, I have yet to formally meet your mother. Shouldn't you introduce us? Yen Xiao nodded, Oh certainly, Your Majesty, please excuse me for a moment. The emperor, eager for Yen Xiao to leave so he could inquire with the empress and Lin Shi about their decision, quickly nodded, Go ahead. Yen Xiao and Yin walked towards Lin Shi, while the empress hurried to the emperor's side, saying, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, you should refrain from consulting Ming'er and proceed directly with the marriage decree. Of the emperor, puzzled, asked, Why do you say that, Empress? The empress explained, Madame Lin is concerned that Yen girl may not agree. You know Minger's character, we can use his embrace of Yen girl as a reason to make him responsible that he should agree, but Yen girl is aware of Minger's aversion to closeness and may oppose it. Hence, we can only issue the decree, as she would not dare defy it. The emperor paused, then chuckled, that makes sense, let us proceed with the marriage decree. That troublesome boy Minger truly gives one cause for concern. The empress continued, additionally, since Lin Shi has divorced Yen Wenzhong, she is of commoner status, Yen girl and Minger would thus be mismatched in social standing. You must first grant Lin Shi a title. And Yen girl a title, on the grounds of her medical contributions to both you and me. The emperor stroked his chin. I have already considered this, let them both enter the palace tomorrow. I shall have them honored in front of the civil and military officials. It is time for the fifth prince and his ilk to take their leave from the palace. Your Majesty is wise. The queen, gradually realizing that she had not seen Han Xiaoming, inquired with a hint of confusion, where is Minger? Surely this child has not retreated to the study to indulge in reading again. The emperor replied, no, I have sent him away, he has taken young master Liang Dong to explore the other courtyard. The queen responded, well, it is getting late, after we finish our meal, we should return to the palace. The emperor agreed, very well, I shall dispatch someone to call him back. Meanwhile, Lin expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the old man Yin for accepting Yen Xiyao as his disciple and imparting skills to her daughter. The old man Yin, in turn, thanked Lin for raising such an exceptional pupil, and both felt a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Had they encountered each other earlier, Yen Xiyao might have been trained sooner and could have already made a name for herself in the martial world. As they exchanged thanks, Yen Xiyao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Master, mother, could you perhaps cease this endless exchange of gratitude? Isn't it time for dinner? Aren't you both hungry? With a face full of contrition. The old man Yin replied, Madam Lin, I truly apologize, in my excitement I lost track of time, let us go eat. Lin also bore an apologetic expression, saying, what you say is not right, Mr. Yin, I should be the one apologizing. I am simply overjoyed that Xiyao could become your disciple, and I lost track of time. Yen Xiyao rolled her eyes once more. Here we go again, thanks followed by apologies, an endless cycle. At that moment, the steward interrupted their mutual apologies, stating, Mr. Yin, Madam Lin, Miss Yen, His Highness has summoned you to the main hall for dinner. The old man Yin urged, let us go eat, and we can continue our conversation afterward. Lin politely insisted, please, after you, Mr. Yin. Yen Xiyao chimed in, you both continue your courteous exchanges, I shall go ahead, as I am famished. After dinner, the emperor instructed Han Xiaoming to ensure that Lin and her daughter are brought into the palace the following morning before returning to the palace with the queen. The old man Yin continued to enjoy tea and conversation with Lin. As night fell, Yen Xiyao returned to her room, changed into a set of night attire, and donned a dark, unremarkable mask. Chunlan, perplexed, asked, my lady, where are you off to dress like this? Yen Xiyao smiled slyly and replied, to seek vengeance. The four shadows immediately stepped forward declaring, my lady, we shall accompany you. Very well, Yen Xiyao responded, then hurry and change your clothes. The four shadows, filled with excitement, replied, yes, my lady, please wait a moment. Yen Xiyao urged, go quickly. She smiled like a cunning little fox, murmuring, Wang Shi, Yen Shaodai, today marks the beginning of your nightmares. What does my junior sister plan to do? I have prepared something special for you. A voice chimed in just as Yen Xiyao finished speaking. Turning her head, she saw Han Xiaoming enter, clad in a long black robe, holding a black cloth bag. Curiously, she asked, what special thing? Han Xiaoming smirked, a gift for the Wang mother and daughter, of course. I couldn't possibly visit the master's residence empty-handed. With that, he shook the bag, causing its contents to squirm and emit squeaking sounds. Yen Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, what a marvelous surprise. I adore this. Thank you, fourth senior brother, for the splendid gift. Han Xiaoming replied, this is a gift from both myself and young master Liang Dong. Prepared for you this afternoon, but if you like it, let's be on our way. I shall accompany you. No need for them to follow. I'll manage with just you, he added, dismissing the four shadows, who were ready at the door. Upon hearing Han Xiaoming's words, they quietly retreated. Yen Xiyao playfully stuck out her tongue and laughed. Very well then, let us depart. Han Xiaoming handed her an exquisite dagger, stating, I know you are reluctant to use the dagger gifted by senior brother. As it is a rare treasure, keep it safe. This one is for you. Thank you, fourth senior brother, Yen Xiyao replied, accepting the dagger as they made their way to the courtyard. At the entrance, Wuchan had already prepared a swift steed for Han Xiaoming. With a swift leap, Han Xiaoming mounted the horse, holding Yen Xiyao close. With a squeeze of his legs, the horse galloped away. Yen Xiyao felt elated, sensing that Han Xiaoming was holding her without excessive tension. A promising sign. Once he had fully resolved his cold poison, she could swiftly advance her endeavors. Her stone pot herbal chicken business awaited. The sooner it opened, the sooner she could earn, allowing her to care for her mother and master properly. The horse, a magnificent creature, galloped at lightning speed despite carrying two riders. In mere moments, they arrived at the city gates. Dismounting, Han Xiaoming gently patted the horse's head, whispering, my friend, find a suitable place to rest and await my return. The horse, giving a soft whinny, trotted off into the nearby thicket. Hand in hand, Han Xiaoming and Yen Xiyao soared over the city walls towards the master's residence. The night at the master's residence was tranquil. As Yan Wenzhong had refrained from visiting the Wang courtyard since discovering the relationship between Yan Xiaolin and Han Xiaoming, choosing instead to sleep alone in the study upon reaching the master's residence. Yan Xiao skillfully incapacitated all of the hidden guards. The two strode boldly towards Yan Xiaodai's chamber. At the door, Han Xiaoming handed the black bag to Yan Xiao, whispering, "Junior sister, take your own revenge." "I shall not enter a woman's chamber." Yan Xiao sweetly smiled, accepting the bag and softly replying, "Very well, I shall go in alone." Han Xiaoming nodded, momentarily entranced by Yan Xiao's sweet smile, his lips curving upward involuntarily. Yan Xiao gently pushed open the door to Yan Xiaodia's room, where a candle, as thick as a child's arm, flickered, and a maid dozed at the bedside. With lightning speed, Yan Xiao struck the maid's pressure point. Grinning wickedly as she gazed at the slumbering Yan Xiaodai, the exquisite dagger glinted coldly in the dim light, slowly inching closer to Yan Xiaodia's face. As if sensing impending danger, Yan Xiaodai stirred awake. Her eyes widening in horror upon seeing Yan Xiao's disfigured face and the gleaming dagger, emitting a terrified scream. Are you human or a ghost?" Yan Xiao leaned closer, coldly asking, "What do you think? Should I be considered human or a ghost? Don't come any closer. Put down your dagger. I am your sister." Yan Xiao scoffed. "Sister? Do you deserve such a title? My mother bore only me. How could I have a sister? I recall you once stated the same, that your mother bore only you, and you have no sister." Yan Xiaodai was on the verge of tears. "Sister, I was wrong. Please spare me." "Spare you? Very well. I have no intention of taking your life. I merely seek to repay a debt of vengeance. Today, I graciously grant you a reprieve from death." "You enjoy disfiguring me, do you not? I wonder how well you can accept a disfigurement of your own?" Sister, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, spare me. I cannot bear to be disfigured." Yan Xiao retorted. "Silence. Who are you to call me sister? Did you consider sparing me when you marred my face? No matter, I am quite accommodating. Today I shall not kill you, but the pain you inflicted upon me will be returned to you, multiplied." As Yan Xiao spoke each word, the dagger pressed against Yan Xiaodia's face, slowly declaring, "Prepare to relish the sensation of this dagger as it glides across your skin." Yan Xiaodai screamed in sheer terror. "Help! Mother, save me! Father, save me!" The dagger pierced Yan Xiaodia's face, gradually, inch by inch, drawing upward. The pain caused her to roll her eyes back, nearly losing consciousness, once one side was done. Yan Xiao shifted the dagger to the other side of Yan Xiaodia's face, eliciting terrified screams. Meanwhile, at the door, hearing Yan Xiaodai's wails, Wang Shi and Yan Wenzhong rushed over only to be blocked by Han Xiaoming. "Please wait a moment. My junior sister is currently occupied within. I must ask that you do not interrupt, otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." Yan Wenzhong and Wang Shi, faces pale with fear and anxiety, retreated, fearing Han Xiaoming yet worrying for Yan Xiaodai inside. Yan Xiao continued to slice at the other side of Yan Xiaodia's face, blood splattering everywhere. She declared, "These 2 cuts repay the injury you inflicted upon my face. The cut to your chest shall settle the score for the whip scars and the attempted disposal of my body from the cliff. Once your facial wounds have healed, I shall return to settle the remaining debts." With extraordinary hearing, Han Xiaoming caught Yan Xiao's words and circled around to stand behind Wang Shi, lifting his foot. Bang! Wang Shi screamed as she was flung into Yan Xiaodia's room like a cannonball. Yan Xiao smiled, a disturbingly charming grin spreading across her face. "Thank you, 4th senior brother." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Yan Wenzhong collapsed on the ground. "4th senior brother? Yan Xiao dares to call Han Xiaoming her 4th senior brother? No, this is a grave mistake. I should never have spared Yan Xiaodai." With a resounding slap, Yan Wenzhong struck his own face. Chapter 53. "Tonight is just the beginning." Han Xiaoming scoffed. "Now you regret your decision? Just wait until tomorrow in the court. When Lin and my junior sister are honored, that will be the moment you truly regret." The sounds of Yan Xiaodia's terrified cries echoed through her chamber. Yan Xiao seized Wang Shi by the collar and hurled her onto Yan Xiaodia's bed. Yan Xiaodai, already on the brink of unconsciousness from pain, was jolted awake by Wang Shi's impact. Wang gazed at the ghastly gashes marring Yan Xiaodai's face, and her vision darkened, as though she were on the brink of fainting. Yan Xiao pressed her bloody dagger against Wang's face, instilling such terror that Wang dared not succumb to unconsciousness. Petrified, Wang remained motionless, her eyes wide with dread fixed upon Yan Xiao. She feared that Yan Xiao might also carve her visage, and was even more terrified that Yan Xiao would cleave her into pieces. Yan Xiao parted her crimson lips and slowly inquired, "Wang, it was you who placed the human skin mask upon me 5 years ago, was it not?" A flicker of panic flashed in Wang's eyes as she stammered in fright. "No, it wasn't me. I know nothing of any human skin mask upon your face." Yan Xiao carefully observed the expressions flitting across Wang's countenance, directing the dagger toward Wang's mouth. "Think wisely before you respond. I shall grant you one more chance. Should you utter even a single falsehood, I will cleave your tongue." Faced with the blood-stained dagger, Wang could no longer lie. "Yes, it was I who placed it upon you." Yan Xiao recalled the mysterious death of her mother's maidservant years prior, rumored to have been discovered stealing treasures from the Yan household and subsequently committing suicide by drowning, yet, in the memories of the original owner, Her mother's maidservant had been a meek and timid soul, utterly incapable of such actions. Yan Xiao's voice sharpened with authority. How did my mother's maidservant meet her demise? Speak. Wang trembled as she confessed. It was I who pushed her into the well to drown. Why did you slay her? Yan Xiao's fury ignited. Wang, quaking before her wrath, stuttered, because she witnessed me taking treasures from the Yin Manor to give to my brother. I had no choice but to kill her and frame her for the theft. A palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Yan Xiao, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Wang. Even a robust man of martial prowess would struggle to withstand such an oppressive force. Only those who have tasted blood could exude such a potent aura of death. Although she had yet to take a life in this incarnation, in her previous existence as a special forces soldier and military doctor, Yan Xiao had eliminated countless criminals. Wang felt as though she glimpsed the corpses littering the ground, blood flowing like rivers at Yan Xiao's gaze, as if a colossal stone weighed upon her chest. Suffocating her with dread, Yan Xiao coldly queried, "You were behind the Lin family's downfall at the hands of treacherous officials, weren't you? Speak." The last two words erupted from her lips, causing Wang to tremble violently as she stuttered. "Yes, it was me. I had Diao's uncle forge the evidence. Don't kill me. I realize my mistakes." Yan Xiao sneered. "Kill you? Ha, you think too highly of yourself. I would never grant you such an easy death. I intend to make your life a living hell. The torment you inflicted upon my mother and me over the years will be repaid in kind, piece by piece. To kill you now would simply be too merciful. If my memory serves me correctly, you were merely an unvalued illegitimate daughter in your maternal family. To rise to power as the matriarch of the Yin family, you must have schemed profoundly since entering the Yin Manor. Have you not? How much of the Yin family's wealth did you bestow upon your maternal family? Was it your so-called brother who helped you forge the evidence?" Wang was now utterly flustered. "How could you possibly know this? No, it's not like that." At the doorway, Han Xiaoming smirked. This girl was indeed astute, deducing that Wang was the mastermind behind the Lin family's plight without needing further investigation. "The methods of my little junior sister are quite impressive." With just a little intimidation, she had Wang confess everything. Meanwhile, Yan Wenzhong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, realizing the truth. So it was, the truly venomous woman was Wang and her daughter. It is my fault. I allowed Wang and her daughter to harm the Lin mother and daughter." Tears streamed down Yan Wenzhong's face as he muttered to himself, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Oh, Yan Wenzhong could no longer contain his anguish, crying out as he clutched his head, allowing the tears of regret to fall to the ground, seeping into the earth. Yan Xiao coldly remarked, "Wang, tonight is merely the beginning. Savor the appetizer I have prepared for you." With that, Yan Xiao slowly plunged the dagger into Wang's left cheek, dragging it upward bit by bit. Wang screamed in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered. After carving her left cheek, she mirrored the act on the right, leaving both mother and daughter with identical scars, both of them fainting from fear. Yan Xiao retrieved a bottle of alcohol from her space, uncapped it, and poured it directly onto their faces. The fiery sting roused Wang and her daughter from their unconsciousness. Yan Xiao grinned wickedly as she picked up the black cloth bag gifted by Han Xiaoming, declaring, "This is your dessert. Enjoy it at your leisure." After opening the bag and spilling half a bag of mice upon Wang and her daughter, she turned and exited the room, casually shutting the door behind her. The mice, now freed, scurried in panic, scattering everywhere upon the mother and daughter, some even burrowing under the quilt. Never had Wang and her daughter encountered such a horde of mice or witnessed such a multitude appearing simultaneously. Their screams echoed like wails of the damned. Before Yan Wenzhong could react, Han Xiaoming seized Yan Xiao's hand, utilizing light-footed techniques to swiftly vanish from his sight. By the time Yan Wenzhong regained his composure, they had long since disappeared. Listening to the anguished cries of Wang and her daughter, he felt a tumult of emotions, rising to open the door, only to be rendered speechless by the scene within. He stood dumbfounded for a considerable time before snapping back to reality, grabbing a broom to fiercely shoo the mice away from Wang and her daughter, who were wailing in distress, the three of them in a most pitiful state. After finally dispersing the mice, Yan Wenzhong gazed upon the bloodied faces of Wang and her daughter, filled with regret. It was over, completely over. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoming, in high spirits, led Yan Xiao swiftly out of the capital. He whistled sharply, a horse neighed in response, bounding joyfully to his side. The two mounted their steed, and Han Xiaoming, with a joyful squeeze of the horse's belly, exclaimed, "Let us return home." The horse galloped away, heading towards their courtyard. Chapter 54. The little sprite baby. Upon their return to the courtyard, Yan Xiao, in high spirits, said, "Good night, fourth senior brother, see you tomorrow." Han Xiaoming replied, "Rest early, we shall enter the palace together at dawn." "All right." Yan Xiao turned, bouncing joyfully toward her own quarters. Han Xiaoming's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile as he watched her depart. Back in her chamber, Yan Xiao, after finishing her ablutions with the assistance of her 4 shadow attendants, dismiss them now. These 4 shadows belonged to Yan Xiao, rendering them incapable of spying on her. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she recalled the energy pearl acquired from the wild boar, still resting in her space. Awaiting thorough examination. Now that she was back, it was time to investigate it closely. With no one monitoring her, Yan Xiao boldly retrieved the energy pearl from her space, just as she was about to study it in detail. A soft childlike voice echoed in her mind, "Little Fairy Master Silver, could you please refrain from taking the energy pearl?" Xiyao was startled, springing from her bed, anxiously scanning the room, but found nothing. Who was speaking? She whispered. The little sprite replied, "Little Fairy Master Silver, please do not be alarmed. I am the sprite baby of the bracelet on your wrist, residing within your space. Whatever you wish to convey to me, simply think it in your mind, and I shall understand." Sprite baby? What in the world? Xiyao thought to herself as she began to silently communicate with the sprite baby. The sprite's voice continued to resonate in her mind. "The bracelet you wear is crafted from a millennium-old cold jade. I am a sprite born from that jade. Recently, by placing the energy pearl in your space, I absorbed its energy and can now communicate with you through mental power. Had you not practiced martial arts or possessed that energy pearl, it might have taken another 180 years for me to reach out to you." Xiyao was utterly astonished. Surely she was not hallucinating, yet the voice in her mind was so vivid, it could not possibly be an illusion. "This is utterly bizarre. You say you dwell in my space. Can I come in and see what you look like?" The sprite baby replied, "It would be of no use for you to enter. You still cannot see me unless you possess mental power to perceive me, as I am currently transparent." What is mental power? In simple terms, mental power refers to intention. Once you learn to control objects with your will, you will be able to see your adorable sprite baby. Xiao's curiosity deepened. Then how do I cultivate mental power? The sprite baby answered earnestly, "You must practice on your own. In light of the energy pearl, I shall teach you the basics. First, find a copper coin and hang it on the wall, then, fix your gaze upon the coin and attempt to move it with your will. Once you can control a string of copper coins to levitate in the air, you will be able to meet me. I refuse to practice just to see you, if I have that time. I might as well focus on honing my skills." Little Fairy Master Silver, do not underestimate mental power. When cultivated to a certain extent, you can use it to attack an enemy's mind, surveil them, and even track their movements, much like a scanner. Xiyao widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, is mental power truly this formidable? I must dedicate myself to practice. Do be diligent," replied the spirit baby. "If given the chance, be sure to acquire a few energy pearls for me. They would be greatly beneficial to you." "What advantages do they offer?" she inquired. By the way, why can't I access the second floor of my spatial clinic?" The spirit baby responded, "You are now able to ascend to the third floor, though the fourth remains locked until you achieve another breakthrough in your strength. As for the benefits, once the baby absorbs the energy from the pearls, its power will surge, enabling it to materialize and assist you in various tasks." Raising an eyebrow, Xiyao asked, "Can you assist me with anything now?" "Certainly," the spirit baby replied. Do you think the neat and tidy state of your apothecary is merely by chance? "That is all thanks to the baby's efforts," Xiyao exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, that is impressive. Alright, when I have the opportunity, I will procure some energy pearls for you. For now, please assist me with a task. I will bring in some small porcelain vials, and I need you to pour some calming brain tonic into them. Inform me how many vials can be filled from one porcelain vial." "Not a problem," the spirit baby chirped. "Can you now provide the energy pearls to me?" Xiyao nodded vigorously. "Yes, absolutely, here they are. By the way, do you have a name? How should I address you?" The spirit baby replied, "You haven't named me yet." "I don't have one," Xiyao blinked, asking, "Are you male or female?" "I have a little chicken," yet responded. "Then I shall call you Little Bean Sprout." "Little Bean Sprout baby." The spirit baby paused, rolling its eyes in dissatisfaction, and retorted, "I am a charming little gentleman. How could you dub me Little Bean Sprout? That is utterly ridiculous and sounds dreadful. You're hopeless at naming." Xiyao replied, "Then come up with one yourself. Once you've thought of something, let me know. I truly struggle with names. Here are the small porcelain vials. Please remember to fill them properly." The spirit baby, fuming, fell silent. Xiyao opened the medicine cabinet and sent several small porcelain vials into the spatial realm. She couldn't fathom how a bracelet crafted from the eternal cold jade could give rise to a spirit baby. What exactly is a spirit? She had never heard of such a thing. Could it be something akin to a ghost? But she had never encountered a ghost either. It was all too fantastical. Unable to comprehend, Xiyao surrendered the thought and took a copper coin, threading it with a string as instructed by the spirit baby, then hanging it on the wall, commencing her focus on honing her mental strength. Despite the spirit baby's irritation upon noticing the small porcelain vials Xiyao had sent into the spatial realm, it took several boxes of calming brain tonic and began to unpack them. All the while pondering its name, pouring the tonic into the small vials. It wasn't until one vial was fully filled that it realized it had forgotten to count how many had been poured. Thus resorting to tallying the empty vials on the floor before sealing the filled porcelain vial, Xiyao was so engrossed in her practice that she didn't blink for an entire night. The copper coin before her remained utterly still, and the difficulty of honing her mental strength was beyond ordinary. It wasn't until a knock at the door broke her concentration that she blinked her sore, tired eyes. Chunlan knocked softly and spoke gently. "My lady, it's time to rise. After breakfast, you must accompany the 9th prince to the palace." Xiyao replied, "Chunlan, please come in. I haven't slept." Chunlan entered, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Xiao's reddened eyes. her hair almost standing on end in fright. My lady, what has happened to your eyes? They are as red as a rabbit's. It's nothing, Xiyao reassured her. I was gazing at the copper coin all night. Please fetch me some water. I need to freshen up. Chunlan, still unconvinced, suggested, perhaps I should summon Dr. Yin to examine you. Really, there is no need. I am a doctor myself. I have my remedies. Just go and fetch the water. Understood. Chunlan retreated, and Xiyao took a bottle of eye drops from her spatial realm, applying a drop. The spirit baby's voice echoed in her mind once more. The calming brain tonic has been prepared. Each small porcelain vial contains 6 bottles. Thank you, little spirit baby, Xiyao replied, seizing the small porcelain vials from her spatial realm and placing them in her medicine cabinet before Chunlan returned with the water. Chapter 55. Is this truly the dark and ugly Xiyao? Just as Xiyao finished her morning routine, Han Xiaoming dispatched the steward to summon her for breakfast in the main hall. After changing her attire, she carried her medicine cabinet to the dining area. Han Xiaoming, the old man Yin, and Lady Lin were already awaiting her in the main hall upon seeing Xiao's reddened eyes. The three were taken aback. Old man Yin, more anxious than Lady Lin, spoke up to girl. What has happened to your eyes? Why are they so red? Xiao replied, Master, it's nothing, I merely spent the night staring at a copper coin. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming produced a bundle of silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Xiao. This is the 100,000 taels I promised you. If it's not enough, just inform your senior brother. Lady Lin gasped, her eyes widening. 100,000 taels, is it not enough? What does my daughter intend to do? Xiao was momentarily stunned before smiling broadly as she accepted the silver notes. Tucking them into her sleeve, thank you, fourth senior brother, Lady Lin admonished. Yaoer, how can you accept the 9th prince's silver? You reside in the prince's residence, how can you accept his money? Before Xiao could explain, Han Xiaoming interjected, Lady Lin, this is what I promised my little junior sister. Besides, I have only this one little junior sister. If she desires some pocket money, I am more than capable. Old man Yin chuckled. Lady Lin, do not concern yourself with Yaoer's affairs. She knows her limits, and besides, what the boy says is also true. He should cherish this one little junior sister. Not only he, but I shall also dote on her. And her other 3 senior brothers will as well. Lady Lin expressed her concern. Such indulgence may spoil her beyond control. Old man Yin, with an air of confidence, reassured her, fear not. The disciple I have chosen is not one to become unruly. Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment from the praises showered upon her and focused on her breakfast. Han Xiaoming smirked slightly, leisurely savoring his meal at a pace slower than a snail. After breakfast, Xiao handed over the medication required by Shui Zhenghua to Old Man Yin, explaining the usage and dosage before Han Xiaoming led Lady Lin and Xiao into the palace while Old Man Yin remained behind to enjoy tea and chat with young Master Liang Dong. Before entering the palace, Han Xiaoming made a special trip to Lin Manor to pick up Xiao's uncle, Lin Changshong. As the 4 of them dawdled their way into the palace, the emperor was already on the verge of concluding his court session but was still devising ways to delay until Han Xiaoming arrived. Internally, the emperor cursed, this brat has the audacity to keep me waiting. Upon reaching the Qiankuan hall, the young eunuch stationed at the entrance bellowed, the 9th prince has arrived. The emperor perked up, declaring, announce him. Eunuch Wu hurriedly called out, announce the 9th prince into the hall. Han Xiaoming turned to Xiao and Lady Lin, saying, I shall enter first. Please wait here. Xiao responded, all right. Han Xiaoming strode confidently into the court. Approaching the front, bowing deeply, your son pays his respects to your majesty. I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me. The emperor smiled, no need for formalities. Your residence is quite distant from the palace. A little delay is understandable. The emperor continued, my loyal ministers, my sons, except for the 9th, have all reached the age of maturity and should be conferred titles. Today, I have summoned several princes to the court to bestow titles and announce their residences to the public. The ministers chorused, your majesty is wise. The emperor instructed. Eunuch Wu read the imperial decree. Yes, your humble servant obeys. Eunuch Wu stepped forward and began to read the decree, by the grace of heaven and the emperor. It is declared, the 5th Prince Han Xiaoqi, the 6th Prince Han Xiaoyang, the 7th Prince Han Xiaocheng, and the 8th Prince Han Xiaojing, all having reached maturity, are hereby conferred titles. Han Xiaoqi shall be titled the King of Rui. Residing in the King of Rui's residence, Han Xiaoyang shall be titled the King of Kang. Residing in the King of Kang's residence, Han Xiaocheng shall be titled the King of Xian. Residing in the King of Xian's residence, Han Xiaojing shall be titled the King of Duan. Residing in the King of Duan's residence, thus decreed. Thank you for your grace, father. The emperor raised his hand slightly. All rise. I shall send someone to guide you to your respective royal residences. In the future, unless summoned, do not enter the palace uninvited. Yes, we obey. The princes exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Han Xiaoming had not been conferred a title, although Han Xiaoming had not reached maturity yet. He was already 19 and would soon achieve it in a few months. Why was he not included in the conferral? The emperor gestured for silence, continuing, announce Lin Furong and Xiao into the hall. Eunuch Wu bellowed, announce Lin Furong and Xiao into the hall. The 5th Prince Han Xiaoqi was taken aback. How is Xiao still alive? Did the Blood Shadow Pavilion not act? This woman's life is remarkably resilient. Even the assassin failed to eliminate her. However, when Lady Lin and Yan Xiyao appeared within his view, he nearly jumped in surprise. The woman, stunningly beautiful, was Yan Xiyao. Hadn't she been described as dark, ugly, and disfigured? Where were the scars on her face? At this moment, Han Shaoqi felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that the Blood Shadow Pavilion had not succeeded in killing Yan Xiyao. He not only felt relief but also self-righteously assumed that Yan Xiyao must be here to petition the emperor for a renewed marriage arrangement, especially since she was no longer unattractive and could barely be considered worthy of him. Not only Han Shaoqi was astonished, everyone present was equally astounded. When had Yan Xiyao transformed into such a beauty? Is this truly the same Yan Xiyao who was once dark and ugly? The most shocked of all was Yan Wenzhong, who could hardly believe that Yan Xiyao was now countless times more beautiful than Yan Xiaodai. He regretted it deeply, wishing he could turn back time. As Lady Lin and Yan Xiyao entered the court, they immediately knelt beside Han Xiaoming. The humble woman, servant, pays her respects to your majesty, long live the emperor. With a grand gesture, the emperor kindly declared. No need for formalities, rise. Henceforth, Madam Lin and the young maid Yao may greet me without kneeling. Both Lin and Yan Xiyao expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you, your majesty. The emperor's words reverberated like thunder among the civil and military officials. For within the court, there had never been a precedent for such an exemption from kneeling, even for high-ranking dignitaries. Whispers of disbelief filled the air. What merit did Lin and Yan possess to warrant such an exception? The emperor, with an air of authority, commanded silence. Eunuch Wu read the imperial edict. Yes, your majesty, the eunuch replied, complying. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Yan Xiyao possesses extraordinary medical skills, having cured my insomnia and alleviated the queen's chronic headaches. Her contributions are invaluable, therefore, I hereby confer upon Yan Xiyao the title of first-rank Anpingchang Princess. Lin Furong, who has educated her daughter well and possesses a kind heart, is to be honored as a first-rank lady of the court. So it is decreed. We thank your majesty for your grace. Yan Xiyao and Lin Furong expressed their gratitude simultaneously at the proclamation delivered by Eunuch Wu struck the court like a sudden storm, stirring a tumult of emotions among the officials. For Yan Wenzhong, it felt as though the ground had shattered beneath him, regret surging forth like old blood, which he forcefully swallowed. Han Shaoqi secretly rejoiced. Yan Xiyao had once devoted herself entirely to him, and despite the dissolution of their engagement, she would surely still harbor feelings for him now that she had transformed into such a stunning beauty and been conferred the title of Anpingchang Princess. And he being the Rui Prince, they were well matched. He resolved to petition his father for a renewed marriage decree. Such a captivating beauty could only be the Rui Princess. Chapter 56. Your Majesty, may I defy the edict? Just as Han Shaoqi contemplated requesting a marriage decree from the emperor instructed Eunuch Wu to read another edict. Eunuch Wu stood ready, proclaiming, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, my son, Han Xiaoming, possesses noble character, is filial, and excels in both civil and military pursuits. He has now reached the age of maturity. There is a first-rank lady, Lin Furong's daughter, Yan Xiyao, who is also of age, possessing both beauty and intelligence. Therefore, I decree her as the legitimate consort of the 9th prince, Han Xiaoming, with a wedding to be scheduled. So it is decreed. Everyone fell into a stunned silence, including Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao. Han Shaoqi felt a buzzing in his head, nearly losing his balance in disbelief. Yan Wenzhong's mouth bled slightly, his mind a whirl of confusion. All honors seemed to have nothing to do with him. Eunuch Wu, observing the astonished expressions of Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao, smiled gently and quietly urged, 9th Prince Anpingchang Princess, why not promptly accept the decree and express your gratitude? Though shocked, Han Xiaoming's heart did not seem to harbor resentment. Rather, there was a hint of delight he could not comprehend. After all, his junior sister still needed to treat his cold poison, which required physical contact with his skin. This newfound relationship seemed to alleviate any reservations or tension he felt. With this thought, Han Xiaoming's lips curled into a slight smile as he bowed, saying, I thank my father for the great grace. The emperor let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his son did not oppose the arrangement. No need to force him into compliance after all. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Both the emperor and Eunuch Wu turned their attention to Yan Xiyao, who remained in a state of shock. The emperor then noticed her eyes were red, as if she might leap from the dragon throne in astonishment. Was she overly excited, or had someone bullied her? How outrageous! Who would dare to bully his daughter-in-law? Just as the emperor was about to inquire about Yan Xiyao's condition, Lin Furong quickly tugged at her arm, pulling her back from her state of shock. Yan Xiyao blinked, weakly asking, Your Majesty, may I defy the edict? Upon hearing this, Han Shaoqi's eyes flickered with joy. Indeed, he had not misjudged. Yan Xiyao still held feelings for him. The emperor gazed at Yan Xiyao, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, You may try. Openly defying the edict could lead to the extermination of your clan. I encourage you to give it a go. What? It's that serious? The emperor countered with a question. What do you think? Eunuch Wu interjected with urgency. Anpingchang Princess, are you seeking death? Openly defying the edict is a grave offense leading to the annihilation of your clan. With a pained expression, Yan Xiyao lamented, but my fourth senior brother is akin to a prickly cactus. whoever touches him gets pricked. I fear I may end up like a beehive. The emperor pounded the armrest of his throne, declaring, if he dares to prick you, I shall remove his thorns. Han Xiaoqi stepped forward, addressing the emperor, Your Majesty, I wish to inform you that Yao was once my betrothed. The dissolution of our engagement was not my desire. I implore you to retract your decree and re-establish the marriage between Yao and me. Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a surge of delight, his fifth son requesting a marriage decree. Xiyao, will you still defy the edict? Would you prefer to marry my fifth son or the cactus? I shall see how you choose. Han Xiaoming looked at Xiyao and remarked coolly, Junior sister, having touched this palace, shouldn't you be held accountable? What, accountable? I was merely treating your ailment, Xiyao exclaimed, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Han Xiaoming tilted his head, reminding her, Junior sister, wasn't it in the hot spring pool at the base of the back mountain of the Shaoshi Manor that you treated me? Xiyao was at a loss for words. She truly had touched him, perhaps inappropriately. Did she really need to take responsibility? But it wasn't intentional. The emperor, keen to stir the pot, added, Yen, I am not devoid of reason. If you truly do not wish to marry the ninth prince, I shall arrange a marriage between you and the fifth prince. Upon hearing this, Xiyao nearly jumped in protest. Marrying that scoundrel fifth prince was worse than marrying a cactus. She quickly replied, Your Majesty, I would never dare to defy the edict. I hold my fourth senior brother in the highest regard. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Han Xiaoqi was utterly flustered, kneeling before the emperor and pleading, Father, I beseech you to retract your decree and allow me to be with Yao. Yao loves me. The emperor, exuding an air of authority, coldly responded, Facilitate your union with Yen, if she truly cherished you. Why would she seek me to annul your engagement? Father, it is my fault. I grew close to Yao's sister, causing her to misunderstand me. It was her sister who deliberately seduced me. My heart belongs solely to Yao. What audacity! Han Xiaoming chuckled coldly. Indeed, my fifth brother is quite enamored with my junior sister, to the point of wishing her dead. Would you not agree, fifth brother? Han Xiaoqi was taken aback. What could ninth brother possibly know? Han Xiaoming continued, coldly asserting, Am I mistaken, fifth brother? You went to Liangdong City, spending 5,000 taels to hire an assassin from the Blood Shadow Pavilion to eliminate my junior sister. Is that not a sign of your deep affection? Han Xiaoqi, momentarily stunned, attempted to defend himself. Ninth brother, do not spout nonsense. What evidence do you have? I certainly have evidence, Han Xiaoming stated, turning to the emperor and bowing. Father, do you recall the fourth young master of Liangdong residing at my villa? The emperor acknowledged, I certainly remember. Han Xiaoming continued, among them, young Master Chu was the leader of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, and it was he who revealed that fifth brother hired an assassin to target my junior sister. A flicker of panic crossed Han Xiaoqi's eyes, but he quickly rationalized that the individual he had met was not the leader of Blood Shadow Pavilion, as long as he denied it. Han Xiaoming could do nothing. Blood Shadow Pavilion dared to expose my identity. You shall pay. The emperor, maintaining a stern expression, inquired, Fifth brother, is this true? Han Xiaoqi defended, Father, this is absolutely false. I have never left the capital. Yao was once my betrothed. How could I wish her harm? My heart belongs to Yao. Ninth brother is merely worried I might take Yao from him, thus defaming me. Han Xiaoming coldly retorted, Is that so? Should I request the leader of Blood Shadow Pavilion, Chu Haotian, to come forward for clarification? Han Xiaoqi replied, Ninth brother, the leader of Blood Shadow Pavilion currently resides at your villa. Of course, he would speak in your favor. Such testimony is not credible. Xiyao chuckled coldly, impressed by Han Xiaoqi's cunning. I am curious to see if you will return the silver to Blood Shadow Pavilion. I find it hard to believe you can escape being caught. Xiyao then addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, I have not been pursued. It must be a misunderstanding. Let this matter rest. The emperor nodded, signaling Eunuch Wu to announce the end of the court session. Eunuch Wu proclaimed, Officials with matters to address, please present them, otherwise we shall retreat. Han Xiaoming interjected, Father, I have something to report. Chapter 57, Restoring the Lin family's honor. The emperor was taken aback, realizing the potential trouble. Surely this lad did not intend to go back on his word. He shot Han Xiaoming a warning glare. What is it you wish to report? Han Xiaoming replied, Father, last night my junior sister and I visited the Shaoshi Manor, where I personally heard the Wang family admit that 5 years ago, the incident involving the Lin family was a fabrication by Wang's brother, who slandered and framed them. The emperor breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a retraction, everything could be discussed. The Lin family was Lin Furong's maternal family, and now that Lin Furong was connected to the royal family, the emperor was keen to restore their honor. What did you say? Such a thing happened? Ming'er, tell me more about this. Han Xiaoming recounted verbatim what he had heard from the Wang family the previous night. The emperor's fury mounted. He had never anticipated that Lin Changsheng had been wronged 5 years ago. He had not engaged in corruption or bribery. 5 years ago, due to the forgery of evidence of corruption and bribery by Wang Dafu, the brother of the Wang family, Lin Changsheng was dismissed from his position, and the Lin family was sentenced to a lifetime ban from holding office. The emperor, with an aura of authority, thundered, Wang Dafu, what do you have to say for yourself? Wang Dafu, kneeling in defense, replied, Your Majesty, I am wronged, my half-sister has had little to no interaction with the Wang family. How could I possibly forge evidence to frame the Lin family? Han Xiaoming interjected. Father, last night, Master Yan was present. You might as well inquire whether he heard anything. The emperor, with a piercing gaze, turned to Yan Wenzhong and asked, Yan Aicheng, what did the Wang family say last night? Yan Wenzhong responded, Your Majesty, I indeed heard that the Wang family exploited the Yin family's wealth to curry favor with her brother. It was Wang Dafu who forged evidence to frame the Lin family, all with the aim of becoming the matriarch of the Yin family. Wang Dafu was taken aback, furiously retorting, Yan Darren, do not slander me. Han Xiaoming then pulled out a ledger from his bosom and presented it to the emperor, saying, Father, this is the evidence I uncovered at the Wang family last night. The true culprits of corruption are Wang Dafu and the amounts Lin Changsheng was falsely accused of embezzling are all recorded in this ledger. Upon seeing the ledger, Wang Dafu's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, the ledger must be a forgery, I distinctly placed it in the bed's compartment. How could Han Xiaoming have found it? Anxiety gripped Wang Dafu as he prayed that the ledger Han Xiaoming found was legitimate, for any hidden accounts would serve as damning evidence against him. As well as leverage against others, the emperor scrutinized the ledger, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Wang Dafu, terrified, felt beads of sweat rolling down his face, yet he clung to a flicker of hope. After all, he had slept on the bed where the ledger was hidden without any unusual occurrences the previous night. Yin Xiyao, puzzled, whispered, Fourth senior brother, when did you go to find the ledger? Han Xiaoming replied. After you returned to your room last night, I enlisted that rascal Duan Lingfeng to accompany me in the search. To his credit, he is quite adept at finding things, being a thief by trade. So that's how it is, he is not an ordinary thief, but a master thief. Who would dare to call themselves a master thief without some skill? Han Xiaoming nodded in agreement. The emperor, unable to contain his anger any longer, could hardly suppress the fury boiling within him as he declared, Wang Dafu, you have the audacity. I truly underestimated you. Guards, 2 attendants entered the court and respectfully proclaimed, Your servant is here. They removed Wang Dafu's official cap and dragged him to the dungeons to await his fate. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Dafu, dumbfounded, hastily pleaded for mercy. Your Majesty, I beseech you to show leniency. The guilty servant acknowledges his wrongs and implores Your Majesty for another chance at redemption. The emperor, furious, retorted, Take him away. Yes, replied the guards, who then stripped Wang Dafu of his cap and dragged him out like a dead dog. The emperor handed the ledger to eunuch Wu, instructing him to present it to Crown Prince Han Xiaolei. Crown Prince, I entrust this matter to you for thorough investigation. Let no one related to it escape justice. Crown Prince Han Xiaolei bowed. Yes, I shall obey. Han Xiaoming added, Father, I have also brought Lin Changsheng, who was waiting outside to be summoned. The emperor waved his hand. Summon him. Eunuch Wu shouted, Bring Lin Changsheng into the hall. Outside, Lin Changsheng hurriedly adjusted his attire before striding into the court. He approached the emperor and knelt. Greeting, your humble servant salutes Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. You may rise. The emperor replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. The emperor continued, Lin Changsheng, due to my negligence over the years, your family has suffered unjustly. Lin Changsheng responded, Your Majesty, this is not your fault. Years ago, I discovered some evidence I wished to present to you, but there were always those scheming in the shadows, preventing me from delivering it to you. The emperor nodded in understanding. So that is the case. Do you still possess the evidence from those years? I have kept it all this time. Excellent. Hand over the evidence to the crown prince so he may investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes, I shall obey. The emperor declared. Lin Changsheng, heed my command. Lin Changsheng knelt once more, and the emperor proclaimed, From this day forth, Lin Changsheng shall serve as the Minister of Justice, holding the rank of 2nd grade, and shall assume his duties immediately without delay. Lin Changsheng's eyes reddened as he bowed deeply to the ground, expressing, Thank you for your generous grace, Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise, you are to assume your duties at once. Do not disappoint me. Your servant obeys. Lin Changsheng turned and knelt before Han Xiaoming, saying, Thank you, 9th Prince, for vindicating the Lin family. I am eternally grateful. Han Xiaoming replied, No need for such formality. Go fulfill your duties. Remember to hand the evidence to my elder brother. Yes, I shall remember. The emperor waved his hand, declaring, Dismissed. The ministers knelt, proclaiming, We bid farewell to Your Majesty. As the emperor took a few steps and turned to Yin Xiyao, he said, Child, come to my study later. Yin Xiyao responded, Yes, I shall obey. Once the emperor departed, Han Xiaolei strode up to Han Xiaoming, landing a fist on his chest, exclaiming, Congratulations, 9th brother, I am thrilled for you. Finally, a woman can approach you. I am genuinely happy for you. Your future wife will be stunningly beautiful. You are indeed fortunate. Thank you, elder brother. How about gathering at my estate tonight? Han Xiaolei replied, I would not want anything more. The 4th prince, Han Xiaorei, along with the 7th prince, Xianwang Han Xiaocheng, also approached to congratulate Han Xiaoming. Among the brothers, Crown Prince Han Xiaolei, Jiwang Han Xiaorei, and Xianwang Han Xiaocheng shared a close bond with Han Xiaoming. Now that Han Xiaoming was granted a marriage, especially to a breathtaking beauty, the brothers certainly had reason to celebrate, and Han Xiaoming invited them to his estate for a gathering. Other ministers hoping to curry favor with Han Xiaoming also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. And Han Xiaoming endured their flattery. Once most had dispersed, Yan Wenzhong slowly approached Yan Xiyao. Chapter 58. You are the rogue. Yan Xiyao regarded this so-called father with a placid expression, devoid of any emotional turmoil. The moment Yan Wenzhong chose to shield Yan Xiaodai during her funeral, Yan Xiyao resolved never to acknowledge him as her father. With reddened eyes, Yan Wenzhong said, Yaoer, it was I who was in the wrong. Please forgive me this once. Will you return home with your father? Yan Xiyao replied, Father, in these past 5 years, have you considered me your daughter? Even if my corpse lay before you, you would deem it insignificant. The title of father carries too much weight. Do you understand what this identity represents? You are unworthy to be called a father. Yan Wenzhong pleaded, Yaoer, it is I who has wronged you. I truly recognize my mistakes. Will you forgive me just this once? Yan Xiyao looked at Yan Wenzhong, closing her eyes to ponder for a long while. After all, he was the biological father of the original owner. Perhaps she could grant him a chance. As an act of filial piety, Yan Xiyao opened her eyes and said, It is not impossible for me to forgive you. However, you must resign from your position and return to your hometown. Living a reclusive life away from the capital. I will take care of your needs, but I will not support your concubines. Are you willing? Yan Wenzhong was taken aback and responded, Yaoer, as an official in court. I can provide you with a better life. Why must I resign and retreat? Yan Xiyao asserted, A better life? Do you believe that is necessary? If you wish for my forgiveness, you must resign and retire. I will even call you father again, but if you intend to use me to climb higher, then you have miscalculated. I give you 3 days to consider this. If you come to a decision, then go resign from your position to the emperor. And I will arrange for your departure from the capital. Having delivered her ultimatum, Yan Xiyao took Lin's arm and exited the court. Han Xiaoming cast a glance at Yan Wenzhong before following Yan Xiyao outside. Upon exiting, Yan Xiyao returned to the carriage to retrieve a medicine box, carrying it alongside Han Xiaoming and Lin as they made their way to the emperor's study. The emperor and empress awaited them in the study. Both wearing expressions of excitement, the empress joyfully remarked, Your Majesty, I truly did not expect that Ming'er would not refuse. This has surpassed my expectations. I did not foresee it either, but it is a good thing. As it proves that Ming'er is not a soft-hearted individual. When does Your Majesty plan to arrange their wedding? The emperor sighed and said, There is no rush. Miss Yan still exhibits some resistance. We must wait until she is fully accepting of Ming'er. I do not wish for such a wonderful daughter-in-law to feel aggrieved. I hope for Ming'er's happiness. After all, it is not easy to find a wife. We must not frighten Miss Yan away. That is true. How about allowing her to choose the wedding date? After all, our son is indeed not easy to get along with. We should give them more time to adjust. The emperor, with a meaningful glance, replied, Indeed, I share this sentiment. Since Miss Yan has come close to Ming'er, I believe she will be able to coexist harmoniously with him in the future. She mentioned that Ming'er is like a cactus. Whoever touches him gets pricked. I trust Miss Yan will smooth out Ming'er's prickles. Aside from her, I fear no one else could manage to do so. While the emperor and empress conversed, a voice from the entrance announced, Your Majesty, 9th Prince, the Long County Princess and Madame Lin have arrived. The emperor cheerfully exclaimed, Quickly let them enter. Upon entering the study, Yan Xiyao smiled and said, Your Majesty, I have brought you medicine. The emperor, astonished, replied, So soon? It is a necessity. I worked tirelessly through the night to prepare it, Yan Xiyao said, feigning innocence as she spoke with a straight face. Han Xiaoming chimed in, Weren't you busy counting coins all night? Yan Xiyao replied, Indeed, must I not complete the preparation of the medicine before inspecting the coins? I can do both. I am capable of preparing medicine while also keeping an eye on my coins. The emperor chuckled and remarked, Little Yan, it appears your eyes have turned red from gazing at the coins. Are you in need of money? If so, I can provide you with some. Yan Xiyao, with a playful grin, responded, Thank you, Your Majesty, but I am not lacking in funds. My 4th senior brother has just gifted me 100,000 taels in silver notes. The emperor nodded in satisfaction, and the empress took off her jade bracelet, adorning Yan Xiao's right wrist with its child. This is a token of my affection for you. Please accept it. Yan Xiyao expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. The empress smiled warmly. Silly girl, henceforth we are all family. There is no need for such formalities. Yan Xiyao gazed at the exquisite jade bracelet, her eyes sparkling with delight, revealing her penchant for wealth without regard for the occasion. The empress, observing this, felt a surge of joy. Since Yan Xiyao adored jewelry, she would instruct Ming'er to prepare more for her. The emperor, witnessing Yan Xiao's avaricious demeanor, too felt a sense of affection, thinking it a good trait to have something one cherishes. He feared the opposite, that she might have no desires at all, leaving Han Xiaoming with no opportunity to please her. Han Xiaoming, though lacking in many aspects, was certainly not short on wealth. The emperor inquired, Little Yan, did you not come to present me with the medicine? Allow me to see it. Yan Xiyao opened her medicine box and handed a small porcelain vial to the emperor, explaining, Your Majesty, this potion lasts for 3 days. Take a small sip twice daily, 1 hour after meals. The emperor replied, Perfect timing. I shall take a sip now to savor its flavor. He opened a vial, inhaled its fragrance, and remarked, It is aromatic. After tasting a small amount and swallowing it, he said, It is sweet with a hint of spice. Indeed, it is quite palatable. You shall temporarily reside in Ming'er's villa until I arrange for your lodging at the Duchess's residence. Very well, thank you, your majesty. The emperor waved his hand. That is sufficient. Lady Lin shall remain in the palace tonight to keep the empress company. You may attend to your own matters. Yes, your majesty, I take my leave. Once outside the emperor's study, Xiyao found herself alone with Han Xiaoming and felt an unexpected discomfort. Their relationship had shifted from that of siblings to that of betrothed partners, a transition she struggled to accept. They had only known each other for 2 months. How could the emperor decree such a marriage? More perplexing was Han Xiaoming's silence. Why had he not objected? Was he not averse to women? Xiyao said to fourth senior brother, once I cure your cold poison, would you ask the emperor to annul our engagement? A flicker of disappointment crossed Han Xiaoming's eyes. Why should we annul our engagement? Do you so detest me? I do not despise you, I merely fear we cannot coexist peacefully given your aversion to women, but I do not dislike you. Having touched me, you must take responsibility, Han Xiaoming asserted with a certain arrogance. Xiyao, exasperated, retorted, you are being unreasonable, you are the one being unreasonable, wanting to retreat after touching me. I have never been touched by any woman, therefore, you must take responsibility. Furious, Xiyao replied, very well, if you insist on holding me responsible. Should you dare to kick me, I shall concoct a poison that renders you paralyzed. Han Xiaoming narrowed his eyes and said, rest assured, I would never kick you, save your poison for someone else. Chapter 59, The Power of a Kiss. Xiyao looked at Han Xiaoming with a mischievous smile and declared, you said it yourself, come let us return to your villa, and I shall train you. Han Xiaoming, taken aback by her charming smile, felt a shiver run down his spine. Little junior sister, what kind of training? Xiyao replied, you will find out in due time, after all, you are my betrothed now. I am free to touch you anywhere, but remember, do not kick me. Understood, Han Xiaoming agreed, though his heart raced with anxiety, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. What scheme did his junior sister have in mind? They boarded a carriage and headed straight for the villa. Upon their arrival, the elderly Yin observed their solemn expressions and mistakenly assumed they had quarreled over the engagement. In reality, Xiyao was contemplating how to train Han Xiaoming. While he was preoccupied with mentally preparing himself to resist the urge to kick her no matter where she touched him, Yin, with a worried expression, asked, is everything all right? Both Xiyao and Han Xiaoming replied in unison. All is well, then why do you both appear so troubled? Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up as she turned to Yin, saying, Master, I wish to train fourth senior brother, would you join us? I cannot overpower him. And I fear he might kick me. Yin, puzzled, inquired, child, what kind of training do you intend? Xiao explained, I need to expel the cold poison from fourth senior brother's body, which requires a full body massage. However, he does not allow anyone to touch him, so I must train him to accept my touch before I can detoxify him. Yin asked, I see, why not simply knock him unconscious during the detoxification process? Xiao responded, if I could knock him out and detoxify him, I wouldn't need to train him. He must remain conscious to cooperate with the acupuncture and massage. Very well, I shall accompany you. If your senior brother dares to kick you, I will discipline him on your behalf. Thank you, master. Let us proceed with the training now. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Yin asked, child, what was the purpose of your visit to the palace today? Mention of the palace caused Xiao's expression to darken. Master, my mother has been granted the title of first-class noble consort, and I have been bestowed the title of Duchess of Anping. Yin exclaimed, this is wonderful news. Why the long face? Xiao replied, do you think the emperor has lost his mind? He actually arranged a marriage between me and fourth senior brother. I fear I shall be pricked to pieces by this cactus of a man. Yin firmly stated, that will not happen. Your senior brother has embraced and carried you. Has that resulted in you being pricked? Well, when you put it that way, it does seem to have its advantages. But I am still so young, merely 15. I have a bright future ahead of me, and I do not wish to marry before I have truly grown. Han Xiaoming suddenly interjected, I shall wait for you to mature. Xiao pouted, by the time I grow up, you will be old. I am only 4 years your senior. Han Xiaoming retorted. Yin interjected, enough, were you not about to train your senior brother? Hurry along. The three of them proceeded to Han Xiaoming's room. Xiao instructed him to sit in a chair while she positioned herself behind him. Taking a deep breath, she extended her small hands and began to explore Han Xiaoming's back. His muscles tensed instantly. Yet he remained still, his fists clenched tightly. Feeling a rush of apprehension, Xiao quickly distanced herself, exclaiming, Master, look, senior brother is tense again, perhaps you should tie him up with a thicker rope, I cannot overpower him. And I am frightened. Yin immediately reassured her, do not fear, I shall assist you in binding him. Han Xiaoming, scowling, protested, Master, do not go too far, I have promised not to kick her, please step outside, your presence only heightens my anxiety. Yin, skeptical, asked, is that truly your word? Han Xiaoming, with a dismissive tone, replied, if you do not believe me, test it for yourself. Very well, child, I shall remain at the door. If you require assistance, call out loudly. Understood. Xiao nodded. A sinister smile creeping onto her lips. Once Yin exited, she approached Han Xiaoming and gently caressed his handsome face with her left hand. Her smile turned mischievous as she said, fourth senior brother, I am about to begin, remember, do not strike me, and certainly do not kick me. Han Xiaoming closed his eyes, leaning back in the chair like a limp fish, and declared solemnly, come forth, I assure you. I shall not kick you. Yan Xiao untied Han Xiaoming's hair, beginning at his forehead and slowly gliding her fingers downward, her touch as light as a feather. Although he was tense, his anxiety seemed to wane in the absence of Yin. Yan Xiao's hands continued their exploration, eventually resting on Han Xiaoming's abdomen. His muscles tightened to their utmost, yet she had no intention of relenting. Lowering her head, she swiftly pressed a fleeting kiss upon his lips before retreating 3 feet away in an instant. Han Xiaoming's eyes widened in shock, his hair standing on end as if electrified. Yan Xiao gasped, "Oh my goodness, that is quite extraordinary. Ah, master, help," she cried out, believing Han Xiaoming was about to erupt in rage. Yin burst through the door, startled by the sight of Han Xiaoming's wild hair. "Child, what on earth did you do to your senior brother?" "Nothing much, just training him," Yan Xiao replied, her heart racing. "Oh my. That was a life-threatening experience. The power of that kiss was simply overwhelming. What kind of kiss has such an effect? This is unprecedented." Han Xiaoming's handsome face flushed as he adjusted his hair and said to Yin, "Master, please leave us." The elderly man, wearing a tense expression, inquired, "You mischievous rascal, what are your intentions? I warn you, do not lay a finger on your little junior sister." The response came swiftly, "I would never dream of striking her. But I insist you leave." With a face full of terror, Yan Xiao implored, "Master, please do not go out." The elderly man hesitated, fearing that if he stepped outside, Han Xiaoming would unleash his wrath upon Yan Xiao. Indeed, Han Xiaoming shot a fierce glare at the elderly man and subtly gestured, "Master, it would be wise for you to exit immediately lest your disciple makes you regret your decision to stay." The elderly man grasped the implication, instantly feigning defeat with an apologetic glance at Yan Xiao before stealthily retreating, gently closing the door behind him. Yan Xiao's heart raced, and she decisively turned to flee. Yet, Han Xiaoming swiftly positioned himself in her path. As she tried to escape again, he reappeared before her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace. Chapter 60. Are you gnawing on a sweet potato? Yan Xiao was taken aback, exclaiming in despair, "This is it, I'm doomed." "Master, you deceitful scoundrel, I shall never trust you again." Han Xiaoming, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, leaned down and ominously remarked, "Little junior sister, do go ahead and run." In her heart, Yan Xiao cried out, "Why don't you let me go? Just see if I can escape." Observing that she barely reached his chest, a flicker of pity crossed Han Xiaoming's eyes. This girl must have suffered from malnutrition. She hardly grew at all. It seems I must ensure she receives more nourishing food from now on. He lifted Yan Xiao effortlessly, brushing his lips against her cherry blossom-like mouth. Quite sweet. Let us do that once more." Yan Xiao retorted, "You impertinent fool, are you addicted to this?" Han Xiaoming lowered his head again, capturing her lips, leaving Yan Xiao utterly bewildered, her eyes wide with shock. After all, with a soul aged 26, her past had been filled with training and saving lives, leaving no time for romance. At this moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sensations of being embraced and kissed. "Behave, close your eyes," Han Xiaoming gently urged. After his words, he timidly kissed her once more. Yan Xiao blinked, then suddenly pushed him away with force, her voice low yet frantic. "Are you gnawing on a sweet potato?" Han Xiaoming was utterly perplexed. How could a kiss be likened to munching on a sweet potato? Yan Xiao, with irritation, stated, "You bit me too hard." Han Xiaoming immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Rolling her eyes, she insisted, "Let me go." "No, don't you think this training method is more effective?" Yan Xiao stared at him, incredulous. "Oh no, I've stirred up trouble, and it's not just any trouble. Fourth brother, I'm still young, this isn't appropriate." She feigned innocence, her voice laced with a pitiful tone. With a resigned sigh, Han Xiaoming released Yan Xiao and cupped her delicate face, assuring her, "Fear not. I shall wait for you to grow up." He then bestowed a kiss upon her forehead, solemnly declaring, "From now on, do not mention breaking off our engagement. Having kissed me, you belong to me." Yan Xiao looked up at the earnest expression on Han Xiaoming's face and almost instinctively nodded. Han Xiaoming's lips curled into a smile as he pressed her head against his chest, holding her even tighter. After a considerable time, Han Xiaoming finally released Yan Xiao, tidied his hair, and took her hand as they exited the room. The elderly man had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing the two emerge hand in hand, he beamed with delight. Yan Xiao lowered her head, berating herself, "You useless creature, how could you surrender so easily? Truly shameful. No, I mustn't fall too deeply into Han Xiaoming's gentle embrace. What if he turns feral and discards me later? I am not a masochist, I need to test him thoroughly." With that thought, Yan Xiao raised her head to Han Xiaoming and declared, "Fourth brother, I can refrain from discussing the dissolution of our engagement, but you must promise not to commit domestic violence against me. Intentionally or otherwise. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will immediately terminate our engagement." Han Xiaoming, with an affectionate smile, replied, "Agreed, we can continue our training after dinner. More training, of course, otherwise, when will you be able to help me with the antidote?" "Then not very well." Yan Xiao acquiesced reluctantly. Han Xiaoming led her toward the main hall, with the elderly man following closely behind. The butler, witnessing his master holding hands with Miss Yan, was nearly stunned enough to drop his eyes to the ground. Wu Chen, unperturbed, had seen it all before. Whether it was carrying or embracing, the two were now engaged, and holding hands had become commonplace for him. Upon entering the main hall, Han Xiaoming commanded, "Butler, prepare the dishes." Yes, the trio of master and disciples sat down to await the butleress service, but before they could settle in, a guard at the door announced, "Master, your 3 senior brothers have arrived with joy." Xiyao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "The 3 senior brothers are here, 4th brother, let us go welcome them." Han Xiaoming replied, "No need for a welcome, they have legs of their own, let them come in." Xiyao shot him a glare, "If you want to go, I shall." With that she dashed toward the door like a gust of wind. Han Xiaoming, exasperated, followed her outside. "Senior brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, are you here to see me?" Xiyao cheerfully called out. Ouyang Xian, with an affectionate smile, replied, "Of course, who else would be worth our visit besides you? Am I not worthy of your visit?" The elderly man's voice echoed from within. Ouyang Xian paused, then awkwardly said, "Master, I didn't realize you were also at the junior brother's residence. I thought you had gone off to play again. Of course, you are worthy of my visit." Han Xiaoming, irritated, remarked, "Am I not worthy of your visit? What brings you to my residence?" 2nd brother Zhu Shuang interjected, "We came to see little junior sister and master. They reside in your home, so how could we not visit?" Tang Xiaolong added, "Indeed, what is there to see about you?" After speaking, Tang Xiaolong handed a gift box to Xiyao, saying, "Little junior sister, this is a delicacy that 3rd brother brought for you. Do give it a try." Xiyao responded, "Thank you, 3rd brother." Ouyang Xian and Zhu Shuang also presented their gift boxes to Xiyao, and Han Xiaoming quickly reached out to help her carry them. "You've all seen little junior sister. Now hurry along and leave, don't linger here and be an eyesore." Han Xiaoming issued a no-nonsense dismissal. Ouyang Xian protested, "4th brother, how can you be so ungracious? We traveled a great distance, and you wouldn't even offer us a drink before sending us away." Han Xiaoming retorted, "You said you came to see little junior sister. Now that she has seen you, what more do you wish to do?" Little junior sister's enthusiasm towards her 3 senior brothers does not bode well. Xiyao rolled her eyes and said to Ouyang Xian, "Master brother, ignore him, let us invite master to dine outside." Humph. At her words, Han Xiaoming's expression shifted in an instant. "Little junior sister, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, you 3 senior brothers have arrived at the perfect time. Come in and eat." Xiyao pouted, "That's more like it." Laughter erupted from Ouyang Xian and the others. "4th brother, you my boy finally have someone to keep you in check. This is a good thing." Ouyang Xian chuckled. Han Xiaoming replied, "And what of it? I am perfectly content." Ouyang Xian said, "It matters not, I am merely happy for you." "Master brother." Han Xiaoming grasped the gift box and strode into the house. "Less chatter, let us eat." Xiyao scoffed, "Humph, what a foul disposition." Ouyang Xian remarked, "Little junior sister, it seems your 4th brother is rather afraid of you. You must teach him a lesson, he is far too rude." Han Xiaoming shot a cold glare at Ouyang Xian. "Master brother, what did you just say?" "Nothing of consequence, let us eat." Chapter 61, The 10th Princess. Han Xiaoyun, the 6 of them sat together once more for dinner, and the 3 senior brothers, realizing only then that Xiao's facial scar had vanished, gazed at her in astonishment. Zhu Shuang exclaimed, "Little junior sister, your face has healed so quickly, this is truly astonishing." The elderly man beamed with pride, stating, "Your little junior sister is a divine doctor, she wouldn't even bat an eye at such minor scars." The 3 senior brothers simultaneously gave her a thumbs up. Ouyang Xian took a moment to assess Xiao's internal strength. Upon his observation, he was taken aback. Is she already at the initial stage of the yellow level of martial arts master? This is far too swift. It is known that ordinary martial artists are categorized into 2 tiers, human level and ordinary level, each further divided into 9 ranks. Martial arts masters are classified into 4 levels: yellow level, Xian level, earth level, and heaven level, each again divided into early, middle, late, peak, and perfection stages. Typically, it takes several years for an ordinary person to advance from a regular martial artist to a martial arts master. Even Han Xiaoming, this prodigy, took half a year to achieve such a feat, yet, in just 2 months, this girl has leapfrogged directly to the martial arts master level. This is extraordinary. Unable to contain himself, Ouyang Xian queried, "Master, did you give little junior sister some miraculous elixir? Her pace of advancement is astonishing." At this question, Zhu Shuang and Tang Xiaolong turned their gazes toward Xiyao, their eyes wide with disbelief. The elderly man retorted, "I possess no miraculous elixirs. Your little junior sister practiced day and night on her journey to Fire Spirit Mountain. Her innate talent surpasses yours, and combined with her hard work, how could she not progress swiftly?" Zhu Shuang suddenly inquired, "Little junior sister, have you had a chance to read the manual I gifted you?" Xiyao replied, "Not yet, I've been too busy lately and haven't had the time to read." Zhu Shuang jokingly said, "Why don't you just return it to me? Once you master the formation mechanisms, you won't need 2nd senior brother's protection anymore." Han Xiaoming shot Zhu Shuang a glare and retorted, "Is there any logic in asking for back a gift once it's been given? My little junior sister has my protection, you need not worry." Zhu Shuang laughed, "I was merely jesting, how could I truly wish to reclaim it?" "But you, what gift did you bestow upon our little junior sister?" Han Xiaoming grandly declared, "Everything I possess belongs to my little junior sister, including myself." The 3 were taken aback simultaneously, exclaiming, "What?" The old man interjected, No need for such astonishment. His Majesty issued a decree this morning granting them marriage. Tang Xiaolong exaggeratedly exclaimed. Fourth junior brother, how unkind of you to take the initiative. Zhu Shuang pretended to be sorrowful, saying, little junior sister, fourth junior brother is unworthy of you, you should hasten to annul the engagement. Second senior brother will take you to travel the world. Ouyang Xian added, indeed little junior sister, fourth junior brother is known for kicking women. If you break off the engagement, big senior brother will offer all his wealth as a betrothal gift. Han Xiaoming darkened his expression and spoke in a low voice, are the three of you suggesting that I should expel you all? Ouyang Xian laughed heartily. No, just a jest. But I must warn you, little junior sister belongs to all of us, that if you dare to bully her, do not blame us for turning against you. I do not require your reminders. It is best this way. Come, let us drink. Big senior brother congratulates you. After the meal, the six of them chatted for a while before the three senior brothers rose to take their leave. They were heading to the capital for business and had merely stopped by to see the little junior sister. However, the three had never anticipated that Han Xiaoming, the one who kept women at bay, would take the initiative. Among the four brothers, there was only one little junior sister, who was not only stunningly beautiful but also possessed unparalleled martial talent and was a renowned healer. The three regretted their past decisions. Had they known that Han Xiaoming would allow the little junior sister to get close, they would have insisted on accompanying her to the Fire Spirit Mountain. Now, it seemed hopeless. One must not covet a brother's wife. Though the relationship among the four brothers appeared tumultuous, they shared a bond that transcended life and death. With such thoughts, they could no longer entertain any inappropriate desires. After the three senior brothers departed, Han Xiaoming resumed training with Yen Xiyao, while the old man Yin relaxed for a midday nap. Yen Xiyao relentlessly trained Han Xiaoming, who, although tense, was no longer as exaggeratedly so as before when Yen Xiyao unleashed her ultimate move. She sat on Han Xiaoming's lap, her hands slowly reaching towards his waist. At that moment, bang, the door burst open from the outside. Ninth Prince, what are you doing? Yen Xiyao was startled and jumped off Han Xiaoming's lap, quickly distancing herself from him. Her face flushed crimson. Oh my, how embarrassing, to be caught in such a compromising position. Stealing a glance at the newcomer, she saw a girl of similar age covering her face with both hands, her fingers peeking through to sneak a look. This girl was Han Xiaoming's biological sister, the 10th princess. Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoming, displeased, asked, Yuner, when did you return? Did you not know to knock before entering? Han Xiaoyun feigned innocence. I just got back and haven't even entered the palace yet. Upon arriving in the capital, I heard people discussing your marriage decree from Father Da. I've never knocked before when coming here. How was I to know you were hiding in your room doing something scandalous? Han Xiaoming, irate, responded, what scandalous acts am I committing? Your future ninth sister-in-law is training me. Look how reckless you are, frightening your future ninth sister-in-law. What? Ninth brother must be mad. Ninth brother, did father really grant you a marriage decree? Have you lost your mind to agree? Am I not allowed to agree? Han Xiaoming countered, you cannot be ninth brother. He never allows any woman to come within 3 feet of him. Who are you really? Han Xiaoming darkened his face and replied sternly, Yuner, do not act foolishly. Han Xiaoyun pointed to herself and said, I am the one acting foolishly. Do you know why I did not enter the palace with grandmother and instead made an excuse to come find you? I tell you, grandmother returned with a woman, a relative from her side, claiming she is to be your fiancé. That you are doomed. Han Xiaoming was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he asked, is this true? Ninth brother, I am your biological sister. Would I deceive you? I just arrived in the capital and heard people gossiping about father's decree. Grandmother was furious. After saying this, Han Xiaoyun turned to Yen Xiyao and was stunned by her beauty at first glance. This woman was truly breathtaking, rivaling her own looks, if not surpassing them. Han Xiaoyun thought to herself, this woman is far more suitable for ninth brother than the one grandmother brought back. Han Xiaoyun approached Yen Xiyao and introduced herself. I am the 10th princess, Han Xiaoyun, the younger sister of ninth brother. What is your name? Yen Xiyao replied, I am Yen Xiyao. Han Xiaoyun stepped back in shock. What, you are Yen Xiyao? Chapter 62. Have you ever seen a woman who fights and adheres to martial ethics? My goodness, aren't you the fiancé of fifth brother? The rumors claimed you were a dark and ugly woman. This is certainly not the case. You are beautiful. Who spread such lies? Yen Xiyao, a bit embarrassed, said, actually, it is not entirely a rumor. Previously, while I was delirious from a high fever, someone put a dark and ugly mask on my face. I only discovered this 2 months ago, and as for fifth brother, we annulled the engagement around that time. I see, however, I must remind you, marrying my ninth brother is not so easy. Grandmother is a formidable obstacle. Yen Xiyao sighed helplessly, alas, I do not wish to marry, but your father said that defying the decree would result in the extermination of my entire clan in order to treat your ninth brother. I have to risk being kicked into a crippled state. Is it easy for me? You were really training my ninth brother just now. Is he ill? What ailment does he have? Han Xiaoming, vexed, replied, I have been afflicted by cold poison. And the palace physician and Dr. Yen are both at a loss. Only your future ninth sister-in-law can resolve this poison. Then why were you two training so closely? That seems quite strange. Yen Xiyao grimaced, I do not wish for it either, but your ninth brother is like a cactus. How can I administer acupuncture and detoxify him without touching him? Alas, 10th princess, what do you suggest I do? I cannot risk becoming a cripple or losing my life just to save your 9th brother. Han Xiaoyun burst into laughter. 9th sister-in-law, you are too unfortunate, encountering 9th brother, your luck is truly wretched. But do not worry, I will protect you. To be honest, I do not like the woman grandmother brought back. You are far more suitable to be my 9th sister-in-law, perhaps due to their similar ages and cheerful dispositions. The two quickly found themselves drawn to each other after just a few exchanges. Han Xiaoyun took Yan Xiao's hand, saying, 9th sister-in-law, come, let us stroll around 9th brother's villa and chat properly. Yan Xiao replied. 10th princess, please just call me by my name. 9th sister-in-law sounds far too awkward. Han Xiaoyun responded cheerfully, then I shall call you Sister Yaoer, and you may call me Yun. It is settled. Very well. Han Xiaoyun pulled Yan Xiao out, leaving Han Xiaoming alone, bewildered in the midst of it all. What on earth is grandmother scheming now? Bringing a random woman here to try and pair with me, is there something wrong with her? Have I not kicked enough people lately? Yan Xiao and Han Xiaoyun arrived at the back courtyard of the villa and found a gazebo to sit down and chat. Sister Yaoer, how did you come to know my 9th brother? Do you truly wish to know? Of course I do. My 9th brother, as you said, is like a cactus, allowing no woman within 3 feet of him, yet here you are, sitting on his lap. How could I not be curious? That is because your 9th brother's life depends on me saving him. If I did not possess medical skills, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Yan Xiao then recounted how she had met Han Xiaoming. Deliberately omitting any mention of her touching him, Han Xiaoyun listened, feeling a mix of anger and excitement, angry that Yan Xiaodai could be so vicious as to harm her own sister, and excited that her 9th brother could finally have a woman close to him. One who could also cure his cold poison. Han Xiaoyun, fuming, declared to Sister Yaoer, do not worry. If that Yan Xiaodai dares to harm you, I will avenge you. Yan Xiao smiled and replied, no need, I have died once and will not be as weak and easily bullied as before. Moreover, I have already taken small revenge. Their good days have only just begun and cannot end so quickly. Yes, it should be like this. Sister Yaoer, when will you seek revenge next? I want to join you for some excitement. Yan Xiao grinned mischievously. No rush, let them recover from their injuries first. Sister Yaoer, you are quite wicked, but I like it. Haha, I do not wish to be the good person. Good people are only bullied. That makes sense. I do not want to be the good person either. Sister Yaoer, do you know martial arts? I know a little. Why do you ask? It has been a long time since I sparred with anyone. Would you care to exchange a few moves with me? No problem, let us proceed. In the backyard, two girls began to engage in a spirited altercation, startling the servants who hurried to report to Han Xiaoming. Master, the princess, and Miss Yan are fighting in the backyard. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming rushed to the scene like a gust of wind. The two girls were evenly matched, locked in a fierce struggle. Arriving in haste, Han Xiaoming quickly discerned that they were merely sparring, and he immediately felt at ease. Yan Xiao employed grappling techniques learned from her previous life in a special forces unit. Although lacking in flamboyant moves, each of her strikes was exceedingly forceful. In terms of inner strength, Han Xiaoyun held a slight advantage, yet Yan Xiao's aggressive techniques afforded her considerable leverage, leaving Han Xiaoyun at a disadvantage. Seizing an opportunity, Yan Xiao executed a beautiful shoulder throw, sending Han Xiaoyun crashing to the ground. As Han Xiaoyun fell, her right leg swept toward Yan Xiao's legs, causing her to tumble as well. Yan Xiao rolled on the ground, clasping Han Xiaoyun's right leg tightly, denying her any chance to rise and retaliate. Unable to break free, Han Xiaoyun imitated Yan Xiao, wrapping her arms around Yan Xiao's right leg. And the two girls rolled on the ground like intertwined strands of dough, neither willing to release the other. As Yan Xiao struggled, a mischievous grin appeared on her lips. She firmly held onto Han Xiaoyun's right leg with her left hand while her right hand reached in to tickle the back of Han Xiaoyun's knee. Han Xiaoyun instantly lost her composure, bursting into laughter. Sister Yaoer, please let go, it tickles so much. You're being unfair, stop tickling me. If you want me to let go, you must say something nice to me. If you won't say it, then I won't let go either. Han Xiaoyun began to mimic Yan Xiao, tickling her knee as well, and both girls rolled on the ground in fits of laughter. Tears streaming from their eyes, eventually Han Xiaoyun could laugh no more and pleaded for mercy. Sister Yaoer, you're the best. You are the most beautiful girl, please spare me, stop tickling. Alright, let us release each other. Agreed, they simultaneously released their grips, sitting on the ground with their backs to one another, gasping for breath. Han Xiaoyun, still catching her breath, chuckled. Sister Yaoer, you are so cunning, resorting to tickling, that is hardly honorable. Yan Xiao nonchalantly replied. Have you ever seen women fighting with honor? Winning is what truly matters. Indeed, this tussle was quite enjoyable. I shall seek you out for another sparring session when the opportunity arises. I shall await your challenge at any time. Chapter 63, The Empress Dowager summons. Han Xiaoming turned with a smile and departed. It was a delightful circumstance that his younger sister and fiancé could coexist harmoniously after resting a while on the ground. The two girls stood up, brushing off the dust and debris from their clothes, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Yan Xiao said, let us go wash up and change clothes. We've turned into little ragamuffins. Han Xiaoyun replied, alright, but I want to wear your clothes since I didn't bring any. What's the problem with that? As long as you don't mind, feel free to choose any of my garments. Together, Yan Xiao and Han Xiaoyun entered Yan Xiao's chamber, where she instructed the four shadows to fetch water. The two of them took a refreshing bath and changed into clean attire. The Crown Prince Han Xiaolei, Prince Han Xiaorui, and Prince Han Xiaochan, three brothers, arrived at Han Xiaoming's residence, their faces etched with concern. It was evident to Han Xiaoming, without needing to think, that their worry stemmed from the Empress Dowager's vehement opposition to his marriage with his junior sister. Such trivial matters hardly troubled him. The Empress Dowager could attempt to send women his way, yet he would cast them aside without hesitation. The three brothers settled in the front hall, engaging in conversation over tea. The Crown Prince Han Xiaolei sighed and remarked, "Ninth brother, you must prepare yourself. The Empress Dowager returned to the palace today in a fit of rage, rebuking our father for not consulting her regarding your marriage. And she has brought a woman to bestow upon you as a legitimate wife." Han Xiaoming smirked coldly, "I am aware, and at this very moment Yunar is in my residence. The Empress Dowager can try to force a woman upon me. But I am not concerned." Han Xiaorui inquired, "Ninth brother, do you have a clever plan?" "Fourth brother, you are well aware of my disdain for women. I shall simply cast her aside," Han Xiaochan cautioned. "Ninth brother, I think that may be unwise. After all, that woman is a relative of the Empress Dowager," Han Xiaoming declared with defiance. "What of her being a relative? I shall still cast her aside." "Indeed, ninth brother is correct. What does it matter if she is a relative? If she must go, then she must go." Han Xiaoyun's voice resonated from the doorway. The four brothers turned to see Han Xiaoyun entering, hand in hand with Yan Xiao. Han Xiaoming turned to Yan Xiao and assured her junior sister, "Rest assured, I shall not allow any woman to encroach upon my 3 feet of territory." Han Xiaoyun, taken aback, asked, "Junior sister? Ninth brother, are you saying that Sister Yao is your junior sister?" "Indeed, she is my junior sister and has only practiced martial arts for 2 months." Han Xiaoyun exclaimed, "Sister Yao, are you a celestial being descended to earth, to be able to match me after just 2 months of training? When I have been training since I was 8 years old is truly remarkable." Yan Xiao smiled, "You may as well consider me a celestial being." Han Xiaolei marveled, "Extraordinary, 2 months, have you consumed some miraculous elixir?" Han Xiaoming proudly responded, "Absolutely not." Han Xiaolei teased, "Ninth brother, seeing your proud demeanor, it seems as though you are claiming to have taught your junior sister. What is there to boast about?" Yan Xiao chuckled. "Some of it was indeed taught by fourth brother. Oh, so you are defending her now? Not bad at all, junior sister. Fourth brother has taken a liking to you. The Empress Dowager should summon you to the palace tomorrow. You two should think about how to handle it tonight," Han Xiaorui advised. Yan Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, "Why should I bother? If the Empress Dowager disapproves, that is perfect. I have no desire to marry anyway." Han Xiaoming frowned. "Junior sister, did you not promise me not to mention the dissolution of our engagement?" "I did promise, but if the Empress Dowager disapproves, isn't that just perfect? I won't have to defy her. Should she wish for me to dissolve the engagement with you, I certainly cannot say no. I must go along with her wishes." Han Xiaoming, his expression darkening, asked gravely, "Junior sister, what do you mean by that?" Yan Xiao grinned slyly, resembling a little fox. "Fourth brother, you need not worry, just wait and see tomorrow." Seeing her playful smile, Han Xiaoming felt a slight sense of relief, though he remained apprehensive about her actually dissolving the engagement. Yan Xiao noticed his concern and earnestly said, "Fourth brother, to be honest, I never expected the emperor would bestow a marriage upon us. What I desire is the freedom to choose my own partner. To experience love's trials and tribulations before marriage. At merely 15 years of age, I am not ready to contemplate such matters. However, since the emperor has made this decree, I cannot change it, so I will attempt to get along with you. When I turn 20, if you truly love me, we shall marry. Since you are my betrothed, no one can take you from me without my consent." Han Xiaoming beamed with a radiant smile, leaving everyone speechless. This was the first time his siblings had witnessed such genuine joy from him. The 5 siblings, along with Yan Xiao, conversed for a long time, and after a hearty meal, Han Xiaoyun accompanied the crown prince and others back to the palace. Yan Xiao conducted a thorough examination of Shui Zhenghua, deciding to perform surgery in 3 days' time. However, before the operation, she wished to have a proper discussion with him, as surgery was not something people of this era could easily comprehend or accept. Upon returning to her room, Yan Xiao practiced her mental fortitude for 2 hours before continuing her meditation. The next morning, Yan Xiao rose early to wash and apply her makeup. The 4 shadows watched her transformation. Utterly bewildered, Chunlan inquired, "Master, why have you adorned yourself in such a manner? It appears rather tragic." Yan Xiao smiled and replied, "Isn't the Empress Dowager summoning me today? I must let her see how well I have been faring. But this seems a bit too realistic, doesn't it? Of course, it must be authentic, otherwise, how would it serve its purpose?" Chunlan chuckled, "Master, allow me to style your hair." "Very well, proceed." Once Yan Xiao finished her makeup, she joined Han Xiaoming in the main hall for breakfast. The moment Han Xiaoming laid eyes on her, he nearly stumbled, exclaiming, "Junior sister, who did this to your face?" Yan Xiao pouted, "You did." After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiaoming's eyes brightened, and he nodded, "Yes, indeed, it was my doing. Come, let us have breakfast." The palace attendants should be arriving shortly. Yan Xiyao nodded playfully, grinning as she sat down to eat. Before they could finish their meal, the palace attendants arrived, prompting them to set down their chopsticks and greet them at the door. The visitors were eunuch Shi, a trusted aide of the Empress Dowager, who came to convey the imperial edict. The Empress Dowager's decree is as follows: summon His Highness the Ninth Prince and Miss Yan Xiyao to the palace to meet with me at once. Ninth Prince, Miss Yan, the sedan chair awaits you outside, please. Han Xiaoming shot a cold glance at eunuch Shi. Begone, I shall enter the palace myself. Eunuch Shi dared not insist and bowed. As you wish, this old servant shall take his leave. Once eunuch Shi departed, Han Xiaoming pulled Yan Xiyao back into the room to continue their breakfast. After finishing their meal, they instructed the steward to prepare the carriage and set off for the palace. Chapter 64, a daughter who does not shy away from challenges throughout the journey. Yan Xiyao shared her plans with Han Xiaoming, who smiled indulgently and nodded in agreement upon entering the palace. Yan Xiyao deliberately walked behind Han Xiaoming, maintaining a distance of over 3 feet. Upon arriving at the Empress Dowager's Sinang palace, Yan Xiyao deliberately lowered her head to an almost unbearable extent. After paying her respects to the Empress Dowager, Han Xiaoming inquired, Your Majesty, may I ask the purpose of your summons for me to the palace? My dear Xiaoming, it has only been 3 months since I retreated to the Jingxin monastery. And already your father has issued a decree to arrange your marriage. Of this union is one I cannot condone. You must annul your engagement with this woman today, the Empress Dowager declared, gesturing towards the woman beside her. This is the granddaughter of my cousin, and your cousin Mayor. If you dissolve your current engagement, I shall bestow her upon you as your primary consort. Han Xiaoming replied, Your Majesty, I have no desire to annul the engagement. It is far too troublesome. I am content with having just one woman by my side. Fuming, the Empress Dowager retorted, Nonsense. Regardless, I refuse to consent to this union. Today, you must dissolve your engagement and take Mayor as your primary consort. If you truly refuse to annul the engagement, then the girl surnamed Yan may serve as a secondary consort, but your primary consort must be Mayor. Stealing a glance at the woman beside the Empress Dowager, Yan Xiyao noted her appearance was passable, yet her eyes darted about with a disquieting restlessness, indicating her dubious character. A cold smile crept onto Yan Xiao's lips as she suddenly knelt on the ground. Tears streaming down her face, Your Majesty, you are a living bodhisattva, the most benevolent person in this world. I beseech you to intervene on my behalf and annul my engagement with the Ninth Prince. I plead for my life. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback. How had the situation escalated to a plea for the annulment of the engagement? Was it truly so grievous to serve as a secondary consort? What do you mean by this? She asked, perplexed. Gradually lifting her head, Yan Xiyao revealed a visage marred by suffering. Your Majesty, I cannot endure such torment. It has only been a day since the engagement was established. And I have already been struck 8 times by the Ninth Prince. He forbids any woman from approaching him. I have kept my distance, yet he still inflicts such violence upon me. The Emperor does not permit me to defy his decree. Defiance would result in the annihilation of my entire clan. I humbly implore Your Majesty to show mercy and allow me to annul my engagement with the Ninth Prince to save my life. The Empress Dowager observed Yan Xiao's woeful countenance, stunned by the severity of her injuries. Is this truly your doing, Xiaoming? She asked. Han Xiaoming nodding. Han Xiaoming responded, Your Majesty, you are well aware of my aversion to women. My father insisted on forcing her upon me, and in a moment of impatience, I may have struck her a bit too hard. What did she do? She did nothing. It is simply that her presence was within my line of sight, which I could not tolerate. Before the Empress Dowager could respond, Yan Xiyao continued her tearful entreaty. Your Majesty, I am but 15 years old, still so young. I do not wish to die. I implore you to take my plight to heart and allow me to sever my engagement with the Ninth Prince. I promise to leave the capital immediately. Your mercy could save my life. The Empress Dowager found herself in a quandary, glancing at the woman beside her, who appeared utterly terrified, shaking her head vigorously in denial. Having only been engaged for a single day and already beaten to a pulp, how could she possibly marry such a man? Though he may wield power and influence, what good is it if one does not survive to enjoy it? Yan Xiyao pressed her advantage, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the bruises on her arm. Your Majesty, please look, this is not all. My body is covered in wounds that if this continues, I shall not live to see another month. Your Majesty, you are the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. I beseech you to show compassion and save my life. A flicker of sympathy crossed the Empress Dowager's eyes as she took in the pitiable sight of the 15-year-old girl. She glanced at Mayor, a relative of her own blood, and questioned whether she could truly allow her to endure such suffering. Among all her grandchildren, the Empress Dowager held the Crown Prince and Han Xiaoming in the highest regard. The Crown Prince already had a primary consort, so Mayor could only be designated as a secondary consort. Han Xiaoming was the best option, yet his aversion to women was apparent. He had previously insisted upon keeping them at bay. The Empress Dowager sighed inwardly, thinking it would not do for the world to perceive Xiaoming as effeminate. Having a fiancé would serve as the best means of dispelling such rumors. She could not allow this girl to break off the engagement. Xiaoming, do you truly refuse to annul the engagement? Han Xiaoming replied, In truth, I do not care whether the engagement is annulled or not. I merely require a woman by my side to prevent others from claiming I am effeminate. It matters not who that woman is, since your majesty intends to bestow your cousin upon me. I shall graciously accept. Han Xiaoming's response struck at the heart of the matter, exposing the Empress Dowager's intentions while deftly shifting the dilemma back onto her. You wish for me to annul the engagement and marry your relative? Do you not? I cannot disappoint you, but let us see if you are willing to watch your relative suffer a beating, just one kick, and I assure you she will be rendered incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Mayor sank to her knees in terror, pleading, "And I do not wish to marry. I do not want to wed my cousin. I fear for my life," though her cousin was undeniably handsome. Exuding an aura of strength and wielding immense power, trait she found appealing, she realized that if he were to kill her, all those attributes would be of no use. The Empress Dowager patted Mayor's hand and turned to Xiyao, saying, "My dear Yan, if you wish to dissolve your engagement with Xiaoming, I cannot intervene. You must seek the Emperor's assistance." Feigning despair, Xiyao lamented, "Your Majesty, did you not say that I should be free from my engagement with the 9th prince? I implore you, please save me. I wish to help you, but the Emperor has already decreed your marriage in front of the court. I am powerless to change that." Han Xiaoming interjected, "Your Majesty, you know you can annul the engagement for me. This girl surnamed Yin is too weak. Should I accidentally kill her, I shall be left without a woman to dispel rumors about me. Your cousin appears far more robust. She should be able to endure for some time. I implore you to reconsider." The Empress Dowager shot Han Xiaoming a disapproving glare. "Xiaoming, do not be foolish. She is your cousin. Regardless, I will not aid you in dissolving your engagement with Yin." Upon hearing this, Xiyao could not suppress her mocking laughter, dramatically feigning devastation and rolling her eyes as if about to faint. Han Xiaoming glanced at her, maintaining an air of indifference as he coldly admonished, "Do not feign death. Rise immediately and return. You still wish to have your engagement annulled? Once we return, I shall deal with you." The Empress Dowager, Mayor, and the entire assembly of palace maids and eunuchs were left in stunned silence. The 9th prince was indeed frightening and merciless. Chapter 65. Who shall bear the responsibility for driving Yan away? Suddenly, Han Xiaoming turned his attention to Mayor, addressing the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, as you can see, this girl surnamed Yen is far too frail. She likely will not last much longer. Please assign my cousin to me instead." Mayor turned pale, trembling like a leaf, desperately clutching the Empress Dowager's hand and shaking her head in terror. The Empress Dowager stiffened, shaking her head in refusal. "Xiaoming, I have reconsidered. Mayor is not suited for you. Take this girl surnamed Yen back with you and find a doctor to attend to her." "What doctor? If she dies, I can simply replace her with my cousin. There are plenty of women in the world. If she perishes, so be it. Why waste medicine on her?" Upon hearing this, Mayor fell to her knees before the Empress Dowager, begging, "Aunt, save me. I do not want to marry my cousin." Sighing, the Empress Dowager replied, "Xiaoming, you may return. This girl surnamed Yen is gravely injured. Take her back with you. I am weary. Yes, I take my leave." As Han Xiaoming spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Mayor, then seized one of Yen Xiao's feet and dragged her a few steps. The Empress Dowager, Mayor, and the palace attendants felt a chill run down their spines. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the Empress Dowager instructed the palace maids, "Take that girl to Xiaoming's carriage. The longer this drags on, the worse it will become for her." "Yes, your servant obeys." 2 palace maids lifted Yen Xiao from the ground and escorted her out of the Xiyao palace. Han Xiaoming followed behind, an expression of smug satisfaction on his face. Once they were far enough away, a discreet guard slipped away to inform the emperor. The 2 palace maids placed Yen Xiao in Han Xiaoming's carriage, not daring to lift their heads, hastily retreating as if fleeing from a plague. Wuchen struggled to stifle his laughter, nearly injuring himself in the process. "You thought you could outmaneuver my 2 masters? How amusing!" Han Xiaoming climbed into the carriage, and without a word, Wuchen urged the horses onward. Exiting the palace, Yen Xiao cracked open one eye and peeked at Han Xiaoming, who was gazing at her with an amused smile. With a playful grin, she opened her other eye. "A 4th senior brother. How was my performance? Did I meet your expectations?" Han Xiaoming gave her a thumbs up, unabashedly praising her. "Remarkable. You resolved the predicament with effortless grace." Yen Xiao beamed with pride. "Of course, you forget who I am. You must change your shoes whenever you kick someone. Do you think shoes come free of charge? Do not forget that you promised all your possessions are mine. You must not squander money unnecessarily." "Very well, all for you, my miserly one." Yen Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue, recalling the Empress Dowager's expression, and burst into laughter. Suddenly, Han Xiaoming exclaimed, "Oh no, what is it?" Yen Xiao immediately ceased her laughter and inquired, "Han Xiaoming, after we have frightened her, the Empress Dowager will likely turn her attention to the other princes. I must inform the eldest prince, the 4th prince, and the 7th prince to keep their distance." "Yen Xiao, then you should hurry." Han Xiaoming nodded and commanded, "Wuchen, stop the carriage. Take my junior sister to the new residence and wait for me there." With a sigh, Wuchen brought the carriage to a halt and replied, "Yes, my lord." Han Xiaoming lifted the curtain of the carriage and, using his likeness skill, soared towards the crown prince's eastern palace to eye and the Empress Dowager's Xiyao palace. Mayor, with a face full of terror, cried out to the Empress Dowager, "Grandmother, what should I do? What if that woman dies? what will happen to my engagement to my cousin? Grandmother, I do not wish to die. I want to return home. The Empress Dowager, already greatly unsettled, was further irritated by Mayor's sobbing demeanor. With a stern expression she said, "What is there to panic about? I shall go find the Emperor at once and have him bestow you upon another prince." Instantly, Mayor's expression changed to one of joy as she thanked, "Thank you, Grandmother." In Mayor's eyes, as long as it was a prince she would eventually become a princess. She did not care which prince it was, her true concerns lay solely with wealth and power. In truth, she yearned to marry the crown prince, the future emperor, but the Empress Dowager would not permit it. Marrying the crown prince would merely grant her the status of a secondary consort or a concubine at best. Meanwhile, in the emperor's study, the guards were animatedly recounting the splendid performance of Yan Xiyao and Han Xiaoming in Xinang Palace. The emperor listened, his eyes gleaming with delight, a smile never leaving his face. "Marvelous, indeed. The Empress and I have not misjudged. This girl is quite the clever one." Eunuch Wu, puzzled, inquired, "Your Majesty, why not appoint that Mayor girl as a concubine for the 9th prince?" The emperor shot Eunuch Wu a glare and replied irritably, "Are you out of your mind? That Xiao Mayor is the granddaughter of my maternal uncle. If Ming'er were to kick her aside or even kill her, how would my mother react? Besides, does that Xiao Mayor deserve Ming'er? Can she even approach him? Humph, she is hardly fit to carry Yen girl's shoes. Just look at her shifty eyes. It's clear her intentions are not pure. If she were to become Ming'er's concubine, who would be responsible if Yen girl were to flee in anger?" Eunuch Wu suddenly understood, chuckling as he praised, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." The guards withdrew, and the emperor, elated, began reviewing memorials. However, after a short while, the Empress Dowager appeared in the study with Xiao Mayor. The emperor had no choice but to rise and pay his respects. "I greet you, mother." The Empress Dowager, visibly displeased, stated, "No need for that, my son. Why is Ming'er still so averse to women? Why did you not inform me of this yesterday?" The emperor feigned ignorance. "Mother, I had no idea. As you know, Ming'er rarely enters the palace unless necessary, and I was worried outsiders might spread rumors about him being a broken sleeve. That is why I hastily sought a marriage for him, only to discover he did not refuse. I thought he had ceased to dislike women." "What happened, mother?" The Empress Dowager replied, "I saw Ming'er and that girl named Yen this morning. That Yen girl was beaten badly by Ming'er. Her body is covered in injuries, not a single piece of good flesh left. Alas, I truly wonder when this child will stop disliking women." The emperor pretended to be astonished. "What? How could it be so serious? This is dreadful. I must quickly find another woman for him. If Yen girl were to die from his beating, we would need a backup." "Dear mother, how timely is this Mayor girl? In my opinion, she is the one." Xiao Mayor trembled in fear. The Empress Dowager pulled her behind her and glared, "No, you can choose anyone, but do not consider my uncle's granddaughter." The emperor shrugged. "Mother, isn't this what you requested? Perfect. I shall issue an edict to annul the engagement between Ming'er and Yen girl, then bestow Mayor in marriage. While Yen girl is still alive, we can also save her life." The Empress Dowager glared angrily. "My son, do you truly wish to defy me? If Ming'er were to kill Mayor, how would I explain this to your uncle? Call the other princes here. Let Mayor choose a suitable husband herself." Chapter 66. The miser. The emperor was taken aback. Why was he now targeting his other sons? The Empress Dowager urged, "Why do you hesitate? Do you want me to send someone myself?" Reluctantly, the emperor instructed Eunuch Wu to summon the other princes. Meanwhile, having received Han Xiaoming's message, the Crown Prince Han Xiaolei, the 4th Prince Han Xiaorui, and the 7th Prince Han Xiaochan had already exited the palace, heading towards the new residence prepared by Han Xiaoming for Yan Xiyao. Before long, Eunuch Wu sent guards to summon the princes, all of whom arrived at the emperor's study, yet the Crown Prince, the 4th Prince, and the 7th Prince were nowhere to be found. The Empress Dowager, irritated, inquired, "Where are the 4th and 7th princes? Why are they missing?" Eunuch Wu replied, replying to the Empress Dowager, "The 4th and 7th princes had matters to attend to and left the palace early." The Empress Dowager said, "Forget it, Mayor, choose one of these 3 grandsons of mine." The 3 princes looked at Xiao Mayor, all utterly perplexed. "Choose what?" "Thank you, grandmother," Xiao Mayor said, feigning shyness as she stepped out from behind the Empress Dowager. Gazing up at the princes, although the 3 princes were not as striking as Han Xiaoming, they were still quite handsome. Xiao Mayor's heart danced with joy as she scrutinized each one. Since the 3 princes had beheld Yan Xiao's unparalleled beauty, they found Xiao Mayor, who was merely pretty, to be of no interest, who would not wish to marry a stunning woman as their principal consort. Particularly for Han Xiaoqi, ever since he laid eyes on Yan Xiyao, he had not looked at Yan Xiaodai again. Still unaware that she had been disfigured, his every thought revolved around how to win Yan Xiyao back. For him, the more women the better, but his principal consort must be Yan Xiyao. When Xiao Mayor glanced at him, he smiled slightly but said nothing. He was well aware that this Xiao Mayor was related to the Empress Dowager. The influence of the Empress Dowager's family could not be underestimated, and if this woman were to be with him, it would provide him with a solid backing in his quest for the ultimate position. Xiao examined the princes repeatedly. Aside from Han Shaoqi, who smiled at her, the others maintained serious expressions. She approached Han Shaoqi and bashfully said, "Grandmother, I choose him." Han Shaoqi smiled, his mind filled with fantasies of embracing two beauties. Imagining himself as emperor with Xiyao as his empress, the empress dowager inquired, "Mayor, are you certain you wish to choose him?" Xiao shyly nodded. The empress dowager said, "Very well, my son. Bestow marriage upon them. Mayor shall be the principal consort of the fifth prince." Han Shaoqi was taken aback. Why is she the principal consort? But then he thought, a principal consort is just fine. Once he seizes the throne using the Shao family's power, he can then establish Xiyao as empress. The emperor glanced at Han Shaoqi and, seeing no objections, nodded in agreement. "Yes, I shall issue the edict for the marriage." Xiao knelt to express her gratitude. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." To the emperor, Han Shaoqi's intentions were not lost on him. He simply had never taken them seriously. As the crown prince, Han Xiaolei had strength. With the support of the 4th, 7th, and 9th princes, the emperor felt no concern regarding the crown prince's succession. Although the Shao family wielded considerable power, it paled in comparison to Han Xiaoming. Han Shaoqi's aspirations were admirable but ultimately futile. On another front, the four brothers Han Xiaoming arrived at the residence, where Xiyao was being shown around the house by Wu Chen. It must be said that Han Xiaoming had put considerable thought into this. The residence was both grand and cozy, all the furnishings brand new, with servants already in place. The house was spotless, and the front yard was adorned with numerous flowers, while the backyard featured several peach trees. Xiyao toured the premises, and Han Xiaoming approached her, asking, "What do you think? Do you like this residence?" "I like it very much. Thank you, fourth brother," Han Xiaoming responded. "The duke's residence will still take some time to be ready for you. This place is close to the embroidery workshop, so we can bring your mother here today. You need not worry about safety. I will dispatch a group of hidden guards to ensure her protection." The empress continues to bring the Lin family into the palace, and living there indefinitely is not ideal. Xiyao nodded, expressing her gratitude to her fourth brother. "You will temporarily reside in this villa. Once young Master Shui's illness is cured and the cold poison is resolved, you may move over here at your leisure." Xiyao nodded in agreement. The crown prince and his brothers approached Xiyao. Shocked by the appalling injuries on her face, which compelled them to admire her makeup skills. On their way out of the palace, the three brothers had been curious about how Han Xiaoming had dealt with the trouble involving the Empress Dowager's relative. Han Xiaoming, brimming with pride, vividly recounted Xiao's exceptional acting abilities. The three brothers were thoroughly impressed. They had never anticipated that acting could resolve such a predicament. Of course, Han Xiaoming's fearsome reputation played a crucial role in the success of the performance. The crown prince teased, "Sister-in-law, your injuries are quite severe. No wonder the Empress Dowager is too frightened to let the ninth brother break off the engagement." Xiyao laughed. The more tragic, the better the effect," the fourth prince added. "Indeed, next time we brothers encounter a similar situation, we must consult sister-in-law for advice." Xiyao generously agreed. "No problem, I will certainly help you with ideas." Suddenly, the crown prince pulled Han Xiaoming aside and whispered, "Ninth brother, mother asked me to inform you that ninth sister-in-law favors jewelry, so prepare more to gift her." Han Xiaoming retorted with annoyance, "My junior sister does not like jewelry. What she truly adores is money. She is a miser." Han Xiaolei chuckled. "Well, you must be making quite a bit of money, huh? Is that even in question? My brother has already dispatched someone to find Qingshi. The junior sister plans to open a stone pot herbal chicken restaurant, and you all must come to support her. I assure you the experience will be unforgettable." As the elder brother of the ninth sister-in-law, "I must certainly show my support. I am quite curious as to what delectable dish has earned you such praise." Han Xiaoming replied. "You will know in due time." The crown prince laughed heartily and suggested, "Why not let the ninth sister-in-law showcase her culinary skills today so that we, her brothers, may sample the stone pot herbal chicken?" Xiyao smiled in response. "Of course, but there is no stone pot here. We must retrieve one from the other courtyard," Han Xiaoming declared. "I shall have Wu Chen fetch it. Please inform the servants of what you require." After a moment of contemplation, Xiyao decided against revealing her spatial abilities and said, "I will list the necessary herbs, and you can send someone to procure them." "Very well." Xiyao found paper and ink, listing the needed ingredients: red dates, tianma, lily, dangshan, shirhu, goji berries, and yam. She handed the paper to Han Xiaoming, who promptly sent someone to acquire the herbs and instructed Wu Chen to retrieve the stone pot. Xiyao then directed the servants to prepare the chicken and the necessary seasonings. Chapter 67. Is there such a way to heal? In the imperial palace, the emperor decreed the marriage of Han Shaoqi and Xiaomei in a bid to strengthen their bond. The two agreed to stroll through the imperial garden. Han Shaoqi displayed utmost attentiveness, while Xiaomei appeared shy and bashful. Their interaction quickly escalated into affectionate intimacy, with Xiaomei nestling against Han Shaoqi's chest, embodying a delicate demeanor. While he wrapped his arm around her waist, Xiaomei inquired, "Cousin, do you know much about ninth cousin?" Han Shaoqi, bewildered, asked, "What interest do you have in him?" Xiaomei replied, "I saw ninth cousin and his fiancé today." she is injured all over, likely not long for this world. Upon hearing this, Han Shaoqi's expression darkened. What did you say? Han Xiaoming has harmed Yao Er. Noticing Han Shaoqi's anxiety, Xiaomei remarked, cousin, why the concern for that woman? Do not forget, I am your betrothed. Han Shaoqi quickly smiled. Am I worried about her? I am merely shocked. Do you know that woman was once my fiancé? Humph, she petitioned father to annul our engagement, only to be unexpectedly betrothed to Han Xiaoming. If she is beaten, is that not what she deserves? Understanding the situation, Xiaomei concluded, then indeed, it serves her right. Although Han Shaoqi maintained a facade of insincere smiles towards Xiaomei, his thoughts had already drifted far beyond the palace walls. After spending some time with Xiaomei, he used the excuse of returning for a meal to escort her back. He needed to devise a plan to rescue Yan Xiyao from Han Xiaoming's residence that very night. Convinced that once he saved her, she would be eternally grateful and unable to part from him. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoming's dispatched personnel swiftly retrieved the herbs from the Xinglin Baichao Hall, and Wu Chen hastily returned with the stone pot. Yan Xiyao washed away her ghastly makeup and personally prepared a pot of stone pot herbal chicken, setting up a stove for a hot pot experience. The winter in Wushang was not overly cold. Yet thick clothing was still necessary, making hot pot a delightful choice. Han Xiaoming took a trip to the Rui embroidery workshop, inviting Lin Shi to join him for lunch and informing her that she could move into the residence that very day. Lin Shi, pleased with Han Xiaoming's attentiveness, readily agreed to move into the new home that evening. After simmering for over half an hour, Yan Xiyao joyfully announced, "Dinner is served." The four brothers and Yan Xiyao, along with Lin Shi, gathered around the stove, inhaling the enticing aroma of the herbal chicken, which heightened their appetites. The crown prince, Han Xiaolei, eagerly took a bite, savoring the tender chicken infused with a subtle herbal fragrance, which instantly delighted his palate. Wow, this is truly exquisite. Ninth sister-in-law, with all these herbs, the medicinal flavor is quite mild, enhancing the chicken's taste. No wonder ninth brother has been singing your praises. What benefits does this herbal chicken offer? Yan Xiyao replied, this is a recipe for health and longevity. Herbal chicken can be combined in various ways to nourish the heart and calm the spirit, strengthen the body, beautify the skin, and enhance immunity. Among other advantages, Han Xiaochen commented, this stone pot herbal chicken appears simple to prepare, yet there are no such establishments in the capital at present. If ninth sister-in-law opens a restaurant, it may attract many followers. Yan Xiyao responded, I am not at all worried about that. Others may imitate, but the key lies in the herbs and seasonings. Even a slight variation can alter the flavor entirely. The herbal chicken she prepared was meticulously crafted based on her grandfather's extensive research in her past life, with precise measurements derived from countless experiments, rendering it incomparable to the herbal chicken served in ordinary restaurants. Indeed, the flavor of this herbal chicken surpasses even that made by the palace chefs. When your restaurant opens, it is bound to flourish, Han Xiaorui remarked. Yan Xiyao sighed, but currently, I am so busy with countless tasks. I have no idea when I can open, Han Xiaoming assured her. Do not fret, little junior sister, it will happen soon. I have already sent someone to locate Qingshi, focus on treating young Master Shui, and I will handle the rest. Yan Xiyao's bright eyes sparkled with delight. Having a fiancé certainly had its advantages. After their meal, a trusted aide of Crown Prince Han Xiaolei arrived with news that Xiaomei had been betrothed to the fifth prince, prompting everyone to return to their respective quarters. On her way, Yan Xiyao purchased a live rabbit, and upon returning to the other courtyard, she sought a conversation with Shui Zhenghua, with Han Xiaoming accompanying her to listen. Upon entering Shui Zhenghua's chamber, the four young lords were present. After a polite exchange, Yan Xiyao sat opposite Shui Zhenghua and began, Young Master Shui, I am here to discuss your condition and the treatment process. Shui Zhenghua smiled at Miss Yan. Please speak frankly. Yan Xiyao continued, Young Master Shui, your ailment lies in your liver. To put it simply, you have a tumor on your liver. If this tumor is not removed promptly, allowing it to worsen, it will reach an advanced stage, at which point it will be beyond salvation. To treat your condition, surgery is necessary, which carries certain risks. First, I must administer general anesthesia to render you unconscious. Then incise your abdomen to remove the tumor, and finally stitch you up. I must know if you are willing to accept this treatment. The fourth young master Liang Dong and Han Xiaoming listened in astonishment. Is there truly such a method of healing? Chu Haotian, regaining his composure, asked anxiously, Miss Yan, are you certain this is a treatment? Yan Xiyao smiled reassuringly, absolutely certain. To be honest, besides this method, there is little hope for a cure for young Master Shui's condition. Shui Zhenghua questioned, this sounds too unbelievable. What are the risks you mentioned? Yan Xiyao explained, the treatment I refer to is surgical intervention, which inherently carries risks. The most common issue is intraoperative bleeding, as the blood vessels surrounding the liver cancer tumor are numerous, and a careless cut could result in significant blood loss. There are also anesthesia risks, including allergic reactions to anesthetics, potential vocal cord damage from intubation, and the risk of aspiration leading to asphyxiation. Additionally, there could be postoperative complications such as poor recovery, recurrence or metastasis of liver cancer, or the occurrence of deep vein thrombosis in the lower limbs. However, I will monitor everything closely. While risks exist, there is a 60 to 70% chance of a cure. Duan Lingfeng, incredulous, remarked. Can a person truly survive such an operation? Yan Xiyao replied resolutely, yes, they can. Chapter 68, Using a Rabbit as a Demonstration. Shui Zhenghua's expression soured. This treatment method was unprecedented. Liang Dong, the fourth young master, still struggled to believe that a person could survive being opened up. Yan Xiyao smiled and said, I understand your skepticism about surviving an open abdomen. Allow me to conduct an experiment for you. Fourth senior brother, please bring me that live rabbit. Understood, Han Xiaoming responded. Turning to leave the room, Yan Xiyao observed the changes in Shui Zhenghua's expression and said, your condition is indeed severe. With conservative treatment, I have less than a 30% chance of success. Consider carefully. If you truly do not wish to undergo surgery, you may return to Liangdong. I will provide some medicine to prolong your life. Pei Jinbei inquired seriously, Miss Yan, if we opt for conservative treatment, how long can young Master Shui expect to live? 6 months to a year, Yan Xiyao replied. She continued, I will use a live rabbit to demonstrate. If the rabbit survives the surgery, then you may reconsider whether to accept surgical treatment. The fourth young master Liang Dong nodded, waiting for Han Xiaoming to return with the rabbit to observe this so-called surgery. Yan Xiyao stood and said, please wait here, I will prepare the surgical instruments. Alright, Shui Zhenghua agreed. Yan Xiyao exited the room, returning to her courtyard to retrieve her medical box and gather the necessary surgical tools from her spatial storage, placing them inside the box. Carrying the medical kit back to the room where Shui Zhenghua resided, Han Xiaoming had already procured the rabbit. Yan Xiyao prepared the anesthetic for the rabbit's injection, and as the sedative took effect, she opened the medical kit and began her demonstration. Donning disposable gloves, she placed the rabbit flat on the table and used a scalpel to shave the fur from its abdomen. Grasping a surgical knife, she gently made an incision in the rabbit's belly, allowing blood to flow, which Yan Xiyao promptly wiped away with cotton. As she pulled back the rabbit's abdomen, its internal organs were revealed to the onlookers. Yan Xiyao skillfully located the rabbit's liver, excising a small portion with her surgical knife before proceeding to repair it. Throughout the procedure, she explained each action meticulously, her movements both cautious and remarkably adept. After successfully mending the rabbit's liver, she meticulously sutured the rabbit's abdomen layer by layer. The 5 observers were transfixed, not daring to blink, fearful of missing a single motion. Once the suturing was complete, the rabbit lay quietly on the table, its rising and falling belly a testament to its continued life. Yan Xiyao remarked, the rabbit is still alive, it simply hasn't awakened from the anesthetic yet. Young Master Shui, your surgery is not vastly different from this. I have removed a small piece of the rabbit's liver, while yours entails the excision of a tumor from your liver. Yan Xiyao cleaned and sterilized the surgical instruments before returning them to the medical kit and turning to wash her hands. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the rabbit opened its eyes, though it remained immobile. Shui Zhenghua's expression softened somewhat. Witnessing Yan Xiyao perform the surgery on the rabbit had assuaged his heart considerably. Despite still feeling some resistance, as he lay on the table to be operated upon, he understood that without this intervention, he could only linger in pain for 6 months to a year. Enduring daily suffering, the kind of agony that could only be truly understood by oneself, rather than languish in a half-alive state for another 6 months to a year, he resolved to take a chance. If successful, he could celebrate with his brothers, and if not, it would merely serve as an early release from his suffering. With determination, Shui Zhenghua declared, I am willing to undergo surgical treatment, brother Shui Laudi, but the other 3 young masters of Liangdong gazed at Shui Zhenghua in astonishment. Shui Zhenghua continued, since my illness began, I have endured torment every day. To be honest, I do not wish to die. Nor do I want to leave my brothers. Without surgery, I can only survive for 6 months to a year, living in profound agony. Given that, I would rather place my trust in Miss Yan. If anything goes awry, I shall accept it as an early liberation. Chu Haotian suddenly stood and knelt before Yan Xiyao, saying, Miss Yan, since Brother Shui is willing to accept surgical treatment, I implore you to do everything in your power to preserve his life. Should Brother Shui emerge unscathed, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, offering my entire fortune in service. Pei Jinbei and Duan Lingfeng followed suit, kneeling and expressing their willingness to pledge their loyalty as long as Shui Zhenghua remained safe. Shui Zhenghua was moved to tears. To have such brothers in this life was worth it, and he felt no regrets. Miss Yan, I do not wish to die. I consent to the surgery. If by some stroke of luck I survive, the 4 of us brothers swear to follow you hand in hand through the world. Yan Xiyao smiled and replied, the 4 young masters of Liangdong exhibit great loyalty. I shall do my utmost to ensure you have no regrets. Prepare yourself mentally for the surgery the day after tomorrow. Thank you, Miss Yan. Before chorused in gratitude, Yan Xiyao added, from today onwards, I will visit daily for examinations. All you need to do is rest and keep a relaxed mindset. As this will aid in your treatment, Shui Zhenghua responded, understood. I shall remember. Yan Xiyao rose and said, then rest well, and I shall return tonight for another checkup. Take care. She bid farewell as she and Han Xiaoming exited Shui Zhenghua's room. Han Xiaoming found himself replaying the image of Yin Xiyao making the incision in the rabbit's belly, becoming increasingly astonished. The thought that treatment could involve such actions was indeed remarkable. Little junior sister, aren't you afraid of cutting open a person's abdomen? Yin Xiyao replied. What is there to fear? It's merely a method of saving lives. One becomes accustomed to it. Have you performed such surgeries before? Yin Xiyao smiled sweetly and stated, I have done so in my dreams countless times. In truth, Yin Xiyao had performed numerous surgeries in her past life. Han Xiaoming twitched his lips, feeling a chill run down his spine. To have only practiced in dreams and yet feel confident enough to operate on a person was astounding. However, watching her demonstrate on the rabbit, her proficiency suggested this was not her first attempt. This little junior sister was truly a prodigy. She had honed her surgical skills even in her dreams. Little junior sister, isn't it time to train me now? Yin Xiyao froze, instantly recalling the moment Han Xiaoming had kissed her. Her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, observing her adorable expression, Han Xiaoming felt his mood brighten, teasingly asking, Little junior sister, what is wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you shy? Yin Xiyao retorted defiantly, who is shy? I'm merely a bit warm. Is that so? Could it be that you are not shy? I would be shy of a big-headed ghost like you. If you are not shy, why should I be? Han Xiaoming asserted, what is there for me to be shy about? Yin Xiyao smirked, tsk. Who was it that suddenly turned into a tomato? In an instant Han Xiaoming's face flushed as red as hers, surpassing her in embarrassment. Chapter 69. Preparing a surprise for Han Xiaoqi at Han Xiaoming's insistence, Yin Xiyao reluctantly agreed to train him. As they approached the door, a shadowy figure clad in black appeared before Han Xiaoming. Little junior sister, you go in first, he instructed. Yin Xiyao nodded and entered Han Xiaoming's room. The shadowy figure whispered a few words to Han Xiaoming before vanishing. Han Xiaoming entered the room, not hurrying to begin training. Instead casually inquiring, Little junior sister, the instruments you used for the surgery earlier, are they from the mysterious person you mentioned? Yin Xiyao feigned ignorance. Oh really? How did you know? Han Xiaoming replied, those items are unfamiliar to me and appear quite exquisite. I wonder if the craftsman in the capital could replicate them. I am unsure. When that mysterious person left them for me, they forbade me from asking too many questions. Perhaps we could visit a craftsman another day to see if they can be made? Certainly, if they can be produced, have the craftsman create several spare sets for you. Yin Xiyao felt touched. Han Xiaoming truly cared for her in every regard, yet she knew she could not reveal her secret just yet. Alright, let's begin the training. Han Xiaoming nodded and took a seat in a chair. Yin Xiyao commenced by massaging his back with her techniques. Han Xiaoming's tense demeanor began to ease considerably, and at the conclusion of the training, he once again couldn't resist pulling Yin Xiyao into his embrace. Yin Xiyao lowered her head, hesitant to speak, and Han Xiaoming gently remarked, Little junior sister, I am no longer as anxious. It seems your training is quite effective. Let us continue tomorrow. Fourth senior brother, let me go, just a little longer. This is part of the training. Yin Xiyao raised an eyebrow, turning to wrap her arms around Han Xiaoming's neck, smirking mischievously as she said, Fourth senior brother, since you were so eager for training, let us have a bit more. Han Xiaoming smiled in agreement, and as Yin Xiyao opened her mouth to bite his Adam's apple, he froze. His body prickling with goosebumps, Yin Xiyao sat on his lap, grinning wickedly at him. Recovering his composure, Han Xiaoming reached up to touch his hair. Thankfully, it hadn't turned into a frizzy mess. Yin Xiyao couldn't help but burst into laughter at Han Xiaoming's gesture. In a fit of annoyance, he cradled her head with one hand and leaned down to kiss her lips. Yin Xiao's laughter abruptly ceased, her eyes widening as she beheld Han Xiaoming's handsome face drawing closer. What the heck? He actually managed to ambush me. No, she needed to take the initiative. She was the queen. Once again, she wrapped her arms around Han Xiaoming's neck, taking a deep breath. After a lengthy moment, they finally parted. Yin Xiao's cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. Han Xiaoming's face, however, was scarlet with embarrassment. He had been holding his breath, having never allowed any woman to approach him. He had never kissed anyone and had no idea how to breathe during such an act. In her past life, Yin Xiyao had been too focused on training and saving lives. Although many admired her, few dared to approach the fiery little pepper. Without any real strength, it was challenging to get close to her. Which was why she had never had a boyfriend throughout her life. As for kissing, she had never attempted it. However, having never seen a pig run after eating one, she had seen kissing in movies and certainly did not expect it to be so suffocating. Coughing awkwardly, Han Xiaoming shifted the topic, asking, Little junior sister, do you think there will be any excitement at my villa tonight? Yin Xiyao perked up, inquiring, what excitement? 2 days ago in the court, I kept an eye on the fifth prince. Seeing you restored to your former beauty had quite the impact on him. Hearing that our father has decreed a marriage between us, he was not pleased at all. If news of your injuries from my earlier confrontation reaches him, how do you suppose he will react? I couldn't care less what he thinks. I am not beholden to him in any way. I suspect he might dare to venture to my villa tonight to rescue you. Oh really? Isn't he afraid of you? Han Xiaoming replied confidently. He is, but he will still come. How do you know? I have placed spies near him. Yin Xiyao nodded and said, Oh, I understand now. It was that shadow guard who informed you earlier. Indeed, she continued, her excitement palpable. We must prepare a surprise for him. No problem at all, replied her companion, with smiles adorning their faces. They exited the room and began their preparations after dinner. As night fell, Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting for Han Xiaoqi to take the bait. They remained in their hiding place until the stroke of midnight, yet there was still no sign of activity. Yan Xiyao stifled a yawn and murmured, "Fourth senior brother, could it be that your intelligence is faulty? It's already this late and he hasn't arrived. Not much longer, just a bit more patience." He reassured her. Just as Yan Xiyao began to feel drowsy, Han Xiaoming whispered, "He's here." Instantly alert, Yan Xiyao focused her gaze, and indeed, a group of masked figures clad in black was slowly approaching the courtyard. The leader was none other than Han Xiaoqi. A sly smile crept across Yan Xiao's face, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Han Xiaoqi gestured, and several black-clad figures leaped onto the courtyard wall. Swiftly descending into the yard with barely a sound, however, just a few steps forward, they heard a series of faint clicks, causing them to clamp their mouths shut and crouch down. One of their feet had been ensnared by a hunting trap, and the pain was evident as veins bulged on their foreheads, sweat pouring down, yet they dared not emit a sound. Everyone knew that Han Xiaoming's courtyard was not easily breached. If discovered, there would be no return. Soon after, several more figures vaulted over the wall, landing lightly in the courtyard. Those caught in the trap remained silent, communicating through gestures. The ones closer to the courtyard assisted their trapped comrades in removing the hunting trap before employing their lightness skills to leap over the injured and scatter into various courtyards. The shadow guards in the courtyard observed everything without giving away their presence, waiting for all the masked figures to infiltrate the premises. In Yan Xiao's courtyard, Junlan feigned sleep at the door. Pretending to doze off when the black-clad figures appeared, she continued to snore softly. Junlan deliberately stationed herself at the entrance to lure Han Xiaoqi's men into a trap. The fact that Han Xiaoming's courtyard housed only Yan Xiyao meant that any servant at the door would unequivocally lead to Yan Xiao's quarters. A flicker of delight crossed the masked figure's eyes as they flew through the window, finding Xiaozhu sprawled on a nearby table, pretending to be asleep. The individual on the bed was tightly wrapped in blankets, and the black-clad figures hoisted the bedclothes along with the person within onto their shoulders. Swiftly exiting through the window, Xiaozhu raised her head, smiling as she followed the black-clad figures out the window. At that moment, Han Xiaoqi had entered the courtyard and, upon seeing his subordinates carrying the bundled figure, knew that their scheme had succeeded. He stepped forward to take the burden from his subordinate's shoulder, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. Just then, the person wrapped in blankets began to struggle. Han Xiaoqi softly reassured, "Xiyao, do not fear, I have come to rescue you. From now on, that demon Han Xiaoming shall never lay a hand on you again. I will take you home." The old man interjected coldly, "Where do you intend to take me?" Before the old man's words could settle, torches flared to life around them, revealing the shadow guards who emerged from the shadows. Surrounding Han Xiaoqi and his subordinates, their swords pointed menacingly at the masked figures. Han Xiaoqi was taken aback, contemplating how to subdue the old man as a hostage. The old man unleashed his internal energy, shattering the blankets in an instant, launching himself into the air before landing before Han Xiaoqi, deftly sealing his acupoints. All the masked figures stood paralyzed, aware that Han Xiaoming's shadow guards were not to be trifled with. The old man addressed Han Xiaoqi, "You wish to take my apprentice home? What connection does she have with you?" In his panic, Han Xiaoqi found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Han Xiaoming appeared, taking Yan Xiao's hand and floating into view before Han Xiaoqi. The latter's eyes widened in terror upon seeing Han Xiaoming. "Fifth brother, what an amusing spectacle! To think you would come to my courtyard to snatch away my fiancé. I wonder how that Miss May would react if she knew." Han Xiaoqi retorted, "Han Xiaoming, do not gloat. Xiyao is your fiancé, yet you have beaten her nearly to death. She once was my betrothed. Is it wrong for me to come to her rescue? Tomorrow, I shall petition father to annul your engagement." Yan Xiao coldly interjected, "Prince Rui, how amusing you are. When I was your fiancé, you conspired with Yan Xiaodai to put me to death. Now you wish to rescue me, believing I am no longer unattractive, hoping to claim me for your harem." Han Xiaoqi attempted to defend himself. "Yao, when did I ever wish you harm? That was all Yan Xiaodai's doing. Unrelated to me." Yan Xiao fixed her gaze upon Han Xiaoqi. "Is that so? Pray tell Prince Rui, who was it that sought out the assassin from Blood Shadow Pavilion, offering 5,000 taels of silver for my life?" "I could not possibly know. Perhaps it was Yan Xiaodai," he countered. Yan Xiao narrowed her eyes dangerously, "But the master of Blood Shadow Pavilion informed me that the one who wished for my death was none other than the fifth prince of the capital." Han Xiaoqi continued to argue, "Impossible, you and I have no enmity. You are my fiancé, yet how could I hire an assassin to kill you?" Yan Xiao's tone turned icy, "Because I was deemed unworthy. If I were dead, your engagement with the Yin family would rightfully fall to Yan Xiaodai, allowing you to marry her without hesitation." "Yao, you have truly misunderstood. The one I care for is you. It was Yan Xiaodai who seduced me. I would never hire an assassin to kill you," Han Xiaoqi pleaded. Han Xiaoming interjected coldly, "Is that so? According to my investigation, the body that lay in the coffin disguised as my junior sister, was a woman you personally selected and killed in the countryside. No, that was not me, and Xiyao replied nonchalantly. You may save your explanations for tomorrow when you speak to that Miss May. Since you are here now, we must entertain you properly. With a wave of her hand, the 4 shadow guards emerged, each carrying a bucket of murky water, which they doused over Han Shaoqi and his subordinates. The water in the buckets had been mixed with soot and explosive chili powder, along with a special itching powder concocted by Yin Xiyao herself. Han Shaoqi and his subordinates were drenched. And in the biting winter, the sensation was unbearable. Moments later, tears streamed down their faces as they felt a burning itch all over, while Han Shaoqi, immobilized by the old man's acupoint seal, could only endure the torment. While the other masked figures scratched at their skin, only to find the sensation intensifying, their soaked garments clung to their bodies, and due to the itching powder, they could not use their internal energy to resist the cold, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Han Xiaoming suggested, Master Junior Sister, let us return to our quarters to rest, allowing the shadow guards to keep watch. We shall send them into the palace at dawn. Han Shaoqi glared at Han Xiaoming with venomous resentment. Roaring, Han Xiaoming, you despicable scoundrel, Han Xiaoming replied coolly, in terms of despicability, who could surpass you, Han Shaoqi? Han Shaoqi shouted, Han Xiaoming, quickly provide the antidote. This palace has no antidote. The poison is crafted by my junior sister. You are mistaken in your pursuit, Han Xiaoming stated. Han Shaoqi turned to Yin Xiyao, desperation etched on his face. Yao, please give me the antidote. I came to rescue you. With a mocking smile, she replied, did I ask for your rescue? Do you genuinely intend to save me? Ha, you are merely a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken, no good intentions whatsoever. Han Shaoqi roared in frustration. Do you truly wish to be beaten to death by Han Xiaoming? I do, she retorted. Have you not heard that to strike is to show affection, and to scold is to express love? This is called passion. I willingly endure my fiancé's blows. What concern is it of yours? You come to rescue me, how absurdly meddlesome. Han Shaoqi nearly fainted from rage. He had come with good intentions to save this woman, yet she refused to appreciate his efforts, instead accusing him of meddling. He could hardly fathom that Yin Xiyao would willingly endure punishment, all while declaring it a sign of affection. What nonsense was this? After Yin Xiyao finished speaking, she, along with Han Xiaoming and the old man, departed with the 4 shadow guards, leaving Han Shaoqi seething with frustration, unable to move, and plagued by the burning itch. Han Xiaoming first escorted Yin Xiyao back to her room, and Chunlan brought her another blanket. After washing up, Yin Xiyao sat cross-legged on her bed, focusing intently on the copper coin to practice her mental strength. As dawn approached, she noticed the copper coin quiver slightly, a minuscule movement, thinking it a mere illusion. She concentrated again, her eyes fixed upon the coin, exerting the faintest trace of mental energy to induce motion. The coin trembled once more, and Yin Xiao's heart soared with joy. Finally, it moved. Goodness, that was no easy feat. My eyes feel like they might pop out for just that little movement. By this time, the sun had risen. Yin Xiyao blinked her sore eyes, ready to rise when a voice called from the doorway. Junior sister, are you awake? I haven't slept. Come in. Han Xiaoming entered, taken aback by the sight of Yin Xiao's reddened eyes, and asked in astonishment, Junior sister, have you been crying again? Of course not. Why, do my eyes look red again? He nodded, puzzled. What exactly have you been doing? Yin Xiyao replied, practicing with the copper coin. Han Xiaoming was speechless. Yin Xiyao pulled Han Xiaoming to the edge of the bed. Fourth senior brother, watch the copper coin. She resumed her cross-legged position, concentrating on the coin. After a while, it wobbled slightly. What do you think? Did you see it? The coin moved, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Han Xiaoming, with a look of astonishment, inquired, how did you manage that? There isn't even a breeze in this room. This is a new skill I have just mastered. Impressive, isn't it? Chapter 71. Do you think you are silver? Han Xiaoming asked in confusion. A new skill? You went to such lengths to practice this, causing your eyes to turn so red. Is it truly useful? Yin Xiyao replied, of course it is useful. If it weren't, why would I expend so much effort and strain my eyes? I must inform you that this is called mental energy. In the future, once one's mental energy is formidable, it can be used to attack the enemy's mind, unbeknownst to them. Would you not agree that this is useful? Is that truly the case? Then teach me how to practice. Han Xiaoming expressed his interest. Yin Xiyao rolled her eyes and said, oh, you are my fiancé. Do you think I would deceive you, just like me? Hang a coin on the wall, fix your gaze upon it, and use your will to make it move. Is it really that simple? If it's so simple, then why don't you give it a try tonight? Alright, I shall give it a try, but first we must deal with that swarm of flies outside. You should put on some makeup. We cannot let the Empress Dowager see that you are uninjured. No problem, just wait for me a moment. I will be ready shortly. After Chunlan fetched water for Yin Xiyao to wash up, she began her makeup while Han Xiaoming sat beside her. Before long, a ghastly makeup job was completed, leaving Han Xiaoming utterly astonished. How does this resemble a magic trick? The realism is astonishing. It looks as though you have truly been injured. Yin Xiyao replied, it must look authentic. Otherwise, how could I deceive the Empress Dowager? You have a point. Let us go. We should check if my 5th brother has met his demise. Alright, you wait outside for me while I change into another outfit. Han Xiaoming nodded and turned to exit the room, while Yan Xiyao quickly changed her attire, and the two made their way to the front courtyard. Upon arriving before Han Xiaoqi, he and his subordinates appeared frozen. Their faces obscured by black veils long discarded on the ground. The visible skin was blackened, with even the areas where they had scratched until they bled stained dark, their eyes even redder than Yan Xiyao's. The hatred in Han Xiaoqi's eyes surged like turbulent waves as he spat. Han Xiaoming, I am your sworn enemy. Han Xiaoming cast a cold glance at him, uninterested in engaging, and commanded, bind them all and send them to the palace. Understood. The shadow guards immediately brought ropes to bind Han Xiaoqi and his men, forcibly loading them into 4 carriages. The itching powder Yan Xiyao had given them would last for 3 hours. And by now, the effects had worn off, requiring no antidote. Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao boarded the carriage with Wu Chen and 4 other shadow guards driving them into the palace. Upon entering, Han Xiaoming bypassed seeking the emperor and headed directly to the Empress Dowager's Xinaying palace. Since Xiao Meyer was accompanying the Empress Dowager there, Han Xiaoming intended to deliver Han Xiaoqi to her. As for how Xiao Meyer would react, that was her concern. Yan Xiyao maintained a distance of more than 3 feet from Han Xiaoming, keeping her head lowered as she followed behind him. The Empress Dowager and Xiao Meyer, upon seeing a group of disheveled individuals, gazed at Han Xiaoming with bewilderment. Minger, who are these people? Why have you brought them here? The Empress Dowager inquired, displeased. Han Xiaoming pointed at Han Xiaoqi and replied, Your Majesty, I have brought my cousin as fiancé back for her. My 5th brother attempted to abduct my fiancée last night during a secret visit to my residence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meyer's face darkened considerably. How could her fiancé attempt to take another woman as fiancé? Where was her dignity? The Empress Dowager, with a frown, asked, Chair, tell me, is there any truth to this? Han Xiaoqi responded, Your Majesty, Yaoer was once my fiancée. I could not bear to see her beaten to death by the 9th prince. I merely wished to save her life. Xiao Meyer coldly questioned. Did you not say she deserved to die? Now you cannot bear to see her harmed. Do you even regard me as your fiancé? Han Xiaoqi retorted, One is not made of wood. Who can be devoid of emotions? She was once my fiancée. She is still alive. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories, even if it were a stranger being bullied. I would not stand idly by. Do you wish for me to be a heartless villain? Han Xiaoming coldly remarked, When my little junior sister was still your fiancée, she was truly an ugly girl. At that time, you were intent on ending her life. Where was your compassion then? You sought to find someone to impersonate her corpse, even killing a peasant woman to disguise her as my junior sister. Why did you not say then that it was a life? Now that my little junior sister has regained her beauty, you disguise your intentions under the pretense of wanting to save a life, hoping to claim her for yourself. 5th brother, you are truly hypocritical. Han Xiaoming continued, Cousin, I have returned your 5th brother to you. Please manage your fiancé well. Should he cast his eyes upon my junior sister again, I shall ensure his downfall. Your Majesty, I take my leave. The Empress Dowager interjected, Wait, girl from the Yan family, raise your head so I may see you. Immediately, Yan Xiyao slowly lifted her head, revealing that her injuries were even worse than the day before. A flicker of sympathy crossed the Empress Dowager's eyes as she commanded a palace maid, Bring me the ginseng from my quarters. Yes, the maid replied, turning to fetch the ginseng. Once the maid returned with the ginseng, the Empress Dowager took it and approached Yan Xiyao, saying, Child, I have little to offer you, but please use this ginseng to restore your health. Yan Xiyao feigned a look of despair as she accepted the ginseng, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Return now. In the future, try not to appear before Minger. Yes, I shall remember. Once Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao departed, Xiao Meyer exploded with frustration, grasping the Empress Dowager's hand. Auntie, I refuse to marry him. Just yesterday, we were engaged, and he is already trying to steal another woman. I do not wish to marry him. I want to choose a different husband. The Empress Dowager, displeased, replied, Nonsense. What man does not have multiple wives? Moreover, Chair is a prince. You chose him yourself, and the emperor has already decreed it. Do you think you can simply choose again as if my grandsons are mere vegetables for you to select? Auntie, but the Prince of Ruwei has no feelings for me. The Empress Dowager snapped. Do you think you are silver, that everyone in the world will hold you dear, if you wish to occupy Chair's heart? You must rely on your own merits. If you choose another, will someone else's heart have room for you? Auntie, enough. I am already quite troubled. Hurry and untie Chair. With disdain, Xiao Meyer approached to release Han Xiaoqi. Once the bindings were undone, Han Xiaoqi coldly stated, If you do not wish to marry me, keep your distance from me in the future, and go request father to annul the engagement. After saying this, Han Xiaoqi turned and left with his subordinates. Xiao Meyer glared resentfully at his departing figure, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 72. Practicing mental energy. Together in the carriage, Yan Xiyao gazed at the ginseng gifted by the Empress Dowager. A broad smile lighting her face, Han Xiaoming seemed to see 2 ingots of gold reflected in her eyes. This little money grubber appeared to adore anything of value. Han Xiaoming remarked, Little junior sister, this ginseng is not worth much silver. Is it truly necessary to be so joyful? Yan Xiyao retorted, Even crickets are meat. Small amounts accumulate. Do you understand? Who would refuse money? Let me tell you, with money comes confidence. While money is not everything, being without it is utterly impossible. In my heart, money is paramount. Everything else is but fleeting clouds. Han Xiaoming, with a hint of jealousy, asked, is money more important than your fiancé? Yan Xiyao replied, in certain special circumstances, money is indeed more important than you. What circumstances? When one is hungry, money can buy food to stave off hunger, while you cannot fill my stomach. In that case, money is more important. Han Xiaoming nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Rest assured, I will ensure you never lack money. That if you are not in want of money, does that not make me the most important? Yan Xiao said, beyond money, many other things are important to me, such as my mother, my master, my health, and my appearance. All these hold great significance. Of course, you are also important. Since money is so important, shall we return and gaze at the coin? That is a splendid suggestion. Let us return to observe the coin. However, after lunch, you must take a nap, otherwise, your eyes will surely fall out. I know, health is the most important thing. The two returned to the courtyard. Heading directly to Han Xiaoming's room, Han Xiaoming procured 2 coins, tied them with a string, and hung them on the wall. The two sat cross-legged side by side on the bed, beginning to focus on the coins. In no time, the coins began to sway slightly. Half an hour later, the movement of the coins intensified. Yan Xiyao blinked, got off the bed, and fetched another coin to add to the mix, returning to continue her focus. Attempting to control 2 coins with that feeble mental energy doubled the difficulty. When lunchtime arrived, Yan Xiyao had still not succeeded in making either coin move. Han Xiaoming's coin remained steadfastly still. And he realized that practicing mental energy was far more challenging than he had anticipated. The two individuals blinked their eyes, which were tinged with discomfort, as Han Xiaoming took Yan Xiao's delicate hand and led her to lunch. After they finished their meal and rested for a while, Han Xiaoming urged Yan Xiao to take a nap, while he returned to his room to practice his mental fortitude. When Yan Xiao awoke, it was nearly time for dinner. She washed her face, retrieved a bottle of eye drops from her space, instilled a couple of drops into her eyes, tucked the bottle into her sleeve, and proceeded to Han Xiaoming's chamber. Han Xiaoming was still fixated on the copper coin, his eyes unblinking and red, yet yielding no results. The coin remained motionless. Yan Xiao knocked on the door and called out, "Fourth senior brother, it's time for dinner." "Little junior sister, you may come in." Yan Xiao pushed the door open and saw Han Xiaoming's bloodshot eyes. She smiled and said, "Fourth senior brother, did you not claim to regard wealth as mere refuse? Why have you become so entranced by the coin?" Han Xiaoming smiled faintly. "Isn't it learned from you? However, controlling this mental force is exceedingly challenging. I've gazed at it the entire day without a single twitch. Of course, it is difficult. I have practiced for several days before achieving even the slightest movement. Come now, let us dine, and afterward, we shall continue our training. I refuse to believe that in 3 days it will remain inert." Yan Xiao paused. "Wait a moment, you should lie down first. Let me administer some eye drops to protect your vision." Han Xiaoming complied and lay down, while Yan Xiao applied 2 drops of the eye solution, advising him to rest with his eyes closed. Before they both exited the room, Oldine observed that both Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiao had red eyes and inquired with confusion, "What has happened to you two? Why are your eyes so bloodshot?" Yan Xiao replied with a smile, "Master, fourth senior brother and I have both become entranced by the coin. Would you care to give it a try?" Oldine asked, "Child, tell me truthfully, what is the purpose of your gaze upon the copper coin?" Yan Xiao explained, "Master, we are training our mental fortitude to manipulate objects. If we succeed and reach a certain level, our mental force could even attack an enemy's mind and trace their whereabouts." Oldine, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "I have heard of mental force before but was unaware of how to cultivate it. Since you possess this knowledge, I shall join you in practice after our meal." "Very well, Master. I have practiced for 3 days and can already make a copper coin tremble," Yan Xiao said excitedly. Oldine was genuinely astonished. "You can make the coin tremble after just 3 days, is that not rather extraordinary?" Oldine eagerly exclaimed, "Let us go eat, for I can hardly contain my anticipation." After the meal, we must hasten to practice. Observing Old Yin's impatience, Han Xiaoming promptly instructed the steward to serve the dishes. After dining, the trio returned to Han Xiaoming's chamber to practice their mental fortitude together. It was not until the hour of the rat that Yan Xiao and Old Yin returned to their respective quarters to freshen up. The following morning, Yan Xiao visited Shui Zhonghua's room to conduct an examination, providing him with several precautions before inspecting the treatment room prepared by Han Xiaoming. The treatment room was merely a facade. During the actual surgery, Yan Xiao intended to anesthetize Shui Zhonghua and transport him to the surgical suite. The surgical suite, equipped with various instruments and tools, would provide a sense of security and convenience for the operation. Once everything was prepared, Yan Xiao entered Han Xiaoming's room, and the trio practiced their mental fortitude for an entire day. After dinner, Yan Xiao returned to her quarters to rest and rejuvenate for the surgery scheduled for the next day. After a restful night, Yan Xiao awoke feeling invigorated. Following breakfast, she carried her medical kit and, accompanied by the 4 shadowy figures, arrived at the treatment room, where Liang Dong, Han Xiaoming, and Old Yin were already waiting outside. Yan Xiao stated, "Master, you all should return to your training. This surgery will take considerable time." And Chunlan and the others will assist me here. You should rest. Your presence outside may distract me, Chu Haotian interjected. Miss Yan, may we accompany Brother Shui inside? Yan Xiyao replied sternly. No, the surgery is not a trivial matter. Even the slightest sound could affect my concentration, even a heavy breath could impair my judgment, and I cannot take that risk. I trust you would not wish for any unforeseen incidents during the procedure. Trust me, return and await my good news. I will do my utmost. Very well. We share your desire for Brother Shui to encounter no accidents, so we shall refrain from interfering, Chu Haotian conceded. Yan Xiyao nodded and instructed. Chunlan, you four must remain focused, guard me diligently and prevent anyone from approaching. Any disturbance could jeopardize the surgery, and I shall hold you accountable. Understood, Mistress. As everyone departed, Yan Xiyao led Shui Zhenghua into the treatment room. Chapter 73, The surgery is successful. Upon entering the treatment room, Yan Xiyao secured the doors and windows and drew the curtains closed. Together, they lit the hundreds of candles prepared in the treatment room. After which Yan Xiyao instructed Shui Zhenghua to remove his outer garments, leaving only his inner wear to lie on the bed at the center of the room. She administered anesthesia to Shui Zhenghua. And once he was entirely unconscious, she transported him into her space, placing him on the operating table. Yan Xiyao began changing her clothing and sanitizing her hands just as she was about to complete her preoperative preparations. A youthful cherubic voice piped up beside her. Little fairy, do you need me to assist you? Yan Xiyao glanced around but saw nothing, yet she was certain that this voice was not echoing in her mind. You need not look, you cannot see me, Yan Xiyao inquired. Can you truly be my assistant? The voice chimed again. Of course, you will know once you try. Very well, you shall be my assistant. Please check the surgical instruments and see if anything is missing. I have already checked, and nothing is lacking. Then please help me tie the straps of my surgical gown at the back. Moments later, the youthful voice announced, all done, excellent. Let us first perform a B-scan to ascertain the precise location of the tumor before commencing the surgery. Since we have not conducted a B-scan previously, confirming the incision point will ensure greater accuracy. After completing the B-scan, Yan Xiyao marked Shui Zhenghua's abdomen, conducted a series of preoperative preparations, and monitored his vital signs with various instruments before commencing the surgery. Yan Xiyao murmured, surgical knife. In the next moment, the surgical knife floated gently into her hand. She made an incision beneath Shui Zhenghua's right rib. Hemostasis. Yan Xiao's expression was grave as she worked meticulously yet swiftly. The first step was to free the tumor and separate it from the liver and surrounding tissues, followed by severing the round ligament of the liver, the falciform ligament, and the left and right triangular ligaments to allow the liver to be fully mobilized. After controlling any hepatic bleeding, she began excising the tumor. Once the tumor was removed, she addressed the liver's cut surface, using a figure-8 suture to secure any significant bleeding points. After managing the liver's cut surface, she placed a drainage tube and sutured the incision. Even with the assistance of the little spirit, the surgery took nearly 2 hours. After maintaining intense concentration for such an extended period, Yan Xiyao felt fatigued as she relaxed. She hastily removed her surgical gown and instructed little spirit, is it alright for you to take care of the surgery room? The spirit replied, no problem. I know you need to leave quickly, otherwise, your secret will be exposed. Please hurry. Thank you, little one. Not be. By the way, have you thought of a name for yourself? Yes, I have. From now on, I shall be called Star. The stars in the sky shine brightly, and I am the brightest among them. That sounds lovely. Henceforth, I shall call you Star. I shall take my leave now. You tidy up at your own pace. The spirit responded, go ahead. Yan Xiyao then transported Shui Zhenghua directly from her space onto the treatment room's bed, hung the foredrip, and retrieved the tumor excised from Shui Zhenghua's liver. Placing it aside, she also stained the sheets with some blood to create the illusion that the surgery had taken place in the room. Observing the foredrip, Yan Xiyao felt a headache coming on, as she would have to explain it to everyone. Nevertheless, she decided to attribute all to a non-existent mysterious individual, after preparing several vials of liquid to place in her medical kit. She drew back the curtains, extinguished the candles, and opened the door. Chunlan turned upon seeing Yan Xiao's fatigued expression, and with concern, she supported her, asking, Mistress, are you alright? I am fine, merely a bit tired. Please inform young Master Chu and the others that the surgery was very successful. Understood, Mistress, Chunlan responded verbally, though her hands continued to support Yan Xiao. Dongmei, please notify young Master Chu and the others. I will massage my mistress's shoulders. Alright, I will do so. Dongmei agreed, turning to inform Chu Haotian and the others. Chunlan assisted Yan Xiao to a chair and began to knead her shoulders to help relieve her fatigue. Not long after, Chu Haotian, Pei Zhenbei, and Duan Lingfeng rushed in with great urgency. Chu Haotian questioned anxiously, Miss Yan, how is Brother Shui? Yan Xiao smiled reassuringly, there is no need for concern, the surgery was a success, and he should be waking up now. Let us go in and take a look. As they were about to enter the treatment room, Han Xiaoming, Woldin, Dr. Chen, and military Dr. Yan arrived as well. Military Dr. Yan expressed regret. Second, Miss, it is truly unfortunate that I could not witness how you treated young Master Shui. If such an opportunity arises again, may I accompany you and old Chen to learn from you? Yan Xiao spoke earnestly. This time, you truly cannot observe the procedure. Lord Shui's surgery is exceedingly intricate. And I cannot afford any distractions, your presence will only cloud my judgment. If you wish to learn, you must begin with simpler operations. When time permits, I shall explain the fundamentals of surgery to you. Thank you, second miss. Both Dr. Chen and physician Yan bowed in gratitude. Yan Xiyao replied, no need for formalities, let us proceed to see Lord Shui. The group followed Yan Xiyao into the treatment room, where they were met with a shocking sight. Shui Zhenghua had a gastric tube inserted in his nostrils, a drainage bag by his side, and in 4 bottles suspended overhead, its contents dripping steadily into his arm. They were all taken aback. Physician Yan inquired with confusion, second miss, what is the purpose of all this? Yan Xiyao meticulously explained, and both Dr. Chen and physician Yan listened intently. Han Xiaoming asked, junior sister, could these devices be left by that mysterious individual? Indeed, do you think I could manage this on my own? Just then, Shui Zhenghua slowly opened his eyes. The group erupted in joy, especially Chu Haotian and his companions, who were eager to embrace him but hesitated at the sight of his condition. As Shui Zhenghua attempted to move, Yan Xiyao quickly intervened. Lord Shui, you must not move about recklessly. If you feel any discomfort, please inform me, Shui Zhenghua weakly replied. My nose it hurts. Yan Xiyao responded, naturally, the gastric tube will cause discomfort, however, you must remain still. Once the anesthesia wears off, you may experience pain at the incision site, but you must endure it. Understood. Yan Xiyao turned and picked up a small plate from the side, revealing a bloodied tumor, larger than a ping-pong ball. This is the tumor we excised from Lord Shui's liver, although he is awake now. He has not yet passed the critical period. For the next 12 hours, someone must remain by his side, monitoring his temperature. He will only be considered out of danger after this period without any complications. Physician Yan stated, second miss, leave this matter to me and Dr. Chen, just instruct us on what needs to be done, and please take some rest. Yan Xiyao replied, there is no time to waste. This is the most critical moment. I cannot leave just yet. Dr. Chen and physician Yan will remain, the rest of you should return. Lord Shui needs his rest and should not be disturbed. Han Xiaoming insisted, junior sister, allow me to stay with you. No need, return to your training. Your presence here is of no utility. Everyone else, please leave. Chu Haotian addressed Shui Zhenghua, rest well, my brother. We shall visit you again this evening. Shui Zhenghua blinked, and only then did the others exit the treatment room. Apart from Dr. Chen and physician Yan, everyone else was sent away by Yan Xiyao. Shui Zhenghua had just undergone surgery and required ample rest. Their visit was merely to reassure them. The subsequent care was paramount, and as a man, Shui Zhenghua needed the assistance of Dr. Chen and physician Yan, while Yan Xiyao, being an unmarried woman in this ancient setting, refrained from inserting a catheter for him. Once everyone had departed, Dr. Chen and physician Yan seized the opportunity to consult Yan Xiyao on various medical queries, to which she responded comprehensively. After the fluid was fully administered, Yan Xiyao rose to retrieve another prepared bottle from the medicine cabinet. Chunlan entered, carrying 2 portions of food, and announced, my lady, His Highness the 9th Prince requests your presence in the main hall for dinner. Physician Yan suggested, second miss, please take a moment to eat and rest. We will handle things here and notify you of any issues. Yan Xiyao took 2 bottles of liquid from the medicine cabinet and instructed, very well, monitor the fluid until it is finished, then replace it with this one. Lord Shui cannot consume anything at the moment, not even water. He must wait until he passes gas before he can have some light food. Having thoroughly outlined all essential precautions, she exited the treatment room and made her way to the main hall. After lunch, Yan Xiyao intended to practice her mental fortitude, but Han Xiaoming, with a dark expression, declared, you are not to practice today, return and rest. I am perfectly fine, I merely performed a surgery, it is not exhausting. Han Xiaoming insisted, no, you must rest. The old man interjected, child, you can practice at any time, but you must first ensure you are well rested. Listen to your 4th brother and return to rest. Yan Xiyao wished to protest further, but Han Xiaoming, in a domineering manner, swept her up in a princess carry and proceeded towards her chamber. The old man smiled and nodded, approving of his actions. Han Xiaoming gently laid Yan Xiyao on the bed, urging her to rest. You must sleep for at least an hour, only after you are well rested should you practice. Yan Xiyao remarked, you are quite overbearing. Han Xiaoming retorted, who told you to be disobedient? Rest now, your brother will stay here with you. Yan Xiyao smiled sweetly and obediently closed her eyes. Han Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing on the coin tied to Yan Xiyao as he began to practice his mental fortitude. In the palace, Xiaomaier and Han Xiaoqi were having a heated argument. At that moment, they were embroiled in a dispute within Han Xiaoqi's chamber. Xiaomaier exclaimed, 5th cousin, if you have no feelings for me, why did you not refuse from the start? Han Xiaoqi scoffed, why should I refuse? You chose me of your own volition, coming to me unbidden. Would I be remiss to turn you away? You are shameless. I am shameless. How do you fare better, knowing that Han Xiaoming has a fiancé? You still sought to marry him. You chose me knowing he is prone to violence against women. Xiaomaier retorted, I am your fiancé now. You had best not constantly think of other women. You are merely my fiancé. Do you think you can dictate my actions? How many women I choose to marry is not subject to your approval. What do you consider yourself? I must have been blind to choose you. Let me tell you, should you dare to take a concubine or a mistress, I will ensure you find no peace. With a swift movement, Han Xiaoqi raised his hand and struck Xiaomire hard across the face, coldly stating, "Try it and see whether you disturb my peace or I make your life a living hell." Xiaomire, tears welling in her eyes, glared at Han Xiaoqi. "You dare hit me? I will tell my grandaunt." Xiaomire turned to seek out the Empress Dowager to lodge a complaint, but Han Xiaoqi seized her hair and forcefully threw her to the ground. Han Xiaoqi grasped her neck, saying, "Do not forget, your grandaunt is my royal grandmother. Who do you share a closer bond with, her or me? Cough. Please, let me go." Han Xiaoqi, eyeing Xiaomire's slender figure, leered, "You came to me willingly, so do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, Han Xiaoqi swept Xiaomire up in his arms and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. Xiaomire struggled in terror, crying out, but to no avail. Han Xiaoqi delivered 2 resounding slaps, rendering her momentarily dazed. He violently tore at her clothing and pressed himself upon her. After a considerable time had passed, Han Xiaoqi donned his clothing, disdainfully remarking, "If you wish to be my woman, you had best learn to be well behaved, lest I show you no mercy." At that moment, Xiaomire was left with no defiance, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Cousin, I was wrong. From now on, I will obediently listen." Han Xiaoqi's lips curled into a wicked smile as he recalled Yin Xiao's words, "To beat is to care, to scold is to love." Perhaps this woman would only become gentle through such treatment? 2 days later, with Dr. Chen and physician Yan taking turns to care for him, Shui Zhonghua's condition improved remarkably. This time, Chu Haotian and his brothers were all by Shui Zhonghua's side. Gazing at Yin Xiao with deep gratitude, Yin Xiao removed the gastric tube and drainage tube from Shui Zhonghua, permitting him to consume some light food, after changing the dressing on his wound, which was healing well. Shui Zhonghua sincerely expressed, "Miss Yan, thank you for saving my life. From now on, you shall be my master." Yin Xiao smiled, "Do not speak of masters and servants. I have said before, we are comrades, and more importantly brothers." Chu Haotian interjected, "No, from today onwards, you are the master of our 4 brothers. We pay our respects to you, master." The 3 brothers simultaneously knelt before Yin Xiao, prompting her to quickly say, "Please rise." "There is no need for such formality," Chu Haotian insisted. "We 4 brothers share a brotherly bond. We promised when we first met that if you saved Shui Zhonghua, we would follow your command. Now that you have saved him, we willingly pledge our allegiance to you." "Miss Yan, you must accept." "Very well, I accept your loyalty. Now please rise." "Thank you, master." Dearest readers, as you reach this point, I wish to offer a gentle reminder: do not be deceived by the narrative surrounding the female protagonist's unworthy father. It is merely a ruse devised by her, not a reflection of her character. Chapter 75, A Shocking Secret. Yin Xiao was elated to have gained the allegiance of the 4 formidable Liangdong brothers. Meanwhile, after much contemplation, Yan Wenzhong finally resolved to resign from his position before the emperor, not for any other reason, but because the Wang family had been disfigured, and under the relentless investigation led by the Crown Prince Han Xiaolei. The evidence against Wang Dafu was irrefutable, resulting in the complete downfall of the Wang family, leaving them with no foothold in the capital. Yan Wenzhong had 2 concubines who bore him a son and a daughter. However, both children suffered varying degrees of persecution at the hands of the Wang family. The 2 young ones displayed signs of intellectual deficiency, leaving Yan Wenzhong bereft of any hope. The most crucial revelation came when he uncovered a shocking secret belonging to the Wang family. The emperor consented to Yan Wenzhong's resignation from his official duties, and upon exiting the palace, he made a beeline for Han Xiaoming's villa. Yin Xiao was engaged in conversation with the 4th young master, Liang Dong, regarding the relocation of their assets to the capital when the steward delivered the news. "Miss Yan, Yan Wenzhong seeks an audience at the door." Taken aback, Yin Xiao wondered, what brings him here? Has he had a change of heart? Is he truly willing to resign and retire? She instructed, "Let him wait in the side hall. I will join him shortly." "Yes, miss," came the reply. "Gentlemen, please excuse me for a moment." Yin Xiao said, "My lady, you may attend to your matters," Chu Haotian remarked. Yin Xiao rose and proceeded to the side hall. Upon entering, she found Yan Wenzhong anxiously awaiting her arrival. His face betrayed a mixture of tension and excitement as he declared, "Yaoer, I have requested my resignation from the emperor." Yin Xiao stared at him in disbelief. This decision was truly unexpected. "Father, I have committed many wrongs in the past, and my greatest regret lies with you and your mother. I do not expect your forgiveness, but I hope that after I leave the capital you will look after your younger siblings." Yin Xiao replied, "I have no obligation to care for your children. You may take them with you, along with your 2 concubines, but I will not support them. You may liquidate half of the Yin family's assets to sustain them. Those funds should suffice. However, you cannot take the Wang mother and daughter with you. Additionally, I shall provide you with 10 taels of silver each month as living expenses, 120 taels annually, dispersed in a lump sum. Return to the Yin residence for now. I will arrange for you to be relocated to a suitable place. Rest assured, my daughter, I have no intention of taking the Wang mother and daughter with me. They are unworthy," he affirmed. Yin Xiao nodded, knowing that while she claimed not to support Yan Wenzhong's children, the monthly allowance of 10 taels would be sufficient for him and his concubines, provided he did not squander it foolishly. Observing Yan Wenzhong's rapid aging in just a few days, Yin Xiao felt no pity for him. Her actions were motivated by her desire to fulfill the original owner's unfulfilled wishes. From the remnants of the original owner's memories, she understood that there was still a glimmer of hope in the original owner's heart for this father, who she yearned to gain recognition from. This would be a means of realizing the original owner's dream. Upon returning to the Yan residence, Yan Wenzhong penned a divorce letter to Wang Shi and began preparing to sell off the family assets. Upon receiving the letter, Wang Shi fell to her knees, pleading desperately, "My lord, you cannot do this. The Wang family has already fallen into disrepair. If you cast me aside, how will I and Dyer survive?" Yan Wenzhong responded coldly, "Wang Shi, my current predicament is entirely due to your actions. From this day forth, how you choose to live is no concern of mine." Wang Shi, in a state of hysteria, cried out, "But Dyer is your flesh and blood. Even if she has been disfigured, you cannot abandon her." Yan Wenzhong retorted with a mocking smile, "5 years ago, you placed an ugly black mask upon Yao, intending for me to neglect her entirely. If not for your machinations, Lin Shi and Yao would still be by my side. Bringing you into my household is my greatest regret. My lord, do not forget, the fifth prince favors Dyer. If we find a way to restore her beauty, surely we need not fear a bleak future." "The fifth prince favors Dyer. Ha, it was your deceitful words that led me to neglect Furong and Yao. The emperor has decreed a marriage between the fifth prince and the relatives of the empress. Dyer is of no consequence, not even a concubine." Wang Shi stood frozen in shock, while Yan Wenzhong's words echoed in the ears of Yin Xiaodai, who appeared as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide in disbelief. Having given her most precious first night to Han Xiaoqi, she believed that once the engagement between Han Xiaoqi and Yin Xiyao was dissolved, the position of his legitimate wife would be hers alone. Yet now Han Xiaoqi had turned and pledged himself to another, leaving her unable to bear the weight of such betrayal. After a long moment of stunned silence, Yin Xiaodai sprinted towards Yan Wenzhong, grasping his sleeve and crying out in agony, "Father, this cannot be true. Tell me this is not true." Yan Wenzhong forcefully shook off her hand, his voice cold as he commanded, "Get away. If you wish to know the truth, go and inquire for yourself. If it were not for you, I would not have fallen into such depths. Wang Shi, today you and your daughter shall gather your belongings and leave the Yan residence. In 2 days, the Yan residence shall cease to exist." Wang Shi was now in a state of panic, pleading on her knees, "My lord, you cannot do this. Where will Dyer and I go? I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not abandon us. Dyer is your flesh and blood." Yan Wenzhong replied coldly, "You still have that cousin named Zhang, do you not? Surely Dyer is his daughter. You think she is my flesh and blood? Are you not afraid of being struck down by lightning?" Wang Shi was taken aback, while Yin Xiaodai stared in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Yan Wenzhong continued, "Do not think that your secrets are impenetrable. Had I not stumbled upon your meeting with your cousin Zhang, I would have remained in the dark. You shameless wretch, I have unwittingly raised another man's daughter for over a decade. I had no desire to reveal this, as it would tarnish my own reputation, but since you lack shame, I can only ensure you comprehend your fate. Get out of my sight, leave the Yin residence immediately, or I shall end your lives." Upon hearing this, Wang Shi was horrified that the secret she had concealed for over a decade had been discovered by Yan Wenzhong. Without a moment to lose, she hastily grabbed Yin Xiaodai and began to gather their belongings, determined to leave the Yin residence with sufficient wealth. Yet Yan Wenzhong would not allow her to succeed. He followed them into their chamber and confiscated even the jewelry they wore, while Wang Shi and her daughter pleaded pitifully. Yan Wenzhong remained unmoved. Yin Xiaodai was not his daughter, and the thought nearly drove him to madness, contemplating the murder of Wang Shi and her daughter. But would killing them truly alleviate his grievances? Clearly it would not. Yan Wenzhong chose to expel Wang Shi and her daughter while simultaneously dispatching someone to incapacitate her cousin Zhang. Yan Wenzhong remembered distinctly that Yao had vowed not to spare Wang Shi and her daughter. He intentionally spared their lives to provide Yin Xiyao with an opportunity for vengeance. Now, he had an epiphany, hoping that one day Yin Xiyao and Lin Shi could genuinely forgive him. He sought redemption, yearning for Yin Xiyao to call him father, for she was his true daughter. Chapter 76, Resolving Grudges. A sigh of relief. The conversation between Yan Wenzhong and Wang Shi was overheard by the spies sent by Han Xiaoming to monitor Yin Xiaodai. Without waiting for Wang Shi and her daughter to exit the Yin residence, the spies hastened back to the villa to report the matter to Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiyao. Both were stunned. They could hardly fathom that Yin Xiaodai was not Yan Wenzhong's daughter. Yin Xiao's anger surged uncontrollably. How could a bastard child have bullied the original owner for so many years? This was utterly intolerable. Rising to her feet, she grabbed Han Xiaoming and declared, "Fourth master, accompany me as we strip the skins off the Wang mother and daughter." At that moment, Han Xiaoming was equally pained for Yin Xiyao. Realizing she had been tormented by an outsider for 5 years, had he not rescued her from the cliff, who knew what fate awaited her? The audacity of a bastard child to brazenly bully his little sister was simply intolerable. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Xiaoming followed Yin Xiyao, filled with righteous fury, and commanded Wu Chen, "Prepare the horses." Yes, Wu Chen swiftly disappeared, soon returning with Han Xiaoming's steed at the entrance. Han Xiaoming lifted Yin Xiyao onto the horse, and with a squeeze of his legs, they galloped away. They arrived at the Yin residence just as Wang Shi and her daughter were being forcibly dragged towards the exit by Yan Wenzhong. Unwilling to leave without a single coin, Wang Shi and her daughter struggled with all their might. Observing this scene, Xiyao coldly ordered a father release them. Yan Wenzhong froze in disbelief. Had he truly heard correctly? Yaoer was calling him father. Yaoer, you called me father. Indeed, Xiyao affirmed. I promised that if you were willing to relinquish your power, resign, and retire, I would be willing to call you father. Tears of gratitude streamed down Yan Wenzhong's face as he finally comprehended the significance of Xiao's words. Yaoer, I have no intention of selling the Yin residence. This home shall remain for you and your mother. I will depart the capital with Zhang and Feng. My mother and I have a place to stay. Take everything with you, father. Remember, simplicity is the essence of life. Live well from now on. Very well, I shall heed your words. I have erred greatly over the years, and your willingness to call me father fills me with contentment. Xiyao replied, now, you may rest aside. I shall handle this matter. It is time to settle the grievances with the Wang mother and daughter once and for all. Yaoer, she is not your sister. I know, Xiyao responded, a cold smile playing at the corners of her lips as she approached Wang Shi and her daughter. Their faces turned pale with terror and trembling. Xiao stammered, Xiyao. What do you intend to do? Revenge. Xiyao coldly uttered two words, extending her hand to unfasten the red silk dragon tendons whipped from her waist. Crack. A lash struck Xiao's body. Ah, dire, Xiao cried out in anguish while Wang Shi let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao icily remarked, Xiao, do you still remember how you treated me on the back mountain? Today, I shall repay you double. And you, Wang Shi, for so many years you have wielded your power in the Yen residence, taking advantage of my youth and ignorance, humiliating my mother as if she were weak and easily bullied. Today, I shall likewise repay you in kind. Upon finishing her words, the whip continued to crack down mercilessly upon Wang Shi and her daughter. Their cries echoed like the wails of slaughtered pigs. Each strike left them battered and bleeding. The two women clung to each other tightly, with Xiao being the first to plead for mercy. Sister Yaoer, please spare me. I realize my wrongs. I have wronged you. I beg you spare me. Wang Shi quickly joined in. Yaoer, I beseech you to forgive us. We were wrong. We should not have treated you and your mother in such a manner. Please grant us this one reprieve. Xiao coldly retorted, what face do you have to beg for mercy from me? Over the years, you have made my mother and me live worse than dogs. And now you dare to plead for mercy. Han Xiaoming furrowed his brow, realizing that during his absence, his junior sister had endured such suffering. A wave of heartbreak enveloped him, darkening his expression with dread. He loathed Wang Shi and her daughter, but also himself for not appearing sooner. With their pleas falling on deaf ears, Wang Shi and her daughter knelt on the ground, crying out to Han Xiaoming. Ninth Prince, please save us. Han Xiaoming, maintaining a stoic demeanor, approached Xiyao, taking the red silk dragon tendons whip from her grasp. But the two women felt a surge of hope, believing they had been saved. However, the very next moment, the whip struck them again with greater ferocity than before. With a single lash, both Wang Shi and her daughter coughed up blood and fell unconscious. Xiao exclaimed, fourth brother. Why did you strike them so hard? I wasn't finished punishing them. Once they regain consciousness, we can douse them with water to continue the punishment. Who asked them to be so despicable? I simply lost control of my strength. As soon as Han Xiaoming finished speaking, Yan Wenzhong hurried over with a basin of water, splashing it all over Wang Shi and her daughter. Their eyes flew open, fear spreading throughout their bodies. The moment they regained consciousness, they crawled and rolled towards Xiao and Han Xiaoming, begging for mercy. The two stood coldly, watching the mother and daughter before them, as Xiao spoke with a chilling tone. Rest assured, I will not let you die. I shall ensure your lives are more miserable than death. Xiao, in despair, shouted Xiao. I have pleaded with you like this. What more do you want? Xiao replied. I desire nothing more than revenge. I shall repay you twice for how you treated me atop that mountain, plain and simple. With venomous hatred, Xiao spat. Xiao, you will face retribution. You shall meet a miserable end. Retribution? Do you not think today serves as your and your mother's retribution? Just as Xiao intended to retrieve the whip from Han Xiaoming to continue her punishment, he raised the whip once more. Striking Wang Shi and her daughter, they writhed on the ground like maggots, emitting cries akin to those of slaughtered pigs. When Han Xiaoming finally ceased, the two women were left battered, bloodied, and covered in dirt. Utterly disheveled. Come here. The servants of the Yen residence immediately knelt before Han Xiaoming, trembling in anticipation of his orders. With a cold command, he instructed, throw these heartless wretches into the beggaress' den and let them fend for themselves. Yes, the servants perked up, eager to witness the downfall of the pair who had tormented them for so long, relishing the satisfaction it brought. Chapter 77, 3,600 Tales for a Stable Future. For my mother having dealt with Wang Shi and her daughter. Xiao turned to Yan Wenzhong and calmly said, you should gather your belongings and sell your assets. I will ensure someone escorts you out of the capital as soon as possible. Understand? Yan Wenzhong readily agreed. Very well, I shall prepare at once. Yaoer, I ask for nothing more than for you to visit your father when you find the time. Xiao replied, I will be quite busy in the future and may not have time to visit you. But I promised to send you the living expenses I promised, without fail, Yan Wenzhong, looking sorrowful, said. Xiao, do you still refuse to forgive your father? Yan Xiao responded, 5 years, father. Do you not know how my mother and I have endured during these 5 years? I once said I would call you father if you chose to resign and live in seclusion. I have done so already, and now you must take care of yourself. Yan Wenzhong stood frozen, realizing that Yan Xiao had not truly forgiven him. The silver she bestowed upon him was merely to repay the kindness he had shown her before the age of 10. Yan Xiao's call of father was merely a proxy for the original owner. Fulfilling her desire for vengeance and settling her debts, however, Lin Shi had treated her with genuine care, and she vowed to look after Lin Shi well. Yan Xiao took Han Xiaoming's hand and turned to leave the Yan residence. Once outside, Han Xiaoming inquired, junior sister, where do you intend to send him? Yan Xiao replied, to a remote mountain village. From now on, I shall have no ties with him. I will provide him with 30 years' worth of living expenses all at once. As repayment for his nurturing before I turn 10. Han Xiaoming affectionately ruffled Yan Xiao's hair. Very well, from now on, your senior brother will protect you and will not allow you to suffer any grievances. Yes, fourth brother. Do you know why I am giving him silver and sending him away from the capital? Han Xiaoming answered, you wish to prevent him from disturbing your mother in the future. Correct? Congratulations, you are correct. The reason I suggested he resign and live in seclusion was merely to prompt him to leave the capital voluntarily. After all, if he remains here, he will inevitably disrupt my mother. And I wish to avoid any future troubles. Then why provide him with so much silver? Are you not pained by it? Yan Xiao replied, of course I am pained. However, 3,600 taels for a stable life for my mother is well worth it. What if in the future, we are not by her side and he chooses to harass her? Now I understand. Indeed, the 3,600 taels is a worthy expenditure. The two mounted their steeds and returned to the courtyard. Han Xiaoming selected a remote mountain village for Yan Wenzhong and decided to send his secret guards to escort him there in 2 days. Upon returning to the courtyard, the trio of master and disciples resumed their intensive training in mental strength. After more than an hour of practice, Han Xiaoming's copper coin finally began to move excitedly. He exclaimed, junior sister, master, it moved. The copper coin moved. Yan Xiao replied, I did not see it. Make the coin move again so I can witness. Han Xiaoming focused intently, staring at the copper coin. Before long, it indeed moved, albeit only slightly. Simultaneously, the old man Yin's copper coin also shifted slightly. Continuing to concentrate on the coin, saw it wobble twice in succession. He cursed, damn it, this mental strength is truly difficult to cultivate. My eyes feel like they might pop out. After several days, we finally see some movement. Yan Xiao remarked, master, we are already progressing quite swiftly. Let us add another copper coin and continue practicing. Alright, you little brat, go add another coin. Han Xiaoming stood up, adding a coin for both himself and the old man Yin, just as he was about to return to practice. Yan Xiao interjected, fourth brother, please add one for me as well. Both Han Xiaoming and the old man Yin gazed at Yan Xiao in shock. Adding another coin would bring the total to 3. Truly absurd. 3 days later, Yan Wenzhong, accompanied by 2 concubines and 2 children, arrived at Han Xiaoming's courtyard to bid farewell to Yan Xiao. She personally handed him 3,600 taels of silver. Stating calmly, this is the living expenses I promised you. After consideration, I decided to provide you with 30 years worth of living expenses all at once, as I will be quite busy in the future and may forget to send someone to deliver it. Yan Wenzhong was taken aback. Receiving 30 years worth of living expenses meant he would likely not see Yan Xiao again for the next 30 years. Before Yan Wenzhong could finish, Yan Xiao interrupted. Alright, since everything is prepared, please leave quickly. Han Xiaoming summoned 2 secret guards to escort Yan Wenzhong away. He mechanically nodded, accepting the 3,600 taels of silver, and, in a daze, departed with his 2 concubines and children. Following Han Xiaoming's guards, meanwhile, Wang Shi and her daughter, ordered by Han Xiaoming to be thrown into the beggaress' den, were enduring inhumane torment from the beggars, fearing the 2 women might die and thus deprive them of their amusement. The beggars roughly treated their injuries, merely prolonging their suffering. Today also marked the day when several princes officially moved out of the palace to reside in their own estates. Shao Meier, having received permission from the Empress Dowager, moved into the Rui Wangfu alongside Han Shaoqi, under the pretense of fostering their relationship. Upon settling into the Rui Wangfu, Han Shaoqi immediately commanded Shao Meier to serve him, treating her as a servant. Naturally, Shao Meier was displeased and turned to order the servants to fetch tea and water for Han Shaoqi. Han Shaoqi coldly remarked, this prince instructed you to serve him tea and water. Are you deaf, dear cousin? Please do not be angry. How about having the servants bring it to you personally and feed it to you? Shao Meier said, casting a flirtatious glance at Han Shaoqi. Han Shaoqi rose abruptly and struck Shao Meier forcefully across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Shao Meier stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she looked at Han Shaoqi, bewildered as to where she had gone wrong. Han Shaoqi, with a look of disdain, retorted, aren't you going to fetch water for me? With tears streaming down her cheeks, Shao Meier pleaded, cousin, what have I done wrong? Why did you hit me? Isn't it the duty of the servants to serve tea and water? Han Shaoqi slowly crouched before her. pinching her chin with his thumb and forefinger, coldly stating, "Remember this, you are not yet the Princess of Rueid. If you wish to live in the royal residence, you must serve me well, otherwise you shall be expelled from the palace." Xiaomei felt utterly wronged. She had complied, yet Han Shaoqi still resorted to violence. Observing her pitiful expression, he yanked her off the ground and delivered 2 more slaps, leaving her head ringing. He then dragged her into a room, subjecting her to a brutal torment. Afterward, Han Shaoqi donned his clothes, cast a scornful glance at Xiaomei, and stormed out. Chapter 78. Do not touch the tiger's rear. Xiaomei's eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit. After a long while enduring the pain throughout her body, she rose to dress, intent on going to the palace to report to the Empress Dowager. However, upon reaching the entrance of the royal residence, she was halted by the guards. "Miss Xiao, the prince has given orders. Without his permission, you cannot step outside the palace." Furious, Xiaomei exclaimed, "How dare you? I am a relative of the Empress Dowager. Do you wish to forfeit your life by blocking me?" The guard replied indifferently, "I am a guard of the prince, and I only heed his commands that if you wish to leave, you must obtain the prince's consent." Xiaomei, beside herself with rage, found herself powerless. No matter how much she threw a tantrum, the guard remained unmoved, impervious to her antics. Meanwhile, Han Shaoqi had arrived at the Yin residence, wishing to bring Yin Xiaodai to live in the royal household. Even if the emperor disapproved of him taking Yin Xiaodai as a concubine, he could still have her as a maid. However, when he arrived and knocked on the door, a stranger resembling a steward answered. "Young master, whom do you seek?" the steward inquired politely. Han Shaoqi furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you the new steward of the Yin residence?" "I am looking for Miss Yin," the steward replied. "Young master, you have come to the wrong place. This house has been sold by the Yin family. My master purchased it just the day before yesterday. This is no longer the Yin residence." Stunned, Han Shaoqi asked, "Then where has the Yin family moved?" "I am not sure, but I heard that both the eldest daughter and her mother have been disfigured and were expelled by the Yin family." "I have no knowledge of their current whereabouts." Han Shaoqi gasped in shock. "What, disfigured?" "Yes, but I only heard it. I have not seen it with my own eyes." Turning away, Han Shaoqi felt a wave of despair wash over him. Upon learning of Yin Xiaodai and her mother's disfigurement, he lost all inclination to search for them. What use was it to retrieve a disfigured woman? Returning to the royal residence, the guards reported Xiaomei's attempt to leave. With a dark expression, he confronted her. "What do you want to go out for?" Seeing Han Shaoqi's grim demeanor, Xiaomei hesitated to admit her intention to enter the palace and instead lied. "I merely wish to stroll around the capital and purchase some cosmetics." Han Shaoqi scoffed. "Is that so? Then why don't I accompany you?" "No, that won't be necessary. I no longer wish to buy anything." "Then serve me. Come here and massage my legs." Yes, Xiaomei dared not show any hint of defiance and obediently knelt to massage Han Shaoqi's legs. However, he coldly commanded, "Kneel, and do it." "I did not ask you to squat." Reluctantly she complied and began to knead his legs, yet she was unwilling to accept her fate. The Empress Dowager had told her that to win Han Shaoqi's heart, she must rely on her own abilities to enter his affections. Unconsciously, her hands ventured toward the inner thigh of Han Shaoqi. In Han Xiaoming's courtyard, Yin Xiyao was training him, her small hands gliding over his body as she provided massage. Noticing that Han Xiaoming had calmed down significantly, she paused. Han Xiaoming lifted Yin Xiyao onto his lap and gently said, "Little junior sister, now that I am no longer tense, when will you detoxify me?" Yin Xiyao smiled sweetly. "Tomorrow. I will detoxify you then. Now let us prepare." "All right, what do we need?" Yin Xiyao responded. "We need a larger pot to brew the medicine for your detoxifying bath. And I also need Dr. Chen and Physician Yin to assist me." Han Xiaoming nodded. "No problem, I will arrange it right away." Yin Xiyao returned to her room and placed the needles she would need for the next day into her medicine box. As Han Xiaoming was afflicted with cold poison, it was best to use fire needles for acupuncture. The fire needles, made of tungsten alloy, possess excellent heat resistance, wear resistance, and hardness. After placing the fire needles into the medicine box, Yin Xiyao headed to the treatment room to continue her preparations. At the entrance of the treatment room, Wu Chen was instructing the servants to set up a temporary stove for brewing medicine to prepare a medicinal bath for Han Xiaoming. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoming, accompanied by Dr. Chen and Physician Yin, gathered all the medicinal ingredients that Yin Xiyao required. Once Yin Xiyao completed the arrangement of the treatment room, she began sorting the herbs, separating those for the bath from those for oral consumption. After ensuring everything was ready and thoroughly checking for any omissions, Han Xiaoming took Yin Xiyao to have dinner together. After their meal, Yin Xiyao asked Han Xiaoming to accompany her for a stroll in the backyard. Hand in hand, she explained the treatment process to him, preparing him psychologically. After their walk, Yin Xiyao returned to her room to wash up and practiced internal energy for 2 hours before lying down to rest. The next morning, Yin Xiyao and Han Xiaoming had breakfast together, hand in hand. As they made their way to the treatment room, Wu Chen and the 4 shadow guards were responsible for brewing the medicine, while Physician Yin and Dr. Chen followed them into the treatment room. Yin Xiyao instructed, "Fourth senior brother, take off your outer garments, leaving only your underpants, and lie down on the bed." "All right." Han Xiaoming readily complied. He stripped off his clothing and lay down obediently. Yan Xiyao instructed Dr. Chen and physician Yan to massage Han Xiaoming's legs while she rolled up her sleeves, rubbing her hands together to warm them before starting to massage his back. While massaging through his clothing, Han Xiaoming managed to control his tension. However, once undressed, he couldn't help but tense up when Yan Xiao's small hands made contact with his skin, especially when Dr. Chen and physician Yan placed their hands on his legs. His muscles tensed to the point of becoming as hard as steel. Yan Xiao softly said, "A fourth senior brother, do not be tense, you must relax your entire body, take a deep breath and let your body loosen." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming took a few deep breaths and gradually relaxed his body. Yan Xiao gestured for Dr. Chen and physician Yan to continue, and the two, filled with trepidation, placed their hands back on Han Xiaoming's legs. Despite his efforts, Han Xiaoming still found himself involuntarily tensing up, yet he suppressed the urge to kick Dr. Chen and physician Yan away. Yan Xiao, feeling helpless, instructed them to step back while she continued the massage herself. She began at Han Xiaoming's Feng Qi point and gradually moved downward when her hands reached his rear. Han Xiaoming nearly lost control and jumped off the bed. With a resigned expression, Yan Xiao instructed Dr. Chen, "You two step outside for now, come back in later to assist me with the acupuncture." Dr. Chen and physician Yan nodded and exited the treatment room. Yan Xiao closed the door behind them and approached the bed. "Fourth senior brother, relax, they have already left." Han Xiaoming nodded in agreement. But when Yan Xiao's small hands touched his rear once more, he tensed up uncontrollably again. Frustrated, Yan Xiao exclaimed, "It's like touching a tiger's backside, the moment I touch it, you tense up. After all this training, how could I have forgotten such a crucial area?" Chapter 79, The Empress Dowager arrives. Yan Xiao tugged at her lips, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Fourth senior brother, can you not relax at all?" Han Xiaoming, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Could we skip massaging that area?" Yan Xiao retorted, "A full-body massage is meant to stimulate your acupoints and enhance blood circulation. There are several acupoints on your rear. So how can we skip it?" Han Xiaoming insisted. "Then let me adjust myself first." Yan Xiao nodded, and Han Xiaoming began to take deep breaths, soon managing to relax his body once more. "Alright, I am ready." Yan Xiao resumed her massage, her thumbs pressing down on the two acupoints on his rear. Instantly, Han Xiaoming's muscles tightened to their utmost extent, and his legs lifted off the bed. Yan Xiao, exasperated, warned fourth senior brother, "If you don't relax, you can forget about the detox. I will immediately go to the palace to request the emperor annul our engagement." This threat proved effective, and Han Xiaoming promptly lowered his legs back onto the bed, making an effort to relax. Sensing his newfound calmness, Yan Xiao continued the massage. After completing the full-body treatment, sweat began to bead on her forehead. Next came the acupuncture. Yan Xiao opened the door to the treatment room, allowing Dr. Chen and physician Yan to re-enter, instructing them to heat the needles. The two physicians heated the needles until they glowed bright red and white. Reaching a temperature of approximately 600 degrees, Yan Xiao swiftly inserted the heated needles into Han Xiaoming's major acupoints, utilizing the fire to bolster his vitality. As the fire needle treatment concluded and after an intense session, Yan Xiao found herself exhausted and drenched in sweat. After a brief respite, Yan Xiao commenced the second round of massage. This time, she infused a modicum of inner strength, delving deeper into the meridians and acupoints of Han Xiaoming. Once the second round concluded, Yan Xiao, panting heavily, plopped herself onto the chair and exclaimed, "I'm utterly exhausted. Dr. Yan, please prepare the internal medicine." Dr. Yan responded, "Of course, Miss Yan, I'll have it ready momentarily." As Dr. Yan brought the medicinal concoction for Han Xiaoming to drink, Yan Xiao retrieved her golden needles to continue her acupuncture. This session did not employ fire needles, but rather, golden needles with a trembling technique. Both Dr. Chen and Dr. Yan were left in a daze, utterly awestruck. The saying goes that a true expert reveals their prowess at the first stroke, and Yan Xiao's acupuncture skills far surpassed both of theirs. However, just as Yan Xiao had inserted a few needles, with the principal acupoints on his back still unfinished, the Empress Dowager arrived at the entrance of Han Xiaoming's secluded residence, accompanied by her loyal maids, eunuchs, and a retinue of guards. The eunuch bellowed, "Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has arrived." The steward and servants at the door knelt in reverence, welcoming the Empress Dowager upon noticing that neither Han Xiaoming nor Yan Xiao had emerged to greet her. The first thought that crossed her mind was that Yan Xiao must have been killed by Han Xiaoming. The purpose of her visit was to ascertain whether Yan Xiao was indeed dead. With a displeased expression, she inquired, "Where are your masters? Why have they not come out to receive me?" The steward, unable to conceal the truth, cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, the master is in the treatment room attending to a patient." The Empress Dowager was taken aback, exclaiming, What has happened to Ming'er? Quickly, take me to see him." The steward stammered, "But, Your Majesty, the master has instructed that no one is to disturb him." "Preposterous, I merely wish to have a glance." "How could I possibly disturb him? Lead the way." The steward knelt and implored, "Your Majesty, please forgive me, but I truly cannot take you there." One of the eunuchs by the Empress Dowager sighed furiously retorted, How dare you, a mere steward, defy Her Majesty? Who gave you the audacity? The steward, gathering his courage, replied, Your Majesty, I beseech your pardon, but the master truly cannot be disturbed. However, the Empress Dowager raised her head to see smoke wafting from above the treatment room door and, disregarding the crowd of servants, advanced towards the treatment room with her maids, eunuchs, and guards in tow. The steward's heart sank. He wished to intervene but dared not, so he reluctantly followed behind the guards. Upon reaching the treatment room, the Empress Dowager saw a large pot boiling medicine at the entrance, yet the treatment room door stood firmly shut. Wuchen and the four shadows hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. Uttering, We humbly greet your Majesty, may you live a long and prosperous life. Rise, open the door for me. Inside the room, Xiyao heard the Empress Dowager's voice and felt her hand with the golden needle tremble slightly. Damn it, why must she come now of all times, she thought. Fortunately she had not yet begun the detoxification, otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. Wuchen and the four shadows exchanged troubled glances, with Wuchen stating, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, but the master has decreed that no one is to enter and disturb him. The Empress Dowager, infuriated, retorted, How dare you, am I not allowed to enter? What on earth is Ming'er doing inside? Wuchen replied, The master is detoxifying. Detoxifying? Ming'er has been poisoned. With what poison? Quickly, open the door. I must see. Your Majesty, you truly cannot enter. Chunlan insisted firmly. Nonsense. Do you think you have the right to speak here? Bring this girl and give her 20 lashes. Xiyao was incensed. She had not anticipated that the Empress Dowager would be so obstinate and unreasonable. Chunlan was one of her own, and even the lofty Empress Dowager had no right to harm her people. Xiyao threw the golden needle onto the table and turned to open the door. Han Xiaoming interjected, Grandmother, do you wish to harm your own grandson? The Empress Dowager was taken aback as Xiyao opened the door. Two guards were about to drag Chunlan away when Xiyao coldly commanded, Stop. The Empress Dowager, seeing Xiyao drenched in sweat yet devoid of any visible injuries, found her stunningly beautiful and somewhat familiar, but could not immediately recognize her as Xiyao. Having seen her previously with a ghastly appearance, the Empress Dowager was unprepared for the strikingly clean and beautiful visage before her. Who are you? The Empress Dowager inquired. I am, of course, a physician, here to detoxify your grandson. Your Majesty, might I ask what crime my subordinate has committed to warrant your punishment? She has defied me. Should she not be punished? Xiyao rolled her eyes, her anger barely contained. Your Majesty, do you realize that your raucous shouting just now nearly cost your grandson his life? One of the Empress Dowager's eunuchs, with an exaggerated gesture, exclaimed, You dare speak to Her Majesty in such a manner? Xiyao stepped forward and kicked the eunuch aside, her aura escalating as she glared at the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, if you wish to endanger your grandson, that is your concern, but do not drag me into it. Thankfully, I had not yet initiated the detoxification. Otherwise, your interference could have resulted in a fatal mistake. The Empress Dowager was momentarily stunned by Xiao's imposing presence. Taking a step back, momentarily forgetting to defend her eunuch, Han Xiaoming spoke again. Grandmother, do you understand that your interference endangers not just your grandson, but everyone present? Chapter 80. Forcing an apology from the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. How could a simple visit potentially endanger so many lives? Ming'er, I merely wished to see you and your future granddaughter-in-law. How could I possibly endanger you? Han Xiaoming replied, Grandmother, the steward should have informed you that your grandson is undergoing detoxification and cannot be disturbed. What do you think would happen if I were to perish? Do you believe father would let this slide? What, Ming'er, how could you be poisoned? Who has done this to you? The Empress Dowager's face turned pale with fear as she rushed into the treatment room and saw Han Xiaoming's back riddled with golden needles, her legs nearly giving way. Han Xiaoming explained, I have been poisoned for nearly a year now. During the last battle with the barbarians, I was secretly attacked and afflicted with cold poison. If I cannot detoxify soon, I will only have a year and a half left to live. The grandmother, if you have no other matters, please return quickly. If you continue to cause a scene, I may truly perish. The Empress Dowager, flustered, urged, You must come with me to the palace. Let the imperial physicians there detoxify you. I cannot rest easy knowing you are here. Han Xiaoming replied impatiently, Grandmother, those physicians in the palace are far inferior to the doctors in my residence, and even they have been powerless against this poison. Do you truly believe those quacks in the palace can succeed? The Empress Dowager was left speechless, but upon glancing at Xiyao, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, her doubts about Xiao's medical skills began to surface. Xiao, keenly observing the Empress Dowager's expression, feigned indifference, and remarked, Ninth Prince, you should consider seeking a more capable physician for this poison. I do not wish to risk the lives of my 5 subordinates for your sake. After saying this, Xiao flicked her sleeve, collecting all the golden needles from Han Xiaoming's back. Once the needles were removed, Han Xiaoming sat up from the bed, his face darkened as he cooperated with Xiao, addressing the Empress Dowager. Grandmother, are you satisfied now? In the entire Martial Sage Dynasty, only my junior sister has the ability to detoxify me, and now, please find me a divine physician. The Empress Dowager, astonished, asked, Junior sister, are you referring to her, the girl with the surname Yan, your fiancé? Xiao smirked. Han Xiaoming had inadvertently revealed her identity. You foolish boy, Han Xiaoming realized that he had let slip her identity and, not knowing how to remedy it, simply affirmed, indeed, it is she. The Empress Dowager glared. So you girl with the surname Yan Ming'er has not harmed you, yet you appear to be perfectly fine. How dare you deceive me? Do you comprehend your crime? Bring this girl and have her given 20 lashes. Yan Xiyao rolled her eyes, thinking what an unreasonable old woman she was, desperately clinging to her pride. Since you were so concerned with face, you must apologize today. You need not strike me, I shall end it myself. As she spoke, Yan Xiyao brandished the golden needle as if to stab it into her own neck. Han Xiaoming jumped up and grasped her small hand, his expression darkening. Grandmother, have you not caused enough chaos? She is the most beloved disciple of Eldarine, with Eldarine and my 3 senior brothers protecting her. Even if you were to strike her, I would have no means to contend with her. If she chooses not to detoxify me, what do you think will happen to me? The Empress Dowager, her face filled with displeasure, retorted, as the Empress Dowager, do I not have the authority to deal with a mere servant? Han Xiaoming replied angrily, you do, you are exalted, and you can decide the fate of anyone. Why not strike her and see if you can bear the consequences? Ridiculous, even if I were to strike her. What would it matter? Would she dare refuse to detoxify you? I would like to see who dares to lay a hand on my little disciple, Eldarine's voice echoed as he appeared at the treatment room door. His expression dark with anger. Ming'er, you should let your grandmother seek a more capable physician. From this day forth, you are no longer my disciple. Yaoer, come, I shall take you to seclusion in the mountains. No one will find you. The Empress Dowager seated Eldarine. How dare you? Eldarine, exuding an aura of authority, replied, do you doubt my courage? In this world there are few who can impede me. I do not even regard the royal army. The Empress Dowager, fuming, demanded, Ming'er, cannot you stop him? Han Xiaoming said coldly, most of my martial skills were taught by him. Although I have been his disciple for 6 years, I have truly only learned for half a year. Do you think I can stop him? This, Han Xiaoming continued icily. Empress Dowager, is this truly the outcome you desire? The Empress Dowager turned to Dr. Chen and Physician Yin and inquired, can you truly not alleviate the cold poison afflicting Ming'er? Both Dr. Chen and Physician Yin knelt simultaneously, with Physician Yin lamenting, Your Majesty, I am incompetent. Before Miss Yan's arrival, Dr. Chen and I exhausted all our methods, yet we remain powerless. Voldine interjected, Yaoer, why are you still dawdling? Move. Yes, master, I shall obey. Yan Xiyao replied. The Empress Dowager began to panic. If it was indeed only Miss Yan who could cure the poison, what would happen if she left? Han Xiaoming insisted, applying strong medicine. Empress Dowager, if you do not favor me, simply say so, and I shall depart. What sin have I committed that you would wish to condemn me to death? The Empress Dowager, taken aback, hastily explained, Ming'er, how could I ever wish you harm? This Miss Yan is but a young girl, how could her medical skills surpass those of Physician Yan? Han Xiaoming countered, if her skills are lacking, then why not find a more proficient healer for me? Empress Dowager, I have only 6 months to live, please make haste. 6 months? The Empress Dowager hurriedly pursued the treatment room, calling out, wait, Miss Yan, you cannot leave. She swiftly reached Yan Xiao's side, embarrassment etched on her face, and said, Miss Yan, ignorance is no crime. I acted impulsively, please continue to treat Ming'er. Yan Xiao replied, Your Majesty, I do not wish to die. Perhaps you should seek someone more skilled. The Empress Dowager quickly responded. No, you shall not perish. I will step outside and personally ensure no one disturbs you. Focus on curing Ming'er. After all, he is your betrothed. Yan Xiao scoffed. Betrothed? Did you not intend to annul that engagement? Do not speak nonsense. Did I not say I am powerless to assist you in breaking the engagement? Yan Xiao coolly remarked. You were just about to punish me severely. Why should I save your grandson? You are his fiancé. That title is not something I covet. Had it not been for the Emperor's decree, I would have long since retreated into the mountains. The Empress Dowager lowered her head in resignation. Miss Yan, I was foolish, please do not hold it against me. I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs with Ming'er. Continue with the treatment. Chapter 81, My dear, what mischief are you planning again? Yan Xiao observed the Empress Dowager's cautious demeanor, feeling both exasperated and amused. Truly, could she not simply enjoy her role as a grandmother without interfering in her descendants' affairs? Empress Dowager, if you can assure me that you will not disturb me again, then I may be willing to lend a hand. However, should any mishap occur, even a divine being could not save your grandson. Furthermore, if you wish for me to sever ties with him, I would welcome it. I genuinely fear that one day he might cast me aside. With his prickly personality, I would rather not endure such fate. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager felt even more embarrassed. She understood her grandson well enough. He had indeed been quite averse to allowing any woman near him. Xiao Meyer was adept at charming her, and the Empress Dowager had hoped to encourage her to approach Han Xiaoming. Believing a successful union would strengthen the Xiao family's influence, however, with Xiao Meyer now promised to the 5th prince, she feared that should anything happen to the 9th prince, even her own son, the Emperor might not forgive her. The Empress Dowager said, Miss Yan, I shall return to the palace. Once you have treated Ming'er, please come see me. I assure you, I will never trouble you again. Yan Xiao, noticing the Empress Dowager's forlorn gaze, felt a flicker of inspiration and replied with a smile, Empress Dowager, please take some rest. After I finish treating my senior brother, I would be delighted to chat with you. The Empress Dowager's face lit up with joy. Smiling affectionately, very well, I shall rest and await your return. After speaking, she instructed the steward to arrange for her rest. Oldine, wearing a mischievous grin, remarked, Child, what scheme are you concocting now? Xiyao playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, Master, do you not think the Empress Dowager is merely bored and looking for something to occupy her time? Oldine nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is a hint of that. The Empress Dowager, despite being surrounded by numerous maids and eunuchs, lacks someone to engage her in conversation and alleviate her solitude. If you could win her over, she might become your steadfast ally. That would certainly be a boon, but the Empress Dowager is quite obstinate. Do you truly think you can sway her? Xiyao responded, In truth, the Empress Dowager is not so rigid, she is merely a lonely old woman yearning for familial affection, despite her lofty status. Her descendants are all too busy to provide her companionship, prompting her incessant interference in their matters to seek validation. Your reasoning is quite sound, I support your endeavor to win her over. In that case, please prepare a chicken for me. I intend to personally concoct a pot of medicinal chicken soup, infused with calming herbs, to ensure her tranquility. Oldine looked skeptical, but she is the venerable Empress Dowager. What could she possibly find appealing that she has not already tasted? Xiyao smiled sweetly. Whether it works or not, we shall see. Very well, I shall procure one for you. Thank you, master. Now go treat your senior brother. I await your return to prepare the medicinal chicken. With that, Oldine departed, unable to hide his eagerness. Xiyao returned to the treatment room, exchanging a smile with Han Xiaoming. He rose, affectionately ruffling her hair, and asked, Little junior sister, was the Empress Dowager too intimidating for you? Xiyao replied, Am I so weak that the Empress Dowager could frighten me? You underestimate me. Now lie down and let me continue the treatment. Han Xiaoming complied, lying down obediently. Xiyao resumed her work with the golden needles, swiftly inserting them into his body. With a gentle motion of her hand, the needles emitted a resonating hum. She began to extract the poison, manipulating the needles to activate the medicinal properties of the antidote, maximizing its efficacy. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Han Xiaoming expelled a large volume of black blood. But the process was not yet complete. Xiyao continued to extract the poison, her face paling as beads of sweat trickled down her brow. Another quarter of an hour passed before Han Xiaoming expelled 2 more mouthfuls of black blood. Feeling significantly lighter, prepare the medicinal bath, Xiyao instructed without looking up. Both Dr. Chen and Physician Yan responded in unison. Yes. Xiyao retracted the golden needles and weakly said, Senior brother, now you must circulate your energy to expel the poison. Begin your medicinal bath in half an hour. Alright, you should take a moment to rest. After meditating and regaining her energy for half an hour, Xiyao rose to check the temperature of the medicinal bath. Then instructed Han Xiaoming to enter the tub. Exiting the treatment room, she prepared the medicinal chicken. After placing the chicken in a stone pot to stew, she entrusted it to Oldine while she fetched a clean set of clothes for Han Xiaoming. She then hurried back to the treatment room to check on his condition. At this moment, the water in the bath had turned as dark as ink. Senior brother, you may come out now. Today's treatment concludes here. We shall continue tomorrow. I have placed your clothes on the bed. I will wait for you outside. Thank you, little junior sister, for your hard work. Xiyao exited the treatment room. Closing the door behind her, Han Xiaoming changed into a fresh set of garments, and together they proceeded to see the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing the pair, akin to celestial beings, the Empress Dowager momentarily lost her composure. Realizing that Xiaomai truly did not merit Ming'er, only someone as capable and striking as Xiyao was worthy of such an exceptional individual, the Empress Dowager smiled warmly, sincerely apologizing, Miss Yan. I was foolish, I should not have interfered in your relationship with Ming'er. I am old, please do not hold it against me. Xiyao replied with a smile, Empress Dowager, I bear no ill will. Now let us dine, the Empress Dowager said. Miss Yan, since you and Ming'er are betrothed, you should address me as Empress Dowager, just as he does. Xiyao nodded. Very well, Empress Dowager, let us go to dine, for today's lunch is prepared by me. What did you say? You prepared lunch for me yourself? The Empress Dowager looked at Xiyao in astonishment. Xiyao affirmed, Indeed, I personally prepared stone pot medicinal chicken, which will benefit your health and improve your sleep, bringing tranquility to your spirit. The Empress Dowager, deeply moved, said, Child, you were so thoughtful. Come, let us savor the dish you have prepared. Han Xiaoming added, Empress Dowager, I assure you that my junior sister's stone pot medicinal chicken will not disappoint. Very well, today you two will accompany me for lunch. Alas, I can scarcely recall the last time I dined in the company of others. Chapter 82, Capturing the Empress Dowager. Xiyao and Han Xiaoming escorted the Empress Dowager to Han Xiaoming's courtyard, where the old man Yin was vigilantly tending to the fire, his mouth watering incessantly. The tantalizing aroma wafted into the Empress Dowager's nostrils, stimulating her sense of smell and igniting an insatiable desire to indulge in a hearty meal. She found herself unable to remember the last time she felt such an appetite. For the most part, she had dined alone, and regardless of how delectable the dishes presented to her were, They had always lacked flavor. How delightful, my dear girl, is this medicinal chicken you prepared yourself? The Empress Dowager inquired, pointing at the stone pot. Yin Xiao replied, indeed, I was busy detoxifying my senior brother, so I entrusted the chicken to master for supervision. It should be ready for consumption now, the Empress Dowager asked. The fragrance is so comforting that it whets the appetite, but why does this pot appear so peculiar? The old man proudly responded. Your Majesty, this pot was brought from a distant land, carved from stone by our dear Yao. Today, you are truly fortunate. The Empress Dowager chuckled awkwardly. Old man instructed Yao, you and Ming'er go prepare the bowls and chopsticks. Yin Xiao nodded and, alongside Han Xiaoming, turned to fetch the necessary utensils. The old man addressed the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, at your age, you should focus on enjoying your twilight years rather than meddling in the affairs of your descendants. They will have their own fortunes, and at our age we should savor our meals and drinks without concern. Do you not find it exhausting? The Empress Dowager, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, Old man You speak the truth. From now on, I shall refrain from interfering in their matters. Today, I acted impulsively and nearly jeopardized Ming'er, the old man remarked. As long as you understand, I must inform you. Your future granddaughter-in-law is indeed remarkable. Not only is she an exceptional healer, but her martial prowess rivals that of that rascal Ming'er, and she is also quite lovely. If you were to separate them, my other 3 disciples would swiftly whisk Yao away, and you would have no place to lament your regrets. If fear not, old man From now on, I shall treat Yen girl as my own granddaughter. Old man chuckled. That's more like it. A girl as splendid as Yao is hard to find, and had it not been for the Emperor's foresight in being proactive, do you think Yao would still be the fiancé of that rascal Ming'er? Not a chance. Even the young master Liang Dong, residing in the other courtyard, would covet the opportunity to wed such a fine girl. The Empress Dowager felt a surge of urgency upon hearing old man Yin's words. How perilous, she had nearly ruined her grandson's blissful union. At that moment, Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiao returned with bowls, chopsticks, and various vegetables. The 4 of them arranged 4 chairs and a table, placing the vegetables atop it. Opting to dine without servants gathering around the fire to enjoy their meal, Yin Xiao ladled a bowl of soup for the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, please have some soup first and see how it tastes. The Empress Dowager cradled the bowl, warmth flooding her heart. Very well, I shall give it a try. After blowing on the soup to cool it, she took a small sip. It was too hot to consume in large mouthfuls. The exquisite medicinal chicken soup brought an unprecedented satisfaction to the Empress Dowager's palate, prompting her to close her eyes in bliss, savoring the delightful fusion of flavors. This is truly delicious, this is the epitome of culinary perfection, she exclaimed. Yin Xiao seized the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, should you find the time in the future, please visit often. I shall prepare more earthly delights for you and keep you company during meals. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened with joy as she asked, Yao, is this truly your intention? You genuinely wish to dine with me? Yin Xiao smiled, more genuine than pearls. Your happiness is all that matters. The Empress Dowager felt tears welling in her eyes, silently vowing, from now on, I shall ensure that no one dares to bully my granddaughter-in-law. Having family to converse with and share meals with is the true essence of joy for the elderly. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager declared, Ming'er, I have made up my mind. Tomorrow I shall move in with you. Rest assured, I shall not be a bother, as long as you can share meals with me. Han Xiaoming, Yin Xiao, and old man exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their concerns. Han Xiaoming replied, Your Majesty, this is not advisable. How can father rest easy if you do not reside in the palace? What is there for him to worry about? I am safer here with you than in the palace, Han Xiaoming countered, but we have many matters to attend to. We cannot remain in the other courtyard with you every day. There may be times we must leave for months at a time. It would be unwise for you to stay here alone. Please consider residing in the palace, and we will visit you whenever we can. The Empress Dowager pondered this and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall stay for a few days before returning to the palace, Han Xiaoming interjected. That will not do. The poison within me has not yet been completely resolved, and I will not have the time to accompany you these next few days. You must return today. Once I am fully detoxified, I will come to escort you. The Empress Dowager softly replied, I shall not disturb you any further in your detoxification. Old man advised, Your Majesty, as you have observed today, look at how exhausted Yao is. She has not even had a moment to rest and is busy preparing medicinal chicken for you. It would be best for you to return for now. Once Ming'er is free from his poison and Yao has had the chance to recover, she will be able to accompany you, will she not? In a few days, Yao plans to open a stone pot medicinal chicken establishment. We can take you out then, and it will be delightful to explore the capital together. The Empress Dowager exclaimed in surprise. Really, Yao, you intend to open a shop? Yin Xiao nodded with a smile, placing a chicken leg into the Empress Dowager's bowl. Indeed, it is true, there will be much to do, but I can take you along for some fun. Very well, I shall return to the palace once I finish my meal. My dear girl, make sure to rest well, and remember to come and fetch me in a few days. Yin Xiao reassured her. Your Majesty, you need not worry, I promise to come for you in a few days. Please enjoy this medicinal chicken. How does it taste? The Empress Dowager nodded, picking up the chicken leg with her chopsticks and taking a bite, satisfied as she declared, delicious, truly exquisite. I have never tasted such marvelous medicinal chicken. After finishing their lunch, the three of them escorted the Empress Dowager to the entrance of the courtyard. Watching her depart, Old Man Ian remarked, Yaoer, you truly are something else. In the future, the Empress Dowager will indeed become your formidable ally. Yan Xiyao replied proudly, of course, the Empress Dowager is the most powerful woman in the entire Martial Sage Dynasty. How could I pass up such an opportunity? Han Xiaoming gave her a thumbs up. Little junior sister, with the Empress Dowager backing you, even the palace will think twice before provoking you. Would you dare to provoke me without the Empress Dowager's backing? Go ahead, give it a try. Han Xiaoming quickly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Ha ha. Old Man Ian laughed heartily. Chapter 83. Han Xiaoming's power surge. After sending the Empress Dowager off, Han Xiaoming looked at the weary Yan Xiyao, his heart filled with concern. Without a word, he swept her up in a princess carry and strode towards the room. Yan Xiyao was taken aback by Han Xiaoming's sudden embrace. Gazing at him in bewilderment, Old Man Ian paused momentarily before bursting with excitement. Bouncing back to the room to continue observing the copper coins, his precious little disciple now had a strong backing. Old Man Ian was even happier than Yan Xiyao. Han Xiaoming gently placed Yan Xiyao on the bed, removed her shoes, and softly said, rest well, you are too exhausted today. Yan Xiyao nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Han Xiaoming then sat cross-legged beside her, focusing on the copper coins on the wall to practice his mental strength. For the next few days, he began early with massages, acupuncture, and medicinal baths for detoxification. By the seventh day, the water in the medicinal bath had remained unchanged, indicating that the cold poison within him had been entirely cleared. Just as Han Xiaoming intended to rise from the bath, his expression suddenly shifted, and he commanded Wuchen, guard me. No one is to disturb me. Understood, Master. Wuchen replied from outside the door. Han Xiaoming, clad only in his undergarments, leaped from the bath and sat cross-legged on the bed, initiating his internal power breakthrough. The energy in the air surged into Han Xiaoming's body like a torrential flood, which he absorbed and converted into internal power. Directing it towards his bottleneck, those in the courtyard who practiced martial arts could distinctly feel the unusual energy fluctuations in the air, especially Old Man Ian, who, shocked, rushed out to investigate, sensing the energy flowing toward the treatment room. Old Man Ian initially thought Yan Xiyao was preparing to break through again. He hurried to the treatment room, only to find Yan Xiyao and Wuchen standing solemnly guard at the door. Instantly, he realized that Han Xiaoming was attempting a breakthrough, and it was likely to be a significant one. Old Man Ian did not dare to be careless. He joined Yan Xiyao and Wuchen in guarding the door, providing protection for Han Xiaoming. Others skilled in martial arts soon arrived at the treatment room, including the young master Liang Dong. They formed a protective circle around the treatment room, ensuring no one could approach and disturb Han Xiaoming. At this moment, Han Xiaoming was drenched in beads of sweat, relentlessly channeling his internal power towards the bottleneck. Again and again, after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Han Xiaoming successfully advanced from the mid-level of the Xian stage to the late stage. Yet he showed no signs of stopping. Half an hour later, he transitioned from the late stage to the peak of the Xian stage, and his breakthrough continued. An hour later, Han Xiaoming had advanced to the initial level of the earth stage before finally coming to a halt. He climbed out of the bath, took another cleansing wash, donned his clothes, and opened the door. Upon seeing this, Old Man Ian's jaw dropped in astonishment. You little pervert, how dare you break through the ranks again? Reaching the initial stage of the earth level, not bad, not bad. I did not misjudge you, having taken in two exceptional disciples. Ha ha ha, Yan Xiyao exclaimed in shock. What, the initial stage of the earth level? Oh no, when will I ever be able to defeat him? The Old Man Ian inquired with curiosity. My dear Yaoer, why do you always think you can surpass your fourth senior brother? Yan Xiyao pouted and replied, Master, you know very well that fourth senior brother is a dangerous individual. If he ever feels like kicking me, I must possess the ability to protect myself, right, my dear girl? Just a few days ago, you mentioned that without the Empress Dowager's backing, your fourth senior brother wouldn't dare to provoke you. Now that you have so many supporters, do you truly believe he would dare to kick you? Can't I feel a bit envious? His inner strength has surged. Who knows, he might indeed have the audacity to kick me. Han Xiaoming chuckled. Dare to kick you, if he were to send you flying? Where would I find you again? The Old Man Ian teased. Well, look at you, young rascal, finally coming to your senses. It hasn't been easy, but how is it that you have broken through several levels in succession? Han Xiaoming explained. Before the cold poison struck, I had already sensed the bottleneck for my breakthrough. However, after being afflicted by the poison, I suppressed it with my internal energy and dared not to break through. Unexpectedly, once the poison was lifted, I could no longer contain the urge to advance. Yan Xiyao tilted her head and remarked, it may also be related to that Millennium Fire Spirit mushroom. It is truly a rare treasure. The Old Man Ian responded, so that is it. You truly turned misfortune into fortune. Han Xiaoming generously praised. Thanks to my little junior sister, without her, not only would my inner strength not have surged, But even detoxifying would have been a challenge. Xiyao playfully lifted her chin and said, "You should know, if you dare to treat me poorly in the future, I might just concoct some poison to leave you incapacitated." Han Xiaoming understood that Xiyao was jesting, yet he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Offending anyone is unwise, but particularly a physician of great skill, otherwise, you may not even know how you met your demise. Han Xiaoming affectionately remarked, "Little junior sister, with so many supporters behind you, would your senior brother dare to mistreat you? Every time I administer needles and massages, it exhausts you, and now, let us go dine, then return to rest. Tomorrow, I shall present you with a surprise." Han Xiaoming spoke with a mysterious air, prompting Xiyao to ask, "What surprise?" "You will know tomorrow. Now let us eat." After their meal, Han Xiaoming insisted that Xiyao rest, while he sat nearby continuing to practice his mental fortitude. Half an hour later, Xiyao awoke. Han Xiaoming, with a doting expression, asked, "You're awake? Why not sleep a bit longer? I've rested enough. I must make the most of my time to practice, or I'll be left far behind by you," she replied. Han Xiaoming stood up. "Since you've had enough rest, let us head to the palace to fetch the Empress Dowager. Did you not promise to go and get her?" "That works. It will prevent her from overthinking." The two tidied up, changed into fresh attire, and set off for the palace in a carriage driven by Wuchen. Meanwhile, the Wang mother and daughter, under Han Xiaoming's orders, had been sent to a beggar's den, where they were tormented to the brink of death. They suffered from high fevers for several days, their wounds festering, their bodies emitting a horrendous stench, even repelling the beggars. After conferring among themselves, the beggars, seizing the last breath of life in them, dragged the mother and daughter out of the den and abandoned them in a forest on the outskirts of the capital. Leaving them to fend for themselves, the mother and daughter lacked the strength to even open their eyes. Dressed in tattered, thin garments during the harsh winter, it was certain they would not survive the night. However, they could not endure even half a day. Less than 2 hours after the beggars left, both had breathed their last, never having awaited the arrival of Yin Xiaodai's biological father. When Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiyao arrived in the capital, they overheard discussions about 2 female corpses discovered in the woods outside the city, ravaged by wild dogs, leaving behind only dismembered limbs and 2 faceless heads. Upon hearing the gossip, Yin Xiyao displayed no excessive emotion. Evil begets evil, and good begets good. The mother and daughter brought this upon themselves. Chapter 84, Boss, do you have any shoes? Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiyao arrived at the Empress Dowager's Xiyao palace. The Empress Dowager was as delighted as a child, genuinely surprised that Yin Xiyao had come to fetch her so soon. Yin Xiyao smiled and said, "Empress Dowager, please gather a few changes of clothes. We will take you to our villa for a short stay, however, do try to pack some ordinary attire. Casual clothes will be more convenient for shopping." The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow and replied, "I possess no casual attire." Yin Xiyao was taken aback. The Empress Dowager did not even have a single set of ordinary clothes. Throughout her life, aside from the palace, she had likely only visited the Jingxin monastery. No wonder the old lady had such a peculiar temperament. It must have been bottled up inside her. Yin Xiyao suggested. "Empress Dowager, then there is no need to pack. Palace attire is too cumbersome and impractical for outings. Let us visit a ready-made clothing store in the capital. If nothing suits, we can order a few custom pieces, making future excursions much easier." The Empress Dowager, hearing that Yin Xiyao would take her out to play in the future, became even more elated, saying with a smile, "Very well, I shall follow your lead. Wait here, I have something for you." The Empress Dowager turned and entered her inner chamber. When she emerged, she held a delicate jewelry box in her arms. The Empress Dowager's personal maid gasped in astonishment. This was the Empress Dowager's most treasured set of headwear, one she seldom wore herself, only bringing it out during palace banquets, after which she would promptly put it away. For the Empress Dowager to be so generous, the future 9th Prince's consort must be extraordinary. As a personal maid to the Empress Dowager, her discerning eye was certainly above average. At that moment, she silently vowed to be doubly attentive to this future 9th Prince's consort, allowing for no oversight. The Empress Dowager handed the jewelry box to Yin Xiyao, saying, "Yaoer, this is for you, since you and Ming are betrothed. I have yet to present you with a proper gift." Yin Xiyao smiled and declined. "Thank you, Empress Dowager, but you should keep it for yourself. I do not particularly enjoy wearing jewelry. If I give it to you, you must accept it. Even if you do not enjoy wearing it, you cannot be without it. You should have what others possess." "Thank you, Empress Dowager. Then let us go shopping." The Empress Dowager beamed. "Very well. But I recall having a set of more subdued clothing. Allow me to change before we depart. No problem. Having more subdued clothing is even better." The Empress Dowager's personal maid quickly assisted her in finding clothes. Before long, the maid helped the newly attired Empress Dowager emerge from the inner chamber. Yin Xiyao glanced at the maid and said, "You should change as well. Prepare 2 sets of casual attire." "You cannot go out like this." The maid, elated, acknowledged and hurriedly ran off to change. Once the maid returned in her new attire, Yin Xiyao assisted the Empress Dowager outside. The Empress Dowager's personal eunuch attempted to follow them, but Han Xiaoming shot a cold glance at him, stating, "You need not accompany us." The eunuch recoiled in fright, quickly retreating. Yin Xiyao helped the Empress Dowager into the carriage, and the 3 of them settled inside. While the Empress Dowager's personal maid and Wuchen remained outside, as Wuchen guided the carriage out of the palace, upon entering the bustling streets of the capital, Xiyao assisted the Empress Dowager down from the carriage. She whispered, "If Empress Dowager, from now on, while we are on the streets, my fourth senior brother and I shall address you as Grandma. You must refrain from referring to yourself as this widow to avoid exposing your identity." "Very well, I shall be called Grandma," the Empress Dowager's personal maid quietly inquired. "Then what should I call myself?" Xiyao replied. "Address yourself as Old Madam." "Understood." Xiyao then asked the Empress Dowager, "Have you ever been shopping before?" The Empress Dowager shook her head, saying, "No, my parents did not allow me to be seen before entering the palace, and once inside, I had no opportunity to go out shopping." Xiyao proclaimed then, "For the next few days, we shall accompany you to explore. Let us find a ready-made clothing store and buy you a few outfits." The Empress Dowager smiled. "Excellent. Later, we shall visit a tailoress shop, and I shall personally select some fabric to have a few pieces made for you as well." "Thank you, Empress Dowager, you were so kind, but I have clothes to wear. You should choose for yourself. Do not refuse. How can I buy for the Empress Dowager and not for you? Ming'er, do you agree?" Han Xiaoming nodded. "Indeed, it is time for you to have a few more outfits." The three chatted as they walked, while the Empress Dowager's personal maid trailed behind, seemingly an extra presence. The four of them arrived at a ready-made clothing store, which was not particularly busy, with only a couple of customers browsing. Xiyao quickly spotted a beautiful red brocade gown in the store, which was of commendable quality and design. The Empress Dowager glanced at Xiyao and cheerfully said, "Shopkeeper, please take down that red gown for us to examine." The shopkeeper promptly nodded and bowed, retrieving the red gown and respectfully presenting it to the Empress Dowager. She held the gown up against Xiyao, expressing her satisfaction. "Not bad, Yower, this gown is quite suitable for you, and the quality is undeniable. Truly exquisite flowing brocade, exceptionally lovely." Shopkeeper, "Wrap it up. We shall take this gown." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman entered the store. Exuding an air of superiority, accompanied by two maids, she immediately set her sights on the same red gown. "Shopkeeper, is there another of this gown? I would like one for myself as well." The shopkeeper, with a cordial smile, replied, "I'm terribly sorry, miss. This gown is our store's prized possession, the only one of its kind." The woman, with an arrogant demeanor, declared, "What, only one? Then I shall take it. How much silver does it cost?" The proprietor of the ready-to-wear shop was a discerning individual. Noticing the unmistakable air of affluence surrounding the Empress and her entourage, he surmised that they were not to be trifled with. He dared not offend them, however, understanding the principle that guests should be treated with courtesy. He did not wish to provoke this imperious woman. With a forced smile, he said, "Miss, this dress has already been purchased by these esteemed guests. Perhaps you would like to select another." The woman, obstinate and unreasonable, retorted, "Have you lost your mind? You expect me to choose again while you allow them to do the same? I have set my eyes on this dress, and therefore it belongs to me. Let them select another." Han Xiaoming frowned, his right foot itching to move. The Empress looked incredulously at this arrogant woman, her disdain reaching new heights. How dare someone compete with the Empress for a dress? It was utterly audacious. Xiyao observed the woman with a malevolent smile, thinking, "Oh, how she courts her own demise. No one can save her now." The woman turned provocatively to Xiyao and Han Xiaoming, but was instantly captivated by Han Xiaoming's celestial appearance. In a heartbeat, her demeanor shifted as she donned a coy expression and sauntered toward him, closer, ever closer. Han Xiaoming raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to the woman's abdomen, sending her flying against the wall, where she crumpled to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Han Xiaoming did not spare her a glance and addressed the shopkeeper, "Do you have any shoes? Bring me a pair." Chapter 85. Pay for the shoes before leaving. The shopkeeper, glancing at Han Xiaoming's feet, replied eagerly, Yes, I have some. I'll fetch them right away." Meanwhile, the woman's two maids stood frozen in shock for a moment before scrambling to assist their fallen mistress. The woman, pointing angrily at Han Xiaoming, exclaimed, "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Just as Han Xiaoming was about to deliver another kick before changing shoes, Xiyao restrained him with a look and casually remarked, "Oh, we are so frightened. Are you a princess or something? I am the eldest daughter of the Lu family. You will pay for this, I assure you. I will make your lives a living hell." Xiyao inquired, "The Lu family, who are they?" Han Xiaoming replied coldly, "They are wretches who are wealthy yet devoid of compassion, daring to act so brazenly here." At that moment, the shopkeeper returned with a new pair of shoes, carefully presenting them to Han Xiaoming, saying, "Esteemed guest, please try these on. If they do not fit, I will find another pair for you." Han Xiaoming took the shoes and sat down on a nearby chair to try them on. Xiyao twitched her mouth, glaring at Han Xiaoming with irritation, and remarked, "Another change of shoes? What a ridiculous habit. Do shoes not cost money?" The Empress and her personal maid stared in disbelief. Xiyao dared to scold Han Xiaoming? This was truly a remarkable spectacle. Looking at Han Xiaoming's awkward expression, the Empress chuckled, her laughter deepening the lines on her face. This grandson, who had always despised women and dismissed strangers, unexpectedly showed a fear of his wife. The Empress suddenly felt a strange illusion that this was how a young couple should behave. Han Xiaoming looked at Xiyao, discomfort written on his face, and said, "But my senior brother kicked that woman, And now the shoes are dirty. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Han Xiaoming. Suddenly, she recalled the legend of the cold-faced killer who would change his shoes after kicking a woman. It was over. This was undoubtedly the infamous cold-faced killer. Wasn't he supposed to keep women at bay? Why could this beautiful woman approach him? Was she perhaps the 10th princess, his sister? It was over. She had offended a significant figure. The woman quickly signaled her maids to help her escape. Just as they moved, the empress swiftly approached the woman and commanded with authority, "Pay for the shoes before you leave." Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiyao stared at the empress in astonishment, as did the kicked woman and her two maids. The shopkeeper was utterly flabbergasted. Had he misheard, or was this a hallucination? Did the kicked woman really have to pay for the shoes? Realizing that the person who kicked her was the cold-faced killer from legend, the woman dared not utter a word and hastily produced silver coins to pay, not even daring to ask for change. Before fleeing with her maids in disgrace, the empress smiled at Yin Xiyao and said, "Xiyao, now you needn't worry about Ming'er paying for shoes." Yin Xiyao snapped out of her shock, exclaiming, "Wow, I never thought of that. Why didn't I realize it sooner?" Han Xiaoming replied, "It doesn't matter whether you realized it or not. In any case, the Lu family will foot the bill for these shoes." Yin Xiyao looked puzzled. Struggling to comprehend, Han Xiaoming smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll understand tonight. Oh, I see now." The empress, looking perplexed, asked Xiyao, "What have you understood?" Yin Xiyao responded, "Grandmother, I will tell you when we return, and for now let us choose some clothes." The empress nodded, selecting 2 outfits for herself, while her choices cost less than half of Yin Xiao's single ensemble. After purchasing the garments, the 4 of them proceeded to the tailor's shop to choose several bolts of fine fabric. The empress and Yin Xiyao each ordered a few tailored outfits before they reunited with Wuchen and boarded their carriage to return to the estate. Once in the carriage, the empress eagerly inquired, "Xiyao, what did you mean earlier at the ready-to-wear shop?" Yin Xiyao smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, didn't fourth senior brother say that the Lu family is wealthy yet unkind, since they are unjust? We should help them accumulate virtue." The empress pondered for a moment before saying, "Wah, now I understand. Ming'er, I support you wholeheartedly. Do well to help the Lu family accumulate virtue and see if they dare to act so arrogantly in the future." Yin Xiyao excitedly declared, "Grandmother, rest assured, tonight, we will make a grand effort. May I join?" Both Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiyao were taken aback. "What business do you have joining us? You cannot go," Han Xiaoming replied. The empress responded, "Then I shall await your good news at home." Han Xiaoming said, "Your Majesty, you cannot go tonight, but tomorrow there will be something for you to enjoy." The empress's eyes brightened with anticipation. Upon returning to the estate, Yin Xiyao prepared stone-pot medicinal chicken, while Han Xiaoming visited the residence of the 4th young master of Liangdong to invite them to dinner. Shui Zhenghua had already recovered about 70 to 80% and was planning to relocate his business to the capital in the coming days. During dinner, the 4th young master of Liangdong, the old man and the empress Yin Xiyao, and Han Xiaoming gathered around the hearth. With the empress present, the 4th young master felt somewhat constrained. Han Xiaoming glanced at him and asked, "Young Master Shui, does your business have any dealings with the Lu family in the capital?" Shui Zhenghua replied, "No dealings. The Lu family has attempted to collaborate with me several times, but their reputation is too poor. So I declined." Han Xiaoming replied, "Best that there are no business dealings. Tonight, we shall pay a visit to the Lu residence and help them accumulate virtue." Duan Lingfeng immediately perked up, eager to contribute. "Your Highness, why the sudden interest in the Lu family? The eldest daughter of the Lu family was too arrogant, attempting to snatch clothing from my junior sister. The Lu family is unkind despite their wealth. I intend to teach them a lesson." Duan Lingfeng exclaimed, "How dare they compete with the master for clothing and be unkind as well? They deserve a good lesson." Shui Zhenghua added, "Indeed, the Lu family should be reprimanded. I have heard they are excessively harsh with their servants, often beating them to death. Their staff sometimes goes months without earning a single coin, and many are driven to suicide by the Lu family's oppression." The empress's fury ignited, and she spat, "How can the Lu family be so cruel and yet remain established in the capital?" Han Xiaoming replied, "Your Majesty, the Lu family must have powerful backing, likely someone with a high position in the court. Ming'er, send someone to investigate thoroughly and unearth the individuals supporting the Lu family. I want to see who dares to be so bold." "Rest assured, Grandmother, I will look into it." "Well then, let us eat. After dinner, you may attend to your business." Chapter 86, Ransacking the Lu family estate. As everyone dined and conversed, they devised a plan for the evening's operation by the hearth, since Shui Zhenghua had not fully recovered. He stayed behind to accompany the empress. After dinner, Yin Xiyao prepared ample amounts of sleeping powder, and they all donned night gear, including Wuchen and the 4 shadow guards, along with a team of dark sentinels. As the hour of the rat approached, the group set out. Instead of riding horses, they utilized their lightness of step to soar through the air. In no time, they arrived outside the Lu family estate. Yin Xiyao handed the sleeping powder to Duan Lingfeng, who swiftly vanished from sight. A quarter of an hour later, an owl hooted from within the estate, signaling that Duan Lingfeng had succeeded. The group, utilizing their full agility, leaped into the Lu family estate, where they found Duan Lingfeng confidently waiting in the courtyard, surrounded by the incapacitated guards and servants of the Lu family. Upon seeing them arrive, Duan Lingfeng boasted, "Master, I've taken them all down." Yan Xiyao nodded approvingly, "Well done, now to gather all that is valuable, not a single coin should be left behind." Duan Lingfeng, exhilarated, responded, "Absolutely, Master, just watch, I won't disappoint you. I guarantee we will ransack the Lu family estate completely." The group rushed into the various rooms of the Lu estate, retrieving sacks and shamelessly stuffing them with valuable items. Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao entered the main house of the Lu family. Examining the opulent furnishings by candlelight, what a display of extravagance! Yan Xiyao clicked her tongue and exclaimed, "No wonder you say the Lu family is wealthy yet unkind. Even this ordinary ornament could sustain a common person for a lifetime." Han Xiaoming replied, "Much of the Lu family's wealth comes from dubious sources. Once Duan Lingfeng discovers the account books, he will unveil the true benefactor behind the Lu family. Well then, let us take action." Han Xiaoming nodded and said, "One day, we shall deliver all this ill-gotten wealth to the national treasury and subsequently distribute it to the impoverished citizens in the name of the imperial family." Yan Xiao responded, "I have no objections. Fourth senior brother, you wait outside while I take a look inside. Go ahead, be cautious. I will." "Don't worry." Yan Xiao stepped into the room, which was the bedroom of Lord Lu and his wife. There was little of value within, merely some jewelry laid out on the vanity. Undeterred, Yan Xiao continued her meticulous search, believing that a family of such stature must possess a hidden treasury. However, after scouring the room, she found no secret passages or mechanisms. Reluctantly, she began to fill a sack with all the valuables she could find. Just as she was about to carry the sack out, a painting above the vanity caught her attention. The painting depicted a charming young boy with a radiant smile and delicate features. Yan Xiao glanced at the unconscious Lord and Lady Lu on the bed and thought, at their age, could they possibly desire to have a son? It seems unlikely. Perhaps there is a mystery concealed behind the painting. She reached out and lifted the painting, revealing a fist-sized crack in the wall behind it. When she scratched at it with her fingernail, there was no response. Pressing it with her finger, she heard a rumbling sound from the adjacent wall, and suddenly, a secret door swung open. Incredible, there really is a hidden treasury. I almost missed it. Yan Xiao swiftly entered the secret door with her sack, finding a staircase within. The walls were embedded with luminous pearls that illuminated the entire passageway. She descended the staircase until she reached a wooden door at the bottom, which was not locked. The moment she pushed open the door, she was momentarily blinded by the glimmer of countless boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Without pausing to take in the sight, she swiftly collected all the treasures along with the boxes into her bracelet's spatial compartment. Even prying down the luminous pearls from the walls, turning back, she pressed the crack behind the painting, restoring the secret door to its previous state. Emerging from the room, she found that Han Xiaoming had also filled his sack to the brim. Upon seeing Yan Xiao, Han Xiaoming helped her pack several more valuable items into her sack. After the passage of a single incense stick's time, everyone emerged from the house, each carrying 2 sacks. Duan Lingfeng was the most extravagant, not only filling 2 sacks to the brim but also stuffing every conceivable pocket on his body, resulting in a rather comical appearance. Han Xiaoming inquired, "Have we taken everything?" The group nodded in agreement, and Duan Lingfeng produced the account book from his bosom, presenting it to Han Xiaoming, saying, "We have taken all we could. This is the account book you requested, found in the secret compartment of the study." Han Xiaoming accepted the account book, stating, "Let us return and discuss further." The group employed their likeness skills to carry their sacks back to the courtyard, where Shui Zhenghua was waiting at the entrance with the Empress Dowager. Upon their return, the Empress Dowager and Shui Zhenghua approached them with palpable excitement. The Empress Dowager rushed to Yan Xiao, inquiring with concern, "My dear Yao Yao, are you tired? Were you injured?" Yan Xiao smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, I am perfectly fine and not at all fatigued. Let us go inside and see how much we have gathered." The group entered Han Xiaoming's room, where they laid out all the items, filling the space to the brim. "Wow, there are indeed quite a few treasures," Yan Xiao exclaimed. Duan Lingfeng produced a pearl the size of an egg from his pocket and presented it to Yan Xiao as if offering a rare treasure, saying, "My lady, this is a special find for you." Hidden alongside the account book in the study's secret compartment, Yan Xiao's eyes sparkled as she accepted the pearl, declaring, "What a splendid item! It is clearly not an ordinary treasure and should be worth a considerable sum." Han Xiaoming remarked, "It is indeed a fine treasure, junior sister. You should keep this luminous pearl and select a few other items to be sent to the treasury tomorrow." Yan Xiao replied, "No need to choose. Let us send everything to the treasury." With so much gold and silver in her spatial compartment, she could not possibly claim this ill-gotten wealth for herself. The time was not yet right to reveal it to Han Xiaoming. Perhaps this ill-gotten fortune could be utilized for the benefit of the nation and its people. Han Xiaoming said, "Very well, Wuchen, gather the others and ensure all these items are packed neatly for delivery to the palace at dawn." Understood. The Empress Dowager surveyed the heap of treasures before her and began selecting several valuable items, insisting on handing them to Yan Xiao, saying, "If you want to choose, I shall select for you." Yan Xiao protested, "Your Majesty, truly, there is no need. If you fancy them, please keep them for yourself. What use do I have for these? Take them, for when you take me out, you will need to spend money." Han Xiaoming suppressed a smile and remarked to Yan Xiao, "Junior sister, you should accept them. the Empress Dowager has a keen eye. These items are indeed valuable, you must save some for yourself, as you said. Wealth brings strength, the Empress Dowager added. Exactly, my dear, quickly put them away. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend money in the future. Chapter 87. Watching the drama at Lu's Manor reluctantly, Yin Xiao accepted the items chosen by the Empress Dowager and escorted her back to her chambers for rest. While Han Xiaoming began examining the account book, the more he read, the darker his expression became. Wu Chen and the others packed all the items and exited Han Xiaoming's room, suppressing his rising fury. Han Xiaoming secured the account book and proceeded to wash up and rest. The following day, within Lu's Manor, the servants awoke to find a stack of papers on the rickety table in the servants' quarters. A literate servant, who had been forcefully brought into the household, picked it up and instantly burst into tears of joy. The contracts of servitude, our contracts. The other servants, upon hearing this, were equally elated. The literate servant urged, everyone, keep your voices down. The Lu family has never regarded us as human beings. Let us quickly gather our belongings and leave this manor while we still can. The servants hurriedly packed their things. Following the literate servant as they fled Lu's manor, the Lu family had been excessively harsh on the servants. They often went unpaid and lived in poverty, with their contracts held captive by the Lu family, preventing them from escaping. Now that the contracts had inexplicably appeared in the servants' quarters, anyone who stayed would be a fool. After about an hour of running, Lord and Lady Lu finally awoke to find their home completely ransacked. Lord Lu hurried to the study, while Lady Lu activated the secret door behind the painting. Impatiently, she entered the hidden passage. However, the luminous pearls had already been stripped away by Yin Xiao, and in her haste, Lady Lu missed a step and tumbled down the stairs, hitting her head and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Lord Lu opened the secret compartment in the study only to find the account book and luminous pearls missing. His eyes rolled back, and he too fainted. The eldest daughter of the Lu family awoke to find her head stuck to the pillow. As she reached up to touch it, she realized her hair was matted and rigid, resembling a wooden stick. The eldest daughter of the Lu family let out a soul-piercing scream, but no maid came to check on her. Frustrated, she yelled towards the door, Xiaohong, Xiao where have you two wretched girls gone? Still, there was no response outside. With no other choice, she steadied herself against the pillow and opened the door, only to find the hallway devoid of any servants. She had no choice but to continue supporting her head as she made her way to her parents' room. Upon finding it empty, she noticed the secret door in the wall was ajar and cautiously stepped inside. The passage was pitch black. Having never ventured through this door before, she was unaware that it led down a staircase. As she stepped down, she let out a cry, accompanied by the sound of crashing as she tumbled down the staircase, landing heavily on her mother. Fortunately, her pillow cushioned her head, preventing her from losing consciousness. Lady Lu awoke to the darkness, unable to see anything. Who are you? She asked the person who had knocked her awake. The eldest daughter, recognizing her mother's voice, burst into tears. Mother, my head is stuck to the pillow, and my hair is all matted together. Woe is me. Lady Lu paused, momentarily disregarding her pain, and reached out to her daughter. The first thing she touched was her daughter's foot. Continuing up, she finally reached her daughter's head. Realizing it was encased in something hard and sticky, stop crying for now. We can't see anything here. Let's talk outside. Mother, how could there be a passage in your and father's bedroom? Sigh, this was where I saved up your dowry. It must all be gone now. Lady Lu was not naive. If the luminous pearls from the wall were missing, it was certain that the treasures from the hidden treasury had also been taken. Her face turned ashen as she attempted to rise from the ground, only to feel a sharp pain in her right foot, causing her to break into a cold sweat and contort her face in agony. Yinshu, my leg is broken. You must go find someone to carry me out, Lady Lu urged. Mother, there isn't a single servant outside. What on earth is happening? Lady Lu's heart sank. Gone, everything is gone. Yin Xiao rose early to engage in physical exercise. Having been preoccupied with detoxifying Han Xiaoming over the past few days, she had neglected her workouts. After running several laps around the entire courtyard and performing a set of military-style martial arts, she returned drenched in fragrant sweat to freshen up. Just as she finished her ablutions, the steward arrived to invite her to the front hall for breakfast. Upon completing her meal, Duan Lingfeng, Zhu Haotian, and Pei Bei suddenly appeared before Yin Xiao and Han Xiaoming, wearing mysterious expressions as they said, "My lord, would you like to witness a splendid spectacle at the Lu family estate?" "What kind of spectacle?" inquired Yin Xiao. My lord, last night, I used pigskin glue to stick the Lu family's eldest daughter's head to her pillow. This morning, I was curious to see what kind of state she has ended up in, Duan Lingfeng replied, a lewd grin plastered on his face. Yin Xiao blinked in astonishment and asked, "What did you say?" Duan Lingfeng repeated his statement. The old man Yin twitched at the corners of his mouth, cursing under his breath. "I was so preoccupied with acquiring wealth last night that I completely forgot to properly punish the Lu family. Let's go, I want to see your little masterpiece." Turning to the astonished Han Xiaoming, Yin Xiao asked, "Fourth senior brother, shall we go watch the show?" Snapped back to reality by her eager anticipation, Han Xiaoming could not bear to refuse. With an affectionate pat on Yin Xiao's small head, he said, "All right, I will take you to see the show." The Empress Dowager, brimming with excitement, asked, "May I join? I wish to see as well." Just as Han Xiaoming was about to agree, Duan Lingfeng chimed in with a grin. Your Majesty, if you wish to go, I shall escort you to join the merriment. Han Xiaoming instructed. You three are responsible for protecting the Empress Dowager. Not a single mistake must occur, Duan Lingfeng assured. Your Highness, rest assured, we three brothers will ensure the Empress Dowager's safety, Han Xiaoming declared. Then let us depart. When the seven arrived at the Lu family estate, Madame Lu and her daughter were just emerging from a dark passage, dragging a broken leg with great difficulty. Upon reaching the entrance, Madame Lu cried out, Master, Master, where are you? After calling for a while with no response from Master Lu, the eldest daughter, whose injury was not severe, at least her leg was not broken, resignedly said, Mother, wait here, I shall go look for father. With that, the eldest daughter rose from the ground, holding her pillow with one hand, and limped towards the study. Chapter 88. This prodigal man, the seven, perched atop the wall, nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the Lu family's eldest daughter's peculiar appearance. Ian, covering his mouth, trembled with laughter, yet managed to suppress his mirth. The Empress Dowager, too, stifled her giggles to the point of almost tumbling off the wall, but was saved just in time by Duan Lingfeng, Peixianbei, and Chu Haotian. The eldest daughter, limping into the study, found her father collapsed on the ground. Despite calling out several times, she could not rouse him and was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly she recalled how the servants in the mansion had been revived from unconsciousness in the past by being splashed with cold water. Glancing around, she seized the teapot filled with cold water and splashed it onto Master Lu's face. As Master Lu regained consciousness and opened his eyes to see his daughter holding the teapot, he erupted in anger. What nonsense are you up to? The eldest daughter, feeling aggrieved, replied, Father, you fainted, and no matter how I called, I could not wake you, so I had no choice but to resort to this method. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Lu suddenly looked towards the hidden compartment and found it empty. His mind reeled, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing, It's over, the Lu family is finished, we have lost everything. Who is responsible for this? As he cried out in despair, he failed to notice that his daughter's head was still stuck to her pillow. With blood trickling down, the eldest daughter roared, Father, my head is stuck to my pillow, and mother has broken her leg, all the servants have fled. Her fierce shout silenced Master Lu, and he looked at his daughter with tear-filled eyes. After a long pause, he finally stammered, What did you say? Please repeat that. The eldest daughter cried as she reiterated her statement. Master Lu, gazing at his daughter, eventually regained his composure and staggered outside. The eldest daughter, limping and still holding her pillow, struggled to follow her father's lead. Upon seeing his wife with her right leg severely deformed and her head bloodied, he trembled as he asked, Are the things in the secret room still there? Madame Lu shook her head, her face ashen. No, everything is gone. Master Lu stumbled, unable to bear the blow, and collapsed to the ground once more. Xiyao remarked with a smile, Let us go back. With this fall, Master Lu will surely suffer a stroke and be left paralyzed. Truly, this is poetic justice, Duan Lingfeng added. And as for the eldest daughter, unless she uses boiling water, that pigskin glue will never come off her head. Ian interjected, You young man, to concoct such a marvelous scheme, impressive indeed. Let us head back. The seven descended the wall and boarded their carriage, laughter echoing all the way back to the courtyard. Upon arriving, Han Xiaoming gathered the account book and, accompanied by Xiyao and the Empress Dowager, set off for the palace, trailed by 7 carts laden with plundered treasures from the Lu estate. Upon entering the palace, Han Xiaoming summoned the emperor and had the treasury doors opened. After transferring the riches into the treasury, he presented the account book to the emperor, saying, Father, this is the account book I found at the Lu estate. Please peruse it. The emperor accepted the book, regarding Han Xiaoming with admiration. You have worked hard. Let us dine together in the palace. Han Xiaoming replied, No, I have matters to attend to back at the courtyard, so I shall take my leave. Very well, take care of your grandmother. Rest assured, Father, I know what I must do. The emperor turned to the Empress Dowager. Mother, enjoy yourself for a few days, but do not delay the important matters for Ming'er and the others. The Empress Dowager responded with exasperation, All right, I understand. Your son, daughter, takes his leave. The emperor waved his hand, watching as Han Xiaoming and the others departed, before returning to his study with the account book in hand. Upon returning to the courtyard, the Empress Dowager was particularly exhilarated, simply because Han Xiaoming had mentioned there would be something for her to enjoy today. After their lunch, both Xiyao and the Empress Dowager gazed at him with eager anticipation. Fourth senior brother, you promised to surprise me today. What surprise is it? Han Xiaoming replied, Just wait a moment, it should be arriving soon. What is arriving soon? With a smile, Han Xiaoming revealed stone. Xiyao. Han Xiaoming affectionately smiled. Did you not wish to prepare stone pot herbal chicken? I sent someone to find the green stone, and they should be returning soon. Observing Xiao's puzzled yet adorable expression, Han Xiaoming felt a wave of happiness and began referring to himself as I. Xiao jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, Oh yeah, we can finally prepare to open the shop. The Empress Dowager, Han Xiaoming, well yeah, what does that mean? Unable to contain her curiosity, the Empress Dowager asked, Yaoer, what does oh yeah signify? Xiao hesitated, it just means that's right. The Empress Dowager nodded, then turned to Han Xiaoming, asking, Ming'er, what can I do today? Han Xiaoming replied, You can shape the stone, we'll turn the green stone into a pot. Ah, shape the stone. I anticipated something for the entire day, and you want me to shape stone? Ha! Again Xiyao and Yin could not suppress their laughter. Your Majesty, shaping stone can be quite entertaining, just wait until you try it. Yin chuckled. The Empress Dowager grimaced. What could possibly be fun about shaping stone? Yin Xiyao encouraged. Your Majesty, just think, if you shape a stone into a pot, would that not be meaningful? I believe it would be quite fulfilling. The Empress Dowager retorted, do you think I can shape a stone into a pot? Of course. Both Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiyao responded in unison. Yin interjected, I believe you can as well. Just as the Empress Dowager was about to reply, a group of guards arrived, carrying stones into the front courtyard. The steward announced, My lord, we have brought the stones you requested. Han Xiaoming nodded. Good, summon more guards to help shape the stones. Yes, Yin Xiyao assisted the Empress Dowager, saying, Your Majesty, let us go shape the stones. With much persuasion, the Empress Dowager was led to the front courtyard. Yin Xiyao squatted before a stone, drawing out a dagger she carried and began to shape it. Han Xiaoming handed the Empress Dowager a dagger and squatted before another stone, swinging his dagger to begin shaping it. The Empress Dowager stared blankly at the dagger in her hand and voiced her discontent. Ming'er, are you certain I can handle such a large stone? Without looking up, Han Xiaoming replied, Your Majesty, you will know once you try it. Very well. The Empress Dowager took the dagger and squatted before Yin Xiyao, mimicking her movements as she exerted effort to shape the stone. With a swift stroke, she indeed managed to chip off a small piece. Stunned, the Empress Dowager's eyes widened in shock. When did I become so capable? I can even chip away at stone. Still not raising his head, Han Xiaoming remarked, Your Majesty, the dagger I provided you is no ordinary dagger. It is a treasure that can cut through iron as if it were mud. Yin Xiyao twitched her lips, thinking, this prodigal man, giving such a fine dagger to the Empress Dowager for stone shaping. Chapter 89. Unashamed creatures. The Empress Dowager stared incredulously at the dagger in her hand. Her interest piqued. She commanded the steward to fetch her a small stool so she could sit and shape stone alongside them. It must be said that the Empress Dowager has become increasingly engrossed in the art of stone carving, losing herself completely in the task. With the strength of many hands, in less than 2 hours, all the stone pots were successfully carved. The 4 shadowy figures, having witnessed Yin Xiao's method of cleaning the stone pots, promptly took their servants to assist in the washing. The Empress Dowager, still reluctant to part with her dagger, held it with a look of unquenched desire. Han Xiaoming remarked, Your Majesty, please return the dagger to your grandson and wash your hands quickly. We shall venture into the capital to inspect the shops. Upon hearing that they could visit the capital, the Empress Dowager immediately returned the dagger to Han Xiaoming and instructed her maid to fetch water for her to wash her hands. Once everything was in order and the stone pots were cleaned, a cart was loaded with the pots, and Han Xiaoming, along with his 2 disciples, the Empress Dowager and Shui Zhenghua, set off for the capital. Shui Zhenghua, a shrewd businessman, was equally eager to see the shop specializing in medicinal chicken cooked in stone pots, so he naturally accompanied them. Upon reaching the capital, Wu Chen drove the cart directly to the shop chosen by Han Xiaoming. Disembarking to unlock the door, Wu Chen and the steward began unloading the stone pots from the cart and placing them beside the counter in the shop. Yin Xiyao surveyed the now immaculate shop with great satisfaction, realizing that Han Xiaoming had made such extensive preparations unbeknownst to her. In that moment, she felt a surge of gratitude and happiness as she gazed at Han Xiaoming's smiling face. Thank you, fourth senior brother, she expressed sincerely. Han Xiaoming, with a doting smile, replied, What is there to thank? You are to be my future imperial consort. What is mine is yours. This shop was promised to you, and you are to provide for me for a lifetime. With no room for reneging, Yin Xiyao felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Being cherished by her fiancé was an unparalleled joy, and she realized this was the essence of love. She internally vowed, having never experienced romance in her past life, she would embrace a passionate love affair in this life. Then it's settled. What's yours is mine, and what's mine remains mine. I shall provide for you for a lifetime, she declared. Agreed, Han Xiaoming nodded earnestly in response. Shui Zhenghua, taken by surprise, felt as though he had just consumed a bowl of dog food and quickly stepped forward to explore the layout of the shop. The establishment was quite spacious, a 2-story building with private rooms on the 2nd floor. After Yin Xiyao had toured the shop, the group gathered by the counter awaiting her instructions. And now that the shop is prepared, we only need tables and chairs, as well as to hire staff. We are specializing in medicinal chicken cooked in stone pots, so our tables must be distinct from those of ordinary restaurants, she stated. Han Xiaoming replied, I will arrange for the hiring of staff, but I am unsure about the type of tables needed, which is why I have not procured any. How about this? I shall draft a design for the tables, and we can seek out a craftsman to produce a batch for us, Yin Xiyao suggested. Han Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Very well, please complete the drawings tonight, and we will visit the craftsman first thing tomorrow. Additionally, we should recruit a few young women for personal training, she added. At that moment, by mere coincidence, Han Xiaoqi passed by the entrance with Xiao Meier in tow. Xiao Meier followed Han Xiaoqi like a servant, her body marred by numerous bruises. Upon hearing Yin Xiao's voice, Han Shaoqi turned to look, momentarily stunned by Yin Xiao's unadorned beauty, unmarred by any blemishes. Xiaomire, catching sight of the Empress Dowager, seized the opportunity while Han Shaoqi was distracted and rushed to kneel before the Empress Dowager. Pleading, "Aunt, please save me," Han Shaoqi snapped back to reality, intending to pull Xiaomire back, but it was too late. In the presence of the Empress Dowager, Han Shaoqi dared not act out of line. Especially with Han Xiaoming beside her, the Empress Dowager looked at Xiaomire with surprise, noting her changed appearance after only a few days. "Mire, rise and speak," she commanded. Xiaomire stood gazing pleadingly at the Empress Dowager, saying, "Aunt, please help me. I wish to annul my engagement with fifth cousin Yin Xiao." Han Xiaoming, Woldin, and Shui Zhenghua exchanged glances, and at Han Xiaoming's gesture, they stepped aside. The Empress Dowager, feeling a pang of anxiety as she watched them distance themselves, recalled old Yin's words. At her age, should she really interfere in her grandson's affairs? Observing Xiaomire's bruised face, a flicker of sympathy crossed her heart. After all, she was a relative from her maiden family, brought into the fold by her. Yet, the choice of her husband was made by Xiaomire herself, and now, as she sought to annul the engagement, what were her true intentions? With an impassive expression, the Empress Dowager asked, "Mire, you chose fifth cousin yourself, and now that you wish to break the engagement, does that mean you intend to return to the Xiao family?" Xiaomire was taken aback, staring incredulously at the Empress Dowager, questioning why she was not permitted to choose anew. If she were to break the engagement and return to the Xiao family, could she still aspire to marry into the royal family? "Aunt, I wish to select another husband. A fifth cousin strikes me daily, and I can bear it no longer," Xiaomire lamented. Han Shaoqi coldly interjected, "You are already mine. Who else would you wish to choose?" The Empress Dowager was taken aback, fixing her gaze on Xiaomire as she demanded, "Mire, is what fifth cousin claims true?" Xiaomire lowered her head, responding softly, "Aunt, it is fifth cousin who has coerced me." The Empress Dowager, filled with indignation, retorted, "You are already bound to fifth cousin. How dare you ask me to help you break the engagement? How can you seek to choose another husband? Do you think so little of my grandson?" "Aunt, you shameless creature, after losing your virtue before marriage, you still wish to harm my other grandsons. How could the Xiao family produce such a disgraceful person?" The Empress Dowager turned her ire towards Han Shaoqi, chastising, "And you, cheer, what a fine ability you possess, such disgraceful behavior before marriage, and striking a woman as well. That if you were capable, why not defend the borders instead, or is your only talent in harming women?" Han Shaoqi, with an air of indifference, replied, "Your Majesty, hitting is a form of affection. Is this not what I learned from ninth brother? Look at them, do they not grow closer through such actions?" Yin Xiao nearly bit her tongue. Stifling a laugh at Han Shaoqi's absurd interpretation of affection, the Empress Dowager shot a fierce glare at Han Shaoqi, coldly stating, "Do you believe there is justification in your violence? How could I have such a wretched grandson? You bring shame upon the royal family." Han Shaoqi, begrudgingly looking at the Empress Dowager, remarked, "It seems that it is acceptable for Han Xiaoming to strike, yet when it comes to me, I am merely a rogue." "Your Majesty, is there a hint of bias here? I have not seen Ming'er strike Yaoer. I have only witnessed him cherish her dearly," the Empress Dowager retorted. "Do you truly have the audacity to compare yourself to Ming'er?" Han Shaoqi glanced at Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiao, noting their disdainful expressions, and the seeds of resentment began to take root within him. Chapter 90, A Match Made in Misery. Han Xiaoming provocatively shot a glance at Han Shaoqi, disdainfully stating, "Only a man lacking in ability would strike his fiancé. Surely, fifth brother does not genuinely believe that hitting is a form of love." Han Shaoqi sneered at Han Xiaoming, "You accuse me of lacking ability. Yet you are hardly different. Did you not strike Yaoer?" Yin Xiao interjected with a smile, "We are but siblings. My senior brother is merely helping me enhance my skills through sparring. This is not the same as violence against women." "Alas, I truly did not expect your comprehension to be so limited." Han Shaoqi's complexion darkened considerably, realizing that he had been made a fool by Han Xiaoming and Yin Xiao. Even the Empress Dowager shot a reproachful glance at Yin Xiao. Recognizing her cleverness in outmaneuvering them all, the Empress Dowager turned to Xiaomire, stating, "Mire, you chose fifth cousin yourself. The imperial edict was issued by the emperor. If you wish to annul the engagement, you must seek the emperor yourself. I am powerless to assist you. Should the emperor agree to the annulment, I shall arrange for your return to the Xiao family." Xiaomire's face fell, filled with despair. She did not wish to marry Han Shaoqi. She cast a resentful glance at Yin Xiao, blaming her for her predicament. If not for this woman, she would not have forsaken Han Xiaoming for Han Shaoqi. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she could not even approach Han Xiaoming. Desiring to take revenge on Yin Xiao, she realized that leaving Han Shaoqi would not grant her the capability to retaliate. Only by remaining at Han Shaoqi's side could she use him as a means of vengeance against Yin Xiao. With this thought in mind, Xiaomire addressed the Empress Dowager, "Aunt, I shall not break the engagement. I am willing to marry fifth cousin." The Empress Dowager nonchalantly replied, "Then return home, since you have already shared intimacy. You should hasten to wed." Hearing the Empress Dowager's insistence on their swift marriage, Xiaomire's resentment toward her deepened. She ceased her struggles and followed Han Shaoqi out, not far from the palace. Noticing Han Xiaoqi's furious demeanor, she seized the opportunity to speak. Fifth cousin, you have feelings for Yan Xiyao, do you not? What concern is that of yours? He shot back. She and ninth cousin have mocked you so. Do you not wish to take revenge against ninth cousin? I can help you win over Yan Xiyao and retaliate against ninth cousin. Han Xiaoqi narrowed his eyes dangerously, asking how, even now, do you still harbor thoughts of Han Xiaoming? Do you genuinely believe that as a discarded flower he would still want you? Xiaomeier quickly clarified, no, you misunderstand. I seek to avenge myself against ninth cousin and that Yan Xiyao. Are they not quite affectionate? If Yan Xiyao were to become your woman, would ninth cousin still dare act arrogantly before you? However, I have one condition. After you win her, you must not marry her. I shall be your rightful consort. What do you propose? Xiaomeier asked with a mysterious smile. Fifth cousin, we could seize the opportunity while ninth cousin is absent to abduct Yan Xiyao, administer some love-inducing powder, and would she not willingly fall into your embrace? As Han Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration, she mused that it was indeed a splendid idea. However, residing in Han Xiaoming's secluded estate would make it no easy feat to ensnare her. Cousin, has she not been elevated to the status of a princess? Did the emperor not bestow upon her a princess's residence? We shall wait until she moves into the princess's manor before we take action. Quite reasonable. I hadn't perceived you possessed a modicum of intellect. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your plan. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomeier interjected, cousin, could you perhaps refrain from striking me in the future? Turning to pinch Xiaomeier's chin, Han Xiaoqi replied, whether I choose to refrain from striking you depends entirely on your conduct. Xiaomeier, her heart aflutter and cheeks flushed with shyness, said, cousin, I am already yours. Whatever you desire is at your command. Now that's more like it. Come, let us return to the palace. I wish for you at this moment. Xiaomeier playfully protested, how improper. We are in the streets. And it is broad daylight. And what of daylight? We shall return to the palace now, and you shall witness how I deal with you. Feigning modesty, Xiaomeier buried her head in Han Xiaoqi's embrace. But her eyes glinted with malice, a sinister smile curling upon her lips. To resign myself to fate? Not a chance. Yan Xiyao, you shall pay for this. I will ensure your ruin. Han Xiaoming, you can only ever be my man. In her heart, Xiaomeier schemed against Yan Xiyao, convinced that as long as Yan Xiyao lost her virtue, Han Xiaoming would no longer desire her. Little did she realize she was already a tarnished soul. Not only would Han Xiaoming reject her, but even an ordinary man would shy away. Meanwhile, the sordid exchange between the two women was overheard by Han Xiaoming's shadowy guard, who chose not to rush back with the report but continued to surveil. Intending to return to the estate only at night, within the shop, Yan Xiyao approached the Empress Dowager, who chuckled, you little trickster, even I have been ensnared by your cleverness. Yan Xiyao smiled, Your Majesty, I had no choice. Besides, if you truly directed your relative towards the fourth master, she might not be alive now, or worse, crippled. The old man chimed in, indeed, Your Majesty, now you comprehend why Ming'er has refrained from parting with the girl. The cold poison within him can only be alleviated by her. She risked her life to train him. The Empress Dowager remarked, I was unaware before, but I see it now. Yan Xiyao, you have truly borne a heavy burden. The old man retorted, Your Majesty, your relative is clearly not virtuous. Do you not find it distasteful to match her with your grandson? I speak plainly, without pretense, so please do not take offense. With an embarrassed expression, the Empress Dowager replied, How was I to know she was such a fickle woman? Had I known earlier, I would not have brought her back. The old man asserted, It is not too late for you to be cautious. This woman will not remain docile. Regret washed over the Empress Dowager as she reflected on her decision not to forcibly separate Han Xiaoming and Yan Xiyao. Had she done so, she could scarcely fathom the current repercussions. Yan Xiyao grasped the Empress Dowager's hand, saying, Your Majesty, you need not blame yourself. Do you not find her quite fitting with the Prince of Roe? A scoundrel and a scoundrel, what better match could there be? Let them harm each other. The group continued to discuss their plans for the shop, with Shui Zhenghua contributing numerous insights. Truly one of the four distinguished sons of business, many of his ideas resonated with Yan Xiao's vision. She proposed several modern restaurant management techniques, leaving everyone astonished. They unanimously decided to adopt her proposed model for the stone pot medicinal chicken. Shui Zhenghua stated, Master, I have recovered well and wish to return to Liangdong tomorrow to transfer our assets to the capital. Under your name, I hope you will accompany us, along with my three brothers. Yan Xiyao glanced at Han Xiaoming, who nodded with a smile. Go ahead, I will accompany you. By the time we return, our shop should be ready for opening. The Empress Dowager immediately inquired, Ming'er, may I join you on your journey to Liangdong? Han Xiaoming looked to Yan Xiyao for her opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Xiyao replied, Let us take the Empress Dowager along. Opportunities to accompany her are rare. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Yan Xiao's hand, exclaiming, My dear granddaughter-in-law understands me. Han Xiaoming suggested, Since we are heading to Liangdong tomorrow, why not visit the new residence now to draw up the design plans and arrange for the craftsmen? Yan Xiyao nodded in agreement, closing the shop and heading straight to the new residence. Upon arrival, Han Xiaoming instructed the servants to prepare ink and paper, allowing Yan Xiyao to sketch the design. Observing the ink and brush on the table, Yan Xiyao furrowed her brow. She could manage writing. having practiced calligraphy with her grandfather in her past life, but drawing with a brush was uncharted territory for her. With a brush in hand and a bit of ink, she envisioned the hot pot table and attempted to sketch a round table. Yet the result was a far cry from its intended form, so much so that even she could not recognize it as a hot pot table, after observing for a while without comprehension. Han Xiaoming finally asked, "Little junior sister, is this a table?" Irritated Yan Xiyao shot him a glare. "If it's not a table, what could it be? A chair. This is my first attempt at drawing a design with a brush. It is merely a rough sketch." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yan Xiyao turned and headed towards the kitchen, retrieving a slightly thinner piece of firewood that had been partially burned, armed with the half-burned stick. She returned to the paper and began drawing again. Before long, she had sketched designs for both a round table and a square table, along with chairs and a barbecue rack, contemplating that she might like to host a self-service barbecue in her spare time. Han Xiaoming and the others gazed in astonishment. Could this truly be accomplished? The crude stick produced superior designs compared to the brush. Most importantly, the table-less design was remarkably clever, featuring a space for the stove in the center and conveniently accommodating bowls and chopsticks around the edges. Certainly, to those in the ancient world, it was ingenious. In the modern era, such tables were commonplace in any hot pot restaurant. "Done. Let us find the craftsman," Yan Xiyao declared. Han Xiaoming inquired, "Little junior sister, since there will be a stove in the middle, should we enlist a carpenter or a blacksmith to construct the table?" Yan Xiyao smiled brightly. "We will need both. It requires collaboration between the two craftsmen. The central section must be made of metal, or it will be easily damaged by the heat." Han Xiaoming pressed further. "And what is this item?" Yan Xiyao replied, "This is called a barbecue rack. Once completed, we can have self-service barbecues during our leisure time." "What is self-service barbecue?" Han Xiaoming asked. "It means we cook the meat and vegetables ourselves," she explained. Han Xiaoming nodded. I understand. Then let us first visit the carpenter, and have Wuchen summon the blacksmith." "Excellent. This will save time and allow for a collaborative effort." Han Xiaoming instructed Wuchen to invite the craftsman from the blacksmith's shop to meet them at the carpenter's shop, while the others proceeded directly to the carpenter's workshop. Upon reaching the carpenter's shop, Wuchen and the blacksmith had yet to arrive. Yan Xiyao presented the designs for the table and chairs to the master carpenter, stating, "These are the designs I require. The central section of the table must be metal, so we are also requesting the blacksmith's assistance. Can you see if the two can collaborate to make a batch of these tables and chairs?" The master carpenter examined the blueprints for a considerable time before asking, "Guest, I have never seen such a table before, but it does not appear difficult to construct. However, the central part will require the blacksmith's evaluation." "How many of these tables do you wish to produce?" Yan Xiyao responded. "Let us start with 50, with the possibility of needing more in the future," the master carpenter replied. "I can manage that. But I am uncertain if the blacksmith can construct the central component." "Old wine, who do you think you're looking down on?" a robust male voice boomed from the entrance. "Su Laodi, you've arrived just in time. Come take a look. Can you construct this central part of the table? If so, we should collaborate. These guests require 100 tables." The blacksmith leaned in to examine the designs in the carpenter's hand, perplexed, and asked, "What purpose does the hole in the center serve?" Yan Xiyao explained, "It is for placing the stove, allowing us to cook while we eat. Can you manage it?" The blacksmith affirmed. "That shouldn't be a problem. It doesn't seem very difficult. However, as this is my first time making such an item, we should try a prototype first. Give us 5 days to create one for your approval. If it meets your satisfaction, we will proceed with the rest." Han Xiaoming replied, "That works. Thank you, both of you." Yan Xiyao presented the design for the barbecue rack to the blacksmith, saying, "Take a look at this and see if you can make one for me." The blacksmith studied the design and remarked, "This is feasible. It appears quite simple." Han Xiaoming provided the address, and the group boarded the carriage back to the estate. Upon their return, the 10th princess, Han Xiaoyun, awaited them, eager to challenge Yan Xiyao in martial arts. Seeing Yan Xiyao, Han Xiaoyun rushed forward to give her a warm embrace. "Sister Yao, I've missed you." Yan Xiyao returned the hug, saying, "I've missed you too. You haven't visited in so many days." "Sister Yao, you did not keep your word. Did you not promise to take me along for revenge? Yet you went off alone," Yan Xiyao replied. "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision to go, so I didn't call you. Perhaps there will be another opportunity next time." Han Xiaoyun widened her eyes and inquired, "Another opportunity? Isn't that Yan Xiaodai dead? Who else do we seek vengeance upon?" Yan Xiyao chuckled softly and said, "I will tell you later. For now, I am uncertain whether that individual will come to trouble me. Who dares to disturb you?" Yan Xiyao's face displayed a hint of hesitation. With the empress still present, it was best not to speak. Han Xiaoyun noticed Yan Xiyao's reluctance and, having already guessed it was Xiao Mei, smiled and said, "Come, let us head to the backyard for a sparring session. I am always at your service." The empress chimed in with a smile. Yao has had a tiring day. Let her rest properly," Yan Xiyao interjected. "Grandmother, it's fine. We'll spar for a bit and then return." The two linked arms and made their way to the backyard. After walking a short distance, Han Xiaoyun whispered to Sister Yao, "Is it that Xiao Mei will come to trouble you?" Yan Xiyao was taken aback. How did you know? Han Xiaoyun pouted. Sister Yao, I'm not foolish. It's evident she harbors great ambition. She previously had her sights set on the ninth prince, and now that she knows he hasn't harmed you, she surely remains undeterred. Oh, I didn't expect you to see through it so clearly. Rest assured, I do not regard her as a threat. Shall we devise a plan to teach her a lesson? Yan Xiyao replied with a smile. No rush. After I return from Liangdong City, she should come seeking me. At that time, it will be her turn to face consequences. Chapter 92. Unlocking the fourth floor of the space. Upon hearing that Yan Xiyao planned to go to Liangdong City, Han Xiaoyun immediately resorted to her charming antics. Sister Yao, you're going to Liangdong City, will you take me with you? Yan Xiyao replied earnestly. I cannot promise you that. You must first seek your brother's approval. As long as he consents, it will be fine. Han Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and clung to Yan Xiyao, continuing her plea. The ninth prince definitely won't take me along. Sister Yao, please agree to take me. Once you do, I'm sure the ninth prince will agree too. You're the best, just say yes. Yan Xiyao laughed teasingly. What is in it for me if I take you? I'll help you teach Xiao Mei a lesson. Alright, I'll take you, but should I report to your father about this? Then I shall send someone to inform father. You wait here for me. I will return shortly. Han Xiaoyun exclaimed, darting away at an astonishing speed. Fearing that if she delayed even a second, Yan Xiyao would change her mind. Watching Han Xiaoyun's retreating figure, Yan Xiyao shook her head helplessly. This girl was so impulsive, hardly resembling a princess at all. Han Xiaoyun swiftly sought out the guards who had escorted her, instructing them to return to the palace and report to the emperor. The guards looked troubled. The emperor had specifically directed them to ensure the 10th princess returned safely. Now, however, the 10th princess wished to accompany the future 9th princess consort to Liangdong City. How would they report this back? Han Xiaoyun urged anxiously. Hurry up, just say that I, the princess, wish to accompany the 9th prince to Liangdong City. Go ahead, tell my father that I am taking Yun'er to Liangdong City. Han Xiaoming's voice resonated behind Han Xiaoyun. The guards promptly saluted and turned to exit the courtyard. Han Xiaoyun turned around, her face alight with joy. Ninth brother, Sister Yao has agreed to take me along. Han Xiaoming replied coolly. I know, thank you, ninth brother. I'm off to find Sister Yao now. Han Xiaoming waved dismissively. Go on. And you two should skip the sparring. Hurry back for dinner. Alright, Han Xiaoyun agreed, turning to run back to Yan Xiyao. Sister Yao, let us return for dinner. We can spar after our evening meal. Yan Xiyao nodded, and the two linked arms once more as they made their way back. After finishing their meal, Yan Xiyao returned to her room to pack her belongings, with Han Xiaoyun following closely. Sister Yao, bring a couple more outfits. I want to wear your clothes. No problem. Choose for yourself. Pick any set you fancy. The two girls approached the wardrobe and each selected 2 sets of clothing. Han Xiaoyun then said, by the way, Sister Yao, father asked me to inform you that the Duke's residence is all set. You can move over whenever you wish. Let us wait until I return. How about we hold a housewarming banquet? Perhaps not. I have so much to attend to after returning from Liangdong. I won't have the energy for that. What else do you have to do? Sister Yao, Yan Xiyao replied. I plan to open a stone pot medicinal chicken restaurant. I've already ordered the tables and chairs, and upon my return, I need to train the staff to open as soon as possible. Then I shall assist you. Great, you can handle the promotional aspects. Han Xiaoyun inquired. Promotional? How will we promote it? I'll tell you later. After they had packed their belongings, Han Xiaoyun again dragged Yan Xiyao to the backyard for martial arts practice. The two engaged in an intense spar, drenched in sweat, until they finally ceased. Once their internal energy was completely expended, returning to their room, they washed up and sat cross-legged on the bed to recover their depleted energy. As the hour of the rabbit approached, the energy in the air around Yan Xiyao began to surge, infiltrating her body relentlessly. Yan Xiyao fervently absorbed the imperceptible energy from the air, converting it into internal power to break through her bottleneck. Han Xiaoyun, also a martial artist, quickly sensed the abnormal energy fluctuations. She opened her eyes, silently put on her shoes, and stood a little farther away from Yan Xiyao to guard her. After a stick of incense had burned, Yan Xiyao successfully advanced from the initial to the mid-level of the yellow stage. She opened her eyes and saw Han Xiaoyun protecting her, smiling in gratitude. Yun'er, thank you. Come rest now. Sister Yao, you've broken through again. Congratulations. Han Xiaoyun sat down beside Yan Xiyao. It was merely a small level up. Let us rest quickly. Dawn is approaching. Okay. Han Xiaoyun and Yan Xiyao lay on the bed, and just as Yan Xiyao was about to close her eyes to rest, a voice echoed in her mind from the little spirit. Xing, little fairy master Silver, your 4th floor has been unlocked. Yan Xiyao instantly perked up, beginning a silent exchange with Xing, with the 4th floor unlocked. Does that mean I can use the items there now? Yan Xiyao had been longing for the treasures on the 4th floor for quite some time, not to mention she had not touched the weapons in the arsenal for ages. Xing continued, of course, and I have good news for you. What good news? Xing stated, the stronger your abilities, the more your space will evolve along with you. Once you break through another significant level, your space will expand. Wow, is that really true? You're not deceiving me, are you? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Just keep pushing forward. If you break through another small level, your underground garage will unlock. No way. An underground garage can be unlocked too, certainly. You'll be able to use the vehicles in your underground garage then. Xiyao nearly erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy, Xing added. Even more happiness lies ahead. Keep up the training, and don't forget to find energy orbs for me. Okay, I will strive for that. Suddenly she recalled that there was a peeled durian in her fridge that she hadn't had the chance to eat before being dispatched on her mission. She wondered what state it might be in now. Xing, could you check the fridge on the 4th floor for me? I'd like to know if my durian has spoiled, Xing asked. When did you put it in? Right before I left on my mission. I peeled it but didn't get the chance to eat it one tea spoil. Don't worry, everything in your space is preserved indefinitely. Whatever you put in remains the same when you take it out. This is due to the time-stopping feature. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. It was incredibly powerful. Thank you, Xing. I'll continue my training now. Xiao severed her connection with Xing. Abruptly sitting up from her bed and resuming her cross-legged meditation, Han Xiaoyun was startled by her sudden movement. Sister Yao, what's wrong? Xiao replied, it's nothing. I want to be sleeping. I'm going to train. Ha, then I won't sleep either. I'll train with you, or else I'll quickly become unfit to be your opponent. Xiao smiled, and the two girls continued their meditation. Chapter 93, An ambush ahead as dawn broke. The two girls opened their eyes one after the other. Chulan and Xiaozhu brought water for them to wash up while changing clothes. Han Xiaoyun noticed the 3 copper coins hanging on the wall and asked curiously, Sister Yao, why do you have 3 copper coins hanging here? Xiao replied mysteriously, they're for looking at. Stare at them for 2 hours each day. Han Xiaoyun frowned, you're not short on money. Are you? If so, I can lend you some. Xiao laughed, no need. I'm not short on money, the coins are for practicing. You can try it too, attempting to move the coins with your mind. I don't want to, it sounds difficult, and I don't want to work that hard. Suit yourself. I've told you the method, whether you practice or not is entirely up to you. Han Xiaoyun pouted and chuckled. Let us go, it's time for breakfast. I can't wait to go out and play. Well, let us be off. After finishing their breakfast, Xiao the Empress Dowager and Han Xiaoyun shared a carriage. While Shui Zhanghua rode in a separate one and the rest chose to ride horses, the Empress Dowager was the most excited among them. Aside from her visit to the Jingxin Temple, she had never traveled far. And she kept lifting the curtain of the carriage window with one hand to gaze outside. With heartfelt enthusiasm, the Empress Dowager exclaimed, it feels wonderful to be out and about. The air is far fresher than that within the palace. Han Xiaoyun grasped the Empress Dowager's hand and replied, Grandmother, of course the air outside is much fresher than in the palace. Having lived there for decades, do you not find the palace suffocating? Child, you two were raised in the palace. How can you speak so? Han Xiaoyun replied with an air of maturity. Grandmother, if the palace were not suffocating, why would second brother and third brother have met untimely ends? Everyone desires to be on high, fighting fiercely for power. In such a struggle, how could the palace not be suffocating? The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Han Xiaoyun, surprised that her granddaughter saw through it all so clearly. As the Empress Dowager of a nation, she was acutely aware that Han Xiaoyun spoke the truth. She herself had endured the same reality. Sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy, Xiao intentionally shifted the topic. Grandmother, if one day I and Yuner were to become enemies, whom would you assist? Without a moment's hesitation, the Empress Dowager answered, of course, I would support you. Yuner will soon be married and will then belong to another family. Han Xiaoyun, unfazed, provocatively asked, Grandmother, what if one day Sister Yao and Xiaomei became adversaries? Whom would you favor? The Empress Dowager frowned and retorted, do not speak of that shameless creature. Help her, does she even deserve it? Han Xiaoyun pouted, yet it was you who brought her back. I am old and my eyesight is failing. Henceforth, I shall not concern myself with her fate. The Empress Dowager responded. Han Xiaoyun exchanged a mischievous wink with Xiao, implying in the future, we can deal with that Xiaomei without worry. Xiao smiled lightly, dismissing the notion. Should she wish to confront Xiaomei, even the Empress Dowager's protection would be of little use. Due to their eagerness to reach Liangdong City, they hastily consumed some dry rations for lunch and continued on their way, not pausing at the small town they passed. By evening, Xiao grew concerned about the Empress Dowager's well-being and decided to find an inn in the next small town for a meal and rest. However, before they could enter the town, a beggar obstructed their path. Kneeling before the carriage, he cried out, Stop, please stop. The crowd frowned as the beggar continued, Young master, I have urgent news to report. Upon hearing this, Pei Bei dismounted and approached the beggar, inquiring, What is it, young master? There is an ambush ahead. Elder Sui, the leader of the gang, has set a trap to prevent your return to Liangdong City. Pei Bei replied. Rise and speak. How did you come to know Elder Sui intends to deal with me? The beggar explained. While tidying up, I inadvertently overheard Elder Sui instructing his subordinates to act against you in Xinglian town, intending for you to vanish forever and not return to Liangdong City. Pei Bei chuckled coldly. Elder Sui is truly cunning, wishing for his son to ascend as young master. He is quite determined. Han Xiaoyun inquired with confusion, even if he were to make you disappear, the position of young master would not fall to an elder's son, would it? Pei Bei responded, Your Highness, you are unaware. I am the sole son of my father. Elder Sway's son is quite talented among the younger generation in the beggar's sect, and should I meet misfortune, they may choose him to succeed. Now I understand. What are your plans, if he wishes for me to vanish? Then why not ensure he remains in Qinglian town forever? We can simply appoint another leader upon our return. I ask for your highness's assistance, Han Xiaoyan declared. Assistance is my duty, especially since the beggar's sect will become my junior sister's influence. I cannot allow such a treacherous person to remain by her side. Han Xiaoyan then asked the beggar, how many men does Elder Sway have lying in wait at Qinglian town? Over 100. They wish to catch young master off guard, so their numbers are not excessive, Chu Haonan suggested. Ninth Prince, should I summon the Blood Shadow Pavilion for support? Han Xiaoyan replied, there is no need, it is still a day's journey to Liangdong City. And summoning the Blood Shadow Pavilion now would be too late. If he seeks to catch us unprepared, then we shall catch them off guard instead. Dismount and rest, let us devise a plan. The group dismounted and gathered to discuss. Xiyao opened her medicine box, using the lid as a shield, and retrieved some herbs from her space to begin concocting a sedative. Han Xiaoyan inquired, what does Elder Sway look like? Pei Bei provided a thorough description, and Han Xiaoyan turned to the beggar, asking, do you know the precise location of Elder Sway's ambush? The beggar shook his head. I do not know the exact location, I only overheard that they plan to ambush in Qinglian town, so I arrived early to wait for young master. Han Xiaoyan instructed, master, you should proceed first. Find Elder Sway and subdue him, capture the ringleader first. The old man agreed, no problem, I will handle that scoundrel Elder Sway. Xiyao handed a portion of the sedative to the old man, saying, master, take the sedative for emergencies. The old man tucked the sedative into his clothing and stood. Then I shall take my leave. Xiyao cautioned, master, be safe. Child, do not worry, the old man replied before using his likeness skill to vanish from view. Han Xiaoyan called out, come forth. Swish, swish, swish. The hidden shadow guards revealed themselves, kneeling before Han Xiaoyan in unison, declaring, we are here. Han Xiaoyan commanded, you are responsible for protecting the Empress Dowager and the 10th Princess. Meet us at the inn in the town. The shadow guards responded in unison, understood. In chapter 94, titled Once Disloyal, Forever Untrusted, Han Xiaoyan addressed the Empress Dowager, grandmother, you and Yuner should rest here for half an hour before we set out again. Han Xiaoyan, somewhat unwilling, replied, ninth brother, I want to accompany you. Yuner, do not be foolish, you must protect grandmother, your task is not light. Xiyao interjected. Han Xiaoyan conceded, very well, please be careful. Xiyao added, young master Shui should refrain from conflict for now. Just stay with the Empress Dowager. Shui Zhenghua responded, my lord, I am fine now, there are no issues, that will not do, I am the physician, and you must heed my words. Understood. Xiyao nodded and glanced at the beggar, stating, we need to get him some proper clothes. Duan Lingfeng tossed a set of garments to the beggar, saying, change into these and tidy your hair. Yes. Once the beggar had changed, Pei Bei asked, what is your name? I am called Zhonglu. Pei Bei remarked, very well, I shall see to it that you receive a bag upon our return. Zhonglu's eyes sparkled, thank you, young master. In the beggar's sect, the bag symbolizes status. There are up to 9 bags, representing the 9 elders. The 8 elders include the transmission elder, law enforcement elder, and the leaders of the stick and bowl divisions, each responsible for different duties. As the leader of the stick division, Elder Sway manages daily affairs and serves as an advisor to the leader and deputy leader, providing counsel and acting on their behalf. The group mounted their horses, with Zhonglu riding on the old man's horse, and they set off toward Qinglian town, leaving the Empress Dowager, the 10th Princess, and a squad of shadow guards behind. Meanwhile, the old man had already arrived at Qinglian town, searching for Elder Sway. A fortune favored the diligent. He discovered the ambush near the only inn in the town. The old man revealed a sinister smile, stealthily approaching the back of Elder Sway, and his men.to confirm Elder Sway's identity. The old man concealed himself in the shadows and whispered, Elder Sway, I have urgent news to report. Elder Sway, thinking it was one of his subordinates, kept his gaze fixed ahead and asked without turning, what is it? The old man produced the sedative given to him by Xiyao and scattered it toward Elder Sway and his men.as, one of the 9 elders of the beggar's sect. Elder Sway quickly sensed something amiss and warned his subordinates, hold your breath, there is a sedative. However, it was too late, the sedative had already been inhaled by his men, who soon felt dizzy and collapsed. Elder Sway was taken aback. Just as he was about to alert the others, the old man swiftly appeared before him and struck at his face. Without a word, Elder Sway dodged but did not expect the old man still had some sedative left. The old man transformed his punch into a palm strike, directing the wind of his palm to push the sedative toward Elder Sway's face. Taken by surprise, Elder Sway inhaled sharply, realizing the danger too late. The old man pressed forward, striking at Elder Sway's chest with his left hand. Elder Sway narrowly avoided the blow, but at that moment, the sedative took effect. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he shook his head, attempting to expel the poison. The old man would not grant him such an opportunity. He launched another feint before striking at Elder Sway's chest again, relying on his profound skills. Elder Sway aimed to evade, but he underestimated the old man. Even without the sedative, he was not a match for him, let alone while under its influence. As the old man's attack approached Elder Sway's chest, He attempted to change his move, but Elder Sui could no longer hold on and slowly collapsed to the ground. TSK, how naive to seek power and bring about death in such a feeble state. The old man disdainfully kicked Elder Sui and remarked, unbeknownst to him, the drug administered by Xiyao was exceedingly potent. It was sheer injustice for Elder Sui to remain standing. Even a master like the old man would not endure for long. As it was impossible to expel the poison through energy cultivation, the old man scanned the surroundings, searching for a rope to bind the unconscious individuals. At that moment, one of Elder Sui's subordinates approached with a report. Elder Sui, the young master Pei has appeared. Upon noticing the old man, Elder Sui's subordinate looked up in confusion and inquired, who are you? I am your grandfather, as the old man's words fell. He had already appeared beside the man. The subordinate turned to flee but was effortlessly captured by the old man. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoming and others had already encircled Elder Sui's remaining subordinates. With a calm demeanor, Han Xiaoming addressed, young master Pei, these are members of your beggar's sect, shall we spare any? Patient Bei turned to Xiyao and said, the beggar's sect will soon become the master's influence. Let the master decide, Xiyao replied, once unfaithful forever untrustworthy. Since they have chosen to follow Elder Sui and betray the beggar's sect, there is no need to keep them alive. Han Xiaoming nodded and issued an order, proceed. The group leaped off their horses, brandishing their weapons, and engaged in combat with Elder Sui's subordinates. It must be said that the beggar's sect members possessed some strength, yet they were significantly outmatched by Han Xiaoming and his companions. Xiyao was among the weaker ones, having only trained in martial arts for a few months. However, her extensive combat experience allowed her to handle 2 or 3 slightly weaker traitors from the beggar's sect on her own. Han Xiaoming faced 2 disciples of the beggar's sect, each bearing 5 cloth bags, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Xiyao to ensure her safety. Patient Bei confronted a disciple burdened with 7 bags. Swiftly subduing him in less than 100 moves, just as Patient Bei was about to deliver a finishing blow, the 7-bagged disciple, seeking to buy time for Elder Sui's rescue, looked up pleadingly at Patient Bei and begged. Young master, spare me, I realize my mistakes, please grant me a chance for redemption. Patient Bei coldly responded, the moment you chose to follow Elder Sui and betray the beggar's sect, you forfeited your right to plead for mercy. Please, young master, I truly recognize my errors, do not kill me. At that moment, the old man arrived, clutching the unconscious Elder Sui. Seeing Elder Sui captured, the 7-bagged disciple understood the dire situation and sincerely begged for mercy. Young master, please spare me, I was forced into this by Elder Sui. Patient Bei could not be bothered to respond, delivering a decisive strike to the disciple's crown, sending him to meet the past leaders of the sect. Han Xiaoming swiftly dealt with the 2 5-bagged disciples and turned to assist Xiyao. Elder Sui's subordinates, witnessing their leader's capture, were already in a state of panic, with many opting to abandon their weapons and surrender. Those unwilling to yield were dealt with on the spot. Xiyao, wishing to minimize bloodshed, instructed Patient Bei to disable their martial abilities and expel them from the beggar's sect entirely. Elder Sui was to be escorted back to the beggar's sect headquarters for punishment. Chapter 95, Do Not Let Go. Hold on tight. After managing the scene, the group headed to the inn. Not long after, the Shadow Guard safely escorted the Empress Dowager and Han Xiaoyun to the inn. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Xiyao, relieved to see she was unharmed. Han Xiaoyun pulled Xiyao aside for a thorough inspection, and only when she confirmed Xiyao's safety did she relax. With a hint of annoyance, Xiyao remarked, Yuner, are you not concerned about your 9th brother? Why should I be concerned? His martial skills surpass yours. Come on, let us eat. I'm starving, Han Xiaoyun declared, pulling Xiyao along, who quickly turned to assist the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but compare Xiyao to her other daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law, yet the scale tipped favorably towards Xiyao. After their meal, they arranged for the Empress Dowager to rest. Xiyao took Han Xiaoming by the hand and headed outside. Han Xiaoming, puzzled, asked, Junior sister, where are we going? Xiyao replied, we are going on a date. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming's lips curled upwards, his mood visibly brightened. The quiet and serene night enveloped the town as the 2 strolled hand in hand down the street, the hazy moonlight elongating their shadows. Xiyao said, 4th senior brother, since we are betrothed, how about we go on dates whenever we have the opportunity? Starting today, Han Xiaoming inquired, what can we do on a date? Xiyao answered, we can stargaze, admire the moon, take walks, dine together, and engage in meaningful activities. Alright, so what shall we do now? Why don't you decide? Han Xiaoming smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Xiyao's waist as he employed lightness skill to soar into the distance. They landed on a grassy patch by a small river. The soft moonlight reflected on the water's surface, casting a harmonious and romantic image of the 2. Xiyao sat on a stone by the riverbank, casually picking up a stone and tossing it into the water, making a delightful splash. Han Xiaoming gazed at the top of Xiyao's head in a daze, yearning to hold her close. Yet feeling a tinge of nervousness, Xiao raised her head and beckoned, 4th senior brother, come sit down. Han Xiaoming sat beside Xiao, raising his arm as if to embrace her, but hesitated midway and withdrew. Yan Xiyao noticed, glancing sideways at Han Xiaoming with a slight smile. What a timid soul. Yan Xiyao leaned her head against Han Xiaoming's chest, her ear pressed against the place where his heart beat. Han Xiaoming's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his throat, and he lifted his arm again, firmly wrapping it around Yan Xiao's delicate shoulders, listening to the rhythm of Han Xiaoming's heartbeat. Yan Xiao understood how excited and anxious he was at that moment. She deliberately extended her arms, wrapping them around his waist. Han Xiaoming's excitement soared, his heartbeat escalating to 120 beats per minute. With a mischievous grin, Yan Xiao teased, "Fourth senior brother, don't be nervous." "I'm not nervous. I'm just excited," Han Xiaoming awkwardly replied. Yan Xiao's eyes glinted playfully as she released her hold on his waist. Wrapping her arms around his neck and gently pressing his head down, offering her lips, Han Xiaoming, a pure-hearted man unaccustomed to female proximity, was caught off guard by Yan Xiao's kiss, almost instinctively pushing her away. By the time he regained his composure, Yan Xiao had already withdrawn. A sudden emptiness filled Han Xiaoming's heart as he possessively embraced Yan Xiao, yet in a coaxing tone, he said, "Don't let go. Hold on tight." Yan Xiao thought she misheard, momentarily stunned, glancing at Han Xiaoming's hair, which to her surprise, was not frizzed out. It seemed the power of her kiss had diminished. Pouting playfully, she quipped, "Fourth senior brother, your hair is standing up." Han Xiaoming, startled, genuinely reached up to touch his hair. "It's not standing up." Ha ha! Yan Xiao could no longer contain her laughter. Han Xiaoming gritted his teeth and declared, "You little fox, how dare you trick me?" After saying this, he took a deep breath and, lowering his head, kissed Yan Xiao's lips with a mix of dominance and tenderness. Yan Xiao blinked, transitioning from passive to active, wrapping her arms around Han Xiaoming's neck. After a long while, Han Xiaoming reluctantly released Yan Xiao, placing a tender kiss on her forehead before nestling her head against his neck. Breathing in the alluring fragrance of Yan Xiao, Han Xiaoming became deeply entranced. Suddenly, Yan Xiao broke the romantic ambience by asking, "Fourth senior brother, do you think there are fish in this river?" "I don't know. There should be, right? How about we try to catch a couple?" "I am craving grilled fish." Han Xiaoming felt a wave of frustration. How could one catch fish at this late hour? Yet, for the sake of his beloved junior sister's desire, he had to find a way. Yan Xiao recalled seeing martial arts films where individuals with profound internal strength would strike the water, sending both water and fish flying into the air. She was eager to test whether true internal strength could yield the same results. "Fourth senior brother, use all your power and strike the river a few times to see if you can scare the fish out," Han Xiaoming skeptically asked. "Will that work? I'm not sure." "Let us give it a try." "Alright, I'll give it a shot." Han Xiaoming began to channel his energy, gathering all his internal strength into his palms, striking the water with 2 powerful blows. With a resounding thud, a massive wave erupted, splashing water everywhere. Yan Xiao took out a luminous pearl the size of an egg from her space, raising it to illuminate the scene, her eyes wide with anticipation at the flying water droplets. Yet she failed to spot a single fish. As the water settled back into the river, disappointment washed over Yan Xiao. It seemed there were no fish in this river, just as she despaired. Han Xiaoming leaped onto the surface of the water, lightly tapping with his toes, kicking several stunned fish that floated to the surface onto the grass. Yan Xiao exclaimed in delight, "Wow, there are really fish. You can indeed scare them out with internal strength." Han Xiaoming gracefully returned to the grass, affectionately asking, "Is this enough?" "Not quite, there are only 6, and they're not big enough for everyone. Let us catch more and return to the inn for grilled fish as a midnight snack." "You plan to bring some back to share?" Yan Xiao nodded without hesitation. "Of course, eating is truly delightful when shared among many. Moreover, with the biting cold outside, it is uncomfortable to feel warmth in front while the back remains chilly. How pleasant it would be to return to the inn and enjoy roasted fish together." "Very well, I shall catch a few more fish." After saying this, Han Xiaoming continued to channel his inner strength and struck the river's surface. With several forceful slaps, the water splashed, revealing a dozen or so fish, each the size of a palm, floating belly up. The two swiftly activated their lightness skills, leaping onto the river's surface to kick the fish onto the grass. Han Xiaoming fashioned a string from some dry grass, stringing the fish together, one hand holding the fish while the other embraced Yan Xiao's waist. Soaring back to the inn. Chapter 96, The temptation of roasted fish. Upon their return to the inn, the attendant was left dumbfounded at the sight of Han Xiaoming carrying so many fish. He tossed a silver ingot to the attendant and instructed, "Please clean these fish for us and bring a few fire pits." Certainly, please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I will have it done shortly." The attendant struggled to carry the heavy string of fish toward the kitchen. Oldin, hearing Han Xiaoming's voice, opened his door and inquired with confusion, "Ming'er, did you say you would clean the fish?" "I must have misheard." Yan Xiao chuckled and replied, "Master, you heard correctly. Come down quickly. We shall have roasted fish for supper tonight." Upon hearing this, Oldin, filled with excitement, leaped down the stairs, his face reflecting uncontainable desire as he landed beside Yan Xiao. Simultaneously, several doors flung open, and Duan Lingfeng impatiently asked, "Master, are we having a late-night snack?" Yan Xiao beckoned, "Hurry down, we are roasting fish for supper." Except for the slumbering empress, everyone hastened downstairs. Yan Xiao led the 4 shadow guards and Wuchen to the kitchen to assist. The attendant was busy gutting fish when he saw Yan Xiao and her companions enter. And he quickly said, esteemed guests, please wait a moment, I will finish soon. Xiyao instructed attendant, bring us a few fire pits. Yes, of course, the attendant fetched 4 fire pits, and the 4 shadow guards and Wuchen busied themselves igniting the fire while Xiyao prepared the seasoning for marinating the fish. Seeing Xiyao preparing to wash the gutted fish, Shulan rushed over, saying, my lady, please do not trouble yourself, I will take care of it. Xiyao smiled and nodded, picking up a knife to slice ginger and garlic. Xiaoshu swiftly approached Xiyao and said, my lady, please leave such trivial matters to us. The group worked swiftly, and before long they had marinated the fish and brought them outside. The smoke from the fire pits had yet to disperse when Xiyao commanded, Wuchen, go fetch some bamboo strips to skewer the fish. Understood. The attendant quickly added, esteemed guest, I will show you where to find bamboo strips. I know the way. Which way? The attendant pointed to the back of the inn. And Wuchen seized the attendant, using lightness skills to fly to the back. The attendant, frightened, stammered, no need to fly, esteemed guest. It's just behind the building, why didn't you say so earlier? Wuchen landed behind the inn, right at the edge of a bamboo grove. He extracted a dagger and cut some bamboo strips, returning with the attendant through the small door of the back courtyard. By this time, the smoke from the fire pits had cleared. Leaving only the glowing charcoal, they brought the fire pits into the main hall of the inn, and everyone worked together to skewer the fish onto the bamboo strips, chatting and roasting the fish as they flipped the skewers. After a stick of incense's time, the aroma of the roasted fish wafted through the air, awakening the sleeping guests. The empress sniffed and murmured to herself, what delightful fragrance wafts in the middle of the night. Unable to resist the tempting scent, the empress rose, donned her shoes, and wrapped herself in a cloak before opening her door. The sound of the door creaking caused everyone to look up, and Xiyao cheerfully exclaimed, grandmother, you awaken just in time, the fish is freshly roasted, come down and enjoy. Upon hearing this, the empress immediately shook off her drowsiness and quickly dressed before descending the stairs. Yaoer, where did you procure so many fish in the dead of night? Xiyao handed a roasted fish to the empress, saying, I caught it from the river, do try it, but be cautious of the bones. The empress accepted the fish and took a bite, her face lighting up with delight at the unprecedented flavor. Yaoer, what kind of fish is this? It is simply exquisite, Xiyao replied, it is just an ordinary fish, the difference lies in the preparation, the marination is crucial. I see now, this is the best fish I have ever tasted. At that moment, a young man, around 16 or 17, handsome yet unable to withstand the allure of the roasted fish, opened his door to investigate. He addressed the attendant, please bring me 10 roasted fish. The attendant, with a look of regret, replied, I am terribly sorry, esteemed guest, our inn does not serve roasted fish. The young man frowned, why do they get to enjoy roasted fish while you claim there are none? The attendant explained these roasted fish were prepared by those guests themselves. Disappointment washed over the young man's face, his throat working as he imagined the delicious fish. He cast a lingering glance at Xiyao and her roasted fish, reluctantly returning to his room to close the door, yet, his nose was too keen, far superior to that of an ordinary person's, rivaling even that of a dog's, even when he lay in bed. With his head buried beneath the covers, the tantalizing aroma of the roasted fish continued to invade his senses. The young man was so tempted that he nearly bit his own tongue. Ah, I cannot endure this any longer. In a fit of frustration, he rose, flung open his door, descended the stairs, and approached Han Xiaoming, saying, brother, would you sell me a few of your roasted fish? Without even glancing at him, Han Xiaoming coldly replied, not for sale. The young man swallowed hard, do not be so stingy, how about 3 fish? Would that suffice? Han Xiaoming stated, not for sale, you cannot afford them. Hey, who do you look down upon? I could buy 30 if I wanted, just name your price. Han Xiaoming retorted, priceless. The young man fell silent. Xiyao glanced at the young man, noting his handsome features and pure gaze, yet he wore an expression of longing, suggesting he was a person of integrity. I shall gift you 1 fish, but only 1, as we do not have enough for ourselves. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gratefully exclaimed, thank you, miss, you are truly kind. Xiyao handed him a fish, saying, there is no need for thanks, just take it, thank you so much. May I ask your name, miss? Xiyao replied, we are but strangers, there is no need to inquire about my name. Perhaps we shall not meet again after tonight. Very well, I am Guanbuching. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Xiyao chose not to respond, focusing on her roasted fish. Guanbuching politely bowed and returned to his room with the fish. After taking a single bite, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had tasted various delicacies throughout the Martial Sage Dynasty, yet none compared to the unique flavor of the fish Xiyao had gifted him. Reluctant to devour it hastily, he savored it slowly, finishing the fish but still yearning for more. What was he to do? He opened the door to see if he could request another, only to find the inn's main hall empty. Save for the attendant tidying up, Xiyao and the others had long since finished and returned to their rooms. Disappointed, Guanbuching returned to his room, staring blankly at the fish bones on the table. That night, he tossed and turned, his mind consumed by thoughts of the fish's deliciousness. As dawn approached, Guanbuching made a reckless decision. He would follow Xiyao and her group. Chapter 97, just make him crave as the first light of dawn broke. Yan Xiyao and her companions packed their belongings and continued on their journey. Guanbuqing, peering through the crack of his door, saw them depart and hastily exited his room, trailing behind them at a distance. Believing he was stealthy and unnoticed, he remained oblivious to the fact that every move he made was under the watchful eye of the shadow guards. Their mission was to protect their master from the shadows. And they would not reveal themselves until Guanbuqing made any threatening moves, merely monitoring him in silence. Not only the shadow guards but also Old Yin had sensed something amiss, though he did not perceive any murderous intent from the follower. So he chose to ignore it. However, after a considerable distance, Guanbuqing still persisted in his pursuit. Old Yin quietly remarked, "Ninger, there is someone trailing us." Han Xiaoming replied, "Master, I am aware, I sensed it long ago." Old Yin suggested, "You all go ahead, I shall handle this tale." Han Xiaoming countered, "There is no need, this person bears no ill intent, let us first ascertain his purpose." "Very well, I shall see who it is." After saying this, Old Yin, seated upon his horse, lightly kicked the stirrups and leaped into the air, swiftly concealing himself within the foliage of a robust tree. Once he discerned the identity of the follower, a smirk crept across his lips. "Why, it is this gluttonous lad." Upon noticing the sword on Guanbuqing's back, Old Yin was taken aback. The soul-capturing blade. Could it be that this lad is the disciple of the blade maniac Nie Chen Yun? Otherwise, how could he possess the soul-capturing blade? A calculating smile crept onto Old Yin's face as he swiftly returned to Han Xiaoming's side. "Master, who is it?" Han Xiaoming inquired. "That gluttonous lad who wanted to buy fish last night." Han Xiaoming furrowed his brow. "It is him, indeed. I also noticed he possesses the soul-capturing blade. If I am not mistaken, he must be the disciple of the blade maniac Nie Chen Yun." Nie Chen Yun held a status in the martial world comparable to Old Yin's, and they had known each other for decades, often clashing whenever they met. Each encounter turned into a competition, whether it be drinking or martial arts. They would always vie for supremacy, neither willing to yield to the other. "It has been over a decade since we last met, and I never anticipated that old scoundrel would find himself a successor. As the disciple of the old man Yin, Han Xiaoming had naturally heard of the blade maniac Nie Chen Yun. It turns out he is the apprentice of Senior Nya, so there is no need to concern ourselves with him." Old Yin remarked. "That won't do. Imagine if that old scoundrel's disciple were to become the subordinate of my own apprentice. Would he not be furious enough to drop dead?" Han Xiaoming replied. "Given Senior Nya's temperament, he would likely be infuriated to the brink of death." Old Yin called out, "Yaoer, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Yan Xiyao bent down to lift the curtain of the carriage. Leaping gracefully towards Han Xiaoming, he quickly extended his hand to catch her, helping her settle in front of him. Yan Xiyao inquired, "Master, what is it you wish to say?" "Oh child, that little glutton has been tailing us since last night. He must be the heir of the blade maniac Nie Chen Yun. That old scoundrel seeks to compete with me in everything. Do you have a way to recruit that little glutton as one of your subordinates?" With a smile, Yan Xiyao responded, "The best way to deal with a glutton is to tempt him with a variety of delicacies until he is left craving. Then devise a way to recruit him. Let us see if that old scoundrel Nie Chen Yun dares to challenge me again." Old Yin instructed. Yan Xiyao readily agreed. "No problem. We shall commence our culinary temptations at noon. I assure you he will come to us willingly." Old Yin's eyes sparkled with mischief as he asked, "Child, what shall we have for lunch?" Contemplating for a moment, Yan Xiyao cheerfully replied, "Master, we can forage for ingredients as we go. If we pass through a village, we shall buy some chickens. If not, hunting for game would suffice." Han Xiaoming added, "There is a village about 30 miles ahead. Procuring chickens there should pose no issue." Yan Xiyao decided, "Then we shall have beggaress chicken for lunch." Old Yin inquired, "Beggaress chicken, indeed? I believe young Master Pei is familiar with it." Peijianbei chuckled, "I am indeed acquainted. Beggar's chicken is a specialty of the beggars sect. It is quite literally a chicken roasted by a beggar." "Ha!" Han Xiaoming asked, "What do we need to prepare it?" "Let us gather our supplies right away. We require lotus leaves, but they are out of season. Rice paper will suffice. The remaining ingredients are merely seasonings, but fret not, I pilfered some from the inn's kitchen last night," she said, intentionally misleading to avoid suspicion when retrieving the seasonings from her spatial storage. Meanwhile, Guanbuqing reveled in his own cleverness, having followed them for so long without detection. As he trailed behind, he fantasized about whether they might indulge in roasted fish for lunch. After approximately half an hour, the group arrived at the village. Han Xiaoming mentioned. Yan Xiyao instructed the 4 shadow guards to buy chickens while the rest of the party leisurely slowed their pace, waiting for them. Guanbuqing dared not approach too closely, choosing instead to linger at a distance. Upon seeing the 4 beautiful women procure a substantial number of chickens, disappointment flickered across his face. It seemed his hopes for fish were dashed. Yet, reflecting on the previous night's roasted fish, he thought perhaps the chicken would be equally delectable. Thus, he resolutely continued to follow. As noon approached, Yan Xiao's group found a spot near a water source and began the preparation for beggaress chicken. The 4 shadow guards in Wuchen were responsible for cleaning the chickens, while Peijianbei set out to dig for yellow mud and clay. Yan Xiao retrieved seasonings from her spatial storage, marinating the clean chickens for the duration of an incense stick. Espern, Duan Lingfeng and Chu Haotian ventured to gather firewood, while the Empress Dowager and the 10th princess observed Yan Xiyao as she marinated the chicken. Yan Xiyao evenly spread the necessary seasonings over the chicken, her small hands gently massaging the meat to ensure the flavors permeated thoroughly. After several minutes, she set the chicken aside and engaged in conversation with the Empress Dowager. When the time was right, she wrapped the chicken in rice paper, and Patience Bay encased it in mud. They dug a pit in the ground, placing a few of the mud-wrapped chickens inside, covering them with a thin layer of dirt before stacking firewood to ignite a fire, discarding the remainder directly into the flames. Guanbuqing, hidden in the shadows, watched Yan Xiao's every move, unable to suppress his thoughts. This girl is truly beautiful. How delightful it would be if she were to become my wife. How pleased my master would be. The group gathered around the fire, laughing and chatting, deliberately raising their voices. Oldine frequently mentioned roasted fish and stone pot herbal chicken, extolling the latter's exquisite flavor. Guanbuqing could hardly contain his salivation, his throat constricting with longing. Desperately, he thought, I am on the verge of craving. Yan Xiao remarked, Master, there are so many delicacies you have yet to taste. I have many more dishes to prepare for you. Once we return to the capital, I shall cook for you. My dear apprentice, such filial piety. Chapter 98. I am not your mother. Oldine feigned curiosity. Child, what other delectable dishes can you prepare? Yan Xiao replied, Oh, there are countless, from fragrant braised pork knuckles to dongpa pork, spicy chicken, and braised lioness head. The list is endless. Oldine swallowed hard, his mouth watering at the thought. By heavens, to entice Nie Chinyan's disciple, I am nearly brought to tears with hunger. Child, you must prepare these for me upon our return to the capital, Yan Xiao assured him. I will prepare them all for you. At that moment, Guanbuqing, concealed in the shadows, was salivating uncontrollably. The sheer temptation was torturous. An hour passed, and Guanbuqing's keen senses detected the enticing aroma of beggaress chicken, something ordinary people could not perceive. Yan Xiao exchanged glances with Oldine, who instantly understood. Child, is the beggar's chicken ready? With a smile, Yan Xiao replied, Almost. Prepare to feast. Oldine eagerly used a stick to extract the chicken from the fire, carefully breaking apart the hardened mud to reveal the rice paper. As he tore it open, the golden beggaress chicken lay before them, its irresistible aroma wafting into everyone's nostrils, unable to resist the tantalizing scent any longer. Guanbuqing emerged from the shadows, approaching Yan Xiao. My lady, what a coincidence. We meet again. Yan Xiao regarded Guanbuqing with feigned confusion. Who are you? Do we know each other? Guanbuqing was taken aback, instantly doubting whether he was too ordinary looking or if the young woman simply suffered from forgetfulness. After all, he considered himself a dashing young man, yet she failed to remember him after just a few hours? How disheartening. My lady, you do not recall me. You graciously gifted me a fish last night. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Guanbuqing replied, Indeed, quite the coincidence. I wonder where you are headed, if it's along the same path. Might we travel together? Yan Xiao countered. Where are you going? Guanbuqing faltered, having no destination in mind. He intended to go wherever there was good food. He had initially planned to ask where Yan Xiao was headed and claim he was going there as well, but her counter-question left him stumped. Regardless, he decided to mention a random destination. If they diverged, he could simply continue following her. I am headed to Liangdong City. Yan Xiao stifled a laugh internally but maintained a serious demeanor. How fortuitous. However, we are not acquainted, so it would be best if we went our separate ways. Please don't. It's always awkward meeting someone for the first time, but we can become friends. I find myself quite bored alone. So let us travel together. Guanbuqing insisted, his eyes greedily darting towards the fragrant beggaress chicken. Yan Xiao replied, I do not require friends. You should go on your way and not disturb our meal. Guanbuqing was utterly dismayed. He had boldly declared his wish to join them, yet they would not invite him to share the beggaress chicken and were instead sending him away. This was outrageous. How could such a beautiful girl defy all expectations? Reluctantly, he opted for a different approach and asked, Could I perhaps buy one of those chickens from you? Oldine sprang up, scolding, You little brat, do not push your luck. You took a fish last night and left me starving. There is no way I will sell you any of today's chicken, no matter how much silver you offer. Guanbuqing's mouth twitched in disbelief. A single fish left you starving? How exaggerated. He looked at Yan Xiao with hopeful anticipation, wishing she would gift him a chicken as well, yet she did not even glance in his direction. Handing one chicken leg to the Empress Dowager and another to Oldine. Oldine relished the chicken leg, and Guanbuqing nearly lost his composure watching him. Little brat, you think you can just take my beggar's chicken? Not a chance. We are in tea running a restaurant. You can't simply buy your way in. This is an exclusive privilege for our own. Guanbuqing's eyes lit up. Elder, what must I do to become one of your own? Oldine chuckled. My little apprentice is in need of a subordinate. Guanbuqing choked. That one tea do. If I were to become your apprentice's subordinate, my master would surely flay me alive. Oldine shrugged. Then there is nothing I can do. You may leave. My little apprentice is so beautiful, a gifted healer, and a martial arts prodigy. She won't have trouble finding subordinates. Now go. Do not interfere with our beggaress chicken feast. Guanbuqing, unconvinced, retorted, If your apprentice is indeed a healer, why didn't she attend to the 4 young masters of Liangdong when they sought a physician? They promised that whoever cured young Master Shui would be at their service. The elderly man raised his eyebrows and remarked, "My little apprentice not only went to claim the prize but also managed to heal young Master Chouette, therefore my little apprentice need not worry about finding subordinates." "You may leave at once," Guan Buqing responded. "Senior, it is not that I doubt your words, since your apprentice has cured young Master Chouette. Does that not imply that the 4 young masters of Liangdong are indeed your apprentice's subordinates?" "But where are they?" At that moment, the 4 young masters of Liangdong rose simultaneously, and Chu Haotian said, "We are all present here." Still skeptical, Guan Buqing retorted, "You can claim to be whoever you wish. But what proof do you have?" The 4 young masters of Liangdong each produced items that represented their identities, prompting Guan Buqing to widen his eyes in astonishment as he scrutinized them. "By the heavens, you truly are the 4 young masters of Liangdong, young Master Chouette. How did your esteemed senior manage to heal you?" Without further ado, Shui Zhenghua unfastened his clothing, revealing a scar beneath his ribs that resembled a centipede. "I underwent an open-heart surgery, as my master instructed. My abdomen was incised, the tumor excised, and then my belly was sutured back together." Guan Buqing's eyes grew wide with disbelief as he gazed at Shui Zhenghua's scar. Unable to resist reaching out to touch it, "This is a genuine scar. My goodness, is this truly real? You survived such an ordeal. How horrifying. Young Master Chouette, has your ailment truly been resolved?" "Indeed, I currently feel no discomfort whatsoever. My entire body is at ease," Shui Zhenghua affirmed. Guan Buqing's eyes bulged in astonishment. "By my mother, he truly is a miraculous doctor." Yan Xiyao rolled her eyes and quipped, "I am not your mother. I am not yet married and could not possibly bear a son as large as you." Do refrain from such nonsensical address. Guan Buqing remained silent. The elderly man, with a hint of irritation, urged, "You rascal, why are you still standing there? Depart at once. I do not take in adopted sons." "Senior, did you not mention that your apprentice is in need of a subordinate?" I am quite suitable for the role." Guan Buqing replied. The elderly man queried, "Are you not afraid that your master will flay your skin?" "Not at all. Who would not wish to be a miraculous doctor as subordinate, if he were to follow one day? He would surely rely on the miraculous doctor to save his life." After saying this, Guan Buqing turned to face Yan Xiyao kneeling on one knee. "Your servant pays homage to the master." Chapter 99. The master is most important. Yan Xiyao asked earnestly, "Are you certain you have thought this through?" "There is still time to reconsider," Guan Buqing responded resolutely. "I have made up my mind. I do not regret it. If my master were to learn that I serve a miraculous doctor, he would not object. I suggest you think it over again. Otherwise, you will have no room for regret in the future," she warned. Guan Buqing shook his head. "I will never regret it, I swear to the heavens. If I betray my master, I shall be struck down by lightning." Yan Xiyao, with a hint of concern, asked, "I fear your master might break your legs and skin you alive." "That will not happen. Who would not want to befriend a miraculous doctor? It would be an additional safeguard for one's life." Guan Buqing reassured her. Yan Xiyao stated, "Very well, from this moment on, you are my subordinate. Yan Xiyao, you shall enjoy the finest delicacies by my side, but I must forewarn you, should you ever dare to betray me, no matter where you flee, I will hunt you down and deal with you personally. Rest assured, my master, I, Guan Buqing, am a man of my word. I could never betray you," he vowed. The elderly man interjected, "You better remember your words, lad. If you dare betray my apprentice, I shall personally incapacitate you." Pointing to Han Xiaoming, he introduced, "This young man is your master's fiancé, and also my disciple. You may disregard his words, but those of your master must be treated as imperial edicts." Guan Buqing paused in surprise, then nodded. "Understood, I shall remember." So your master has a fiancé, and this fiancé seems formidable, appearing rather cold. However, there are 4 beautiful women by my master's side. It would not be unreasonable for me to take one as a wife, would it? Yan Xiyao promptly presented him with a fragrant beggaress chicken, the enticing aroma snapping him back to reality. "Thank you, master," Guan Buqing exclaimed, eagerly accepting the beggaress chicken and savoring it without reservation. "Delicious, it's even better than the grilled fish from last night." He marveled at the taste. Yan Xiyao smiled and said, "Follow me, and there will be even more delectable treats awaiting you." "Indeed, master, you do not know. But my nose is exceptionally sensitive. I rely on it to find good food. Wherever there is something tasty, I shall follow," Guan Buqing replied. Yan Xiyao looked intrigued. "How sensitive is your nose?" Guan Buqing explained. "I cannot say for certain, but for this beggaress chicken, while many could not discern its fragrance when wrapped in mud, I could smell it from quite a distance." Yan Xiyao was astonished. "No wonder you are so gluttonous," she proposed. "How about I give you a test?" "By all means, test away," Guan Buqing affirmed. Yan Xiyao pointed at Han Xiaoming, saying, "See if you can detect his scent. Let him hide and see if you can find him." Guan Buqing leaned closer to Han Xiaoming, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes. "It's done, master. You may let him hide now." Han Xiaoming exchanged a glance with Yan Xiyao, then executed a graceful leap to the side, flying a considerable distance before turning and twisting several times, ultimately concealing himself behind a large tree. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yan Xiyao signaled Guan Buqing to commence his search. As he opened his eyes, Guan Buqing followed the direction Han Xiaoming had taken, with Yan Xiyao and the elderly man trailing behind him. The master and disciple navigated left and right, and before long, They found Han Xiaoming. Yan Xiyao was genuinely astonished. This fellow truly possessed the qualities of a bloodhound. She inquired, "What kind of martial arts do you practice? How can your sense of smell be so acute?" Guan Buqing replied, "Master, my nose is a natural gift. I practice the Wuji Thunder Blade taught by my master. A natural gift. That is remarkable. Let us return and enjoy the beggaress chicken," she declared. Upon returning to the fire, the elderly man could not help but ask, "Boy, that old scoundrel Nie Chen Yun has not kicked the bucket yet, has he?" Guan Buqing paused. "Senior, do you know my master?" the elderly man responded. "Indeed, that soul-capturing treasure blade you bear has been with that old scoundrel for decades." Guan Buqing asked, "May I know your esteemed name? People in the martial world refer to me as Elderine." He replied. Guan Buqing was taken aback, dropping the beggaress chicken without realizing it. Fortunately, Yan Xiyao caught it. You are Elderine. "Oh no, this time I'm doomed." Elderine asked, "What is the matter? Do you wish to retract your words?" Guan Buqing shook his head. "A man of honor must not go back on his word. How could I possibly retract, however, if my master were to discover that I am serving as a subordinate to your apprentice? He might very well tear me to shreds. Fear not, with me backing you, that old scoundrel cannot do anything to you," the elderly man assured. Yan Xiyao handed the beggaress chicken back to Guan Buqing. "Are you truly so afraid of your master? You didn't even notice the chicken falling." Guan Buqing accepted the beggaress chicken, his face contorted in anguish. "Master, I genuinely fear he would steam me alive." Yan Xiyao teased, "Then I shall brace your master. You are now mine, and let anyone dare to lay a finger on you." Guan Buqing regarded Yan Xiyao, pondering whether this master, seemingly younger than himself, could indeed help him evade the clutches of his stubborn master. "Master, should my master erupt in fury, you must certainly assist me in escaping," Yan Xiyao replied. "Rest assured, I shall not let you fight alone. With so many of us here, do you think we would fear your master? Then I shall rest easy," he said. Elderine added, "All right, let us eat the chicken. After we finish, we must set off promptly. We still need to return to the capital." "You lucky lad, your master plans to open a stone pot medicinal chicken restaurant in the capital. I assure you, you have never tasted such exquisite medicinal chicken in your life." Guan Buqing's eyes sparkled at the thought. For him, gourmet food was always more important than his master, and now his master was paramount. Without his master, there would be no delicacies. Without delicacies, life would hold little joy. Elderine continued, "Now that we are all allies, allow me to introduce you. This young lady is the current Empress Dowager." Plop. Before Elderine could finish his introduction, Guan Buqing was so astonished that he knelt on the ground. "Commoner pays respects to the Empress Dowager." "Rise," the Empress Dowager said with a benevolent smile, pleased to have gained such a powerful ally for her granddaughter. This was indeed great fortune, Elderine chided. "Could you not wait for me to finish introducing before you pay your respects? Must you always be so dramatic?" Guan Buqing rolled his eyes internally. How could he not be startled when the elder introduced the Empress Dowager right off the bat? He had never even encountered a first-rank official in his life, and suddenly he was face to face with royalty. Elderine continued, "This young lady is the current Empress's biological daughter, the 10th Princess, Han Xiaoyun. This is your master's fiancé, the Empress's own son, 9th Prince Han Xiaoming, and this is your master, the Imperial Princess of Anping, as conferred by the Emperor." Guan Buqing was dumbfounded. He never imagined that the master he recognized held such a formidable background. He chuckled to himself, with such a powerful master, I can walk with my head held high wherever I go." Chapter 100, Modest Skills, Great Ambitions. The more Guan Buqing thought about it, the happier he became. With such a powerful background for his master, this was indeed a great opportunity for glory. Even if he were to receive a beating from his master, it would all be worth it. After everyone finished the beggaress chicken, they carefully extinguished the fire and resumed their journey, reaching Liangdong City just as night fell. Shui Zhenghua arranged for everyone to stay at the Shui Manor, and the servants of the manor were elated to see their master return safely. However, amidst their excitement lingered a touch of apprehension. With their master's illness cured, he would become someone else's subordinate. They were uncertain whether their master's superior would still have a place for them. That evening, the 4 young masters of Liangdong returned home, reporting to their families about their decision to recognize the renowned healer Yan Xiyao as their master. Emphasizing her formidable background and status, given that the 4 families had forged a bond of brotherhood through their children, they had naturally become close allies upon learning that their master was not only a miraculous healer but also the future princess consort. They all pledged their unwavering support. The next morning, the heads of the 4 families prepared lavish gifts to pay a visit to Yan Xiyao at the Shui Manor. To their astonishment, they encountered not only Yan Xiyao but also the current Empress Dowager. Leaving the 4 family heads in a state of disbelief, Yan Xiyao spoke earnestly. "Esteemed heads of families, I have come today to invite you to develop together in the capital. Would you be willing to join me?" Pei Yuanliang, the leader of the beggars' gang, replied, "I am willing, but I cannot leave at once. The beggars' gang headquarters must first find a suitable place in the capital." Pei Zhenbei interjected, "Father, there is no need to worry. I have already made all the necessary preparations. We can move directly, and as for Liangdong, we can simply establish a branch there." "Excellent, then let us proceed to the capital. I shall return to gather our belongings with the 8 elders." Pei Yuanliang agreed. Pei Jinbei added, Father, the leader of the Dragon's Head has set an ambush in Qinglian town, intending to ensure I could never return to Liangdong City. I have already dealt with him. You can take him back for punishment. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuanliang's expression changed dramatically. How could this be? His only son was targeted by Elder Sui, lacking ability yet harboring great ambition. Jinbei, there is no need to take him back. Just kill him outright. Yin Shio interjected. Leader, we must not instead bring him back for public punishment to serve as a warning and provide an explanation to the other members. Yes, my master is wise, the others echoed. The remaining 3 heads of families turned to their sons, and upon seeing them nod with smiles, they felt a sense of relief. Han Xiaoming spoke, Esteemed heads of families, please return and arrange matters at home. Once you are ready, we shall depart for the capital. The residences in Liangdong will remain intact, and you may return any time you wish. This place will always be your home. Pei Yuanliang said, My master. You are now the true leader of the beggars' gang. I implore you to step into the headquarters and personally oversee the punishment of Elder Sui. Yin Xiao glanced at Han Xiaoming, who nodded slightly, and she smiled in agreement. Very well, let us proceed. Yin Xiao and her entourage followed Pei Yuanliang and his son to the beggars' gang headquarters, while the other heads of families returned to manage their household affairs. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Pei Yuanliang summoned all the important figures of the gang and introduced Yin Xiao to them. The significant members were already aware of Pei Jinbei's connections with Shui Zhenghua, and they had known about the call for a healer. Otherwise Elder Sui would not have laid an ambush. Everyone was astonished to discover that this young girl of nearly 15 or 16 years was a miraculous healer. Her medical skills having reached an extraordinary pinnacle at such a tender age, it was impossible not to be amazed. The Pei family commanded high respect within the beggars' gang, and aside from a few whispering in hushed tones, the rest gazed at the stunningly beautiful Yin Xiao with admiration. All shared the common experience of consuming grains. No one could guarantee a lifetime of health, especially in the perilous world of martial arts, where injuries were an ever-present threat. Knowing a miraculous healer was like possessing an unseen talisman for survival. With an air of authority, Yin Xiao began her address. Esteemed elders of the beggars' gang, my name is Yin Xiao. Although I may lack significant power, many of you may doubt my capabilities. I must assert that regardless of your opinions, I am now your master. Bring Elder Sui forth. Pei Jinbei and Zhonglu brought Elder Sui before Yin Xiao, who produced an antidote and held it beneath Elder Sui's nose. Moments later, Elder Sui slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he first saw Pei Jinbei, mistakenly believing he was still in Qinglian town. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, employing lethal strikes. All the core members of the beggars' gang witnessed this scene, including Elder Sui's son, who stared in disbelief at his father, unable to comprehend why he would attack the young master. Just as Pei Jinbei evaded the blows, Pei Yuanliang stepped in front of Elder Sui. Elder Sui was taken aback, quickly retracting his attack and glancing around, suddenly remembering that he had been captured by an old man in Qinglian town. Now, he had the audacity to assault the young master in front of so many witnesses. It was over, everything was over. Elder Sui fell to his knees before Pei Yuanliang, feigning a pitiful demeanor, and pleaded, Leader, please allow me to explain. It was the young master who attacked me in Qinglian town, intending to kill me. Pei Yuanliang coldly replied, What business did you have in Qinglian town? Why would my son attack you? I went to Qinglian town on an errand and happened to cross paths with the young master. I do not understand why he would wish to attack me. Elder Sui defended himself. Zhonglu, filled with anger, shouted, You lie. He continued, Leader, I personally heard Elder Sui plotting to attack the young master in Qinglian town. That is why I rushed to inform the young master, allowing him to be on guard. Upon hearing this, Elder Sui finally comprehended why he had been so easily captured. Someone had betrayed him. He screamed in despair, Who are you? Are you a disciple of the beggars' gang? Who sent you to slander me? The law enforcement elder replied sternly, He is a disciple responsible for menial tasks in the beggars' gang. I am aware of him, Elder Sui. I fail to understand why a mere errand boy would seek to slander you. Have you wronged him in any way? Elder Sui retaliated, accusing Pei Jinbei, Young master, I am unaware of how I have offended you, that you would send a mere errand boy to slander me. Pei Jinbei chuckled. Elder Sui, I have not been in Liangdong City for some time. You claim I sent someone to slander you. Do you think I possess the ability to be in 2 places at once? I only arrived in Qinglian town yesterday, yet you were already lying in ambush there.